This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Warning. An unknown error has occurred. Forced into safe mode. Manual hatch opening, ready to countdown. 3, 2, 1 program error. Safe mode. Jiang Lai's consciousness was forcibly pulled from the chaos. But her body was beyond her control, as if cast into solidified concrete. Every muscle was so stiff it didn't feel like her own, unable to move an inch. Even her eyelids were welded shut, and she couldn't open them to see her current state. The flickering red warning light in the hibernation chamber danced a rhythmic dance across her tightly closed eyelids, lulling her to sleep like a hypnotic lullaby. I couldn't sleep. She had a strong intuition that if she fell asleep now, she would never wake up again. Jiang Lai gritted her teeth and forced herself to fight against her dormant consciousness. Finally, she regained control of her body. First, her index finger twitched slightly, then she gathered all her strength into her palm and swung it violently. The swing was so strong that her joints cracked softly, and then it slammed heavily against the cold cabin wall with a dull thud. It hurt. After a few uncontrollable spasms and tremors, Jiang Lai finally opened her eyes. The glaring white light was dizzying. The cabin lights and the warning red light alternated, and Jiang Lai's stomach churned, and she almost vomited. Once she adjusted to the cabin light, she slowly and laboriously raised her arm, her movements as slow as a long-dead machine. "Eve!" A childish voice suddenly rang out, its voice filled with anxiety, calmness, and an eerie mixture. "Why are you awake at this hour?" "No way, there's still 90 years. "Eve?" Jiang Lai's heart suddenly lurched, and a strong, instinctive revulsion surged over her. The word Eve was like a poisonous sting, piercing her heart and lodged in her mind. Every thought of it triggered a sharp pain, causing her to instinctively resist. "I am Jiang Lai, not Eve." Chaotic fragments of memory swirled in the excruciating pain, a blinding crimson, and a woman lying in a pool of blood. The scene flashed by, leaving Jiang Lai with only overwhelming hatred and the smell of blood that seemed to surge through her memory. "Who?" Jiang Lai opened her mouth, but her throat was sticky and no sound came out. "What should I do? What should I do?" "The priority can't be determined. It's a program error. Buba doesn't know what to do. The master didn't set up a procedure for handling emergencies, like premature awakenings. It's not Buba's fault." The childish voice, oblivious to Jiang Lai's silent inquiry, continued on its own. "Premature awakening. Hibernation chamber. Program error. The absurd information, fragmentary and incomplete." Jiang Lai struggled to piece it together. For unknown reasons, she should have been sleeping in the hibernation chamber beneath her, but something had gone wrong, a program bug, causing her to awaken prematurely. 90 years early. Has human technology reached this point? What had happened? Jiang Lai's mind went blank, unable to remember anything. She forced herself to ignore the incessant chattering of the child, and the pounding headache, her gaze roaming the cabin. In an inconspicuous corner of the cabin wall, a faint yellow light flashed by, so fast it seemed like an illusion. Reaching out to touch it, she discovered a nondescript manual control valve hidden beneath the yellow light. Jiang Lai opened it without hesitation. Swish. With a soft sound, as the air pressure released again, the glass cover of the hibernation chamber slowly slid open. The cold, disinfectant-smelling air rushed into her nostrils, choking her throat. Jiang Lai supported herself and slowly climbed out of the cabin. As her toes touched the ground, she seemed to kick against something soft and warm. She lowered her head. A little boy in light-colored denim overalls was slumped at her feet, blinking his large blue eyes as he stared at her blankly. The boy's silver-white hair twitched wildly, as if he had just woken. His clear blue eyes, like the depths of the ocean, were captivatingly beautiful, yet hollow, devoid of any emotion. The texture of his skin was also incredibly delicate, but up close, a strange eerie quality lingered. Because it was so perfect, it seemed almost unreal. The two stared at each other in silence. "I'm sorry." Jiang Lai spoke again, her voice still hoarse, but thankfully, it was audible. She reached out, trying to pull the boy up. The boy dodged her help, nimbly climbing from the ground and brushing off the non-existent dust. He said, "Eve, how are you feeling now? Do you want to re-enter the hibernation chamber?" Jiang Lai stared at the boy, enunciating each word. "Why do you call me Eve?" The boy looked about 5 years old, his voice childish, yet he spoke fluently. "Because you're a human spark. After the apocalypse, humanity will perish, and Spark is humanity's last hope." "Apocalypse. Humanity will perish." Each of these brief words holds a vast amount of information, too complex to digest in a short time. How long have I been asleep? Eve slept for 10 years. Wait a minute. Jianlai couldn't help but interrupt him. Don't call me by those 2 words. I have a name, Jianlai. Besides, you just said humanity will perish, so aren't you a human? With coherent logic and clear articulation, a human sitting in a cold, silent laboratory without crying or making a fuss truly didn't resemble a human child his age. Bubu is a little robot, not a human. The little boy named Bubu pointed to the center pocket of his jeans, opened it, revealing a bear tattoo, and began demonstrating to himself, this is where Bubu charges. As long as a specific device is plugged into a power source, Bubu can wirelessly charge within a certain range. In addition, Bubu can also replenish energy by basking in the sun, though the rate is slower and takes a long time to charge. Jianlai looked around. The vast room was empty, save for her hibernation chamber and a pile of cold machinery. A dead silence reigned. If this was a planned operation, how could there be only one hibernation chamber? She thought so, and asked. Bubu shook his head. There's only you in this lab. Since you call me Eve, there must be an Adam. Where is Adam in hibernation? Bubu doesn't know. The master didn't tell me. What did your master say? The master said that the earth is no longer suitable for human survival. But the earth is only sick. Everything is temporary. When life returns to earth, the awakened humans will resume their activities and rebuild their home. He nudged Jianlai with his little hand, but finding she didn't move, he continued, so I suggest Eve. Jianlai, you should return to your hibernation chamber. No. Jianlai decisively rejected the suggestion, stood up, and walked around the lab to stretch her muscles. The end of the world. The end of humanity. How can one believe something they haven't seen with their own eyes? Besides, the flash of blood in her mind just now, and the lingering hatred in her heart, all indicate that things are more complicated than they seem. Do you have any clothes I can wear? The little robot nodded immediately. Yes, yes. I get them for you. A realistic-looking robot took small steps into the next room. If he hadn't explained it, it would have been hard to tell Bubu was a robot. Has technology advanced this far? If technology is so advanced, why haven't we established survival bases or migrated to other planets? Is the extinction of humanity real? With doubt in his mind, Jianlai changed out of his white robe. He wore a beige long-sleeve beige shirt, black durable overalls, a thick black leather jacket, and a pair of sturdy black boots. He casually tied his waist-length black hair into a high ponytail, looking much more energetic. Bubu followed Jianlai and said, Jianlai, are you sure you want to go out? It's dangerous out there. What danger? Zombies or monsters? Bubu couldn't answer. In fact, to conserve energy, he also hibernated every few days. Not to mention contact with the outside world, the lab had been offline for years. Since he was activated, he had been confined to this lab, never leaving. For humans, everything they knew about the outside world came from movies and novels downloaded before the internet went offline. Jianlai, you can only know what the outside world is like by seeing it for yourself. At Bubu's guidance, Jianlai pressed the control panel on the main door. The heavy alloy door silently tightened inward and slowly slid open. The expected glare of sunlight was not there. Outside the door was not the exit, but a deep tunnel, dimly illuminated by the emergency lights embedded in the ceiling. In the tunnel, the stench of decaying organisms mixed with the stench of rust choked the throat. Holding his breath, he found the hidden mechanism at the end of the tunnel, and the heavy gate finally opened. The sky was a clear blue, and the clouds were pristine and fluffy white. It was no different from the blue sky and white clouds Jianlai had always imagined. The tunnel between the lab and the outside seemed more like a traditional apocalypse. Soon, she realized something was wrong. It was so quiet, no birds singing, no insects chirping, not even the rustling of leaves in the wind. Simply put, there was no sign of any living thing. Wow, is this the sky? It doesn't seem like something from apocalyptic movies. Jianlai, where are we going next? Jianlai, I take a quick spin and be back. Wait here. That won't work. My programming clearly states that you are my master, so I follow you wherever you go. Bubu patted his chest and promised, I protect you, Jianlai. If he weren't a 5-year-old boy, his words would probably be more convincing. Jianlai looked at the little kid before him, silently gripping the pistol he just found in the lab, and didn't argue with him. After waking up after 10 years of hibernation, despite the initial lack of control, Jianlai, having regained control of her body, discovered that her physical fitness was exceptionally good. She walked quickly and steadily. In less than 10 minutes, she covered 2 kilometers without blushing or panting, faster than the average college student's 800-meter pace. This shouldn't have been something she could do. Jianlai, look, is that Adam? Suddenly, Bubu exclaimed softly. Following his chubby little hand, she saw a few blurry figures in the distance approaching them. Until she had a clearer understanding of the situation, Jianlai didn't intend to expose herself. She covered Bubu's mouth with her hand, picked him up, and hid under a nearby cover. Hush. No sound without my permission. Jianlai crouched low, like a cheetah poised for action. Before the other party came close, he quickly pulled the safety catch, slowed his breathing, and waited quietly for them to approach. The other party was a group of 4. The leader was the man in the middle, half a head taller than the others, estimated to be at least 185 centimeters tall. He stood tall as a javelin, his muscular physique beneath his combat uniform striking, a look that made him formidable. Captain, are you sure there's a laboratory hidden here? 10 years, not even a single ant, let alone data. The man known as Captain was the most eye-catching. Without turning around, his voice was deep, undeniably intimidating. Instead of complaining, why not keep your eyes open and search carefully, or else you be captain? Laboratory. 10 years. Jianlai's heart tightened. The laboratory these men were looking for was the very place where she had woken up. Chapter 2. Before, in the lab, she hadn't believed in the end of the world. But reality forced her to believe otherwise. From the lab to the city, the road was filled with ruins and devastation. Even where she was hiding now, was a broken asphalt road. Something had happened before, but this section of the road had completely lifted up, plunging straight into a crack in the ground at a 90-degree angle. Jianlai hid behind this natural shelter, her fingers repeatedly rubbing the rough handle of her gun. The coolness of the metal seeped through her fingertips into her bones, repeatedly reminding her that this was not a dream. Her name was Jianlai, she was 25 years old, and she was a doctoral student in clinical medicine, about to graduate from Capital University. She didn't remember anything else. From the moment she could remember, she had woken up in a hibernation chamber. Where were her parents? What did they look like? How had she ended up in the hibernation chamber and become a member of the Spark Project? She had so many questions, but no one to ask. Can the little robot following her around be trusted? Or is it deliberately placed there to monitor the experimental subjects? The entire lab is filled with absurdities. For example, despite 10 years of dormancy, her muscles haven't atrophied at all. Instead, their lines are smooth and full of explosive power. For example, even though she's hiding behind a barrier, she can clearly see and hear people talking 10 meters away. Another example, a cold biological laboratory, yet a collection of various guns and ammunition is stored. The small black pistol in her hand, with its anti-slip grooves on the grip, doesn't look like something privately amassed. Furthermore, her knowledge of firearms is so limited that she can't even identify the model of the pistol in her hand. Yet, the moment she touched it, she remembered a vague sound that taught her the angle of grip, the placement of her index finger, and the technique for pulling the safety catch. Is it possible for an ordinary medical student to handle a gun? Boom! His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a resounding thunderclap. The deafening roar was like an explosion overhead, shaking the ruins beneath his feet. Jianlai shuddered, his heart pounding. Lightning slashed through the blue sky like a sharp blade, and layers of dark clouds scrambled to emerge from the gaping wound, rolling across the horizon. In less than 2 minutes, the dark clouds had taken over the entire sky. It was like nightfall, the surroundings utterly pitch black, devoid of any light. What followed was not a torrential downpour, but the clatter of firecrackers, like the pounding of drums. Bang! 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 Hailstones the size of duck eggs, brimming with biting cold and destructive force, pelted the already scarred earth like white cannonballs raining down from the sky. The already dilapidated road surface instantly became even more potholed, adding new wounds to the old ones. Jianlai and Bubu fled amid the crackling sound of firecrackers. Rushing into the nearest small building, Bubu stared at Jianlai with wide eyes. What do you want to say? Bubu pointed at his mouth, but no sound came out. Jianlai, remembering the previous instruction, said, "You can speak when I ask you." What huge hail! It feels like anything could be crushed to death. No wonder humanity is extinct. First, humanity isn't extinct yet. Weren't there 4 people just now? Oh, where are those 4 people? I didn't seem to hear their footsteps. Aside from their initial conversation, they remained silent. Are they really still human? Jianlai paused before continuing. Second, hail alone can't wipe out humanity. Don't underestimate humans. Something else must have happened. As they spoke, the wind picked up. The small building they were hiding in was shattered, and a cold wind, swirling with snow and ice, poured in from all directions. The once glamorous shop was now nothing but empty frames and collapsed shelves. The air was filled with a sickening smell of dust and mold. Jianlai gasped for breath behind a cold support column, Bubu following closely behind her, a dense layer of ice crystals rapidly forming on her silver hair and eyelashes. The wind grew stronger. The hail stopped, replaced by a heavy, blanketing snowfall. The temperature instantly dropped below zero, and winter arrived in an instant. The snowflakes grew larger and denser, with no sign of stopping. Soon, the snow at the mall entrance was above Bubu's calves, and it was thickening at a visible rate. This weather is bizarre. We need to find some warm clothes. Or else, she have to get back to the lab quickly, or she suffer hypothermia in a few hours and die silently in this inexplicable snowstorm. It's so cold, Jianlai. Should we go back to the lab now? Can robots feel the cold? Jianlai was puzzled. As if seeing through her doubts, Bubu explained, I'm a top-of-the-line bionic robot with human-like perception, but this temperature won't freeze me to death. The snow is so heavy. We can't even reach the lab. We'd be buried. Snow would cover everything. If they couldn't see the road on their way back, it would be extremely dangerous. After careful consideration, Jianlai decided to go deeper into the mall, hoping to find some leftover supplies. The two of them walked through the snow, 1 foot deep, 1 foot shallow. The deeper they went, the shallower it became. This is a good sign. Jianlai peered into the depths and vaguely spotted a few familiar brands. Go inside, there are down jackets. That's when the unexpected happened. Jianlai felt an unprecedented, biting coldness coursing through her body. At first, she could resist the chill, but gradually, it felt more and more wrong, as if it were erupting from her very cells, causing her teeth to chatter uncontrollably. Ugh! She groaned, her legs giving way, and she nearly collapsed to her knees in the snow. She felt a wave of blackness in her vision, and a wave of dizziness and nausea washed over her. I can't fall here. Jianlai gritted her teeth and, with incredible willpower, stumbled towards the nearest store. The glass door had long since shattered, and the interior was a mess. Only a few large, dusty coats hung deep in the shelves. However, just as she reached out her hand, a sudden chill erupted within her, draining all her strength in an instant. Before she could even feel the pain of falling to the floor, she completely lost consciousness. She didn't know how long it took, perhaps minutes, perhaps hours. A wave of heat, a stark contrast to the previous biting cold, washed over her. Jianlai's eyes snapped open. The sight she saw froze her in place. Bubu's delicate face was right before her, barely 10 centimeters away. When had this little kid grown so tall? Can you grow or shrink? Bubu tilted his head, looking at her. It's Jianlai, you shrunk. Jianlai didn't understand, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. She tried to stand, and at that moment, an unprecedented feeling washed over her. Her palms, or should I say, her front paws, thick, pure white fur was dotted with irregular black rosettes. The sharp claws were nestled in soft black pads, ready to spring free with a single push. Almost instinctively, she arched her body and stood up, strangely on all fours. The clothes on her body slowly and silently slid off with her movement, and she lay quietly on the ground. Jianlai subconsciously turned her gaze, scanning the shattered glass in the mall. The scene reflected in the glass made her mind go blank. It was a sturdy, wild, and powerful snow leopard. Its fur, like its front paws, was pure white, dotted with black spots. Its tail was long and thick, with several black rings at the end. A pair of gray-blue, vertical pupils stared fixedly at the glass before them. Who is she? Where is she? Is she still human? Captain Fu, we searched all 3 floors, inside and out, and we can't find the totem the professor mentioned. This shabby place is nothing but trash and snow. Is it possible that the thing isn't even here? Areas 1, 2, and 3, it's nowhere. It's very likely here. Let's search carefully. Yes, Captain. Fuck. If this snow keeps falling, we'd be buried, not only from finding the lab, but even the way back. It's those 4 men from before. I thought they left, but I didn't expect them to have taken refuge in this mall too. Oh no! She had to hide fast. In the apocalypse, no one talks about rare or protected animals, it's all about the survival of the fittest. She tried to tiptoe like a human, tiptoeing around to the back of a nearby wardrobe. However, she overlooked the snow leopard's explosive power. With a simple leap, she easily cleared the counter in front of her. Amazing! You jumped so high. The cheering robot praised enthusiastically, picking up the clothes Jian Lai had left on the ground. Outside, for people searching and chatting pushed open the door, only to come face to face with Bubu. Who's there? A vigilant voice shouted, its gun locked precisely with the source of the voice. Seeing a short man standing opposite them, they were stunned. His. Why is there a little brat in this damn place? The man with the shaggy hair gasped in disbelief. Watch out. He's got a gun. A real one. The other man with the buzz cut was more cautious, and even though the man was a 5-year-old, he didn't lower his gun. The man known as Captain Fu was the calmest. He raised his hand to signal the men to calm down, then slowly crouched down, trying to be eye level with Bubu, and deliberately lowered his voice. Don't be afraid, little one. Tell me, why are you here alone? Where are your parents? I don't know. Bubu shook his head. Robots don't lie, but he's not just any robot. Besides, it wasn't really a lie, since the woman who created him had long since vanished. This answer clearly didn't satisfy the men. The man with the buzz cut couldn't help but take a half step forward, completely shielding Captain Fu from his sight. Captain, there's something wrong with this kid. Captain Fu raised his hand and gently brushed the man aside, his gaze still fixed on Bubu. His tone remained unchanged, but his question was more direct. Where did you get that gun? I found it on the ground, Bubu answered truthfully. Captain Fu, the man with the shaggy hair, standing at the back and the first to spot Bubu, said with some reluctance, it's freezing out here. Maybe he's had an accident. Why don't we take him back to base? Even if we couldn't find the door, saving a little boy won't be a wasted trip. Captain Fu didn't answer immediately. His sharp eyes swept over Bubu, then slowly shifted to the surroundings behind him. The overturned counter, the scattered debris, the thick dust, and the wooden planks deliberately propped up behind the counter. And the little boy in front of him, who showed no fear of him at all. He gestured calmly, and the man with the shaggy hair understood. He immediately raised his rifle and began to search the area carefully. The door, the shelves, the wardrobes were all normal. Until he reached behind the cashier counter. Holy crap! The man with the shaggy hair exclaimed, taking a half step back, his rifle trained firmly on the counter. Captain Fu, there's a leopard here. Chapter 3. Behind the counter, a sturdy, adult snow leopard crouched, its gray-blue pupils narrowed to a thin line as it eyed the man with the shaggy hair warily. The man with the shaggy hair lowered his head, observing the beast, which should have been savage and menacing, but was now dazedly holding its tail in its mouth. It hadn't shown any vigilance, more like it was playing with him. He added, it doesn't look very smart. Jian Lai felt wronged. The hiding place was so narrow, and the snow leopard was so long. To avoid exposing herself, she had simply grabbed the tail in her mouth without a second thought. Perhaps, after transforming into a leopard, her mindset had become somewhat assimilated. Roar! Jian Lai, infuriated, let go of the tail, a low grunt emanating from her throat. Be careful! The other two team members reacted quickly, instantly surrounding them from either side, their cold guns trained on the snow leopard. Bubu saw several men had spotted Jian Lai and were pointing their guns at her, and finally realized something was amiss. Without hesitation, he raised his gun, pointed it menacingly at one of the team members, and warned in a childish voice, put your gun down. If he weren't just over a meter tall, he would have posed a threat to several of the team members. Puff! The man with the shaggy hair couldn't help but burst out laughing as he watched the boy, eyes as delicate as a porcelain doll, pointing a gun at him. A child that small couldn't even pull the safety catch. The recoil of the gun would have completely broken his arm. Little guy, this isn't a game. Put your gun down. Be careful not to accidentally discharge it and hurt yourself. Seeing Bubu didn't react, he ignored the situation and continued to coax him. Kids, be careful not to wet your pants when playing with guns. Captain Fu, however, didn't laugh. He snatched the pistol from Bubu's hand, then signaled his teammate to put it down. He strode over to the counter, retrieved a large coat, and wrapped the boy in it. This boy is no ordinary man. Don't underestimate him. Looking at the snow leopard before him, even though he was well informed, he choked up unusually and stopped talking. He narrowed his eyes. The snow leopard before him was so clean. There wasn't a speck of dirt, blood, or scars from fighting on its pristine white fur. There was no animalistic savagery in its eyes. It knew to hide when it encountered a stranger, but didn't attack. It must have an owner. Someone was raising it. Based on the boy's previous actions, the leopard was most likely with him. He was also holding adult clothes, probably looking for cold weather supplies for his family. What kind of parents would let such a young child out foraging for supplies? Even with a snow leopard following, it's still dangerous. How unreliable. Little boy, are the clothes you're wearing something your parents found? It's snowing hard outside, and these aren't enough to keep you warm. As he spoke, he fished out another large cotton-padded jacket from the counter and held it up. See? You need a down jacket like this to keep you warm. Bubu didn't respond, so he continued to probe. Is this leopard with you? Bubu nodded, pointing his little hand at the gun in his hand. The pistol is mine. Captain Fu took the pistol in his hand, neither confiscating it nor offering to return it. He examined it for a moment before unloading the gun and handing it back to the boy. Uncle has a gun, and I won't take yours. He glanced back at the silly leopard staring intently at the two of them from the counter, then crouched down to meet the boy's intense gaze. He felt the child looked very familiar, but he couldn't place who he resembled. He could only continue in a low voice, your family has taken good care of you and… your big cat friend. I'm sure you won't suffer much in the apocalypse. However, experts predict that District 4, the area you're currently staying in, will soon be submerged by the sea. If you have nowhere else to go, consider heading southwest, to District 13. Captain Fu, the child is so young, will he remember what you said? Yes. After saying this, Bubu repeated Captain Fu's words verbatim, mimicking even the tone and pauses perfectly. The four men present were stunned. Holy crap! What a genius! As expected of a child of the apocalypse. Only Captain Fu raised an eyebrow, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. Such an astonishing memory, comparable to photographic memory, is a genius, or a superpower? Go southwest, about 170 kilometers, and you find District 13. There, the largest and best defended human survival base in the southwest has been established. There are high walls, troops, and plantations. As long as you follow the rules and work hard, you can survive. He pulled out a waterproof map, circled Districts 4 and 13, where he was currently locked up, and handed it to the boy. If you and your family have nowhere to stay, you can find me here. Or, if you lack suitable transportation, you can evacuate with our team. In 3 days, meet me at this location. I take you to the base. Who? Jianlai growled softly, motioning for Bubu to hold the map securely. Unfortunately, he was just a small robot, unable to absorb Jianlai's information. According to his programming, it was safest to return to the lab and continue dormant. Bubu refused to take the map, but Captain Fu remained unfazed. He continued to offer it, his voice steady, go back and discuss it with your family. If you change your mind in 3 days, meet me here. In this apocalypse, the parents behind this child are truly rare, having raised such a pure, humane snow leopard. And this boy, who was clearly no ordinary person, would be a huge boost to the base's future development if they could be brought in and trained. This risk was worth taking. Jianlai crouched low, gently approaching the two men. Whether it was because of her silly tail-holding antics earlier that the men were no longer wary of her, or perhaps because they simply ignored her, they didn't threaten her with guns anymore. They simply let her approach, taking the map from Captain Fu's hand. She wanted to find the human base, and she had to keep this map. Little guy. Another crew member with a buzz cut looked at Bubu. Do you have a cell phone, walkie-talkie, or some other communication device to keep you updated with your family? We talked to your parents. If you decide to come with us, we can pick him up on the way after the snow stops. Bubu paused, a look of distress crossing his delicate face. He said pitifully, I've been offline for ages. It's okay. Captain Fu took over, taking a deep look at the snow leopard and the little boy before him. Just as we said, wait here in 3 days. Or, whenever you figure it out, you can follow the map to District 13 on your own. Arriving at the base gate, they said they were looking for Fu Conwen. The guards would let you in after verifying your information. Fu Conwen, that name sounded familiar, she seemed to have heard it before. The snow leopard's black-spotted ears twitched sharply. It jerked its head, its deep, sharp eyes fixed on Fu Conwen's face, as if searching for something. With its sturdy frame and the graceful gait of a feline, it slowly paced around Fu Conwen and Bubu. Its long tail trailed behind it, sweeping across the cold ground. At some point, it had walked right up to Fu Conwen, so close they could almost feel each other's breath. The 3 team members behind them had once again raised their rifles to the snow leopard, closely watching its movements. The snow leopard leaned down, its massive head almost level with Fu Conwen's, its gray-blue eyes fixed on him, unblinking. Bubu saw Jiang. Jianlai immediately followed suit, taking a step forward, tilting his small face upwards, straining to widen his icy blue eyes. He imitated Jiang Lai's frown, staring intently at Fu Conwen. A snow leopard with gray-blue eyes and snow-white fur. A boy with ice-blue eyes and silver-white hair. Two completely unrelated species, yet exuding an eerie similarity. Interesting. Fu Songwen's heart trembled slightly, but his expression remained impassive. The snow leopard made no aggressive gestures, simply staring at him. He simply relaxed, crouching there calmly, allowing the two, large and small, beast and man, to scrutinize him. Captain Fu, the snow has stopped. Hearing this, Fu Conwen and Jiang Lai simultaneously turned to look outside. The raging snowstorm had indeed subsided, revealing a gloomy, gray sky. Little boy, remember to tell your parents about the tsunami. The uncles still have a mission to attend to, so we be leaving now. Fu Conwen gave Bubu one last, deep look at the snow leopard, which continued to stare at him. He stuffed the black down jacket with a broken zipper he had just found into Bubu's arms, and returned the bullets he had just unloaded. Thinking of what happened last night, he didn't linger. With a decisive wave of his hand, he said, "Retreat." The four figures quickly vanished from Jiang Lai's sight, just as they had arrived before, making almost no sound. This meant that their footsteps were so light that ordinary people would have difficulty detecting them if they hadn't made any noise. Even after Jiang Lai transformed into a leopard, he could hear sounds from a greater distance than before. Aside from a few people talking, he barely noticed their comings and goings. After confirming that the people had gone far away, Bubu struggled to lift the long down jacket, which was almost dragging to the ground. "Jiang Lai, we have clothes. You can transform back." Jiang Lai stared at the down jacket in Bubu's hands, motionless. This entire mall had been ransacked countless times, and only this down jacket remained. The damaged zipper and leaky down jacket's insulation was greatly reduced, but in this situation, it wasn't so important, just having something to wear was good enough. But she had just noticed that Bubu might be a little too accepting of her ability to transform into a leopard. Even though he was a robot, he didn't have human emotions. Now, he wanted her to transform back. "I don't know how to turn back into a human. So are we going back to the lab now?" Jiang Lai looked at him, his eyes narrowed. "How did you know I could turn back into a human?" Bubu blinked his eyes, his tone innocent and a touch of self-righteous pride. "Because Bubu is the smartest. Bubu is Jiang Lai's personal robot, and he knows Jiang Lai's body best. For example, your sudden transformation just now was because the temperature was so low, you were about to freeze to death, and your body automatically activated its defense mechanism. Becoming a big cat, with thick fur, won't be afraid of the cold." The most innocent voice, telling the most fairy tale story. How could a human turn into a snow leopard? Because Jiang Lai, you're no longer an ordinary human. You're a genetically modified new human. Chapter 4. New Human. Genetic Modification. A few simple words, put together, yet so difficult to understand. Then how do I change back? Jiang Lai felt her head spinning, even her voice drifting. Just wrap yourself in this thick cotton-padded jacket, so your human self won't feel the cold. Then close your eyes and silently repeat to yourself, "I want to change back to human, I want to change back to human, I want to change back to human." That's it. So simple, as if they were treating her like an elementary school student. Jiang Lai crouched on the floor, letting Bubu cover her with the down jacket. The snow leopard's thick fur, combined with the fluffy down jacket, soon warmed her underneath. Before closing her eyes, a thought suddenly occurred to her. Wait at the door, watch outside, and don't look back. Okay. Bubu nodded firmly. Without hesitation, he trotted to the door and began standing guard earnestly. I want to become human again. As the thought formed in her mind, an indescribable feeling instantly washed over her. The feeling couldn't be summed up simply as pain. It was like tens of thousands of tiny ants crawling over her, gnawing at her bones simultaneously. A toothacheing numbness and soreness spread from her spine to every part of her body. A few seconds later, the terrifying feeling of transformation receded like a tide. The contact of her naked skin with the cold ground sent a shudder through her. Jiang Lai's eyes snapped open. I'm back. She quickly stood up, put on her clothes, and walked to the door. She took the pistol from Bubu, reloaded it, and tucked it at her waist. The mall was already empty. 3 days later. Jiang Lai silently counted the time. Although this trip had been incredibly dangerous, it had at least yielded some results. At least, she now knew that humanity had not perished. In the distant District 13, with its high walls and plantations, it was a relatively safe base for humanity. Without further deliberation, Jiang Lai made her decision. she would go to District 13. There were so many mysteries surrounding her. How could anyone be content without solving them? Instead of pinning her hopes on the unknown future, she should seize the present moment. The burden of the fate of an entire race was too heavy for a student who hadn't yet graduated to bear. Besides, she had lost her memory, not her brain. Throughout history, no one had ever survived genetic modification. The probability of her surviving was extremely small. And the hatred that surged through her when she mentioned the word Eve earlier reminded her that this so-called Spark project could never have been her own initiative. Since it wasn't her own will, she naturally had no obligation to fulfill it. However, Jianlai now faced a thorny problem. In this cruel apocalypse, without a stable food source and safe shelter, how long could a person survive, even if she found food, facing the dead silence of the ruins day after day, without companions to talk to, no internet, no entertainment, and no spiritual comfort? She would likely become depressed and seek relief within a few months. So, following Fu Songwen's team was the best option at the moment. Those 4 men were sturdy and well-equipped, and they all appeared to be highly skilled and well-equipped to handle any danger. Furthermore, from her observations, most of these individuals were likely military veterans. The fact that only 4 of them could carry out the mission itself proved their strength to be formidable. A military background meant greater organization and discipline. Traveling with them would be far safer than venturing out on her own. But before that, she had to prepare sufficient supplies. Otherwise, if she wasn't careful, her body would rekindle its automatic survival mode. A perfectly normal person suddenly transformed into a beast in front of everyone's eyes. The scene was too bizarre. Jianlai dreaded the thought. Even in the apocalypse, the best outcome would be being expelled as a monster, the more likely being treated as an alien and locked up in a laboratory for research. There was still some time until the date Fu Kanwen had agreed upon. During the 3 days of waiting, Jianlai wasted no time. In the relative safety of the laboratory, she began systematically exploring and testing her modified body. The data retrieved by Bubu showed that, in addition to the fused snow leopard genes, she also contained genetic fragments from killer whales and trees. While she can't directly transform into a tree or a killer whale, she can photosynthesize to maintain her minimum nutritional needs when necessary, ensuring she doesn't starve to death. While she won't starve to death, prolonged food deprivation will lead to malnutrition and muscle weakness, reducing her chances of survival. In addition, she can hold her breath for up to an hour. She can also maintain hemi-sleep, where one half of her brain sleeps while the other remains awake, allowing her to survive even underwater without choking or drowning. Add to that the formidable physical strength, quick reflexes, and keen senses afforded by her snow leopard transformation. It sounds like she's focused all her skills on escaping, making her quite the survivable force. It was indeed the Spark, genetically modified and released to Earth a century later, the last legacy of human culture. Looking at the dwindling life support meals left in the lab, the tasteless nutrient solution, Jianlai calmly accepted her own bizarre, unsure if it could even be considered human. That's good, at least I won't starve to death, she said to herself. 3 days later, the morning sky in District 4 returned to its usual azure blue, an eerie blue, like an ordinary, everyday sunny day. Jianlai had packed everything suitable for taking with her. Even Bubu had carried the small backpack Jianlai had sewn for him from old fabric, stuffed with some light odds and ends, like a child heading out for a spring outing. As her personal little robot, he clamored to go to District 13 with Jianlai, and Jianlai didn't refuse. Bubu knew her body better than she did. Bringing him along wasn't a risk, it was a guarantee. Just in case, Jianlai, with Bubu's help, cut her waist-length hair. His hair now reached just above his ears, cut unevenly, with a few rough edges, but the overall look was neat and tidy. Against Jianlai's naturally fair skin and delicate features, he remained strikingly handsome. Jianlai stood 1.62 meters barefoot, and 1.67 meters tall in short boots. Wearing a high-heeled undershirt to cover his throat, and a loose-fitting garment, he exuded an androgynous, flower-boyish aura despite his delicate features and short stature. A pretty boy with a delicate appearance and a short stature was not uncommon. She vaguely remembered that the height of men in Jingnan Bay wasn't unusual. The average height wasn't much different from hers in short boots. She could just keep quiet and say she was 1.70 meters tall, and it should pass for her. In the apocalypse, beauty isn't necessarily a good thing if one lacks strength. Being low-key, even ambiguous about gender, is a form of survival wisdom. The two arrived at their agreed location. The snow had long since melted, leaving no trace. Fu Kanwen and his companions were already waiting at the agreed location, resting on the ground with several packed bags beside them. It was unknown how long they had been waiting. "Little boy, you're finally here." The boy with the tattered shirt was the first to jump up, smiling brightly as he approached. He looked at Jian Lai with annoyance and extended his hand. "Hello, my name is Lu Yifan. Is this your father? Where's your silly big leopard? Won't you come with us?" Jian Lai said nothing, simply extending her hand and briefly shaking Lu Yifan's. The hand then parted. She glanced at Bubu, who immediately replied, as they had agreed before leaving, looking up with his little face, "The big leopard is free range. It knows the way and will follow on its own. Now that everyone's here, let's go." Fu Conwen stood up and brushed the dust off his trouser legs. As he stood, the other two crew members with buzz cuts followed suit, their movements in unison. The roads in this area were destroyed by the previous earthquake. Cars can't get in, so we're parked about 2 kilometers outside. One of the buzz cut men, shouldering a heavy backpack, explained the itinerary. "My name is Feng Jiajun, and this is Ma Jing. We have a mission here. We stop at the junction of Districts 4 and 5 to investigate, and then we return directly to District 13. Jian Lai nodded, agreeing. The group began to walk out. As Fu Kan went past Jian Lai, his towering figure cast a shadow. Jian Lai finally felt his physical presence. This man was truly tall, with broad shoulders and long legs, almost 1.9 meters tall in shoes. He paused, lowered his head slightly, and scanned Jian Lai carefully with his eagle-like, sharp eyes, finally locking onto her face, inch by inch. Jian Lai, who was just half a head shorter than Fu Conwen, couldn't help but frown under his oppressive gaze. This man's gaze was so penetrating, it seemed as if any disguise was invisible before him. With her height, playing the game of disguising herself as a man was simply impossible. Thankfully, she hadn't expected to keep it a secret from the beginning. She had simply hoped that by downplaying her feminine features, she could avoid unnecessary trouble. Thinking it through, Jian Lai forced herself to relax. Her brows relaxed, her face calm. She looked at Fu Conwen calmly, letting his scrutinizing gaze linger on her face. "Uncle, why are you staring at my father?" This was something they had agreed on in the lab before the appointment. When out and about, they would pretend to be father and son. A father and son, dependent on each other in the apocalypse, were less dangerous and could earn some sympathy. Additionally, Bubu, this little kid, looked 5 years old, but was just over a meter tall, a head shorter than his peers. As his father, Jian Lai wasn't tall either, which was understandable. The word father made Fu Songwen's eyes twitch. He didn't even look at Bubu, his gaze fixed on Jian Lai's face, each word forced out through clenched teeth. "Is this your son?" "Yes." Jian Lai nodded. Since her identity had been discovered, pretending to be mother and son was a simple matter of course. Fu Conwen looked at the two faces before him, one large and one small. Looking closely, he saw that the boy's features did bear some resemblance to Jian Lai. "Say it again, he's your son." For some reason, Fu Songwen's expression remained unchanged, but his voice only grew colder. "Is this your son, Jian Lai?" Chapter 5. "Wow! How do you know my father's name?" Buba's eyes widened, as if he were a real human child. "Is there a problem, sir?" Jian Lai tilted his head, meeting Fu Songwen's glare. "Sorry, for some reason, I lost some of my memory." "You know me?" Fu Conwen coughed dryly, as if Jian Lai's question was difficult to answer. The air seemed to freeze, and the silence was eerie. The other 3 team members looked at each other, completely confused, their eyes flickering between Fu Conwen and Jian Lai. "Jian Lai? Are you really Jian Lai?" Lu Yifan, as if burned by the words, took a step back, his eyes wide. Jian Lai was even more confused. Did these people know him? Fool! Feng Jiajun saw Lu Yifan's dazed expression, stricken by information overload. This kid must have misunderstood. He raised his hand and slapped Lu Yifan on the back of the head, so hard it made him stumble. "Have you cleared your head? This is Buba's mother." "Oh! Yes, yes, yes." Lu Yifan covered the back of his head and breathed a sigh of relief, his face filled with embarrassment at having mistaken someone. "It's a girl. Sorry, I was blind and didn't see. I was saying it, why is Xiaodouting's father so short?" Pa, I didn't mean you were short." He was halfway through his words, when he caught sight of Fu Conwen. His face was grim, like the zombies that roamed the streets during the first year of the apocalypse, and he stopped abruptly. After years of searching with no results, he was already disappointed, thinking the other person had perished. Unexpectedly, he encountered him while on a mission. She was alive and well, which should have been a happy ending for everyone, except for the unexpected fact that she had a child. After not seeing each other for 10 years, this child was no more than 5 years old. Lu Yifan was at a loss for words to comfort the captain, so he could only change the subject. I didn't expect you were still alive. That's great. Yes, at least she was alive, wasn't she? Hearing this, Fu Sungwen's expression softened slightly, but his jawline remained tense, and his tone was stiff. We used to be neighbors. Oh. Jianlai nodded and didn't ask any further, seemingly uninterested in the true nature of their relationship. It was like meeting an acquaintance on a walk and casually asking, "Have you eaten?" Just a friendly way of chatting. Whether the other person had eaten or not was of no concern to her. The complex emotions swirling in Fu Sungwen's eyes were instantly shrouded in a deeper haze, and his expression became even uglier than before. The air pressure was so low that Lu Yifan, standing beside him, subconsciously held his breath. Yet Jianlai showed no interest in him, yet he couldn't help but delve into everything about her. He had never possessed self-control towards her. The composure and calmness honed by years of military service crumbled easily before her, as if in an instant he had reverted to the young man, clumsily following her around in pursuit of her attention, just as he just begun to fall in love. Fu Sungwen's Adam's apple rolled, and he forced himself to suppress the churning emotions within him. It's been a few years, and I didn't expect your child to be this big. Is it someone you met after the apocalypse? Huh? I'm talking about the child's father. Is he someone you met after the apocalypse? Where is he now? Why isn't he coming with us to District 13? He's not here. We got separated. Jianlai answered without hesitation, accepting this new situation with ease. Who else are we waiting for? The implication was, did they really have to catch up now? In the apocalypse, extreme weather conditions were frequent. If something went wrong, they would have to stop and rest again. If this continued, how long would they reach District 13? She was in a hurry to leave, without a trace of attachment to this place. Perhaps the child's father was dead, or perhaps he had separated from her for some reason. In any case, the child's father didn't need to accompany them on this journey. This news, like a cool evening breeze, dispelled the gloom from Fu Sungwen's heart. His expression softened considerably, and the atmosphere became less oppressive. Fu Conwen said no more, decisively turning and leading the team toward the ruins perimeter. His voice regained its usual calmness. Since the child's father isn't here, there's no need to wait any longer. Let's go! Lu Yifan, trailing behind the group, whispered to Feng Jiejun, Captain Fu, are you crazy? Feng Jiejun elbowed Lu Yifan. Go away. Didn't you just say that being alive is enough? Captain Fu had been searching for Jianlai for years, and every time he went on a mission, he'd be especially careful to see if there were any girls named Jianlai. Now that he finally found her, not to mention that she was married with children, even if her husband were here, Captain Fu should be more happy than sad. He simply couldn't handle the shock for a moment. 10 years is no small number. No matter how much affection there is, it will be worn away by such a long time. But Fu Conwen was different. He'd been holding on to a grudge for years. Now that the person had been found, it was time to let it go. Who knows, he might even become the child's stepfather. But before that, it was best not to provoke him, lest he be used as a punching bag. Lu Yifan, that kid, was a tad careless with his words, and a bit of a clueless mind. If Feng Jiejun hadn't warned him, he'd probably have gotten into trouble. The road out of the city was indeed, as Feng Jiejun had described, terrible. Not even a motorcycle, let alone an off-road vehicle, could get in. The so-called 2 kilometers involved navigating collapsed walls, deep cracks, and mountains of rubble, a journey more strenuous than climbing a mountain. If it weren't for the genetic modification that had elevated Jianlai's skills by several levels, with her previous physical fitness, she wouldn't have been able to keep up with the speed of these 4 people. The sun poured down unobstructed, baking the ruins to a scorching heat. The air was thick with dust, and the lingering smell of decaying ruins. Is your backpack heavy? Would you like me to carry it for a while? Lu Yifan, the youngest and most outgoing member of the team, noticed Jianlai's bulging backpack and, worried she might struggle, hurried over to ask. Elsewhere, Feng Jiejun noticed Bubu's small frame stumbling over the bumpy ground and scooped him up, holding him in his arms. His muscular arms, bulging smoothly under his tight black combat uniform, held the small Bubu sitting on them, obediently clasping Feng Jiejun's neck. They looked incredibly harmonious. Jianlai shook her head, declining Lu Yifan's offer. Thank you, I can handle it myself. Her backpack was heavy, filled with nutrients and ammunition, a truly substantial weight. If it weren't so heavy, She could easily carry Bubu. She tilted her head to thank Feng Jiejun again. Bubu, thank you for taking care of us. This way, we can all move faster. Bubu, listen to Uncle and don't move. Oh! Bubu's little head nodded, looking just like any other child. He was just a bit overly well-behaved and sensible. He looked at Feng Jiejun and said, "Thank you, Uncle," in a childish voice. Then, he obediently fell silent. Lu Yifan, observing his adorable appearance, suddenly grinned. "I was just thinking, at my age, it's better to call you brother. Not that I wouldn't." Lu Yifan looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. People of that age generally dislike being addressed as uncle or aunt. Several people were talking in low voices when Fu Kanwen, walking at the front of the group, suddenly stopped, turned, and looked directly at Lu Yifan. "Lu Yifan, I asked you to carry the least amount of luggage because I want you to be flexible and cautious, not to be overly attentive. Go ahead and scout the way." "Yes, Captain Fu." Lu Yifan's expression faltered. Fu Kanwen glanced at Jian Lai, cleared his throat, and continued, "Also, Jian Lai is my friend, so her children naturally call me uncle. As her brother, will you also call me uncle from now on?" "Captain Fu, I am your uncle." He was wondering why they had to pick on him, when they were all three of them talking. It turned out, they were worried about lowering their generational status. With that, Lu Yifan exerted force on his feet, and with a few nimble leaps and bounds, he rushed to the front of the group. Fu Kanwen, however, slowed his pace, slowly settling into line with them. As they walked, beads of sweat began to form on Jian Lai's forehead. This weather seemed to be getting increasingly bizarre. For the past 3 days, except for the initial snowstorm, the weather had been normal. No strong winds, no heavy rain, no hail, and no blizzards. The temperature had returned to Jingnan Bay's April temperature of 20 degrees Celsius, the most comfortable for the human body. The snow on the road had melted away, as if the previous terrifying snowstorm had been a nightmare. Without any warning, she began to feel the heat again. All around was silence, not even the sound of people hurrying by. She had noticed before that these martial artists were quite skilled. It was no small feat for such large figures to walk without making any sound. She walked silently, probably due to her leopard genes. Jian Lai didn't want to get involved, so she silently wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve and continued to follow the group. During this time, Fu Kanwen stole a few glances at her, but Jian Lai ignored them, pretending not to notice. They soon arrived at the parking lot. Next to the broken wall, 2 SUVs waited quietly. Sturdy metal railings surrounded the vehicles, reminiscent of the sightseeing buses used to take people to the zoo to see large animals like tigers and lions. "Wait a moment," Jian Lai suddenly called out. "What's wrong?" Feng Jiejun stopped. "Isn't the car right up ahead? Why isn't it moving?" He held Bubu in one hand and his luggage in the other, walking through the ruins as if it were flat ground. But his forehead, like Jian Lai's, was covered in sweat, forming dense streams that flowed down his cheeks like small rivers and into his neck. Because Jian Lai had called a halt, his gaze naturally turned to Jian Lai, and he immediately noticed the beads of sweat forming on her face as she wiped them away. This awful weather has started again. Just now, it was quite comfortable, but now it feels like I'm being steamed. My whole body is parched and my bones are about to be cooked. Don't you feel something's wrong? Jian Lai asked, frowning. At this moment, she suddenly felt uneasy, an indescribable strangeness. It felt like she was being watched, like a thorn in her back. Lu Yifan, walking in the front, was almost touching the car. Hearing her words, he asked into the communicator, "What's wrong?" "I checked all of Area 4 and haven't found any survivors. It might not be a person. It's better to be cautious." With that, Fu Kanwen ordered the team to stop and not act rashly. "Jian Lai, tell me in detail what you feel. What's wrong? Who doesn't have some skills to survive the apocalypse for 10 years? Better safe than sorry." He wanted to hear Jian Lai's opinion. Chapter 6. It's a very strange feeling. I can't quite put my finger on it. It just feels like something staring at me, and it sends a chill down my spine. It's so hot right now, probably around 30 or 40 degrees Celsius. I see your forehead is covered in sweat, so why do you feel cold? Could you have caught a cold, a heat stroke? Feng Jiejun offered his guess. He really didn't notice anything wrong, just that it was incredibly hot. Especially with the child in his arms, the airtight spot between us made it even hotter. There's an emergency physio kit, common medications, and an ear thermometer in the car. Why don't we get back in the car and talk? Ma Jing, who had been silent the whole time, spoke up. Waiting here isn't going to work. Let's get back in the car so Jianlai can get some rest. Fu Kanwen frowned at this and strode over to Jianlai, intending to reach out and test her forehead. However, as his hand reached halfway, Jianlai instinctively shrank back, avoiding his touch. Fu Songwen's outstretched hand froze in the air for a moment before he casually withdrew it, dropping it to his side and clenching his fist. Let's get in the car first. Everyone be alert. A moment after he spoke, the tingling sensation on his spine eased. Could he really be feeling unwell? Jianlai watched the others seem oblivious, and a wavering feeling welled up in her heart. She pursed her lips, saying nothing more, and silently followed Fu Kanwen on his way. When they arrived, there were 4 people in 2 cars. Ma Jing and Feng Jiejun each drove one, while Fu Kanwen and Lu Yifan each followed one. Now with 2 more people, seating arrangements became a problem. Lu Yifan deftly unhooked the thick metal crash barriers welded to the car's body, his eyes constantly glancing at Fu Kanwen and Jianlai. Logically, the captain would definitely want to ride with Jianlai. But that child named Bubu was still in Feng Jiejun's arms. How could a child and its mother be separated? Forget it, this wasn't his concern. He might as well play dumb. He better not be used as an example by the captain again. Lu Yifan quickly opened the passenger door of the first car and got in. Unexpectedly, as soon as he got in, Fu Kanwen followed and opened the driver's door. Lu Yifan was startled. Captain Fu, are you driving? Fu Kanwen got in the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, started the engine, and his deep voice mingled with the roar of the engine. I'm driving. Do you have any objections? How about I let you drive? No. Absolutely not. Lu Yifan shook his head rapidly, like a rattle. He glanced at his captain and asked tentatively, Then should I go to the car behind? Fu Kanwen turned his head and glared at him coldly. Don't act on your own. Sit tight. Then Jianlai. Since you like to make arrangements so much, how about I let you be the captain? No. Captain Fu, that's not what I mean. Sit tight. Yes, Captain Fu. Lu Yifan instantly withdrew his hand from the door handle and replied, straightening his back. For a moment, the only sound in the car was the roar of the engine. Lu Yifan dared not speak, only to internally grumble wildly. Was he acting on his own? Captain Fu's glare practically penetrated the rearview mirror. Seeing Jianlai head for the car behind without hesitation, his expression showed no sign of abating. The two waited in the car for half a minute before Feng Jiejun arrived. He placed Bubo on the ground and walked straight to the driver's seat of the first car. Captain Fu, this seat. Fu Kanwen, it's open to anyone. You and Ma Jing go to the second car. Don't waste time, get in. Okay, Captain Fu. You said open to anyone, but you better take your eyes off the rearview mirror. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Yifan interrupted. Captain Fu, Bubu went with Feng Jiejun to the second car, so Bubu's mother must have gone with him. Fu Kanwen turned and looked at Lu Yifan expressionlessly. Do I care which car she gets in? Yes, you don't care. Lu Yifan forced a smile and stopped talking. As they approached the car, Jianlai's uneasiness began to stir again. The closer they got to the door, the more intense it became, almost threatening to burst out of his throat. The earth, like a true lord's alchemy furnace, scorched by a raging fire. The air twisted and steamed. Jianlai's clothes, already soaked with sweat, clung to her skin, sticky and hot. The roar of the engine faded into a distant, muffled throb, leaving only the pounding of her heart in her chest. Something was wrong. Just as she leaned forward slightly, about to open the car door, the scene behind her was clearly reflected through the glossy paint. She spun quickly. Behind a half-collapsed concrete wall, a breathtakingly large figure approached. It was a massive black and yellow tiger, much larger than those typically seen in zoos, even larger than the fully armored off-road vehicle before her. Jianlai's breath hitched, as if time had stood still. Almost as soon as Jianlai turned to check, the tiger transformed into a flash of lightning and swiftly attacked her. The tiger's massive body, lean and powerful limbs, suddenly leaped up, swooping down with the force of a tidal wave. In the nick of time, without a second to think, Jianlai instinctively rolled to the side, dodging the tiger's attack. The tiger's sharp claws grazed her back, striking the backpack on her back with a loud thud. Jianlai, driven by inertia, was thrown to the ground by the thrust from its back. The tiger's weight, like a small mountain, slammed down onto the spot where Jianlai had been standing, instantly creating a spiderweb of cracks on the once smooth concrete floor. Granite shattered, and the stones it carried flew like hidden weapons, aiming for Jianlai's face. She rolled awkwardly on the spot, the debris barely scraping her cheek, causing no serious injury. The fear of surviving a catastrophe and the fear of the back rows surged like a tide, instantly overwhelming her. Jianlai half knelt on the ground, panting rapidly. She had been killed by the tiger by a second. At that moment, she was incredibly grateful for her modified body. If it weren't for the genetic modification, she wouldn't have been able to dodge the tiger's fatal blow. Fu Kan would immediately sense the danger, but because he was already seated and buckled, he was slow to exit. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out. The moment the giant tiger pounced, Ma Jing immediately drew his gun and fired. Get out of the car, quickly! Fu Kanwen roared, and he and Lu Yifan hurried out. Feng Jiejun, holding Bubu, was already in the car, unable to join the fight. The others immediately fired at the tiger again. Despite its massive size, the tiger was incredibly agile. After missing its first strike, it didn't hesitate to fight, using its momentum to roll on the ground, dodging the bullets. Jianlai discovered that the tiger seemed to have developed a keen sense of intelligence, even knowing the power of bullets. Seeing the guns pointed at it, it dodged the car's body, even finding time to land a powerful blow. The tiger's blows rocked the SUV several times. If it hadn't been reinforced, it would have flipped over. Several people quickly steadied the vehicle. Bubu, hold on tight. Don't be afraid. Uncle will have the tiger away in no time. Jianlai quickly climbed to her feet, pulled her pistol from her backpack, and joined the fray. Her marksmanship wasn't great, so she didn't dare fire directly at the car. She could only calculate the tiger's path, aiming in advance, and then fire as soon as it appeared. Awooh! Suddenly, the tiger, as if struck, raised its head and roared toward the sky, its roar shaking the air around it. Jianlai's heart instantly leaped into her throat. She could almost foresee the tiger, enraged, flipping the car and charging back. However, it defied all expectations. After roaring, the tiger suddenly kicked its hind legs, leaping in a few leaps before disappearing behind the broken wall, leaving only a cloud of dust. How are you? Are you hurt? Fu Kanwen immediately rushed towards Jianlai, not even having time to sheath his gun. One hand held the gun, the other grasped her shoulder without a word, his eyes scanning her anxiously. I'm fine. Jianlai, and used to being touched, took a step back, avoiding Fu Songwen's support. Let's get in the car and leave, before the tiger gets a chance to strike back. Even after she got into the car and settled firmly into the back seat, Jianlai still felt a lingering fear. Unexpectedly, Fu Kanwen didn't return to the previous car, but instead opened the door next to Jianlai and squeezed in. The once spacious back seat suddenly felt cramped. The smell of gunpowder and the oppressive feeling of a grown man instantly filled the entire car. Feng Jiejun glanced discreetly at the crowded back seat and immediately turned to the first car. Captain Fu, I drive up front. Only after confirming that Jianlai had no obvious injuries, did Fu Songwen's frown relax slightly. He swiftly turned over, pulled out a medical kit from under the passenger seat, and unsheathed an electronic ear thermometer. He pointed it at Jianlai with an unyielding gesture. Don't move. Jianlai hesitated for a moment, then tilted her head slightly, revealing her ear. The cool tip of the thermometer dipped into her ear. With a beep, the display lit up. 37.1 degrees Celsius. My temperature is normal, no fever. Fu Kanwen sounded relieved. How could there be a tiger in the city, and one this big? Jianlai didn't think the chill on her back was due to the cold. Now that she thought about it, it might be the snow leopard genes in her body that kicked in, her wild animal instincts making her more perceptive of danger. She was more concerned about the sudden appearance of the tiger than her own body temperature. The tiger was enormous, almost 3 or 4 meters long. Ma Jing, who was in the driver's seat, was aloof and focused, steering the car at full speed. He showed no interest in responding, so Fu Kanwen had to answer Jianlai's questions himself. You said you lost your memory before. How much do you remember about the apocalypse? Jianlai blinked and answered honestly, almost nothing. So did you and your family's partner meet before or after the amnesia? Jianlai was puzzled. Does it matter? Ahem. Fu Kanwen cleared his throat and looked out the window. The apocalypse began with a zombie outbreak, and the zombies started in District 4. After the military bombing of District 4, almost no living creatures remained. This tiger probably came from the next district. Chapter 7. It's already the 10th year of the apocalypse, and the climate is changing rapidly. It's possible to see any animal in any area. The tiger just now was probably mutated, its size and intelligence increased. I suspect it saw something on the car, and knew it had an owner, so it's been waiting here. Zombies? Jianlai was even more confused. Mutated? Fu Kanwen saw the question in her eyes, and a strange feeling crossed his mind. When you were in school, weren't you the one who loved watching zombie movies? It's pretty much like in the movies, where people infected with the JNW virus lose their minds and become bloodthirsty and violent. Those bitten by zombies will die within hours, or even days, before eventually becoming one of the zombies. After listening to Fu Sungwen's account, Jianlai finally understood what had happened during the 10 years of her coma. At first, it was just the increasing frequency of extreme weather. High temperatures and droughts in the inland areas, typhoons, and floods along the coast. Although the economic losses were significant, the casualties were minimal, so it didn't attract much attention. Until the zombie outbreak in District 4. It began with a patient being rushed to the hospital, who, like someone with rabies, lost his mind and frantically bit everyone he saw. Gradually, people discovered that anyone bitten by him would also contract the same madness. The virus spread from 1 to 10, then 10 to 100, ultimately erupting in the hospital, even catching the medical staff. District 4, formerly known as Jingnan Bay, is one of the most economically developed regions in the country. Its population is dense and highly mobile. By the time humans realized it was a zombie and needed to report it quickly, the entire Jingnan Bay had already been completely overrun. Later, the situation spiraled out of control, and the world was plunged into a bitter battle against the zombies, forcing the military to resort to blanket bombing with heavy weapons. Afterward, District 4 was practically reduced to a scorched earth, making it virtually impossible for any living creature to survive the bombardment. Zombies aren't dead, they need to breathe and eat, but they lack pain and intelligence, only an instinctive craving for fresh flesh and blood. Any weapon lethal to humans can kill zombies, but the infectious nature of the virus makes them incredibly difficult to deal with. Where were you before? Fu Sungwen's gaze locked with Jianlai, finally unfurling the doubts deep in his heart. How could you be completely unaware of something so serious? But judging by her expression, she certainly didn't know. Jianlai lowered her eyes in silence, her thick lashes casting a shadow over her eyes. What could she say? Say she was sent to a laboratory and dormant for 10 years, for unknown reasons? Say she woke up to find the world a different place? Who would believe it? You said before that you lost some of your memory. Fu Sungwen's voice echoed again. Does that include the beginning of this disaster? Jianlai couldn't answer the question, but Fu Kanwen covered it up for her. That was perfect. She raised her head, met Fu Sungwen's gaze, and nodded gently. I don't remember any of that. Fu Sungwen's face visibly darkened. He was clearly trying to make amends for her, and she accepted it, so why did he seem even more unhappy? His thin lips pressed into a straight line, his eyes dark and unclear, and the air pressure in the car dropped even further. Ma Jing continued to drive in silence. What happened next had nothing to do with him. Bubu, mindful of Jianlai's instructions, remained obediently with her eyes closed. Her little head rested against Jianlai's side, her long white eyelashes draped over her face, her breathing steady, like a slumbering porcelain doll. Jianlai still had many questions. Why hadn't she seen a single zombie corpse in District 4? Had the zombies been completely eradicated by humans? Or was it just District 4? What about the tiger mutation Fu Kanwen had just mentioned? Had other animals mutated as well? To her, the world now was a vast mystery. Each time she struggled to peel back a layer, she discovered that what lay beneath wasn't an answer, but a deeper, thicker fog. But the low pressure emanating from Fu Kanwen forced her to suppress these questions. For a moment, the car was uncomfortably quiet, the only sound being the roar of the engine. A few minutes later, the still air was shattered by a low, unpleasant voice. Fu Kanwen, did he get separated from you before or after you lost your memory? Who? Fu Sungwen's thoughts were so erratic that Jianlai couldn't react for a moment. Fu Kanwen gestured towards Bubu, who was pretending to sleep. Jianlai then realized he was talking about the child's father. She sighed inwardly. Once she told the first lie, she would need to cover it up with countless more. Now it seemed that this Fu Kanwen had a good relationship with her in the past, and the 4 members of the team had taken good care of her. She should have told the truth back then. But Jianlai looked down at Bubu, who was pretending to sleep, leaning against her. His curly fur bounced in the bumpy ride. Her intuition told her that the fewer people who knew about Bubu's non-human nature, the better. It was all he could do now. When I woke up, Bubu was the only one around me. I hadn't seen that man. TSK. The faint sound barely concealed the speaker's dissatisfaction with Jianlai's response. His brows knitted together, and he tilted his head to watch the rapidly receding scene outside the window, his eyes brimming with anger. What a shady bastard. leaving you and your widow to struggle for survival. If it weren't for me, if it hadn't been for his mission team, how would mother and son have survived, single-handedly encountering that dangling tiger? Fu Kanwen couldn't bear to think about it. The more he thought about it, the angrier and more terrified he became. Unable to bear it any longer, he looked out the window and cursed softly. I don't know what you saw in that scumbag. Jianlai remained calm. There was no need to be angry about someone who didn't exist. She continued, maybe he's dead out there? The car fell silent again. However, Fu Sungwen's expression softened noticeably, almost like a complete change of expression. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant. When he turned back, the sharpness in his eyes had completely faded, replaced by a sense of ease and pity that Jianlai couldn't understand. Have you been raising Yubu alone all these years? You've been working so hard. Jianlai was stunned. She couldn't understand what was going on. What was wrong with this man? He spoke of sympathy for her, the hardships of being a single mother, yet his face betrayed a hint of joy. Were they truly friends? Could friends be happy because their partner was missing, and had to toil away alone to raise a child? And it was the end of the world. This man was truly hard to understand. He had a terrible temper, his emotions coming and going quickly, more unpredictable than the weather at the end of the world. Jianlai wisely ignored the question and closed his eyes, pretending to sleep. The SUV sped along the deserted highway. They were the only two cars on the road, and they had a smooth, unimpeded journey to their destination. Before the car even stabilized, Jianlai could already see the difference between District 5 and District 4. Although it was also a desolate scene, traces of the city were still clearly visible. Compared to the ruins of District 4, District 5 was at best desolate and dilapidated. On both sides of the street, once bustling shops lay shuttered, their exterior walls mottled by years of wind and rain. The broken glass scattered on the ground, untouched, had accumulated a thick layer of dust. The vibrant green of the vines stood out against the gray and desolate scenery. They climbed wildly along the dilapidated walls, like the green veins of a city, entwining and covering every building. Similar to District 4, there was still no one in sight, a dead silence. Occasionally, a breeze blew, stirring up the fallen leaves and discarded garbage on the ground, swirling and rustling. Jianlai pushed open the car door, and a wave of heat washed over her, engulfing her. Oh my god! It's so hot, are you trying to roast me? In the other car, Lu Yifan and Feng Jiejun had already jumped out and were packing their gear. Fu Kanwen also got out. He walked over to Jianlai, still wrapped tightly in her thick coat, and frowned. Aren't you hot? If she wasn't, there wouldn't be so much sweat on her forehead. He thought for a moment, then said, if you're hot, you can stay in the car. It's air-conditioned. Our trip is expected to take about 2 hours. Once we get back, we can set off for District 13. Stay in the car? Jianlai immediately recalled the giant tiger she encountered in District 4. A single slap from the tiger nearly flipped the SUV over. Waiting in the car wouldn't necessarily be safe. As for the coat, this unpredictable weather, it was a blizzard just a few days ago, and now it's like a simmering furnace. Who knows if the blizzard will return again? If that happens, she'd be shaking like a leopard in front of everyone, and she won't be able to explain herself. I better follow you. It feels safer, Jianlai said solemnly. Don't worry, I follow you quietly and promise not to cause you any trouble. That's not what I'm worried about. Fu Kanwen looked at her. The survivors of Area 5 have basically moved to other bases. Places without rations are no longer attracted to zombies, so they moved along. Besides, an antidote to the JNW virus has been developed, so zombies pose little threat to humans. As for other insects and wild animals, you don't have to worry. We have a special program for wildlife. After we apply poison, they won't dare approach. Really? Then what did the tiger say earlier? As if understanding Jianlai's doubts, Fu Kanwen smiled. You don't believe me. That's right, you lost your memory, so it's okay if you don't believe me. There was a hint of self-deprecation in his laughter. This type of poison is extremely valuable. Our team doesn't have much in stock, and we haven't used it before. Don't worry, I won't gamble with your life. Jianlai shook his head, his gaze sweeping across the dilapidated buildings entangled in vines. Since it's valuable, keep it. Fu Kanwen disagreed. No matter how valuable it is, it's not as valuable as your life. What if it's a bird? Jianlai looked at him. If it's a mutant eagle, flying around the poison ring you spread on the ground, do you still feel safe in the car? If it were a zombie, she might not be so scared. She hadn't seen a zombie yet, but she had seen a mutated beast, a gigantic one. Personal experience is always far more terrifying than hearsay. Fu Kanwen was slightly startled, then nodded in agreement. You're right. He then looked at Bubu, who was standing quietly at Jianlai's legs. Curly, follow me, come here. Bubu didn't react. He looked up at Jianlai. When Jianlai nodded, she ruffled his white curls, and then obediently walked to Fu Sungwen's feet. Fu Kanwen was tall, and had long legs. For every one he took, Bubu took 2 or 3 steps, like small, short steps. Fu Kanwen noticed this, and deliberately slowed his pace to accommodate Bubu's short legs. Jianlai and Lu Yifan walked side by side. He was young, lively, and easygoing. She hesitated, wondering whether to ask him more about the apocalypse. You? Yifan. Fu Sungwen's voice was low but clear. Go ahead and scout the way. Stay alert. Lu Yifan's shoulders slumped, and he cried. Ah, me again! Chapter 8. Anything you want to know, you can ask me. At some point, Fu Kanwen closed the distance between him and Jianlai. At his words, Jianlai simply tilted her head slightly, gave him a cold glance, and then turned back as if nothing had happened. Lu Yifan was young and carefree, his face showing everything, so it was no pressure to ask him questions. But Fu Kanwen was different. He was quite a challenge. Tall and straight, with delicate features, he was undoubtedly handsome, but his face was always shrouded in a military sternness, and his stern expression made people inexplicably uneasy. Occasionally, a brief exchange would cause him to frown, clearly not someone to be approached with. Even more alarming were his eyes. Deep as a cold pond, yet startlingly bright. Every time they locked onto her, Jianlai felt a sense of being completely exposed, as if he saw through everything, her every thought exposed. Jianlai didn't respond, and the atmosphere became awkward for a moment. Fu Kanwen thought for a moment, and then made small talk. Yifan's abilities are suited to exploration, so he's usually the one at the front. Abilities? Yes. Captain Fu. Something's happening. The conversation was interrupted by Lu Yifan's exclamation. He was incredibly fast, beyond belief. Even more astonishingly, his strides were incredibly rapid, yet he miraculously remained light. His feet seemed to fly along the ground, tapping the ground alternately, and strangely making no sound. You know, since waking up in the hibernation chamber, her physical functions have greatly improved. Her 5 senses are far more acute than normal, and even she can't hear. Thinking of the abilities Fu Kanwen mentioned, could this be what he was referring to? Unfortunately, now wasn't the time to delve into that. What's going on? Fu Kanwen had quickly switched gears, looking at Lu Yifan with a serious expression. Captain Fu, there's a massive spider's nest up ahead. It's in that half-collapsed shopping mall. Lu Yifan rushed over to the 2 men, his chest heaving violently, a look of shock still on his face. All the spiders are pouring out, so densely packed it's terrifying. I used my powers to blow some of them away, but there are too many. They'd probably be rushing over soon. Fu Kanwen made a snap decision. Retreat quickly, get back to the car. As he gave the order, he bent down, scooped Bubu up, and held him firmly in his arms. His other hand, without hesitation, grasped Jianlai tightly. Let's go! Spiders didn't sound scary, but the spiders that frightened Lu Yifan into retreating and made Fu Kanwen feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy were definitely not the spiders Jianlai remembered. As mentioned before, many animals in the apocalypse have mutated, and you could see any number of strange and bizarre creatures. But what exactly was this ability that Fu Kanwen and Lu Yifan had just mentioned? Fu Kanwen held Bubu in one hand and Jianlai in the other, yet his pace remained undiminished. He remained breathless, and Jianlai had no doubt that if she hadn't resisted, Fu Kanwen would have easily retreated, holding Bubu in one hand and carrying her in the other. Jianlai was barely touching the ground as he pulled her along, but fortunately, her physique was exceptional, and she easily kept pace. Ma Jing, lead the way. Open the car door and prepare to pick up the people. Yifan, Jiajun, bring up the rear. Yes. The 3 named individuals responded in unison, moving swiftly. Just as the men were about to move, a sharp whistle suddenly rang out in Jianlai's mind. Then, as if struck by an invisible giant, the ground began to shake violently. The tremors intensified from far away to near. Accompanying the tremors, the house creaked, as if ready to collapse at any moment. Lu Yifan couldn't help but exclaim, what a giant spider. It could make such a commotion. It wasn't a spider, it had to be a spider spirit to cause such a commotion. It's not a spider, it's an earthquake. Fu Kanwen shouted, it's too late. Don't go back to the car. Find shelter first. Jianlai acted decisively. Go to the wall. Corners, Bed edges, sturdy furniture, anywhere that could form a triangular space was a safe spot, reducing the risk of injury from falling objects. Another violent earthquake erupted, the tremors threatening to tear the entire earth apart. Humans could no longer maintain their footing amid such intense shaking, and could only stumble to the nearest wall and cling to it, using it to cushion the relentless tremors. What's going on? Why is there an earthquake in this damn place? Ma Jing leaned against a pillar, his voice intermittent amid the tremors. I'm more concerned about those spiders Yifan mentioned than the earthquake. Feng Jiajun clung to a relatively intact wall, gritting and panting. What kind of spider could scare you so much you run back home? Lu Yifan's face paled, his voice distorted, but he didn't beg for mercy. Go away. Don't tarnish my noble image. Those spiders, each as big as my fist, were a black mass, surging towards us like a flood. You'd be terrified just seeing them. With that many. Even if we threw a few of them in there, we wouldn't even be able to make a dent in their teeth. Spiders? Do they eat people? Jianlai pondered this and asked aloud. Fu Kanwen, holding Bubu between himself and the wall, immediately explained upon hearing her question. I don't know if these spiders eat people, but with so many of them, if there were even a few poisonous ones among them, a bite from them would be unpleasant. In other words, there hadn't been any cases of spiders eating people, so Fu Kanwen was saying he didn't know if these spiders ate people. Jianlai followed her own train of thought and raised the question. What I mean is, if spiders don't feed on humans, then they wouldn't be hunting just because they sensed human presence. Lu Yifan just mentioned seeing spiders scrambling to escape. Could there be something even more terrifying inside, forcing them to abandon their nests and seek new homes? Lu Yifan thought about Jianlai's words, and felt a chill run from the soles of his feet to his head, his scalp tingling. Sister Jianlai, can you please stop scaring people? According to you, there's a monster inside. How did this kid manage to go on missions in the apocalypse? With such courage, how did he even join the army? Shouldn't he be living on a plantation? Don't look at me like that. I'm timid, but I completed plenty of missions. Lu Yifan looked at Jianlai, humiliated by the questioning look in her eyes. He quickly defended himself. Everyone has fears. It's normal. Not everyone is as brave as you, fearless. Me? Jianlai was puzzled. Was she brave? She'd been attacked by the giant tiger before, and she hadn't recovered from the car ride for a long time. Are you scared? I can't tell. Lu Yifan. Here. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Fu Kanwen looked up and glared at him. Jianlai was beautiful, and had a distinguished temperament. Although slow to warm up, she was very easy to talk to. Her only flaw was probably her naturally sullen face. When she was expressionless, it was easy to mistake her for anger. He knew that the more scared Jianlai was, the calmer she looked. But there was no need to explain this to that brat, Lu Yifan. Jianlai's theory makes sense. But perhaps the spider's flight wasn't caused by an uninvited guest in its nest, but rather an earthquake. Seeing everyone's attention shift to him, Fu Kanwen looked at Jianlai and continued, remember what I said before about a tsunami in District 4? I wasn't just making this up. Previously, Plant Island experienced 2 major earthquakes, magnitude 8 and 7. At the time, experts from District 13 predicted a high probability of a tsunami in District 4, the closest to Plant Island. He paused, gave Jianlai a deep look, as if making a crucial decision, before continuing, that's why we received the mission and rushed to District 4. Otherwise, if District 4 were flooded, our search would be even more difficult. What? Jianlai blurted out. Now, even Buba poked his little head out of Fu Sungwen's arms to look at him. Ma Jing immediately warned, Captain Fu, this is a military secret. What secret is there? Lu Yifan complained, unconvinced. We've been searching for years, and there's no sign of him. Maybe the higher-ups just can't stand Captain Fu and are looking for trouble. Besides, if these earthquakes don't stop, we'll all be dead in District 5. The person is gone. What's the point of keeping a secret? Captain Fu has been looking for Jianlai for so many years. She must be a reliable person. He was about to say, I believe in Captain Fu's ability to judge people. Fu Kanwen has been looking for her. Jianlai's eyes flickered, but Fu Kanwen turned away, no longer looking at her. Ma Jing remained calm, insisting on his point. It's the end of the world, and you're still so naive. You won't survive a month if you leave our team. Although Ma Jing didn't trust her, Jianlai wholeheartedly agreed with his point. After all, people change, especially after not seeing each other for 10 years. If these people were too trusting, she would question their abilities. But she didn't respond, and Lu Yifan was choked by Ma Jing's words. The scene fell into awkwardness, with only the rustling sound of falling debris overhead. Actually, Jianlai has been in District 4 longer than us. Maybe she knows a clue. Still no one responded. This mission was so far-reaching and so important that no one could afford the consequences of its disclosure. Even Fu Kanwen hesitated. Fortunately, Lu Yifan's jinx was ineffective. Within 10 minutes, the earth finally vented its fury and ceased shaking. The men held their breath and waited for about 2 minutes, confirming there were no aftershocks before they sprang into action. Let's go to the open space first. The open, flat ground provided a relatively safe haven after an earthquake. Jianlai and the others quickly evacuated the dilapidated building and found a relatively open area to discuss countermeasures. As for the previous mission, no one mentioned it again. Feng Jiejun wiped the sweat and dust from his face, a lingering fear in his heart. If it's really a tsunami, there might be aftershocks soon. It's even possible that the shaking will be stronger than before. If we're going in, it's best to do it quickly. Ma Jing, usually calm, frowned. Aftershocks are just one factor. Don't forget there are tens of thousands of spiders inside. Rushing and rashly would be courting death. Lu Yifan crouched, his neck hunched, clutching his gun. Then, how about we wait a little longer? Wait until the spiders disperse, or until the earthquake is completely over. Chapter 9. Yifan, are you ashamed? Look, Bubu isn't even afraid. After Feng Jiejun's reminder, everyone looked at Bubu in Fu Songwen's arms. They realized the child had remained calm and composed, not making any noise or fuss, even after going through such a turmoil. So, he wasn't scared when the tiger attacked him before. Lu Yifan shrugged. When I was my age, I wasn't afraid of anything either. My mom said I jumped from the top of the slide and scared her half to death. I was still laughing, and she ended up beating me up. Jianlai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having Lu Yifan on the team heading to District 13 saved her a lot of trouble. Let's make this a quick fight. Fu Kanwen spoke in a deep voice, his brow furrowed as he glanced at Jianlai. You and Bubu. Bubu is different from other kids. He's very obedient and easy to take care of. Her heart was beating rapidly, but she remained calm. Don't worry about me. I find an empty room and wait for you. This was the only way, Fu Kanwen thought. We agreed to stay here for only 2 hours. Whether it was because the mission wasn't going smoothly, or because he hadn't kept his word, Fu Kanwen felt a little annoyed. I give you the gun and the communicator in a while. You must hide well. If anything happens, call me on the communicator. I'll be back as soon as possible. Okay. Jianlai replied. Fu Kanwen continued, do you need to explain how to use the gun again? I saw you used it quite skillfully before. Again? Why again? Could it be that this strange familiarity with guns was because of Fu Kanwen? Had he taught me? Jianlai gave Fu Kanwen a deep look. He bent down and set the cloth aside, not meeting her gaze. Lu Yifan, the loudmouth, interrupted directly. I saw Jianlai used to be able to use a gun, but her skills weren't very accurate. Captain Fu actually taught her that. Captain Fu, your teaching skills aren't very good. Lu Yifan, you have 2 mouths, so you think you're capable, right? Fu Kanwen stood up and glared at him fiercely. When we go on a mission, stay out front and scout the way. Don't try to hide. Ah! No, Captain Fu. I was wrong. Lu Yifan felt like the sky was falling. He pouted, not daring to say anything more. Why can't he stop talking? Jianlai took the communicator from Fu Kanwen, but refused the pistol. She pulled out the pistol tucked at her waist and said, I have this. Just take the communicator. How are you planning to get in? Ma Jing, I think we can wait outside and see if there's an earthquake. If there aren't a series of earthquakes, the likelihood of a major earthquake is low. Then throw incendiary bombs into the spider swarm and see what happens. If the spiders don't all flee, we can think of other options. The incendiary bombs are a good idea. Feng Jiejun nodded in satisfaction. Old Ma, it has to be you. The spider's nest is filled with spiders and webs. How many incendiary bombs would it take to burn them all? At this moment, Bubu, who had been quietly beside Fu Kanwen, spoke. His face was innocent, his voice childish, but his words were chilling. What if the incendiary bombs you threw in only burn the small area near the door, and the other spiders inside are forced deeper by the heat and smoke? If you go in again, you'll be entangled by countless spiders and webs, and then the Spider King will have a feast tonight. Hey! Lu Yifan's description frightened him so much that his hair stood on end, and he got goosebumps. He couldn't help but flick Bubu's forehead lightly with his finger. You little one, you're not that old, but you're so mean. Are you cursing us? Fu Kanwen rubbed the affected forehead for him. Lu Yifan's blows were measured. He couldn't really be angry with a 5-year-old, as Bubu's still white forehead showed. So he gave it a token rub, comforting him. Little Curly, you know a lot. That's right. Bubu subconsciously raised his little head, a touch of pride in his expression. Now he was back to the innocent 5-year-old. He accidentally met Jian Lai's warning gaze, and suddenly remembered something. He quickly excused himself. Bubu, don't watch too many movies. Those who enter monster caves don't die miserably. Bubu? Jian Lai uttered the 2 words softly, his voice soft, but as if tempered by ice, it carried a hint of reproach. Bubu immediately made a zipper-zipping gesture at his lips, and shut his mouth tightly. No matter how much they teased him, he remained silent, looking like a well-behaved child. Fu Songwen's gaze swept between Jian Lai and Bubu, a hint of inquiry and depth in his voice. Is the child's father a foreigner? Huh? Jian Lai couldn't keep up with his pace until Fu Kanwen pointed at Bubu's curly hair and asked again, this child's hair and eye color are unusual. Does he take after his father? Sorry, I can't remember. Amnesia is indeed a very convenient excuse. When she uses it, it's the other person who has to worry about whether their questioning is offensive. Sorry, I forgot again. It's okay. Captain Fu. It's already late. Stop worrying about this little guy's father. Let's make a battle plan first. Fu Kanwen glared at him and said angrily, what nonsense. I just thought Curly looked different from other children and wanted to see if he was a psychic. A psychic? Jian Lai's mind raced. A psychic, literally, means someone with special abilities. Combining what Fu Kanwen had said before with what she had witnessed about Lu Yifan's special qualities, Jian Lai had a rough idea of what they were talking about. It was probably some kind of supernatural ability, something you usually find in zombie novels. But she hadn't heard of the zombies here upgrading. Regarding the supernatural core theory, could humans actually upgrade to supernatural abilities? Before Jian Lai could confirm, Fu Kanwen and the others had already returned to the point. He looked at Lu Yifan with a serious tone. Curly is using a movie analogy, but the point he's making is crucial. Yifan, you're the only one on the scene who's seen the size of the spider swarm and the conditions at the nest entrance. In your opinion, how many incendiary bombs should we carry to effectively clear the webs and allow us to search the core area? LV Yifan dropped his playful smile, frowned, and thought carefully, slowly shaking his head. Captain Fu, honestly, it's difficult. I haven't even gotten close to the nest entrance when spider nests swarm over us. Even if Brother Feng burns all the spiders inside, won't the bodies still be there? A mountain of spider carcasses will definitely hinder the efficiency of the search. Feng Jiajun slammed his fist on the floor, filled with frustration. What then? Should I use more fire to incinerate the spiders? Since we're all here, we can't just give up on this mission, can we? Even Ma Jing nodded. Captain Fu, we made no progress in Area 4. This is our last chance. Honestly, I wouldn't want to give up the search here. Jian Lai looked at them, her brows furrowing unconsciously. Jian Lai, have you thought of something? It's okay, just tell me. Maybe it can help us. Just now, Lu Yifan saw the spiders pouring out of their nest. The earthquake only occurred after they had returned and met us, right? After receiving Lu Yifan's affirmative answer, she turned to Fu Kanwen and continued, you also said that the spiders likely sensed the earthquake and fled en masse. So wouldn't most of the spiders have already escaped, and wouldn't the nest be empty? As she spoke, she became uncertain, but now the earthquake has stopped. The spiders might have returned to their nest. I speculated that too. Fu Kanwen took over, confirming Jian Lai's statement, so we're waiting in the open space now, not just to avoid the earthquake, but also to await the next one. Lu Yifan couldn't help but complain, good heavens, even if District 5 is deserted, it was an urban area before, right? How could there be such a large spider nest in the city? A nest this large, I'm sure it doesn't contain what we're looking for. Originally, Fu Kanwen hadn't held out hope. He didn't believe anyone would build a laboratory in the city. But seeing such a large spider nest, he wavered. So, Captain Fu's idea is, wait for the next earthquake and then rush into the spider nest? Just imagining the scene was enough to make Lu Yifan nearly collapse. Wouldn't that mean we have to brave the earthquake and fight our way through a frantic wave of spiders fleeing for their lives? Help! The image of spiders crawling all over me is already replaying in my mind. Fu Kanwen ignored Lu Yifan's complaints. This guy always complained the most, but when it came to actually getting things done, he never held back. He was used to it. Feng Jiajun, Ma Jing, listen up. Return to the car immediately, and bring the heavy-duty protective suits, incendiary bombs, and powerful insect repellent spray. Lu Yifan will be on guard, keeping a close eye on the spider nest and the surrounding area. Wait for the next earthquake, that be our signal to act. If there's no earthquake, do as Ma Jing said before and use incendiary bombs to break through. Everyone pay attention. Move quickly and decisively. Yes, Captain Fu. After receiving their assignments, the men immediately sprang into action. Jianlai could still vaguely hear the team members complaining as they retreated. Feng Jiejun suddenly realized what was going on and was filled with energy. I almost forgot about the protective suit. It's so thick, even wasps can't sting through it. It's really a good thing. Lu Yifan, still looking dour, muttered, the protective suit protects against spider bites, but it can't make up for the damage I'd done to my heart. The thought of a spider crawling over me makes me shudder. While he spoke, his movements were impulsive. In a few flashes, he vanished from Jianlai's sight. A short while later, Feng Jiejun and Ma Jing arrived with the protective suits. Jianlai felt a little more at ease. With all this equipment, venturing deep into the spider's lair shouldn't be a problem for them. But Feng Jiejun said he forgot the protective suits were in the car. But what about Fu Kanwen? Did he forget too? On such a dangerous mission, any mistake could be fatal. As the captain of the special operations team, could Fu Kanwen be so careless? It didn't make sense. Or perhaps he hadn't forgotten and was testing her. As the thought flashed through her mind, Jianlai felt a strange chill creep up her spine. Looking back at Fu Songwen's calm and commanding figure, an indescribable scrutiny filled her eyes. Chapter 10. Fu Songwen's features were exquisite, like a meticulously polished sculpture, every line perfectly defined. Under the scorching sun, beads of sweat trickled down his chiseled face, dripping onto the ground, creating a small, wet spot before evaporating instantly. Jianlai had to admit, his looks were truly impeccable. His wheat-colored complexion softened the hardness of his features, making him even more alluring. However, he seemed to have a bad temper. Ever since they met, he always had a frown on his face, shrouded in a persistent, lingering, low-pressure atmosphere that threatened to erupt at any moment. It was an aura that kept strangers at bay, one that instinctively drew one away. If that were all, it would be easy, she could just avoid him. But beneath Fu Songwen's aloofness, he paradoxically maintained a meticulous concern for her. As I said before, Fu Kanwen had been looking for her for years. There was probably more to their relationship than just neighbors. For example, right now, Fu Kanwen fished out 2 silvery sheets the size of soybeans from the bottom of his equipment, then pulled out 2 more communicators. He walked over to Jianlai, his tall figure casting a shadow over her, shielding her from the scorching sun. Bow. Jianlai lowered her head slightly, and Fu Songwen's fingers, carefully avoiding her skin, pressed the cool sheet against the inside of her collar. He then repeated the same procedure, placing another one under Bubu's collar. This is a small tracking patch, Fu Kanwen explained. It has a wide signal range. If our communication is lost, or if you're forced to relocate due to an emergency, this will allow me to find you quickly. He adjusted the channel on the communicator and shoved it into Jianlai's hand. The channel is set. Talk here and remember to keep the line open. I also left you a bottle of mosquito repellent. While you're waiting for us outside, remember to prioritize protecting yourself in any situation. You don't have to hide in one room the whole time. Once the mission is completed, we come to pick you up immediately. Understand? Understood. Jianlai nodded, holding the cold communicator in his hand. After everything was arranged, the group waited in the empty square for about 40 minutes. Finally, the second earthquake struck as expected. The tremors were weaker than the previous one, but they lasted longer, perfect for completing the search mission. Move! Fu Kanwen gave the order, and the group quickly set off. After the 4 of them had left, Jianlai looked around. The surroundings were vast and empty, with nothing to see. It was a safe place to hide from the earthquake, but also a sitting duck with nowhere to hide. Somehow, the tiger she encountered in District 4 wouldn't give up. If her intuition was correct, now that she was alone, it was the perfect opportunity for the tiger to attack her. Whether it was the tiger or some other ferocious beast, she couldn't stay here forever. She had to find a sturdy house to hide in. It was just a minor earthquake. The building wouldn't collapse. Let's go, find a house to hide in. Jianlai acted decisively and took Bubu's hand. Bubu couldn't understand her behavior and, looking up, asked, Jianlai, data shows that open spaces are the safest during earthquakes. Why should we go back to our rooms? You, a robot, can also be curious? Jianlai paused, looking down at Bubu, a strange feeling welling up in her heart. Afraid he misunderstand, she added, let me ask you, would you be afraid if you encountered danger? Why did you feel we should stay in the open space? All my actions and instructions are based on ensuring your safety. The curiosity, fear, and desire to survive you mentioned are emotions only humans experience. If you see me exhibiting such behavior, it's programmed in me, a disguise. Solemn, the word seemed inappropriate for a robot, but watching Bubu's calm responses, Jianlai inexplicably thought of it. She remembered that on the first day she woke up, Bubu had told her that his creators were Jianlai's biological parents. However, now that she had lost her memory, and Bubu had lost some of his data due to the internet outage, the clues were broken again. They can create lifelike bionic robots, perform extensive genetic modification, and even select their daughter for the Spark program. What kind of people are her parents? Such top talent, regardless of era, would be sought after and protected by every region. Why would they stay in District 4, waiting to die? And then, there are her fragmented memories, that person in a pool of blood. Robots don't even have human emotions, so they probably can't lie, right? As for Fu Conwen, this man is incredibly complex. His gaze towards her is aggressive, and his concern for her doesn't seem fake. Overall, he's trustworthy. For the sake of caution, I'd better observe him for a while. As they pondered, they found a small, one-story room not far from their mission point. It looked like a guardhouse at the entrance to a residential complex. This small house offered protection from wild animals, and didn't have to worry about the house collapsing in an earthquake, making it an ideal safe haven. Not long after they sat down, they were about to take a break and relax their frayed nerves. Unexpectedly, a gust of wind blew by, bringing with it a suffocating stench. It was the rotting, sour smell of leftovers from meals dumped carelessly into trash cans during the scorching summer heat, left for weeks without a single scrap of food. It wasn't just the smell of rotting food, there was also a faint, pungent odor of human excrement. Two, perhaps even more, nauseating odors, stirred by the hot air, blended together, and drifted endlessly along the wind. Jianlai frowned sharply, his stomach churning, and he covered his mouth and nose, retching. But for the past few days, she only consumed bland nutritional fluids, leaving her stomach empty. She vomited for a long time, only to vomit up sour water. Fu Conwen had said that District 5 had long been deserted, uninhabited for years. So where did this foul odor, a mixture of garbage and excrement, come from? Could there be other humans here? She would have to see for herself what the world was like now. Bubu, wait here while I check for the source of this foul smell. Jianlai leaned over to the window, making sure there were no wild beasts lurking nearby before heading out. No! But Bubu, worried about her going out alone, quickly stood up and grasped the hem of her clothes. I go with you. Stay here and wait for me. I'll be back within half an hour. No, I have to follow you. I'm programmed to protect you. He clenched his hands tightly and repeated, my core programming is to ensure your safety and serve you. No matter what kind of danger we encounter, I can't let you go alone. This program is a bit rigid and really troublesome. Jianlai squatted down and patiently explained to him. This stench indicates that there must be traces of human life nearby. I go and see alone, and half an hour will be enough. If I take you with me, your short legs will make you walk very slowly, and it will take too long. Seeing him about to open his mouth to retort, Jianlai quickly added, even if there's danger, haven't you forgotten that I can still turn into a leopard and escape? But if I take you with me, I have to worry about you. How can I escape? I be tied up, and then no one can escape. Is that the outcome you want? This logic made sense. Bubu had read hundreds of film clips and novels, and many depicted this exact scenario. One person could have escaped, but because the other held back and procrastinated, neither of them was able to escape. His core mission was to protect Jianlai's safety, but if he didn't follow her, it would actually increase her chances of survival. He should stay. After a few seconds, Bubu compromised. I wait here for you. If you haven't returned in 30 minutes, I go look for you. It's a deal. Suppressing the churning in his stomach, and after a final check of the other guns and ammunition at his waist to ensure everything was correct, Jianlai no longer hesitated and hunched over, leaving the house. The earthquake had stopped, and a deathly silence reigned. Her five senses, heightened by genetic modification, became torture for her. This allowed her to quickly locate the source of the stench. Behind a deserted residential area lay a 3-meter-wide stream, piled high with garbage. Atop the pile of trash lay a withered, graying arm. Rotten eggs, rotten salted fish, the stench of unprocessed garbage, the smell of piles of dead rats. The stench that had made Jianlai vomit the moment she smelled it had finally been traced to its source. The stench assaulted every cell in Jianlai's body. She clutched her mouth and nose tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Her stomach felt empty, and her mouth once again filled with acid. But she couldn't move, her gaze fixed on the severed hand in the garbage. The arm bore several deep lacerations, visible to the bone, but they didn't look like bites from a wild animal. More like... A chilling thought flashed through Jianlai's mind, and cold sweat instantly broke out on her back. Is it a zombie? If it were a zombie, why wouldn't there be any movement? If it wasn't a zombie, then there must be survivors. More than one. The survivors in District 5 had engaged in an internal conflict, a fight. This was the broken arm of the loser. Jianlai's heart was beating rapidly, as if it was losing control and threatening to burst out of her throat. Across from the garbage dump, the dark entrance to the apartment building resembled the gaping maw of a monster. Jianlai glanced at her watch. 25 minutes remained before the 30 minutes she had agreed with Bubu. Logic told her that the person who had thrown the arm away lived in the building across the street. The mountain of garbage here was also his responsibility. It would be extremely dangerous to trespass without permission. But Fu Kanwen once said that anyone could ask him any questions. He had also said that most of the survivors in Districts 4 and 5 had already been relocated. But now, it was clearly different from what he said. There were still people in District 5. District 5 was the final stop on the mission. The team would not stop anywhere else, and would head directly to District 13. This was her last chance to contact the survivors left behind by the apocalypse. Will the people in District 13, protected by the military, tell her the truth? Jianlai didn't dare bet. Fu Kanwen and the other three must have already entered the spider's lair, and would soon complete their mission and return. She didn't even have time to hesitate. Chapter 11. Holding his breath, his pistol drawn, and his body pressed tightly against the wall, Jianlai quickly slipped into the apartment building, each step carefully placed. The hallway was dimly lit, a few rays of light filtering through the broken windows high above barely illuminating the cluttered space. Dust simmered in the sunlight, a mingled smell of stale mold and excrement. The air inside was no better than outside. Jianlai ascended the stairs, first floor, second floor. Every hallway entrance was filled with garbage and waste. The garbage in the hallway looked even older than the garbage by the river. It was reasonable to suspect that the hallway had become so overwhelmed with garbage, or perhaps the smell had become so detrimental to the living environment that the residents had been forced to transport the garbage outside. They were simply discarded outside the apartment building, unwilling to even take the extra steps. Aren't the people here afraid of their excrement attracting wild animals? Or do they have methods for dealing with wild animals, and therefore don't care about ambushes? With this question in mind, Jianlai arrived at the junction of the 4th and 5th floors. It was an old residential building with no elevator, and only 7 floors. A figure, its back to her, stood at the 5th floor stairwell, wandering back and forth. Someone. Jianlai's heart instantly leaped into her throat. She immediately crouched down, completely concealing herself in the shadows of the stairwell, only half of her head poking out, staring intently at the figure's back. The figure had disheveled hair and wore a dirty, tattered floral dress. His behavior was strange, and his hunched body resembled the rickets of a chronic vitamin D deficiency. Constantly hiding in a building, coupled with chronic malnutrition, could indeed lead to rickets. But why was she lingering at the stairwell? Was she afraid of the next earthquake? Somehow, having finally encountered a survivor, Jianlai hesitated to move forward. Her fingertips were cold, and the fingers stroking the pistol trembled slightly. At that moment, the person hunched over and turned, facing the stairwell where Jianlai was hiding. He curled his nose and uttered an ambiguous sound. Hashi. Hashi, what does that mean? But there was no time to think. Seeing the person charging at her, Jianlai quickly retreated. Thanks to her snow leopard jeans, even wearing short boots, she made no sound. At least, it was a sound inaudible to ordinary people. Hashi. The person growled again, and rushed down the stairs after Jianlai. She stumbled and bumped into the railing several times, but she didn't stop. She grunted and rushed down even more frantically. There was something wrong with this person, but aside from some dirt, she didn't seem to have any injuries. As she rushed toward the stairwell, Jianlai could see clearly that her face was bloodless and her eyes were bright, unlike the zombies Fu Kanwen had described earlier. Jianlai dashed out of the apartment building and found cover. The man, repeatedly shouting Hassi, followed her out, circling the apartment building entrance with a snort. Perhaps because of the vast space outside and the wind, the man couldn't determine Jianlai's location, so he turned back in disappointment. Looking closely, the woman in the floral dress had no discernible expression on her face. She simply reached out and wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth. Jianlai suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She understood what the woman in the floral dress meant by her hassie. Delicious. The sniffing was because she smelled her scent, and the saliva was because she wanted to eat her, so the hassie she was talking about probably meant delicious. Like a zombie, but not a zombie. The reasons why we can be sure she's not a zombie are: first, she has no obvious scars or lesions. Second, she can speak, even if her pronunciation is not standard. Third, she reached out to wipe the saliva from her mouth, a gesture that only came into being after the cultural norms of human society. But she doesn't seem like a normal human either. She have to find another opportunity to investigate. She glanced down at her watch. 20 minutes had already passed the agreed 30 minutes. Time was running out. If she failed to fulfill her agreement with Bubu, it would be difficult to act alone next time. Help! Jianlai's head shot up, gazing at the source of the voice. It was the small residential building across the street. The 3 words were pronounced clearly, and this time, there was no doubt that she was human. Could it be that the woman in the floral dress had attacked someone else? Jianlai's heart tightened, and he pulled the safety catch and rushed to the 5th floor. Like a flash of black lightning, he arrived at the place where he had encountered the woman in the floral dress. The doors of the 2 houses on the 5th floor were wide open, and there was no trace of the woman in the floral dress at the stairwell. Following the cries for help, he entered one of the rooms. The room was dim and unlit. A thin, middle-aged man was tackled to the ground by the woman in the floral dress. Her bony fingers gripped his neck tightly, and beads of saliva flowed from the corners of her mouth, dripping onto the middle-aged man's face. The man's face turned purple. Seeing Jianlai enter, he grasped at straws and struggled to speak. Help! Help! Me! Jianlai aimed her gun at the woman's back, but hesitated. It wasn't that she was worried about shooting the woman in the floral dress, but rather that her shooting was not very accurate. The only time she had ever hit her target was during the fight with the giant tiger in the 4th area, when she had barely managed to predict its path. The pistol only had 6 bullets, and she had to ensure every shot hit its target. At that time, Jianlai was certain that she had shot the tiger, and that the tiger had turned and fled because of the threat. Ever since learning that powerful people still existed in this world, Jianlai was no longer so sure about the previous shot. In the moment Jianlai hesitated, the woman in the floral dress turned around, as if she had eyes on her back. As if enraged, she bared her teeth at Jianlai and let out a threatening growl from her throat. Seeing she didn't move further, she turned back and bit the middle-aged man's shoulder. It was clearly a human tooth, without even a canine fang, but it tore off a palm-sized piece of flesh from the middle-aged man's shoulder. Ah! Help! The middle-aged man screamed heartbreakingly, his body convulsing in intense pain as he was pinned down by the woman in the floral dress. No more waiting. If he didn't act now, this man would be devoured by the woman. Jianlai's eyes flashed. He took 2 steps forward, closing the distance between them. He lowered the muzzle of his gun, aiming it firmly at the woman's thigh. Bang! The bullet lodged accurately into the woman's body, but her movements paused only for a moment. The next second, she lowered her head and sped up her bite on the man beneath her. Bang! 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 Jianlai decisively fired 3 more shots into the woman's other thigh and arms. This time, the woman finally stopped. Like a puppet with its strings cut, her hunched body suddenly slumped to the side. She slowly turned her head, her dark eyes fixed on Jianlai. Blood and shredded flesh still clung to the corners of her mouth, a horrifying sight. The next second, she released her grip on the man, opened her mouth, and mumbled incoherently Ha, Din. If Ha she means delicious, then does Ha Ding mean it hurts? Jianlai frowned and asked the middle-aged man, who was writhing in pain on the ground, what's wrong with her? Do you know? The middle-aged man curled up into a ball and stumbled toward the corner, putting some distance between him and the woman in the floral dress. His body trembled with pain, his voice broken. She's my wife. 2 days ago, she was fine. Who knew? She suddenly go mad. Jianlai eyed the woman warily, the muzzle of her gun pointed at her forehead. If she attacked again, she would shoot without hesitation. Glancing at the middle-aged man from the corner of her eye, she lowered her voice, tell me more. Young man, before we get to that, could you please give me the first aid kit from under the TV cabinet? Following the man's instructions, Jianlai rummaged through the dusty cabinet and found the kit. It contained everything, common medications, gauze, and so on. Most of the items were past their expiration dates. In this apocalyptic world, newly manufactured medications are unavailable, and even expired medications are a precious resource. Jianlai stood by silently, as the man tended to his wounds. The pain was unbearable, and he tried to stop several times, only to cry out in pain and continue. Even further away, the woman in the floral dress, shot in the limbs, had completely curled up into a ball, her already hunched body completely hunched over, repeating harden over and over again. It had completely lost its ability to attack. Jianlai didn't dare take it lightly, carefully maintaining his distance from the two men before speaking to the middle-aged man. "You're quite well equipped." The man tilted his head and spat bloody saliva on the ground, grinning. "Without so little, you dare to live alone in District 5? Then why don't you go to District 13? I heard there's military protection there, and there are plantations where people can earn work points in exchange for daily necessities. It's definitely better than here, right? District 13? The man's bandage paused at Jianlai's words. He looked up, a strange look flashing in his cloudy eyes. "Young man, do you really not know, or are you just playing dumb? What good is District 13? The food in the plantations is for officials and powerful people. People like us, lowly people, toil like hell, risk our lives for work points, and all we get is some moldy bread, barely enough to pay for housing. Rent!" The man grew increasingly angry as he spoke, his spit mingling with blood, his voice sharpening. "If I hadn't been unable to enter District 19, I would have waited here to die." District 19? Another human base? The man scoffed as if he had heard a joke. He looked at Jianlai, his eyes filled with mockery. "Hey, young man, you don't even know about District 19? You seem like a survivor stranded on the outside. District 19 has long been sealed off like an iron barrel. Those without money and connections, forget it. District 13 does accept people, but with your small frame, you probably just be used as nutrient for the plantation." As he spoke, the man bandaged his wound with his hands and feet. Whether it was the pain or something else, his expression grew increasingly grim. One moment, he was groaning in pain, the next a hint of morbid excitement etched across his face. "Why do you say that? Even if the plantation is attacked, we have troops. It's definitely safer than outside." Jianlai calmly took another half step back, putting some distance between him and her. "You haven't answered me yet. What happened to your wife? She ate something she shouldn't have." The man suddenly lowered his voice, and approached Jianlai mysteriously. "There's good stuff hidden beneath Area 5. Stand still. If you take another step forward, I shoot." The man ignored him. "You're running out of bullets, aren't you?" At first, the man's steps were staggering from the pain as he approached, but gradually, they became more swift, without the usual slowness of a seriously injured person. Even stranger, the wound on his shoulder stopped bleeding. It was as if it had healed. Jianlai gasped. "Is this still human?" Chapter 12. The middle-aged man drew closer. Jianlai decisively raised her gun and aimed at his chest, following his advancing steps. Until her body was pressed against the wall, with no way to retreat, he continued to advance, ignoring her warnings. Damn it! She shouldn't have hesitated and shot the woman. A single thought had forced her into a corner. In this apocalypse, don't be soft-hearted. She had learned a lesson herself today. Jianlai gritted her teeth and forced herself to remain calm. If she had been a good shot, she would have raised her gun and aimed between the man's eyebrows. Unfortunately, she lacked confidence in her own marksmanship, so she had to settle for the next best thing, aiming at the man's chest. If she could hit the heart, would that kill him instantly? It's hard to say, but the probability is high, so it's worth a try. Bang! Jianlai fired without hesitation. The bullet pierced the man's chest, leaving a bloody hole on his left side. Blood immediately oozed out, soaking his tattered coat. However, almost at the same moment, the woman in the floral dress, who had been curled up on the ground and unable to move, suddenly leaped up, splaying her limbs and lunging straight at Jianlai. How could this happen? Jianlai's mind went blank. Her limbs had clearly been shot, yet the wounds hadn't been treated, and yet the bleeding had stopped. She was as nimble as if she had never been injured. If it weren't for the lingering blood on her legs, she would have almost thought the bullets hitting her limbs were all just illusions. Instinctively, she pulled the trigger, and the bullet hit the woman squarely in the heart. The immense force of the impact caused her body to freeze in the air, and she finally fell heavily to the ground. To Jianlai's horror, the man fell to the ground, still breathing. The woman's limbs twisted together, as she struggled frantically, her moans escaping incoherently. Ha, ding! Ha, ding! At the same time, the middle-aged man, shot in the chest, endured the pain and let out a distorted scream. He strode forward to the woman in the floral dress, opened his mouth and bit her fiercely. The scene was surprisingly identical to what Jiang Lai had seen when he entered the room, except that the target of the bite had been reversed. The difference was that the man didn't bite the woman's shoulder. Instead, he quickly cracked her skull open. The woman beneath him twitched violently, then instantly ceased her struggles, completely motionless. With a crack, the skull cracked open. The man roughly pulled the shattered skull apart. Inside the skull, a slippery white larva slowly wriggled. The larvae looked remarkably like slugs, except they were completely pink and white, with a mouth covered in tiny, sharp teeth. The man swiftly snatched the larvae from its skull. Without hesitation, he thrust the disgusting larvae into his mouth, chewed them twice, and swallowed them immediately. Everything happened so suddenly. From the moment the woman in the floral dress was knocked down by Jiang Lai to her death, it took only a minute. After consuming the larvae, the bleeding from the man's chest wound immediately stopped. What made Jiang Lai's hair stand on end was when he raised his head, his face stained with blood and an unknown liquid, and a sly, excited grin spread across his face, like a venomous snake stalking its prey. "Brother, you deprived me of a meal, so you have to compensate me with yourself." He could actually speak? And his words were crystal clear. The scene before her made Jiang Lai's blood freeze instantly. She had no time to think, her mind blank, and she could only move on instinct. Her instinct for survival took over, and before the man could make a move, Jiang Lai shot out from the corner of the wall like an arrow, disappearing from the room in a flash. Her body unleashed unprecedented potential. With a few leaps and bounds, she had already rushed down the stairs and escaped this eerie apartment building. After closing the gap between her and the middle-aged man, Jiang Lai slowed down and gasped for breath. The scorching sun couldn't dispel the chill that penetrated her bones. Thinking of the white fleshy worm that had wriggled in the woman's head, Jiang Lai's skin broke out in goosebumps, and her stomach churned. She had no doubt that the middle-aged man also harbored a similar fleshy worm. He knew there was a worm in the woman's head, and he also knew that eating it would heal his wounds. Before killing the woman, the man's wounds had healed at an unusually fast rate. However, the instantaneous healing after consuming the larvae made Jiang Lai's heart sink. These two men were no longer human. Not only that, from what she had seen, these humans, suspected to be parasitized by flesh worms, who feed on humans, posed a significant threat to humanity. They were even more terrifying than mutated beasts and zombies. She had to return quickly, reload, and kill the middle-aged man once and for all. She wondered if the four people carrying out the mission had encountered this parasite. She needed to warn them to be on guard. "Fu Conwen, if you hear me, please answer." "Fu Conwen?" Jiang Lai called into the communicator as she ran furiously. However, only the rustling of electricity filled the communicator. No one replied. Has Fu Conwen's team met with misfortune? Or has the communicator signal been blocked since entering the lair? She didn't dare look back, her heart pounding. She sped up, distracting the middle-aged man behind her with a few quick steps. Once she was sure she had completely shaken him off, Jiang Lai immediately changed direction, following her memory and sprinting towards the small bungalow where Bubu was hiding. Just as she was about to reach her destination, a huge shadow suddenly flashed by. It was a massive black and yellow tiger. From the fierce look in its eyes, Jiang Lai instantly recognized it as the giant that had attacked them in Area 4. With a tiger in front and a wolf behind, she was alone, out of ammunition and food, and had no chance of victory. Jiang Lai's breathing nearly stopped, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. In a flash, the moment the giant tiger pounced, Jiang Lai transformed into a snow leopard, deftly dodging the tiger's attack. The human in front of the tiger vanished in an instant, leaving only a pile of clothes, unsupported and limp on the ground. And behind the clothes, a snow leopard materialized out of thin air. The tiger froze in place for a moment. By the time it reacted, the snow leopard had already scurried off 100 meters, putting distance between them and the tiger. Roar! The tiger roared, charging in pursuit. The tiger was swift, but Jiang Lai was even faster and more agile. It leaped and dodged through the ruins, using broken walls, abandoned houses, and cars as obstacles, leaving Jiang Lai far behind in a matter of seconds. Jiang Lai made a long detour and returned to the small flat. By the time she reached it, more than 10 minutes had passed since the 30 minutes she agreed to stay with Bubu. Naturally, Bubu was nowhere to be found. Oh no! Bubu must have gone out looking for her. Jiang Lai's heart sank. To make matters worse, she'd been forced to transform into a snow leopard to avoid the giant tiger, leaving behind her clothes, communicator, and other belongings. She couldn't just transform back into human form. Unless, she didn't mind running around naked in District 5. But she couldn't just wait around. She had to track Bubu down. It was too dangerous out there. A 1-meter-tall robot like him could be crushed by a giant tiger if he wasn't careful. Suppressing her anxiety, Jianlai followed the stench of the garbage dump back to the neighborhood, where she spotted the woman in the floral dress. Strangely, she didn't see Bubu anywhere. She had no choice but to expand her search area, guarding against the giant tiger while carefully searching for Bubu's traces. If only the communicator was still there, she could contact Bubu and ask him to return as soon as possible. Or if Fu Kanwen was still there, she could use the tracker on Bubu's body to quickly locate his location. Damn it! We've thrown incendiary bombs and sprayed insecticide, but we've been scrambling around for ages, and still haven't found the bottom of the spider's nest. We almost died there. Captain Fu, I think it's just a monster haunt. There's nothing we're looking for in there. I think we should give up the search and get back to District 13. I don't want to stay in this damn place even a second longer. Lu Yifan's complaints grew clearer and clearer. Jianlai looked up, caught off guard, only to be met by a 4-man team approaching. Speak of the devil, and he appears. The protective suits of the 4 men before him were tattered and stained with broken spider silk. They looked utterly battered, clearly battered by the effects of severe abuse. Mercifully, all 4 were unharmed, seemingly unharmed. Jianlai breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the communicator hadn't connected because of a signal issue. Lu Yifan also spotted Jianlai and blurted out, "The silly leopard has appeared." The exclamation made Jianlai roll his eyes inwardly. Fu Kanwen glanced up at the snow leopard before him, showing no curiosity. He simply pressed the communicator over and over again. "Hello Jianlai, can you hear me? Jianlai, our mission is over. Where are you and Bubu?" Naturally, there was no reply from the other end of the communicator. Fu Songwen's brow furrowed, and he immediately pulled a small device from his pocket to check the tracker's location. The more he looked, the uglier his expression grew. Jianlai and Bubu aren't together. What's going on? Now, even Feng Jiajun came closer. I don't know. Looking at the 2 bright red dots on the device, the one belonging to Jianlai remained frozen in place, motionless. The one belonging to Bubu, on the other hand, moved rapidly, but steadily drifted further and further away. Fu Songwen's surrounding air pressure instantly dropped to freezing. Something's wrong. Everyone, follow my orders. Split into 2 teams. Feng Jiajun and I will go find Jianlai, while Lu Yifan and Ma Jing will go find Bubu. We must ensure their safety. Yes. Lu Yifan dropped his playful smile, instantly perking up and sprinting in the direction of Bubu's red dot. The 4-person team moved swiftly, ignoring the snow leopard blocking the path. No, she had to find Bubu before Lu Yifan and Ma Jing. Jianlai was terrified, wanting to lie on top of Fu Kanwen to check Bubu's location. Without a second thought, she rushed to Fu Kanwen, blocking his path. Raising her furry head, she struggled to reach for the instrument in his hand, a low, impatient growl emanating from her throat. Fu Kanwen was now in a state of panic. The thought of Jianlai being in danger filled his mind, and he could no longer pay attention to the snow leopard beside him. If this snow leopard wasn't Jianlai's, and dared to block his path, he would have shot it dead. Get out of the way! Fu Kanwen cursed softly, trying to get around the snow leopard. Jianlai persisted, constantly blocking Fu Songwen's path. He was fast, but she was even faster. Fu Kanwen couldn't help but curse, "Your master's in trouble, how can you not be anxious at all?" "Captain Fu, calm down." Seeing Fu Songwen's concern flaring up, Feng Jiajun quickly warned him, before he could act rashly, "This leopard understands human nature. Perhaps he wants to lead us to Jianlai. Don't we know Jianlai's location?" Fu Songwen's eyes glared, and he calmed down. The motionless tracking device might indicate that Jianlai was injured and hiding. But there was another possibility. The tracking device had fallen. He looked down at the leopard at his feet, not caring if the snow leopard felt threatened by him. He sternly said, "You better lead me to Jianlai as soon as possible, or you be in trouble." The snow leopard continued to pull at Fu Songwen's trouser leg. Jianlai was frantic, but she couldn't speak rashly. She couldn't afford the risk of her identity being exposed. She growled again at the instrument in Fu Songwen's hand. Having calmed down, Fu Kanwen finally understood her prompt and lowered the instrument to her face. "You want to see this?" Snow Leopard nodded, looked in Bubu's direction, and sprang out like lightning. Chapter 13. Jianlai might not be as experienced as the 4 members of Fu Songwen's team in the unspoken rules, and hidden dangers of apocalyptic survival. After all, it's hard to imagine things one hasn't experienced. Things like zombies and mutated beasts. But when it comes to familiarity with the terrain of District 5, she can confidently guarantee she can crush them all. To escape the middle-aged man infected with an unknown parasite and the haunting giant tiger that had pursued her from District 4 to District 5, she had run back and forth countless times throughout the city. So, with just a glance at the map and the red dot, Jianlai immediately selected the best route. She would take a shortcut. She had seen Lu Yifan's abilities before. His speed was beyond Jianlai's comprehension. And, from her observation, that wasn't Lu Yifan's limit. If she didn't take the shortcut, she wouldn't be able to find Bubu before him. The snow leopard's nimble figure, without a moment's pause, transformed into a flash of silvery white lightning, instantly disappearing around the corner. Wait, that's not the direction Yifan and the others just went. That's not the direction Bubu was heading on the map either. This leopard not only understood human nature, but also seemed to understand the tracker. Watching the snow leopards retreating back, a flicker of suspicion crossed Fu Songwen's heart. The snow leopard's intelligence surpassed his understanding of mutant animals. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. With Jianlai still unknown, he couldn't afford even a moment's hesitation. It knows the way, follow it. Fu Conwen shouted, exerting force on his feet and sprinting after it. His physical strength and speed were among the best among humans. His height, long body, and bulging muscles gave him an astonishing explosive power. Even so, he could only barely catch a glimpse of the snow leopard's fleeting silhouette. Its speed was unimaginably fast, and with every turn, the distance between it and Fu Conwen and Feng Jiejun widened. A single step slower would have left them completely behind. Jianlai was terrified. Bubu was heading in the direction of the small abandoned area she had already searched. It was very close to the middle-aged man's lair. Perhaps he was roaming nearby. She must not let Bubu stumble upon him, or the consequences would be disastrous. She took a deep breath and accelerated again, her powerful muscles bursting with maximum force. Her silvery white figure seemed to defy gravity, darting past low buildings, broken walls, and rubble. At first glance, it looked as if she were flying low over the ruins. The path she had chosen was extremely tricky, perhaps difficult for a human, but for a snow leopard, it was no problem at all. After a few dazzling dodges, she had already left Fu Conwen and Feng Jiejun, who were pursuing her, a short distance behind her. She leaped lightly from a half-collapsed shop roof, landing on all fours without a sound. However, her muscles instantly tensed again. Less than 10 meters ahead, standing in front of an abandoned signboard, was the middle-aged man who had killed and eaten the woman in the floral dress. What shocked Jianlai even more was that he had somehow cleaned the blood and brain residue from his face. Though his face remained dark, withered, and weathered, it was remarkably clean and tidy. He even changed his blood-soaked clothes. If Jianlai hadn't remembered his face, he would have looked completely normal. It was just that she was dark and thin, having struggled to survive in the apocalypse and suffered from chronic malnutrition. Jianlai's heart suddenly tightened, and then she fell. The middle-aged man's presence was a good thing. At least he hadn't encountered Bubu. Woo-woo-woo. She immediately lowered herself, a menacing, intimidating growl rising from her throat, ready to strike at any moment. To her surprise, the middle-aged man glanced indifferently at the snow leopard and turned away without interest. Yes, she was now in snow leopard form, and the middle-aged man couldn't recognize her. With his abilities, ordinary wild animals posed no threat to him. The woman in the floral dress had a noticeably increased appetite after being parasitized, but the middle-aged man showed no reaction to the sight of the snow leopard. It seemed that this parasitic creature fed only on humans. Jianlai now had two choices. Option 1, let the man go for now, and continue searching for Bubu at full speed. After all, there's a giant tiger with hanging eyes lurking in the shadows, making Bubu's safety and identity even more precarious. Option 2, take advantage of the middle-aged man's inattention and kill him immediately. Unlike the woman in the floral dress, this man has an even more astonishing healing ability. And, even more terrifying, he's intelligent and knows how to disguise himself. It was he who pretended to be pounced upon by the woman in the floral dress and begged for help that attracted Jianlai to the house. Leaving him here would pose a threat to any human entering the area. Furthermore, if he can evolve by cannibalizing his own kind, now is the perfect time to eliminate him. Otherwise, the next encounter might be even more difficult. After all, he wasn't interested in her as a snow leopard. She could easily catch him off guard and launch a surprise attack. Sharp claws protruded from thick pads, scraping against the ground with a sharp sound, eager to strike the man's neck. No, Bubu is more important. It's still unknown how much useful data is stored in his system, and he must not be put in danger. Furthermore, her identity is at stake. The oppressive growl of the giant tiger with hanging eyes seemed to echo in her ears again. Conserve your energy and find Bubu as quickly as possible. Then hand him over to Fu Conwen, and return to kill the middle-aged man who was possessed by the parasite. Jianlai made a snap decision. She forced down the murderous intent boiling in her chest, and her body shot out to the side like a spring at full strength. The speed was so fast that it brought up a gust of wind, stirring up the accumulated dust. Jianlai stopped abruptly after bypassing a pile of twisted rebar. Her speckled silver-white ears twitched. She thought she heard Bubu calling her name. Found it. Roar. Jianlai immediately let out a penetrating roar. Jianlai. Catching the animal's roar, Bubu's icy blue eyes lit up instantly. He pondered for a moment, quickly locked onto the source, and headed towards Jianlai. His speed was much faster than that of an average 5-year-old, almost reaching the running speed of an adult. At the same time, Lu Yifan's anxious cries echoed from the other end. He and Ma Jing also heard Bubu's cries and Jianlai's roar. They quickly rushed out the other side of the alley, just in time to encounter Bubu running towards Jianlai. Bubu? Lu Yifan activated his ability, taking a few quick steps forward. With a long arm, he reached out and steadily scooped the little cannonball into his arms. Finally, I found you. Lu Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. Leopard. Let me go! Bubu twisted and turned in Lu Yifan's arms, his head tilting as he searched for Jianlai. Thankfully, he remembered their agreement and didn't call out Jianlai's name again, instead replacing it with Leopard. Jianlai, upon seeing this, immediately emerged from behind a pile of collapsed billboards. In response, Bubu let out another low growl. Bubu turned her head and saw Jianlai unharmed. She immediately ceased struggling and obediently let Lu Yifan hold her, motionless, her large, watery eyes still fixed unblinkingly in the direction of the snow leopard. Fu Conwen, who had finally managed to catch up to Jianlai's speed, witnessed this scene. Jianlai's heart finally settled, but Fu Conwen's heart was in his throat. It was good news that the little curly-haired girl was all right. But where was Jianlai? Could it be that from the very beginning, Snow Leopard had no intention of leading them to find Jianlai? Where's Jianlai? Didn't you take me to find Jianlai? Where is she? Fu Conwen's eyes were bloodshot, his voice trembling with extreme anxiety and fear. Following his voice, Jianlai turned, her gray-blue pupils instantly narrowing to a thin line. Behind Fu Conwen, a familiar figure, one that chilled Jianlai's entire body, appeared silently, like a ghost, a few steps behind Fu Conwen and Feng Jiajun. It was the middle-aged man Jianlai had just let go. Logically, Fu Conwen was extremely vigilant. Even if the middle-aged man looked normal, he shouldn't have let his guard down completely. Survivors of the apocalypse are no easy feats, this idiot. Roar! Jianlai wanted to shout. What's wrong? Feng Jiajun stood panting, startled by the snow leopard's sudden fury. He fought back his fatigue, his mind racing. The snow leopard bared its teeth at him and Fu Conwen, but its eyes were fixed on someone else. Following its gaze, he turned his head and saw a middle-aged man following him and Fu Conwen. The middle-aged man looked like he wandered in by chance, his breath steady and steady. Feng Jiajun's eyes glared, and he immediately drew his pistol. Survivors from District 5? Fu Conwen was startled and quickly turned around. Had this man been following them silently? He had lost his mind to such an extent that he hadn't even noticed he was being followed. Or did this man just happen to live nearby and come out after hearing the noise outside? A drop of cold sweat trickled down Fu Conwen's forehead. Only he knew the depth of his fear. He forced himself to calm down and quickly examined the man. The man was dark and thin, his clothes neatly dressed. There was no murderous intent in his eyes, only a hint of wariness toward strangers. He looked like an ordinary, defenseless man. Fu Conwen suppressed his doubts and inquired gently, Hey, big brother, have you ever seen a handsome young man wearing a black turtleneck? He's about your height. In this weather, a turtleneck was quite striking. If this man had seen him before, he would probably remember him. Sure enough, the man frowned, trying to recall. After a few seconds, he nodded, pointed behind him, and replied, I think. I saw a young man wearing black clothes by the river before. I wonder if he's the one you're looking for. Which river? Could you please take us there? Fu Conwen's eyes lit up as he continued to question. He subconsciously took a large step forward, closing the distance between himself and the middle-aged man. The longer the time passed, the greater the chance that Jianlai would be in danger. Any clue was invaluable, and he desperately wanted to learn more details. Roar! Jianlai's thick fur threatened to explode. With a dive, he leaped over Fu Conwen and tackled the middle-aged man to the ground. Seeing Bubu was out of danger, this monster dared to lie to her. Jianlai could no longer suppress the murderous intent in her eyes. All her accumulated strength erupted at this moment. The leopard's sharp claws slashed through the air, piercing the air as they charged straight for the man's heart. Stop! Fu Sungwen's eyes were bloodshot. Everything happened so suddenly that he had no time to consider why the snow leopard harbored such deep hostility towards the man before him. He only knew that this man was the only one who had seen Jianlai. No matter what, he had to find Jianlai first. In a state of desperation, he raised his right hand almost without thinking. Ziz! A small flash of lightning erupted from Fu Sungwen's fingertips. It didn't strike the snow leopard directly, but landed precisely on the ground less than half an inch to its side. Instantly, it blasted a small, charred, and smelly crater in the ground. Chapter 14. Jianlai looked back. Fu Conwen was watching her anxiously. He knows your master's whereabouts. Don't hurt him yet. He doesn't know. Jianlai ignored Fu Sungwen's anxiety and swung her claws again. Because of her earlier delay and the man's desperate struggle, Jianlai's leopard claws were deflected, landing only on his arm. The man's arm was severed at the shoulder joint, severing completely. The severed arm, spurting blood, flew out and landed heavily in the rubble 2 meters away. Ah! The man let out a shrill scream. His face twisted instantly, and he glared at Jianlai with hatred, wishing he could devour her alive. Seeing the snow leopard slashing its claws again, this one would mean the man had no chance of escape. Fu Conwen was terrified. He hadn't yet learned Jianlai's whereabouts. His fingertips flashed with lightning again. This time, the arc of electricity landed precisely on the snow leopard, sending Jianlai's body numbing and causing him to tremble uncontrollably. A small patch of his silvery white fur instantly scorched. The middle-aged man, no longer bothering with disguise, slammed the ground with his remaining arm, launching himself up and fleeing without a backward glance. Hold on! Feng Jiejun and the others reacted, roaring in anger and immediately raising their guns to fire. Bang! 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 The bullets precisely avoided the vital spot and lodged in the man's thigh. The immense force of the impact caused the man to stumble and nearly fall. But he quickly regained his balance and continued his escape. Blood flowed freely, soaking his newly changed clothes in seconds, yet he remained oblivious. Did I let you go? Fu Conwen roared, and several thicker, brighter arcs of electricity leaped from his fingertips, instantly striking the middle-aged man's knee. With the stench of scorched flesh, the man's knee bone snapped, unable to support himself, and he fell forward. A wound of this magnitude would be fatal to an ordinary person. Even if they managed to escape, they would be permanently disabled and unable to recover. But Jianlai knew the man before her was no ordinary human. Those infected by flesh worms have remarkable self-healing abilities. It wouldn't be long before he returned to normal. Fu Conwen and the other three had probably never seen parasites or humans controlled by them, so they didn't take him seriously at all. But Jianlai had, and she would not let him go. The numbing sensation from the electricity hadn't completely subsided, but Jianlai's murderous intent was unstoppable. She fought back the tingling and dull pain in her muscles and lunged forward, firmly grasping the middle-aged man. Be careful! The 4 men behind him immediately stopped their movements, fearing they might accidentally injure the suddenly frenzied leopard. Jianlai seized the opportunity, without hesitation, and struck with a fatal blow, severing the man's aorta in the neck. Since this flesh worm needed to inhabit a human body to function, if she could destroy the body it was infesting and drain the blood, she doubted it could heal on its own. Leave him alive. Before she finished her words, Jianlai had already raised her sharp right claw again. This time, no one could stop her. The claws sunk into the man's chest, ripping out the man's entire heart and throwing it to the open ground nearby. The middle-aged man's body suddenly stiffened, and he instantly became motionless, a corpse. Staring at the brutal scene before them, Fu Conwen and the other 3 stood there speechless. Everyone knew snow leopards were ferocious. They slain many zombies in the apocalypse to complete their mission, but even seeing the snow leopard's skilled killing moves was too much for them to react. Damn, this leopard is so ferocious! Lu Yifan exclaimed. He held Bubu tightly with one hand, freeing the other to shield his eyes, ensuring the scene wouldn't haunt Bubu's childhood. There's a child here. Aren't you afraid he have nightmares? Ma Jing narrowed his eyes, his brow furrowed. This method doesn't seem like the killing of a wild animal. It was so precise, so alarming. First, a wave of his hand sliced through an artery, then, avoiding the ribs and ripping directly into the heart. Neither method was a wild animal's hunting method. Shouldn't a wild animal bite? Could it be that this leopard was so intelligent that even its killing methods resembled those of a human? Fu Songwen's face was gloomy, dripping with water. He had originally intended to capture the middle-aged man alive and force him to reveal Jiang Lai's whereabouts. But now, the clues were completely gone. His eyes glared at the snow leopard. Why? Did this man do something to Jiang Lai? Why do you harbor such hatred for him? At these words, even Fu Kanwen felt mad. He actually expected the leopard to answer. Jiang Lai ignored his questioning, still lowering her head, staring intently at the middle-aged man who had already breathed his last. Now that this human body was dead, the parasite could no longer control it. Next, she wanted to confirm whether this person's brain also harbored a pink and white flesh worm. Could that flesh worm survive now that it had lost its shelter? It happened in a flash. Before the four men behind him could reach him, Jiang Lai lifted the man's head with his claws and slammed it to the ground. A deathly silence fell. In the apocalypse, the strong prey on the weak, and there are no longer any rules. Killing and robbing are common, but venting anger on a corpse like this is unprecedented. Especially, the target of this rage is a snow leopard. Finally, Lu Yifan couldn't help but speak out to stop him. Silly leopard. You ripped this man's heart out, he's dead. Jiang Lai ignored him, and continued smashing. If Fu Kanwen had still harbored hope before, now, looking at the snow leopard bathed in blood, his blood nearly froze. Shaking, he pulled the tracker from his pocket. The small red dot on it, belonging to Jiang Lai, remained motionless, exactly as he had seen it before. After finding Bubu, the snow leopard made no move to search for Jiang Lai. Bubu calmed down upon seeing snow leopard, obediently allowing himself to be held by Lu Yifan. And snow leopard's overwhelming hatred for the middle-aged man. Fu Kanwen couldn't bear to think. Could Jiang Lai have been murdered? Was the murderer this dead man? Beside him, Feng Jiejun seemed to share Fu Songwen's thoughts. A flicker of worry crossed his eyes as he looked at Fu Kanwen. Captain Fu, should we go back to Jiang Lai's location and check again? He struggled to form his words for a simple sentence, unable to finish it. Captain Fu had searched for Jiang Lai for so many years, and his feelings for her were clear to everyone on the team. He had finally accepted the possibility that Jiang Lai might no longer be alive. But on this mission, they actually found her. Although Jiang Lai had lost her memory and had given birth to a child, as long as she was alive, nothing else mattered. Unexpectedly this time, before departing District 13, they were divided into two teams. One team, led by Deputy Captain Shi Wenjing, was responsible for searching Districts 9 and 10, while the other, led by Fu Kanwen, was responsible for searching Districts 4 and 5. Districts 9 and 10 were closer to District 13, making the mission easier, but Fu Kanwen chose Districts 4 and 5, which were farther away, more desolate, and more dangerous. He should have thought of this then. None of this was a coincidence. For District 4 was Jiang Lai's hometown, and it was also where she disappeared. Feng Jiejun couldn't imagine what would become of Fu Kanwen after losing Jiang Lai again. Fu Kanwen seemed oblivious to Feng Jiejun's words. Like a statue, he stood frozen in place, staring intently at the snow leopard before him, motionless. The man's skull slammed to the ground with a dull thud. Something's wrong. If he remembered correctly, before rushing over, he heard Bubu calling out Jiang Lai's name. But after seeing the snow leopard, he'd fallen silent and stopped calling out. Little Curly, he called out, his voice dry, as if he'd lost his voice for years and had only just found it. What? Bubu's large eyes blinked as he looked at Fu Kanwen. Fu Kanwen didn't look at him, still staring intently at the leopard before him, repeating itself mechanically. He whispered, "Don't you want to find your mother?" His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for everyone present to hear. The others didn't understand Fu Songwen's intentions, and could only look from Bubu to Fu Kanwen, trying to discern any clues from their expressions. None of them noticed when the snow leopard's body suddenly froze, then it smashed even harder on the skull. This man's skull must have evolved. How could it be so hard? Only Fu Kanwen, watching the snow leopard's movements, saw it all clearly. He held his breath, a faint but undeniable joy rising in his heart. Mom will be back later. For now, leopard is all that's needed to keep Bubu company. Really? Fu Songwen's eyes sharpened, and he seemed lost in thought. Let's go see where Jiang Lai left his things. At the same time, with a clear crack, Jiang Lai finally cracked open the man's skull. From within emerged a yellow-white fleshworm, much larger than the pink-white larvae of the woman in the floral dress, a full palm-sized body. The fleshworm's movements were incredibly fast. If anyone unprepared had slowed down even 2 seconds, it would have burrowed into the ruins and escaped. Unfortunately, it encountered the well-prepared Jiang Lai. Before the other 4 could even see the fleshworm, Jiang Lai had already swung his blade, severing it in 2. The 2 halves of the fleshworm fluttered twice in the sticky liquid on the ground before completely collapsing. It seems that while the parasite's healing ability is powerful, it has its limits. It can only harden or restore its controlled body, but it cannot protect its original body. Conversely, only the death of its original body can completely kill the parasite. Holy crap! This disgusting thing came out of a man's brain? Did I just inhale too much pesticide in the spider's nest, and my mind is not clear? Lu Yifan could no longer hold back and doubled over, retching. Ma Jing's expression turned extremely grim. So, was that person talking to us just now, or was it this insect? Feng Jiajun, who was closer, gasped. Almost instantly, he understood the snow leopard's intention. It wasn't venting its anger. It knew the man was parasitized by a parasite, and had ill intentions towards them. The snow leopard was saving them. After ensuring the parasite was completely dead, the snow leopard released the man's body. She slowly raised her head, shook her paws, now stained with blood and slime, and stared at Fu Conwen. Fu Conwen shuddered. He actually saw complex emotions in a leopard's eyes? Even more shocking, he felt that look was very familiar. Staring intently at the snow leopard's gray-blue eyes, a ridiculous thought echoed in his mind. It's like the snow leopard and Jiang Lai have never appeared together before. Chapter 15. Survival of the Fittest. In the 10 years since the apocalypse, some have been eliminated, while others have emerged victorious. As depicted in various literary works, when the living environment becomes harsh enough, humans, in their quest to survive, will undergo inexplicable changes. Among the surviving humans, a small number have awakened. These awakened humans are officially referred to as ability users. The abilities awakened by ability users vary, but they all share one thing in common. They possess extraordinary powers that defy scientific explanation. For example, Fu Conwen can create arcs of electricity from his fingertips, which fall where he directs them, like controlling lightning. Lu Yifan can control the wind. When he concentrates all his strength on his feet, he harnesses the wind's force to achieve acceleration. Feng Jiajun can create fire from thin air with his palms, while Ma Jing partially hardens his body. When he activates his ability, his muscles become as hard as alloy, impervious to swords and spears. Most ability users do not reveal their abilities. Most of the time, they appear no different from ordinary people. It's not that wealth is not to be flaunted, but rather that everything has a price. 2 full years have passed since the first Esper awakened. To understand the origin of this ability and foster the emergence of more, District 13 experts have also been conducting research for 2 full years. Despite devoting countless resources and effort, they have yet to discover the definitive pattern of awakening. Thankfully, the research hasn't yielded no results. At least, experts have observed a common phenomenon among all Esper users. The more abilities they use, the longer they need to rest. Everyone who awakens an ability has a different level of ability pool, depending on the strength of their ability and their physical condition. The ability pool is like a battery. Using an ability discharges it. Not using it recharges it. When it's completely drained, the user falls into a coma, like a forced shutdown. This coma is different from normal sleep, like a phone completely shutting down after it's been depleted of power, and then recharging. During this time, no matter how noisy the outside world is, the user won't react. During this period, the user is defenseless, and any mishap could be fatal. Thus, even though the 4 members of Fu Songwen's team are considered among the best-known users of abilities, they adhere to their team's unspoken rule: never use abilities when weapons can solve a problem. Perhaps Jiang Lai is a beast transformer? This way, she can survive alone in the apocalypse and still maintain a healthy, muscular body. The child she brings with her is kept clean and tidy, even fairer and prettier than the children in District 13. This explains this apparently illogical situation. Perhaps even curly-haired is more than meets the eye. If the snow leopard is Jiang Lai, then what did he just do? Fu Conwen lowered his head, the burning smell of the electric arc still lingering on his fingertips. Regret instantly gripped his heart. I'm sorry. Fu Conwen suddenly spoke, his voice unnaturally dry. Just now, I was too impulsive. I shouldn't have injured you with the electric shock just for the clue that man had given me. Wow, Captain Fu, you're on the wrong medication. Lu Yifan's eyes nearly popped out of his head, staring at his captain as if he were mad. You're actually apologizing to a leopard? Jian Lai's ears twitched. She took a step closer to Fu Kanwen, but her gaze remained fixed on him. What the hell was Fu Kanwen up to? After seeing the parasite inside the pseudo-human's skull, he finally came to his senses. He injured one of his own, and was about to admit his mistake? But he struck with such ruthless force. If it weren't for her tough skin, who knows who would be lying on the ground right now? A simple apology wouldn't quell her fury. Comprehension told Jian Lai that Fu Sungwen's first attack hadn't landed on her, but on the ground beside her, giving her a warning. It was her own fault for not listening. Knowing he cared about Jian Lai, he still offered no explanation and simply threatened to kill the only person suspected of knowing what was happening. But the situation was urgent. Even if it happened again, Jian Lai would still choose to kill the parasitic pseudo-human without hesitation. But this time, she'd definitely give Fu Kanwen a slap first, to teach him a lesson. Fu Kanwen ignored the team member's surprise. He crouched down, eye level with the snow leopard, his posture extremely humble. How can I make up for the damage I'd done? How can I make you calm down? Looking at the small patch of charred, curly hair on the snow leopard's back, his heart ached like needles. Did it hurt just now? Otherwise, hit me back. I won't fight back. Or do I need to activate my own abilities and experience the feeling of being hit? Only then would it be fair? As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and the blue arc of electricity flashed again from his fingertips, no trace of joking. Captain Fu! Captain Fu, are you crazy? Even Feng Jiajun and Ma Jing lost their composure, and cried out in shock. Captain Fu, even though they say this snow leopard is intelligent, even if you want to apologize to it, you shouldn't do this. Lu Yifan's tone was even more exaggerated, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground, unable to believe what he had just heard. Then the next scene completely overturned everyone's perception. The silver-white snow leopard raised its head, and slowly paced around Fu Kanwen, who was squatting on the ground. Its gray-blue eyes were cold, as if assessing the truth of his words. Then it paused, raised its front paws, and hesitated to move. Captain Fu. If Lu Yifan hadn't been holding the child in his arms, he would have rushed over. After their previous outburst, Feng Jiajun and Ma Jing calmed down considerably. They didn't cry out like Lu Yifan, but their hearts tightened, and their hands subconsciously clasped the pistols at their waists. Don't move. Fu Kanwen growled, signaling the team members to stay out of the situation. This was between him and the snow leopard. The snow leopard's front paws were still raised high, and it tilted its head to glance at the four of them. Though expressionless, it was clear to everyone present that it was arrogant. Jian Lai showed no mercy, slapping Fu Kanwen twice on the back. Of course, Jian Lai was just venting her anger. She had no intention of killing Fu Kanwen. After all, she still needed to take his car to District 13. So, when she struck Fu Kanwen, she retracted her claws from the pads. But while the sharp claws were retracted, the force was still there. The thick pads still smacked hard, causing pain. Fu Kanwen took 2 blows. He looked up at the snow leopard's retracted paw, a relieved smile on his face. Thank you for your mercy. I know that last blow wasn't enough to make up for my previous folly. But don't worry, something like today will never happen again. If I do it again, I'd be punished with a horrible death. Jian Lai mentally rolled her eyes at him. With those 2 blows, she evened the score with Fu Kanwen. Otherwise, his body, while considered robust for a human and with awakened abilities, wouldn't be able to withstand her lightning. A single blow would kill him instantly, and that wouldn't be good for her. She also wanted to find out what they encountered in the spider's lair, and whether it had anything to do with what the fake person had said. There's something good hidden underground in Area 5. What good thing? Something to do with the pseudo-human, or spark? Now, due to her snow leopard identity, she couldn't speak directly. She had to quickly find her discarded clothes and transform back into human form. Unexpectedly, Jian Lai felt the same way, and so did Fu Kanwen. It turned out that after Fu Kanwen received 2 slaps from the snow leopard, he felt even more strongly that the snow leopard was Jian Lai. When they were still together, sometimes he'd get tongue-tied and anger Jian Lai, and Jian Lai would punish him by slapping him on the back or twisting his arm. The snow leopard couldn't twist Fu Sungwen's arm, of course, but that didn't stop it from doing other things. So, the 2 slaps it gave Fu Kanwen on the back made his nose sore, and he almost cried. Thankfully, Fu Kanwen held it back. Otherwise, the people present would probably think he cried from the snow leopard's 2 slaps. Let's go! Fu Kanwen lowered his head and stood up calmly. Bent down to brush the dust off his combat uniform, he turned away, avoiding the scrutiny of the team members. Let's go check on Jianlai's location. The three team members present exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily unable to keep up with their captain's pace. Why is he constantly thinking? Lu Yifan looked at the blood-stained snow leopard before him and hesitated then. This leopard. She follow. Fu Kanwen, without even turning, his voice trembling with a barely perceptible tremor. Little Curly is small, so let Yifan hold him and protect him well. Yes, Captain. Lu Yifan agreed, but Bubu in his arms suddenly began to squirm restlessly, trying to get down and walk on his own. Jianlai hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed. Seeing the snow leopard follow, Bubu stopped moving and continued to obediently remain in Yifan's arms. As expected, Fu Kanwen caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, and his deduction became even more certain. Snow Leopard followed at the end of the group, always keeping a decent distance from the other four. Snow Leopard's steps were light, but Jianlai felt uneasy. If Fu Kanwen took her clothes, where would she find a new one? Would she have to maintain her Snow Leopard identity until she entered District 13? But if she didn't follow the group, Bubu would be disloyal. He had agreed to stay for 30 minutes, but she hadn't kept his promise. Now, he wouldn't give her another chance, and would keep a close eye on her. Bubu was a robot. After all, he couldn't be expected to understand Jianlai's current predicament. If she forced herself to leave the group, there was no telling what he might do to catch up. Amidst the agonizing dilemma, the group arrived at the spot where Jianlai had encountered the giant tiger. Isn't this Jianlai's clothes? But why are there only clothes? Looking at the scattered clothes, a black turtleneck, overalls, short boots, and even some other intimate apparel, Fu Kanwen strode over and carefully uncovered them. The tracking device he had affixed to the inside of the collar was intact, and the communicator he had given her was also found beneath the pile of clothes. The pistol was empty, but there was no blood or signs of a violent struggle. Jianlai had vanished as if into thin air. Fu Kanwen glanced at Bubu in Lu Yifan's arms. The little curly-haired creature's eyes were glued to the snow leopard, its head following wherever the leopard went. It showed no interest in the clothes Jianlai had left behind. The snow leopard, however, stared intently at the clothes in his hands, without reacting. It didn't sniff or bite, neither feline nor canine. It's right not to react. Fu Sungwen's heartbeat grew faster and louder. He carefully folded his clothes and gathered up the other items that had fallen on the floor, putting them away one by one. Under the gazes of everyone present, he suddenly couldn't contain the overwhelming joy in his heart and burst into laughter. His laughter startled Lu Yifan, who thought his captain had gone mad. He trembled and tried to comfort her. Captain Fu, don't be like that, it's scary. There's not a drop of blood at the scene. Jianlai must be fine. You need to cheer up. She's still waiting for us to rescue her. No. Fu Kanwen shook his head, interrupting Lu Yifan's incoherent speech. You're right. She's indeed safe. But she probably doesn't need us to rescue her. She's just been distracted by something more important. So what about us? Should we go back to District 13 now, or wait for Jianlai to return and then go back together? Fu Kanwen, no need to wait. Let's go back to District 13 first. We don't know if the tsunami in District 4 will affect District 5. It'd be easier to get back home sooner. Does the leopard have to come back to base with us? In the car, or should we let it stay outside like before? Although it's very intelligent, it's still scary to ride in the car with a leopard. Especially after witnessing the snow leopard's brutal side, Lu Yifan could no longer consider it Jianlai's pet. Fu Sungwen's gaze fell on the snow leopard, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Of course it's riding in the car with us. After all, it's her pet. Look at it. It's so beautiful, and it's everyone's lifesaver. How can we let it ride in the car outside? Chapter 16. If it were a puppy or a kitten, there's nothing wrong with it riding in a car. But this is a giant leopard, a killer at that. What's wrong with Captain Fu? Looking at his captain, Lu Yifan felt as if he were meeting him for the first time. Has Captain Fu ever been this love-minded? I don't think so. He was clearly the most ruthless person on the team before. You have to know, this isn't a peaceful and prosperous time, it's the end of the world. The weather is harsh, and the human survival environment is complex. The law of the jungle prevails. With such a love-minded captain, what future does their team have? Luckily, he doesn't have any grand ambitions. Captain Fu always has his reasons for doing things. He wouldn't gamble with his brothers' lives. Lu Yifan opened his mouth, swallowed his words, and fell silent. Ma Jing expressed reservations about Fu Sungwen's actions. His reasoning was simple. No matter how human-like a snow leopard may be, it's still a ferocious beast at heart. The space inside the car is cramped. If it were to go berserk under any provocation, the consequences would be disastrous. We all witnessed its combat prowess before, and let's not even talk about who here is confident they can take it down in one fell swoop. Even if we work together to subdue it and minimize the damage, we can't save the car intact. In the wilderness, losing your means of transportation is tantamount to cutting off your own survival. This snow leopard is no ordinary leopard. How could it suddenly go berserk? It was because that middle-aged man wasn't human at all, but a monster controlled by insects. Didn't you all see it with your own eyes? There's a fleshworm in his brain. As he spoke, Fu Songwen's brow furrowed. However, it wasn't because he was worried about Ma Jing's words, but rather because, from their perspective, it was perfectly normal for them to think this way. Otherwise, the four of them wouldn't have survived the apocalypse. A word of caution is a wise choice. It never gets out of date. How about this? The three of you and Curly will take the first car, and I, Snow Leopard, will take the second. Captain Fu. That's not what we mean. Captain Fu and Snow Leopard will be in separate cars. Captain Fu would have to focus on driving, and there would be no one to supervise Snow Leopard. How could this work? The three of them disagreed. In the past, Fu Kan would only become so emotional when it came to Jiang Lai's affairs. What was going on this time? Was it really just because this snow leopard was Jiang Lai's pet? Feng Jiajun had been silently observing the silver-white snow leopard. It seemed to be pacing cautiously and gracefully, surveying the surrounding ruins, seemingly unconcerned with their conversation. But its ears betrayed it. Every time it heard the keyword leopard, they twitched ever so slightly. It was paying close attention to their conversation. This leopard truly resembled a human, like a spirit from a strange novel. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke carefully. Captain Fu, does Jiang Lai know how to get to District 13? If not, why not leave the leopard behind? The leopard is so powerful, and with it protecting Jiang Lai's safety will be even more guaranteed. Isn't that right? The snow leopard's tail, which had been waving leisurely, suddenly stiffened. As Feng Jiajun had observed, Jiang Lai had been keeping watch. The pseudo-human had been dealt with, but there was still the lingering giant tiger with hanging eyes. It must be nearby, secretly watching them, looking for an opportunity to break through. She remained vigilant, listening closely to the heated debate between the four men regarding her ride eligibility. It wasn't intentional, but these four men had absolutely no intention of avoiding her, so why bother? Besides, if possible, riding in a car was certainly more comfortable. It also allowed her to accumulate strength, allowing her to better prepare for emergencies during the apocalypse. She understood Lu Yifan and the others' skepticism about the snow leopard riding in a car. The snow leopard's massive body could easily fill the entire back seat. Although they had two SUVs that could easily accommodate them, if she wanted to do something to the people in the front seat from the back seat, she could definitely strike without giving them any time to react. Compared to that, she found Fu Songwen's decision even more difficult to understand. He was the team leader, the decision-maker. He should be the calmest, most rational, and the one most adept at weighing the pros and cons. He should have prioritized the safety of the entire team. Unlike their previous encounter during the blizzard, ever since she joined the team, his decisions had become increasingly emotional, like a reckless man acting on his own whims. Furthermore, hadn't they previously claimed they hadn't explored the depths of the spider's lair? Abandoning the mission so quickly? Even if it weren't for the previous mission, wouldn't they be terrified by the sight of these parasite-controlled pseudo-humans? Wouldn't they want to get to the bottom of this, and get to the bottom of it? How could they lack any sense of danger? It was truly chilling. With an army like this, District 13 was probably not a good place, as that pseudo-human had said. If humanity were so short-sighted, its demise was only a matter of time. Preparing more sparks would be useless. A depressing atmosphere permeated the air. Everyone packed up Jiang Lai's clothes and equipment and decided to return to the parking lot to inventory their supplies before making a final decision. Lu Yifan handed Bubu to Feng Jiajun and then used his abilities to scout the way forward. Jiang Lai continued to follow at a leisurely pace at the end of the group. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt as if Fu Songwen's gaze always seemed to be fixed on her, intentionally or not. Could it be that he wanted to be in a separate car with her and interrupt the mission to return to District 13 as quickly as possible because he didn't trust her? Your fur is stained with a lot of dirt. Do you want to wash it in the water? Noticing the snow leopard observing him, Fu Kanwen smiled and asked softly. He remembered that Jiang Lai, a medical student, had always been very strict about hygiene. Jiang Lai saw her own reflection in the river. The blood and mucus that had stained her fur had completely solidified, turning her once fluffy silver-white fur into clumps of dark red and dusty clumps. Thinking of the source of all this filth, her stomach churned again and she shuddered. The river water seemed relatively clear, with only a few dead leaves floating on it, and no odor. But having just experienced a parasitic invasion, she didn't dare enter the water rashly. Who knew if there were parasite eggs or mutated aquatic creatures hiding there? This man's captain status is becoming increasingly unreliable. Jianlai muttered to herself. Once we settle down in District 13, I definitely find a way to draw a clear line between us. Fu Conwen, of course, couldn't hear Jianlai's thoughts. Seeing her hesitant by the river, he pointed to a silver-gray metal cylinder on the side of Feng Jiejun's backpack and immediately added, "Are you worried that the water isn't clean? Don't worry, we have a water purification system that can thoroughly sterilize it. This thing is incredibly efficient. Yes, they're on long-distance missions, at least 10 days to half a month at a time. Out in the wild, they can rely on nutrient solution and compressed biscuits for food. But what about water? Humans need water more than food. Water takes up space, is heavy, and difficult to carry. Then the only option is to collect water locally, purify it, and boil it." The snow leopard's ears twitched. Since the water quality problem could be solved. Until Fu Conwen mentioned it, she hadn't noticed. Now that she was aware of the sticky, smelly grime covering her body, she couldn't stand it anymore. Since realizing the snow leopard in front of him was Jianlai, Fu Conwen looked at her with even more affection. Her ears were furry, trembling in the sunlight, and they looked very nice to the touch, very comfortable to rub. Fu Conwen's fingertips itched, and he almost couldn't help but rub them. But he knew this. It was just a thought. Jianlai had lost her memory, not even remembering who he was. Even if she had remembered, Jianlai wouldn't have dared to rub him. He could only suppress his restlessness, retrieve the water purification device from Feng Jiejun's bag, and began to extract and purify the river water. Finally, after a good bath, washing away the disgusting filth, Jianlai felt incredibly relieved. Looking at Fu Conwen again, he wasn't as annoying as before. With a few leaps, she landed on a wall, putting some distance between herself and the others. Then, she shook herself vigorously, shaking off the water droplets. In that rare moment of relaxation, her body suddenly tensed. A chill of being stared at ran up her spine. It was that giant tiger with hanging eyes. She immediately raised her head in alarm, scanning the surroundings, trying to find the tiger's hiding place. Almost as soon as the snow leopard raised its head, Fu Conwen, who had been closely watching its every move, shouted, "Be alert. We're seeing something." Lu Yifan, in charge of reconnaissance, reacted swiftly, locating the tiger's hiding place. With a wave of his hands, a whirlwind suddenly appeared, lifting a grimy, old, torn billboard, revealing a massive claw within. The yellow and black coloring was remarkably familiar. "Captain Fu." Another tiger. The snow leopard growled, aiming sharply at the tiger's hiding spot. Its fur stood on end, and it crouched low, poised for attack. "Fu Conwen, it's the tiger from District 4. It looks like it's a vengeful creature. Brothers, bring out your best skills. We must keep it in District 5 today. Otherwise, the tiger will follow us wherever we go, ready to ambush us at any moment. This will cause endless trouble. It's haunting." Lu Yifan cursed, aiming for the exposed claw and unleashing a barrage of bullets. "Don't be afraid, Bubu. Hold on tight, uncle." Feng Jiejun shifted his arm, and held Bubu tightly in his embrace. With his free right hand, he unloaded the pistol from his waistband, loaded it, raised it, and aimed, all in one smooth motion. The tiger, seeing its whereabouts exposed, no longer hid. With a sudden pounce, it leaped from behind the broken wall, dodging Lu Yifan's fire. After numerous ambushes, none of which succeeded, it became even more frantic than it had been in Area 4. This frenzy seemed to have blinded the tiger. Clearly, the closest ones were Feng Jiejun and Bubu. One was tiny and defenseless, while the other, hampered by the child in her arms, would have reacted more slowly than the others even if she ran. Nevertheless, the tiger pounced fiercely on Lu Yifan, who was relatively further away. Goodness, this thing really holds a grudge. Lu Yifan, using the wind's force to quickly retreat, easily dodging the attack while continuing to fire. "I blame you for exposing your position, don't you? There's nothing I can do about it, after all, I'm so skilled." Puff, puff, puff. Several bullets sank into the tiger's muscles. The pain fueled the tiger's fury, its roar deafening. After landing, it didn't hesitate. With a kick of its hind legs, it abandoned the slippery Lu Yifan and lunged at the silent Ma Jing. Ma Jing narrowed his eyes, and unleashed another volley of bullets, all nimbly dodged. He had no choice but to sheath his gun and turn to avoid the tiger's attack, shouting in a deep voice, "The tiger's moving faster. There's no time to aim." Oh, Brother Jing, stop making excuses. Just practice more if you're new? Chapter 17. Fu Kanwen and Ma Jing simultaneously raised their guns and fired again. The tiger dodged the first man's bullet, but not the second. The bullet pierced its front leg, causing it to stumble and fall heavily to the ground, sending a cloud of dust billowing. "Oh no! It's trying to escape!" "Roar!" Jianlai roared, blocking the tiger's escape route. The bullets were so dense that she couldn't intervene without authorization. She could only wait for the opportunity to catch the tiger off guard and deliver a fatal blow. That didn't mean she would let the tiger escape. "Scatter!" Fu Kanwen warned, then raised his right hand. With a snap of his fingers, a flash of blue lightning ripped through the air and struck the tiger's eyes with uncanny precision, creating a sizzling sound like roasting meat. Ouch! With a cry of pain, the tiger suddenly approached Ma Jing, its massive claws slamming down on him fiercely. Ma Jing couldn't avoid it, and immediately activated his ability. His hardened muscles collided with the tiger's claws, creating a resounding sound. Ma Jing was also knocked back several steps by the immense force, his face pale. "Feng Jiejun, conserve your strength. Everyone else, don't hold back. Use your abilities. Let it know what it means to not mess with someone you shouldn't mess with." "Got it." "Understood." With a command, the arc of electricity flickered again from Fu Songwen's fingertips. The high-voltage current struck the top of the giant tiger's head, instantly coursing through its body. The tiger let out a shrill roar, then convulsed, foaming at the mouth. Not only that, the current struck its fur, sparking a shower of fire that instantly ignited the hair on its forehead. Lu Yifan seized the opportunity to whip up a gust of wind, fanning the flames even more fiercely. In an instant, the entire tiger was engulfed in flames. Excellent coordination. Jianlai secretly praised them. This was the standard of the Doomsday Squad, clean and efficient. This time, she didn't even need to make a move, the tiger was doomed. That was just as well, otherwise her freshly bathed body would have been wasted. She breathed a sigh of relief, relaxed her muscles, and continued to watch the battle. The tiger, engulfed in flames, howled in pain, completely enraged. Ignoring its burns, it rushed madly towards Ma Jing, the nearest one, engulfed in flames, intent on destroying him along with him. Looking for death. A fierce look flashed in Ma Jing's eyes, and instead of retreating, he advanced. He clenched his hands into claws, and activated his power. His fingers, as hard as alloy, instantly pierced the tiger's body. The tiger's body stiffened, its momentum coming to an abrupt halt. The massive body collapsed like a mountain. Flames were already blazing and dancing across its body, but it could no longer move. Success? Looking at the tiger's corpse on the ground, a question that had long puzzled Jianlai swirled in her mind. Why was this tiger so intelligent? Was it simply evolution, or something else? After the flames gradually died down, Jianlai couldn't help but step closer. She patted the tiger's charred skull with her paw in disdain. If it was a parasite, and the heart hadn't been removed, perhaps the wound could still heal. As if he knew what Jianlai was thinking, Fu Kanwen looked at Ma Jing and pointed. "Ma Jing, split the tiger's head open and see if there's anything inside. Be very careful." "Okay, Captain Fu." Ma Jing shuddered, instantly understanding Fu Songwen's intention. Could the tiger's head also be infested with parasites? He stiffened his hand again, walked over to the tiger's head, raised his hammer-like fist, and smashed it down hard, shattering the solid tiger skull. Jianlai's flesh pads hadn't worked before, and he couldn't lift the corpse very high. It took dozens of blows to crack the pseudo-human's skull open. This time, Ma Jing used his ability, and smashed the tiger's skull into pieces in one blow. Broken bone fragments, sticky liquid, and a red and white brain paste all mixed together, exposed to the air. Jianlai watched with trepidation. This was a person with special abilities. She was no ordinary person either. After genetic modification, her physical strength was astonishingly strong. But she had also expended considerable effort to crack the pseudo-human's skull open. Compared to Ma Jing, the difference in efficiency was stark. She leaned forward, swallowing her nausea, and scanned the sticky mass on the ground, only to find that it contained no flesh worms like before. Neither the yellow-white adult nor the pink-white juveniles. In other words, it's not parasitism, it's evolution. Perhaps, it's the same principle as the awakening of a special ability user. Captain Fu, there seems to be something in there. What? Jianlai turned immediately and saw Ma Jing pull out a gray-black crystal the size of a soybean from a pile of shattered skulls and viscous liquid. After rinsing it with water and holding it up to sunlight, the tiny crystal took on a purple-black hue, translucent and shimmering like amber. Captain Fu. Feng Jiajun's voice trembled with disbelief. Fu Conwen was also shocked. He looked at the amber in Ma Jing's hand and whispered, "This is dark amber? Dark amber? What was that?" Jianlai narrowed her eyes, alarm bells ringing in her heart. They all seemed to recognize it, and they felt it shouldn't be here. Or rather, it shouldn't be in Tiger's mind. Could this thing called dark amber be the good stuff the fake person had mentioned earlier? She suddenly jumped to Fu Songwen's side, staring intently at the dark amber in his hand. She raised her nose slightly. It had no smell. Fu Conwen, I didn't expect this mission to yield such an unexpected reward. Captain Fu, are you saying that the amber in the tiger's head wasn't a coincidence? Of course. Fu Songwen's voice was clear and powerful, as if he was explaining something specifically to Jianlai. He continued, everyone else only knows that amber is the most powerful crystal known, and it's incredibly valuable. What they don't know is that amber was brought back from space exploration over a decade ago, and its composition remains undeciphered. It's not something produced on Earth, so naturally, each one is becoming less and less. Even if this amber is only the size of a soybean, it's still something sought after by talented individuals. Even District 13 doesn't have many of these things, so how could a tiger have gotten them? So precious? Jianlai stared intently at the amber in Fu Songwen's hand, her heart pounding. The pseudo-human's brain has parasites, and the mutant tiger's brain has amber. This couldn't be a coincidence. Since Fu Conwen didn't know the connection, District 13 probably didn't have the answer either. What lay beneath District 5? She had to investigate for herself. Area 5, inside the SUV. Snow Leopard lay gracefully on the back seat, head slightly raised. His gray-blue eyes met Fu Songwen's gaze silently through the rearview mirror. A few minutes ago, Jianlai was still hesitating about how to alert Fu Conwen that there might still be dark amber beneath District 5, and that they couldn't just return to District 13. But she was still a leopard, and speaking rashly would surely reveal her true identity. How could she protect herself while still conveying the message to Fu Conwen? Jianlai was growing anxious, her claws scraping against the concrete floor, making a rather unpleasant sound. Her nails had grown sharper from the friction, but she was still at a loss. Lu Yifa and Ma Jing, take Curly to the first car to rest and get him some food. Feng Jiajun, stand by in the driver's seat. Stay alert. If anything happens, drive directly without waiting for a signal. Snow Leopard and I will go to the second car. I have some questions about its owner and need to speak to it privately. How should we ask Snow Leopard? When did Captain Fu learn animal language? Everyone looked at each other in confusion, but due to Fu Songwen's serious expression, they didn't object. Besides, having just fought the tiger, they had used a lot of their abilities. Lu Yifan and Ma Jing were exhausted and in desperate need of rest. Otherwise, they might fall into a deep sleep to recharge at any moment. Got it. Are they leaving so soon? Jianlai was startled, and her irritation grew even greater. The snow leopard's long, fluffy tail lashed in the air, stirring in displeasure. It paced the side of the car. Fu Conwen had already opened the door, but she was reluctant to get in. Once in the car, there was no turning back. Bubu, who had already taken her seat, leaned against the window. Seeing Jianlai refuse to get in, she quickly slipped out of the first car, trotted over, and squatted at Jianlai's feet, staring at her. Leopard. Jianlai sighed inwardly. What a living ancestor. With a graceful leap, he slid lightly into the back seat of the SUV. Thankfully, the SUV was spacious enough, and even though it lay there, it felt a little cramped. It wasn't too cramped. Snow Leopard adjusted her posture, looked at Bubu, who lay motionless at the door, and tilted her head to signal him to the first car. Unexpectedly, Bubu stubbornly stood there, looking at her firmly and saying, I want to go with Bao Bao. Little Curly, you go to the first car. Fu Conwen looked at him, his tone a mixture of coaxing and unyielding authority. Uncle Feng Jiajun will take good care of you. In District 13, many children are spoiled by their parents and fearless. But they are particularly afraid of Fu Conwen. Some say that even if they don't eat well at home, they will obey as long as you mention Fu Conwen is coming to take them away. Fu Conwen had also been curious. Why were the children so afraid of him, even though he'd done nothing wrong? It must have been the team member's tactic, damaging his reputation. Feng Jiajun once said that children don't understand reason, but they're very good at reading people's expressions. When Fu Conwen got serious, he was incredibly serious, and it was normal for children to be afraid. However, this tactic didn't work on Bubu. He stared stubbornly at Xuebao and repeated, "No, I want to stay with Bao Bao. Uncle has something to say to Xuebao. I pick you up later, okay?" The tone was still coaxing, but Fu Songwen's next move left no room for negotiation. He bent down, stretched out his long arms, and without hesitation, he scooped Bubu up in his arms, striding towards the car in front. No. Fu Songwen's strength was immense, and Bubu couldn't break free. He could only sulk in his arms, even letting out bouts of fake crying. Jianlai was helpless. The reason he was being so difficult was probably because of the 30 minutes they agreed upon. She hadn't kept her promise, so Bubu felt they couldn't trust each other. "Hoorah!" she growled. Fu Conwen stopped and turned to look at her, only to see Snow Leopard huddled up in the back seat, making room for him. Did she mean to let Bubu ride in the same car with them? While they were arguing, Lu Yifan and Ma Jing in the first car were already fast asleep. Feng Jiejun couldn't leave the car, so he leaned over the driver's seat and said, "Bubu, come over here. I prepared something delicious braised pork rice." It turned out that Lu Yifan had prepared the braised pork rice. He was the youngest, had no family to support, and didn't have many hobbies, but he just loved this delicious dish. Before setting off, he exchanged a month's salary for 4 packets of braised pork rice, saying it was a treat for himself after completing the mission. Drinking nutrient solution every day has almost degraded her sense of taste. Although Jianlai is new to the apocalypse, she's no fool. Supplies are scarce in the apocalypse, and fresh fruits, vegetables, and meat are precious and scarce resources, definitely not easily available. The pseudo-human she met earlier had spoken of the plantations with disdain, believing that no matter how hard ordinary people worked, they'd only be able to eat a few whole grain pancakes, and never get a real meal. Jianlai thought this might be an exaggeration, but the value of fresh food was undeniable. Even the pre-prepared meal package Feng Jiejun was holding was probably quite expensive. Throughout the journey, they subsisted on compressed biscuits and nutrient solution, yet they readily, almost without hesitation, shared their precious braised pork rice with a child they just met. Jianlai had to admit that even if these people weren't particularly enthusiastic about their mission, their character was certainly impeccable. This rare kindness in the apocalypse left her with mixed feelings. However, they didn't know that giving Bubu this braised pork rice dumpling was a complete waste. Roar! Another growl. Jianlai was surprised to find that Fu Conwen actually understood her meaning. He took the braised pork rice dumpling from Feng Jiejun's hand and said, "Forget it. Curly and I are riding in the same car. You better be careful and stay alert." Yes. Chapter 18. A sturdy snow leopard casually sprawled in the back seat, its front paws tucked beneath its head, its body rising and falling slightly with its breathing, its eyes fixed on Fu Conwen in the rearview mirror. Bubu, placed in the passenger seat by Fu Conwen, clutched the corner of the foil package of a heated braised pork rice packet, his icy blue eyes flickering between Fu Conwen and Jianlai. "Curly, eat!" Fu Conwen averted his gaze from the rearview mirror and reached out to help Bubu unwrap the package. Instantly, the rich aroma of braised food filled the car. Bubu looked at the enticing hunk of braised meat, lowered his head to sniff, but didn't immediately start eating. As the most advanced bionic robot, it could simulate human eating. After food entered its mouth, it would pass through a simulated esophagus and collect in a specialized container within its stomach. Afterward, the food could be removed by simply opening the body from the side. This was also why Jianlai felt comfortable letting Bubu go to the car with Feng Jiejun for dinner. However, she hadn't expected them to give him such a precious lunchbox. "Leopard, eat." Bubu handed the lunchbox to the snow leopard behind him. Fu Conwen paused, secretly observing the snow leopard's reaction. It leaned forward slightly, its nostrils twitching slightly as it sniffed the aroma of the braised meat. It then gently pushed the lunchbox back to Bubu with its paw pad. The braised meat rice pack was truly fragrant. Even though she wasn't hungry, the smell made her crave it. After drinking the nutrient solution for so many days, Jianlai's mouth was completely tasteless. She had almost forgotten what normal food tasted like. "Bubu, give the lunchbox to Leopard." "What will Bubu eat?" "Bubu won't eat." Bubu answered without hesitation. "I can't go without food. Didn't Mom teach Bubu that man is made of iron, and rice is made of steel? A child who doesn't eat won't grow tall, will he?" Bubu tilted his head, his wide eyes fixed on Fu Conwen, and suddenly said something startling. "Bubu doesn't need to eat." Roar! Snow Leopard let out a hasty warning growl, interrupting their conversation. Jianlai's body tensed instantly. She had underestimated Fu Conwen. She had thought him an impulsive man, but she hadn't expected his meticulousness and remarkable observation. He must have noticed something was amiss between Snow Leopard and Bubu, and was planning to target Bubu. The seemingly casual conversation was filled with traps. Bubu, the little robot, was completely unaware of the probing in his words and nearly exposed himself. Give it to Leopard. Leopard, it'd be good for you. Bubu didn't understand Jian Lai's concerns and thought she had disguised herself well. Based on his existing database analysis, he knew the braised pork rice in his hand was nutritious and tasty, something Jian Lai would enjoy. He assumed Jian Lai's craving for more food was due to a desire to eat, so he casually handed the rice pack back to her. For a moment, the atmosphere in the car grew even more eerie. Fu Sungwen's gaze flicked back and forth between Bubu and the Snow Leopard. His face remained calm, but his heart was racing. He unconsciously tightened his grip on the steering wheel until the pain spread across his hands, and only then did he regain his composure. The Snow Leopard's tail slapped the seat anxiously, clearly not expecting Bubu's sudden reaction. While it wasn't clear how much Fu Conwen had guessed, Jian Lai worried that if this continued, not only would Bubu's identity as a robot be exposed, but his own claim to be the Snow Leopard would also sooner or later be exposed. This packaging isn't very tasty, Bao Bao. Fu Conwen suddenly spoke, then reached out to take the lunch bag. Bubu held on tightly. If he had insisted on snatching it, the oil and sauce inside the open lunch bag would have spilled, making a mess in the car. But Fu Conwen, an adult, couldn't possibly fight with a 5-year-old for food. He didn't force it, nor did he let go. He simply raised his other hand, pointed to the spoon inside the lunch bag, and patiently explained, Bubu is a human. He can use a spoon to scoop his food. It's very convenient, and it won't spill on the floor. But Bao Bao can't perform such fine movements with his front paws, so he can only eat from the bowl. Don't you want to feed Bao Bao? Uncle will help you get a bowl, pour it out for him, and then give it to Bao Bao. How about that? Okay, for Bao Bao. Bubu nodded and let go. As long as he gave the food to Jian Lai to replenish her body, that was all that mattered. As for how he gave it to her, he didn't care. Fu Conwen took the lunch bag and fished a cardboard bowl from the car's storage compartment. He poured the deliciously flavorful braised pork rice into the bowl, then leaned over and steadily passed it to the empty seat in the back. His movements seemed casual, but his eyes kept lingering on the Snow Leopard, observing its reaction. He even slowly pulled out a pack of tissues, waved his hand, and said to the Snow Leopard, Would you like to use it as a cushion? It's hard to wash later. Jian Lai abruptly turned her head away, ignoring him. She was particular about cleanliness, but what did he think she was? A kitten? She was a leopard so large it could kill an adult with a single slap. How dare he treat her like a pet? Still, the aroma of the braised pork rice in the bowl was overwhelming. Just the smell made her drool. Since it's already opened, it's a waste not to eat it. Snow Leopard buried his head, slurping down the braised pork and rice in his bowl. Fu Conwen watched Snow Leopard toiling away, his lips curled up before quickly retreating. He pulled out 2 more packets of nutrient solution from the side, keeping one for himself and handing the other to Bubu. Curly, would you like some? This time, Bubu didn't refuse. He nodded and took the nutrient solution, but didn't rush to drink it. He simply held it in his hand and closed his eyes. Drink it when you wake up, Bubu. Fu Conwen said nothing, but raised an eyebrow, opened the other packet, and drank it without hesitation. This nutrient solution is concentrated for portability, a palm-sized packet. An adult only needs 2 packets a day to maintain normal life. The downside is that it has no taste, making it almost the same as not eating anything at all, leaving you craving it. The upside is that it has no taste, but at least no unpleasant taste, making it difficult to swallow. As Jian Lai ate, she couldn't help but secretly observe Fu Sungwen's every move. This man was incredibly thoughtful, meticulously observant, and incredibly flexible. Since joining the team, the 4 members had always taken excellent care of Bubu, evident in how they held him tightly in their arms whenever he was in danger, and in the way they just shared their braised pork rice with him. But Bubu wouldn't eat, and he didn't even bother to stop him. This uncharacteristic indulgence made Jian Lai wary. She was a little worried, thinking Fu Conwen had already noticed that Bubu wasn't an ordinary child. In fact, she'd been overthinking that. Fu Conwen had indeed noticed that Bubu wasn't an ordinary child, but at most, he'd been confined to the possibility that Bubu had awakened a hidden ability, significantly improving his physical fitness. He cared more about the Snow Leopard than Bubu. If the Snow Leopard was Jian Lai, then it must be Bubu's mother. A mother knows her child's physical condition best. If she felt Bubu was in danger by not eating, the snow leopard would surely intervene before she did. Besides, even the youngest child is still a human being. If they're hungry, they definitely ask for food. Fu Kanwen focused on the snow leopard, desperately trying to find evidence to confirm that it was Jian Lai. Right now, he didn't have the energy or the mood to analyze why Bubu wouldn't eat the braised pork rice or drink the nutrient solution. He could just assume he was tired from running around with them. Jian Lai had no memories, so she didn't trust him. He completely understood. What he needed to do now was to dispel her distrust. Fu Kanwen thought for a moment, then crumpled the empty nutrient solution into a ball and casually tossed it into the trash bag under the car seat. He looked in the rearview mirror at the snow leopard, who had just finished a bowl of braised pork rice and was still smacking his lips with unsatisfied satisfaction. He spoke slowly, "Jian Lai." The snow leopard's leisurely tail flick suddenly stopped. Its ears pricked up and twitched. Fearing someone might notice, he quickly feigned indifference and continued to clean his paws, albeit more slowly. She shifted quietly, glancing at Fu Kanwen from the corner of her eye, wondering what he would say next. He didn't know when it started, only the sound of the gentle rain hitting the windshield, its dripping sound distracting his thoughts. Jian Lai had been missing for 10 years, with no news. Some words had been pent up in his heart for far too long. In the apocalypse, peril lurked everywhere. For District 13 and his teammates, Fu Kanwen shouldered too much responsibility. Before the apocalypse, being missing for 10 years would have been considered a grave misfortune. After the apocalypse, being missing for 10 years essentially meant he had lost all chance of survival. His teammates knew how much he valued Jian Lai, and they worried he'd burn himself out by holding it in, or expose his old wounds. Therefore, most of the time, they rarely mentioned Jian Lai in front of him. Sometimes, a person's survival hinges on a single breath. As long as that breath doesn't fade, they can persevere. This was true of Fu Kanwen. Over time, he became increasingly reserved and restrained. There were things, words, that even if Jian Lai, before she lost her memory, sat before him, he wouldn't have been able to say. But facing the snow leopard who looked like Jian Lai, the subtle atmosphere actually made him let down his guard. Before he spoke, he was thinking about gaining Jian Lai's trust, but as he spoke, his meaning shifted. It was more like he'd been suppressing his emotions for years, and finally found a suitable audience, an outlet for his emotions. Strictly speaking, Jian Lai and I aren't neighbors. His voice, mingled with the patter of the rain, was unusually gentle. Her home is in Jingnan Bay, what we now call District 4. I was born and raised in Dongyao City, and before I met her, I never set foot in Jingnan Bay. I was only 15 when I became friends with Jian Lai. At that time, her grandmother lived alone in Dongyao City, and her health had deteriorated. Living alone, without a caregiver, is incredibly difficult. My house happened to be across from her grandmother's. Every time I went to and from school, I see her hunched over, buying groceries or taking out the trash. The more we met, the more opportunities one had to help her. After a few times, I ran into Jian Lai, who was visiting her grandmother during the holidays. With her help, we naturally became friends. Chapter 19. Jian Lai suddenly turned her head and stared at Fu Kanwen. This time, without any disguise, she stared straight at him. Fu Kanwen continued, "She's excellent, independent, strong, kind, and even has a little sense of humor. Being with her makes me feel completely relaxed." Had she always been like this? Jian Lai was puzzled. Does personality change after someone loses their memory? 11 years ago, her grandmother became seriously ill and had to be hospitalized. Those days were difficult, but looking back now, she remembers more happy memories. Unable to contact her parents, Jian Lai took a long leave of absence and stayed by her grandmother's bedside almost every moment. She was optimistic. She said that her grandmother was old and her recovery wouldn't be as good as it was when she was young. Since the success rate of surgery was only 2%, she wouldn't force it and would respect her grandmother's choice. She was very considerate, and her grandmother couldn't bear to see her sad. Every day, she would cheerfully tell her grandmother a different story. What a joke. Later, in the hospital, we met a little girl with a terminal illness. She was already exhausted from just caring for her grandmother. Feeling sorry for her, I felt I had to do something. First, I raised donations. Then, without hesitation, I participated in a bone marrow matching test. Fortunately, the match was successful. She lay in her hospital bed, her face pale, but her eyes shone like stars. Such a wonderful person is destined to be remembered forever. Although I haven't seen her for 10 years, things have changed, and her personality has changed too. But I believe that a person's basic character is written long ago and doesn't change easily. He took a deep breath, regaining his composure, and looked at the snow leopard in the rearview mirror. This time, she left without a single message, without saying goodbye. I believe she must have some unspoken hardship. Glancing at Bubu, who slept peacefully beside him, he continued, after all, she even left Curly behind. After we rested, we head back to District 13. Once we get there, I arrange accommodations and daily necessities for you. If she trusts me, she can leave Curly with my grandfather temporarily. He definitely raised her to be plump and tall. It doesn't matter if she doesn't trust me. I believe Jian Lai, with her abilities, can thrive in District 13 on her own. If you encounter any problems you can't solve, go to my grandfather at the address I gave you. Hurry! Jian Lai stared at him, a hint of confusion in her gray-blue leopard eyes. She tilted her head, as if asking Fu Kanwen, what about you? After sending you back to District 13, I'd be heading back immediately. District 5 holds so many secrets. I won't be able to sleep at night until I get to the bottom of them. It turned out he also knew that District 5's secrets had to be investigated. She had thought Fu Kanwen was slacking off, afraid of getting in trouble. At this point, Jian Lai suddenly understood. Why, even though the mission hadn't been completed, why, even though there were so many questions, was he unwilling to delve deeper, and was eager to return to District 13, because she and Bubu were in the car with him. For the safety of these two burdens, they had to return to District 13 first. At some point, the sound of the rain outside the car grew louder. Raindrops lashed the car windows and roof, pouring down like the sky had been pierced. Everywhere I looked, there was a vast expanse of white, and visibility plummeted. With this much rain, it wouldn't be long before the ground would be blocked by water, potentially even causing a minor flood, completely blocking traffic. Fu Songwen's face darkened, and he immediately picked up his communicator and called, Feng Jiejun, can you hear me? In another car, Feng Jiejun raised his communicator, ready to report. Yes, Captain Fu. We're currently in low-lying terrain, and with the heavy rain, I'm afraid this area will be submerged in the rain soon. Are Yifan and Ma Jing awake? Not yet. They've been exhausted, and I'm afraid they won't be awake for a while. Feng Jiejun paused, then continued, Captain Fu, the rain is so intense and heavy. Is a tsunami in Zone 4 approaching, creating severe convection? We need to evacuate quickly. It's very likely. Forget Yifan and Ma Jing for now, and drive. Tomorrow. What? Feng Jiejun immediately started the engine and prepared to depart. He vaguely saw Fu Kanwen turn on his headlights in the side mirror. He frowned and asked with some concern, Captain Fu, you haven't rested in a while. How's your health? Don't worry, I'm well aware of it. The rain is pouring down, so drive carefully. That leopard. Don't worry about that either. I get along great with it, don't you think? As he spoke, Fu Kanwen held the communicator close to the snow leopard. Jian Lai felt helpless. He must have really taken her for a leopard spirit who understood everything he said. But the situation was urgent, and she didn't want to argue with him. She simply let out a gentle growl into the communicator, cooperating with Fu Kanwen. It was perfunctory, but clear enough for the person on the other end of the communicator to hear clearly. Feng Jiejun on the other end of the line didn't say much. It wasn't clear whether he bought Fu Songwen's nonsense or simply didn't have time to think about it. Two SUVs started up, slowly driving onto the highway, one in front of the other. The road had been neglected for a long time, and the heavy rain had already made it a muddy mess. The heavy rain pounded against the roof, making a ping-pong sound. The wiper slashed rapidly, only to be swept away by even more water. Vision was blurred, the windshield in front of me like a layer of frosted glass, and I could barely make out the two halos of light from the taillights of the car in front. I just heard Feng Jiejun say that Liu Yifan and Ma Jing were exhausted and wouldn't wake up for a while. Jian Lai leaned against the car window, staring intently at the scenery outside, his mind racing as he digested the new knowledge. With Feng Jiejun leading the way, choosing a relatively easy section of road, Fu Kanwen, following behind, felt much more relaxed. While driving, he managed to find the time to clear Jian Lai's confusion, explaining everything about ability users and awakenings. Jian Lai finally understood why the four-man team had previously relied so heavily on guns, even though their abilities clearly allowed them to resolve dangers more quickly. He even told her this. He truly trusted her. However, combined with Fu Songwen's almost confessional confession, Jian Lai could understand. His words were cryptic, But considering the team's reaction when they first encountered Jianlai, and the details that Liu Yifan and the others had later let slip, Jianlai knew that 10 years ago, she and Fu Kanwen were more than just friends, they had dated. Though they later parted ways for unknown reasons, their relationship remained profound, leaving an indelible mark on Fu Sungwen's heart. Because of their relationship, Fu Kanwen had great confidence in her character and abilities. Perhaps, she could try to let down her guard and collaborate with him to uncover the secrets of District 5. Just then, the car tilted without warning. Fu Kanwen reacted quickly, gripping the steering wheel tightly with both hands. The veins on the back of his hands bulged with the force, and he exerted all his strength to reverse the car's uncontrolled drift. What's going on? Feng Jiejun, report the situation. Captain Fu, the ground ahead has suddenly collapsed on a large scale, and the cracks are widening. We must turn right immediately and rush into the residential area next door. Hurry! Follow me! Fu Kanwen swerved the steering wheel to keep pace with the car in front. The SUV slid across the slippery ground, carving a thrilling arc before finally managing to turn the car around. Hold on! Fu Kanwen growled, and the SUV slammed into a broken rock and spun into the residential area beside the road. With the sound of the chassis colliding with the broken rock, another sharp turn was made. Buba's tiny body struggled to stay in the seatbelt, nearly being thrown out and hitting the car window. In this situation, Fu Kanwen was completely focused on the road, leaving Jianlai disoriented and unable to take care of himself. Hoorah! Seeing Buba's tiny body swaying from side to side, Jianlai couldn't help but call out a warning. But for some reason, Buba remained unconscious, clutching the nutrient solution tightly in his arms, motionless. After an unknown amount of time, the rain finally eased, the car stopped, and the group successfully escaped the collapsed road. Jianlai reached out with his forepaw to wipe the moisture from the car window, finally gaining a clearer view of the situation outside. The previously smooth road was now punctured by a large gaping hole, its bottom seemingly endless, like a black hole swallowing everything. Muddy water, carrying garbage and debris, rushed down, filling the massive pit continuously. Little Curly! Little Curly! Fu Kanwen gently patted Buba's cheek, looking at him with a hint of concern. Why haven't you woken up yet? Did you use your powers just now? He hadn't used his powers, probably going into sleep mode to conserve energy. But Jianlai didn't say this. She clattered the car windows, deliberately attracting Fu Sungwen's attention. As expected, after checking Buba's pulse, Fu Kanwen stopped worrying and turned to Jianlai. What's wrong? He had originally just wanted him to not worry too much about Bubu, but unexpectedly, this move actually paid off. Jianlai stared intently at the gaping abyss on the road, pointing with her forepaw. Was she dazzled? Why did she vaguely see a dark green python wriggling in the collapsed hole? The green was clearly dull, yet also incredibly vibrant and eerie. Jianlai instinctively sensed the giant python posed a significant threat, and quickly warned Fu Kanwen. However, when Fu Kanwen looked over, the python that had been looming at the cave entrance had vanished again. Jianlai's daze deepened. She remembered the color as being very familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Captain Fu. I don't know if it's safe here, but I suggest evacuating as soon as possible. While the rain is easing, why don't we just rush out of Area 5? Okay. Fu Kanwen decisively pulled the parking brake. Midway through his sentence, his voice suddenly rose as he shouted, "Drive fast. The landslide is coming." He slammed on the accelerator, rapidly accelerating. Feng Jiejun, follow me. Watch out for the landslide. Yes. The cracks in the rearview mirror began to loosen again, like a giant python, rapidly spreading across the rear of their car. The residential buildings on both sides of the road collapsed with a deafening roar as the ground gave way. She knew what that familiar green python looked like vines. They'd seen them when they first entered District 5, the green vines clinging tightly to the walls of buildings everywhere. Looking through the car window, Jianlai saw the dense vines crawling all over the residential buildings. His hair instantly stood on end, and a deep growl rolled from his throat. Could there be just one vine stretching as far as the eye could see? How big would that mutant vine have to be to take root in the entire District 5? Overturning the ground along the way. Chapter 20. There's a safety rope tied to something in the back seat. Secure yourself. Hold on tight. Fu Sungwen's forehead veins bulged as he gripped the steering wheel tightly, taking another sharp turn. The car's body jolted violently, drifting wildly on the slippery road. A single careless move could have tipped over. The immense inertia kept Jianlai clinging to the door. She turned her head, her gaze scanning the corner of the back seat, and saw the safety rope Fu Kanwen had mentioned. Without hesitation, she used both her hands and her mouth to pull it against her body, securing her. The rough rope cut into the thick fur, restricting her movement while also providing a sense of security. The two SUVs teetered on the brink of death. Everywhere they passed, cracks tore open at visible speed, like a greedy maw in pursuit. These vines were sentient. They were hunting them. Through the rain-blurred car window, Jianlai glimpsed the direction they were fleeing, the commercial district. The commercial district was already covered in vines, densely packed like a thick green blanket. It could be said that the commercial district was the most densely covered with vines in the entire 5th district. A chill ran down her spine, as she realized the vines were driving them away, deliberately forcing them into their lair. Roar! Instantly, a surge of fear and anxiety washed over Jianlai, who could no longer remain silent. She abruptly stood up, her force so immense that the safety ropes binding her instantly tightened, causing a dull pain in her body. Suppressing the discomfort, she swung her forepaw hard onto the passenger seat back. Bang! A muffled thud, the immense impact causing the entire seat to shake, and the fabric covering it to sway with it, but there was still no sign of awakening. Don't worry, I just checked. Curly's just asleep. Thinking Jianlai was worried about Bubu, Fu Kanwen took the time to soothe her while steadying the car. Woo! Jianlai's throat churned with even more anxious and dissatisfied snoring. She wasn't worried about Bubu. She wanted to warn Fu Kanwen. She wanted him to look outside the car, at the creepy vine wall. The vines that covered the entire wall of the building were silently wriggling and tightening, a net waiting for them to slip through. But Fu Kanwen was concentrating on driving, so she didn't dare pat the driver's seat, fearing that a paw would jolt the steering wheel out of control, with disastrous consequences. Fu Kanwen still ignored Jianlai's intentions. Looking through the rearview mirror, he saw the snow leopard's anxious face, and his doubts deepened. There was no time to ponder what Jianlai had discovered. The most urgent task was to escape the relentless pursuit of the crack. He pressed the communicator. Are Yifan and Ma Jing awake? Not yet. Feng Jiajun's rapid response was mixed with the roar of the car's engine as it accelerated. Captain Fu, this doesn't seem like an ordinary collapse. There's something underground. It's chasing us. Fu Kanwen narrowed his eyes and floored the accelerator. Whatever it is, don't fight it. Wait until Yifan and Ma Jing wake up before you deal with it. This couldn't go on. They realized there were living things underground, but their entire attention was consumed by the road conditions and the life-or-death battle with the collapse. They had no time to carefully examine the vines covering the outer wall. Seeing that the next intersection would lead directly into the commercial district, Jianlai's patience finally reached its limit. If we don't speak up, everyone's doomed. Don't go into the commercial district. It's the vines that've been chasing us underground. The commercial district is its lair. We'd die if we go in. It was Jianlai's voice. There was no doubt about it. His suspicion was correct. The snow leopard was actually Jianlai. The thought flashed through his mind like lightning, then Fu Kanwen suppressed it. He didn't even have time to feel the joy, let alone the vine lair she mentioned. His body's instincts and combat muscle memory had already made him react swiftly. He swerved the steering wheel hard to the left, the tires screeching against the ground. The car drifted beautifully, twisting at the last moment and leaving the restless vines in the commercial district behind. At the same time, he even had time to immediately press the communicator and share the intelligence he had just received with Feng Jiajun. It's vines chasing us. Avoid all buildings covered in vines, and don't enter the commercial area. Roger that. After confirming that the snow leopard in the back seat was Jianlai, Fu Kanwen didn't waste any words, nor did he ask why she was now a snow leopard. Not only because the situation was dangerous, but also out of respect. Jianlai was willing to reveal the secret because the situation was truly critical. As for the rest, Fu Kanwen hoped he could wait until she was willing to tell him. So, he forced himself to refocus all his attention on driving. He spared a little energy to pay attention to the scene outside the car. It wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't looked, but the moment he paid attention, a chill instantly shot up his head, chilling his heart. The vines, some as thick as an adult's arm, some as thin as a thumb, spread across the building at an astonishing rate, as if injected with growth hormone. These vines had not only mutated, but also acquired the consciousness of hunters. They were fine before, but why did they suddenly go crazy after the rain? Fu Kanwen cursed softly, and in a flash, a terrifying thought struck him. It was because of something on him. The vines wanted dark amber. Humans wanted dark amber for its energy. A single dark amber the size of a soybean could power District 13 for half a month. What use was this to the vines? Jianlai stared intently at the vines that had been chasing them, and was surprised to find that once the ground collapsed, the vines covering the building stopped moving. And when the vines on the buildings moved, the ground collapsed at a relatively slower rate. Unsurprisingly, it couldn't control the simultaneous movement of different parts above and below the ground. Jianlai, Fu Kanwen. The vine's pursuit ability is limited. It can't control both its underground roots and its branches above ground simultaneously. Separate them. Just as I thought. Fu Kanwen chuckled and immediately arranged for Feng Jiajun to turn right at the second intersection, while he himself turned left. If I'm guessing correctly, this vine is after the dark amber. It had been dormant until the heavy rain awakened it. After waking, it sensed the dark amber's energy and pursued us like a demon smelling blood. As Fu Kanwen had predicted, after the two SUVs separated, the vines pursued Fu Sungwen's vehicle without hesitation. You said before that you didn't know why the mutation occurred? Jianlai didn't believe it. It was obvious that the dark amber was the source of the mutation. The tiger had become incredibly intelligent and enormous with it, and the vines were willing to expend so much energy chasing it. How could Fu Kanwen not know something even animals and plants know? No expert confirmation, this is all just my guess. As he spoke, he lowered the car window. Dense rain streamed in with the wind, instantly soaking his entire left side. Fu Kanwen pressed his palm firmly against the steering wheel. With a snap of his fingers, a flash of lightning flashed from his fingertips, striking a vine that was reaching out from the left, attempting to entangle the rearview mirror. The vine's tip was struck, instantly emitting black smoke and retreating. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the car jolted violently. Another thick vine burst from the ground in front, wrapping around the SUV's reinforced steel frame like a giant python. The car instantly lost balance and spun on the slippery road. Bang! With a loud bang, Feng Jiajun circled from the other direction, firing at the vine from a distance. The bullet struck the vines wrapped around the car, gushing out a spurt of light green juice. The vines retreated slightly, and Fu Kanwen quickly swung the car, using the vehicle's inertia to completely shake it off. The best way to deal with this thing is to use fire. No matter how many vines there are, there's still wood, and Feng Jiajun's abilities are just the right counter. But the rain has been relentless, soaking the vines. The humidity is so high that they can't be lit. This isn't a solution. Watch the road. Jianlai's calm voice came from the back seat. Then, she used her teeth and paws to untie the safety ropes from her body, huddled behind the driver's seat, and silently counted down. A muffled groan of pain followed. Fu Kanwen immediately realized something, and reflexively freed a hand to pull down the storage box under the passenger seat. Without looking back, he tossed the clothes Jianlai had left behind into the back seat. Your clothes. Also, there's a rifle and ammunition under the seat, grab them. This gun is different from the pistol I taught you before. It has a lot of recoil. Use some force to steady the gun. So, her familiarity with guns was thanks to him? Okay. In the cramped space, a figure emerged from the back seat of the driver's seat. In a flash, the snow leopard vanished, replaced by Jianlai, now in human form. She snatched up the cold rifle from underneath, lowered the window, leaned out, and fired. Her marksmanship wasn't exactly accurate, but her reflexes were quick and her firepower was powerful. In every volley of bullets, one or two would always hit the vines. The vines that were struck splattered with juice, then twitched and fell to the ground. However, after a brief delay, the vines returned to normal, chasing Fu Kanwen and Jianlai's vehicle at an even faster speed. Damn it! Ordinary bullets are useless against it. This little bit of suppression is enough. Fu Kanwen stared intently at the road ahead, his voice steady, as if he's seen this scene all too often. The time you have to suppress it is enough. She had no power to suppress it, and she even wasted a lot of bullets. Although his calm expression and tone gave people a strange sense of reassurance, but if we throw the dark amber to it, will it stop chasing us? That's the most direct way. No. Fu Kanwen rejected the suggestion without hesitation. Don't worry, you have a natural talent for sniping. Haven't you noticed your shooting skills are getting better and better? Jianlai aimed at the vines behind and fired again. As Fu Kanwen said, actual combat is the fastest way to grow. With her life on the line, her adrenaline surged, even her aim improved significantly. Now, she could typically hit the vines more than 6 times out of 10 shots. After repelling the vines once more, Jianlai demanded sharply, what's more important, human life or those few resources? He could have resolved the situation more quickly, but he wasted time agonizing over the vines. Fu Kanwen had been dealing with these strange creatures for so long. He must know something she didn't. Amid the roar of the engine and the pounding of rain, Fu Songwen's voice carried an unprecedented weight. I suspect Dark Amber can allow mutated creatures to upgrade and gain more abilities. And, perhaps, humanity's awakening is also related to it. What? Jianglai whipped her head around to look at him, rain dripping down her hair and onto the back seat of the SUV, leaving a wet trail. Yes, she should have thought of this the moment she realized the vines were targeting Dark Amber. Along the way, the mutated animals and plants they seen were all related to Dark Amber, and the appearance of people with special abilities must also be related to it. It wasn't until I dug the Dark Amber out of the tiger's skull that I figured all this out. All Dark Amber resources in District 13 are controlled by the upper echelons. It's too precious, and ordinary people simply can't access it. If we want to know if humanity's awakening is truly connected to Dark Amber, we can't let this one go. There's something valuable hidden beneath District 5. Jianlai suddenly froze, remembering the pseudo-human's words. If that's the case, how much Dark Amber must this vine have taken to grow to such devastating proportions? Chapter 21. The rain poured down, a curtain of water shrouding the entire 5th district in chaos. Jianlai's brain raced, fueled by adrenaline. While battling the vines behind the car, she quickly shared with Fu Kanwen the news she had learned from the pseudo-human. Remember the pseudo-human who was infected by the parasite? I fought him before, and he ate another pseudo-human. He also said there was something hidden underground in the 5th district. Is it possible that it was the Dark Amber? Is that what you're looking for on this mission? No. We're looking for a piece of research material. Before she finished her words, a vine suddenly sprang out from a blind spot, heading straight for the windshield. It was so fast, and at such a tricky angle that there was no time to fire. Oops, if the windshield was hit, at best, cracks would appear, blocking Fu Songwen's view, or at worst, shatter the glass and injure him. No matter how you looked at it, it would cause the vehicle to lose control, increasing the risk of a rollover. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out from the side, knocking down the vines just in time. At the same time, the arc of electricity in Fu Songwen's palm quietly died. The communicator suddenly rang. It was Feng Jiajun in the other car. Captain Fu, how's the situation over there? After the 2 cars separated, Feng Jiajun realized the vines had completely abandoned him, devoting all their branches and roots to the pursuit of Fu Kanwen. Without hesitation, he drove back. The SUV he was driving moved through the ruins like a ghost, appearing and disappearing, stopping and starting. Using the broken wall as cover, he fired continuously, interrupting the vine's attempts to encircle him. This little trick won't kill me, Fu Kanwen. Fu Kanwen sneered, it's almost time. Yifan and Ma Jing will be awake soon. Once they recover, we launch a counterattack. Yes. Feng Jiajun's response was crisp and clear. A moment later, gunfire rang out again. At first, the vines ignored his attacks, but after being interrupted several times by Feng Jiajun, they suddenly shrieked. More accurately, the vines summoned more tentacles, which waved majestically in the air, emitting a shrieking sound due to their rapid speed. Duh. Feng Jiajun raked forward with a burst of bullets, severing countless branches again. However, this time, the broken vines did not ooze juice. Instead, they expanded at a visible rate, like a tumor. When the tumor expanded to a certain size, it burst open in midair, and new vines emerged from it. The new vines were covered with sharp thorns. Although not as thick as before, they were more numerous and swung faster. They turned and aimed at Feng Jiajun, determined to deal with the man who had repeatedly ruined their plans first. Oh no! These vines have intelligence. They're all heading for Feng Jiajun. Jianlai quickly changed his magazine, and continued firing. The branches and vines formed a dense net, descending upon Feng Jiajun. The thorny vines lashed against the SUV, creating a sharp scraping sound. Fu Kanwen immediately raised his hand, and arcs of electricity flashed from his fingertips, instantly destroying the vine net. But then, something even more terrifying happened. Boom! A loud bang echoed from the distance. Deafening, overwhelming. The entire highway, along with the already crumbling buildings lining its sides, collapsed instantly as the underground beast tore it downward. Speed up. Jianlai heard Fu Songwen's roar for the first time. But it was too late. After a deafening bang, Jianlai was thrown hard against the car door by inertia. Ignoring the pain all over her body, she tilted her head to look out the window, and saw Feng Jiajun's car being struck from the bottom up by a thick vine that had broken through the ground. The steel-reinforced SUV was lifted off the ground by the vine, like a child's toy, helplessly flipped in the air, and slammed back to the ground. The roof was down, all 4 wheels facing the sky. The front of the car was deformed by the powerful impact, but only the headlights remained stubbornly lit. It was as if reminding Jianlai and Fu Kanwen that this car had been alongside them before, not just a pile of scrap metal abandoned for years in District 5. The vine had struck, but it wasn't done yet, extending more branches to attack the SUV. No! Stop the car and save them! Fu Kanwen had already slammed the brakes on full throttle, and the SUV slid several meters in the mud before coming to a stop. Before the car even came to a complete stop, Jianlai had already jumped out, rifle in hand. The rain lashed her face like a whip, blinding her. She wiped her face with her hand, squinting her eyes, which stung from the rain. Through the drizzle, she saw that Feng Jiejun's car door was completely twisted and deformed. Even if the person inside was still conscious, it would be difficult to kick it open and escape. Cover me! Jianlai, rifle drawn, rushed towards the vines without looking back. Fu Kanwen jumped out, faster than her, and instantly stood in front of her. The rain pelted his combat uniform, instantly soaking the rest of his body. His right hand flashed with lightning, while his left held Jianlai's shoulder firmly. The vines are targeting Onbua. Take Bubu and go first. Are you crazy? You're asking me to leave now? Those are 3 lives. Precisely because they're lives, I can't let you die. Fu Sungwen's voice suddenly rose. He looked at Jianlai, then softened his tone and continued, I underestimated them. Lu Yifan and Ma Jing should have woken up by now. Fu Kanwen. Jianlai suddenly stared at him intently. The rain blurred her vision, but her voice remained clear and powerful. You said we were very good friends, right? Fu Sungwen's heart skipped a beat. He didn't understand why Jianlai would suddenly say such things at such a critical moment. He only knew that he couldn't let her take any risks. He opened his mouth, somewhat awkwardly trying to persuade her, Bubu's still in the car. Jianlai interrupted without hesitation, demanding coldly, was Jianlai the one who stood by and watched someone in need without helping? If that were the case, the fact that you're still friends with her shows how poor your judgment is. If I'm not mistaken, the 3 people in the car also followed you everywhere, searching for Jianlai. Shouldn't I repay you? Or do you think I'm incompetent and a burden? Impossible. Fu Kanwen retorted without hesitation. How could she be a burden? He stared at the woman before him, disheveled yet determined, bathed in the heavy rain. It was as if she were a repetition of the figure who had resolutely laid down for a bone marrow biopsy that year. He took a deep breath, the cold rain wafting through his nose, stinging painfully. I was wrong. I apologize. He released his grip and swung his right arm toward the sky, creating a net that blocked the incoming vines. Thank you for waking me up. Yes, she was Jianlai. Whether before or after the apocalypse, she had never been someone who needed protection. His behavior was disrespectful to her. The vines are targeting me. I distract them, and you go save them. When he raised his hand again, Fu Sungwen's voice had regained its usual calm. Don't worry, Feng Jiejun and the others are battle-hardened warriors. They be fine. No problem. The rain poured down, and the vines swung through the air, repeatedly striking the electric grid and trembling with shock. Jianlai's boots, already filled with water, sank deeply into the mud. She gripped the rifle tightly, the cold rain pouring down her neck and into her collar, but it couldn't quench the rage within her. Feng Jiejun, she shouted, her voice hoarse. The only sound in response was the pounding of raindrops, and the sounds of Fu Kanwen battling the vines. Jianlai's heart sank. She gritted her teeth and quickened her pace, but braked suddenly when she was still a dozen meters from the vehicle, quickly raising her gun and aiming. She saw a vine as thick as a wrist slowly creeping out from behind the SUV. It was the same vine that had pierced Feng Jiejun's SUV. The air was thick with the pungent smell of gasoline, which even the heavy rain couldn't wash away. Carried by the wind, it seeped into her nostrils. Fu Kanwen. Jianlai's voice trembled slightly. She lowered her eyes, and saw the gasoline flowing continuously. It's leaking. All over the ground. She couldn't shoot. If a bullet missed the vine and landed on the car, even a spark could easily ignite the gasoline. The electric arc from Fu Sungwen's fingertips couldn't either. Ignition of the gasoline was a minor issue, but the flames could easily detonate the SUV attached to it. Jianlai hesitated, unsure what to do. However, her hesitation didn't mean the vine was afraid too. It suddenly straightened, like a shot arrow, striking Jianlai in the face. Jianlai rolled on the ground, barely avoiding the fatal blow. The tip of the vine brushed past her hair, severing a few swirling strands. After missing the target, it paused in midair, quickly adjusting its direction and striking again. This time, it aimed directly at her chest. Jian Lai, get down! Fu Kanwen roared, and Jian Lai instinctively ducked without hesitation. The moment she fell, a blinding flash of lightning passed overhead and struck the vine hard. The attack was so powerful that it severed the entire vine in half, leaving the broken end charred black and unable to release a single drop of juice. The remaining vines twitched like severed snakes, then with a whoosh, shrunk back under the car. After repeated attacks failed, and instead of being targeted, the vines were furious as many branches and roots were severed. The ground suddenly shook even more violently than before, as if the earth were wailing. The intense tremor made it impossible to remain standing. Jian Lai and Fu Kanwen were thrown to their knees in the mud. With the overturned off-road vehicle at its center, the ground within 100 meters became brittle and cracked like an eggshell, countless roots scrambling to emerge from the cracks and wriggle. In a head-on confrontation, they were no match for the vines. They had to think of another way. If they were now leopards, their sharp claws could easily cut through the vine's roots. But on the other hand, a leopard wouldn't be able to open the deformed car door. Not to mention unbuckling the seatbelts and dragging out the 3 people inside, their fate unknown. Time! No time. In a flash, Jian Lai's eyes flashed as she noticed a detail she had previously overlooked. All the vines, whether they were branches on the ground or roots emerging from the ground, carefully avoided the off-road vehicle's headlights as they spread. In an instant, all the information connected. Why did the vines, which hadn't even moved during the initial earthquake, suddenly awaken after a torrential downpour that obscured the sun? It was this torrential downpour. The torrential rain darkened the sky, thick clouds blocking out the sunlight, and it was as dark as nightfall. And then, the vines awakened. Jian Lai vaguely remembered that there were plants in this world that avoided light. Direct sunlight would burn the vines, so their flowering and pollination took place at night. Fu Kanwen, these vines are afraid of light. Jian Lai screamed at the top of his lungs. Do you have any flares? A monster is a monster. Things that can't stand the light should rot underground forever. Fu Kanwen sneered, and suddenly a dense streak of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the entire ruins. The earthquake stopped instantly, and the movement of the vine's branches and roots slowed considerably. The next second, the thickest vine, as if unwilling to give up, struggled to wrap itself around the SUV again, lifting the heavy vehicle high into the air and slamming down towards Jian Lai and Fu Kanwen with all its might. Chapter 22. Yu was flung into the air by the vines, and Jian Lai's heart instantly sank. The previous fall had already been heavy, and Feng Jiejun hadn't responded yet. Another blow would undoubtedly kill the 3 people inside. At the critical moment, the vine slipped from his grasp, and the deformed car door was kicked off from the inside, the twisted metal swirling and flying far away. Then a figure leaped out first. It was Lu Yifan. Carrying the unconscious Feng Jiejun on his shoulders, he leaped to a high altitude, dodging the vine's attacks with a few quick movements. Ma Jing followed closely behind, leaping and landing safely. Captain Fu, we're late. Lu Yifan's voice was slightly breathless. With Ma Jing's help, he adjusted Feng Jiejun's posture and carried him on his back. He wiped the rain from his face. Sneerfully, Feng Jiejun is incompetent. How could he have collapsed before I even woke up? When we get back to District 13, I have to treat him to a feast. 5 dishes and a soup, not a single one missing. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and gestured toward the air. Suddenly, a gust of unholy wind blew up, forming a dragon of wind that roared upward, precisely catching the SUV thrown by the vines. Then, with a powerful force, he blew the SUV back the way it had come. The SUV slammed heavily to the ground, its already fragile fuel tank completely shattering under the impact. The sticky, acrid gasoline gushed out like gushing black blood, instantly covering the ground. Retreat! Retreat! Jian Lai and Fu Kanwen shouted almost simultaneously. The men retreated without hesitation. A bolt of lightning struck Yaya, and then there was a boom and flames burst into the sky in the rainstorm. Vines soaked in gasoline ignited instantly, their flames intensifying with the wind. The intense pain caused the vines' attacks to become erratic, whirling wildly through the air. The burning vines twisted into fiery snakes, and whenever they tried to close in on the team, Ma Jing would slash them apart with a single swing of his arm. Is Feng Jiejun okay? No. When the car fell, I was regaining consciousness and used the wind to cushion the impact. But the driver's seat was severely dented, so he took the most impact, temporarily unconscious. He should be awake soon. Jian Lai stared intently at the vines writhing and wailing in the flames, frowning. Since your abilities had already returned, why didn't you just use the wind to support the car body and cushion the impact? That way, we wouldn't have lost an SUV. You can even do that. Lu Yifan's expression froze, his eyes nearly popping out. They say she just regained consciousness, her mind is still a blur. How could she have time to think so much? Lu Yifan stiffened his neck and said stubbornly. Then, as if realizing who was talking to him, he turned his head and looked at her with a look of astonishment. Hey! Jianlai? When did you come back? Didn't you use the escape plan trick to escape earlier? You were so secretive, and you managed to do it so quickly? Cough, cough, cough. Jianlai choked on his casual question and coughed repeatedly. She came back after you fell asleep. Fu Kanwen quickly spoke to her defense, getting the topic back on track. Now's not the time to talk about this. Those are all vine branches outside. There's no way they can be cut down. If we keep wasting our time like this, once our abilities are completely depleted, we'd be like fish on its chopping block. The only way to end it once, and for all, is to find its main stem, and kill it completely. Its main stem must be buried underground. Jianlai's words drew everyone's attention to her. Facing their gaze, she spoke calmly. Based on the information we have so far, there's a good chance a lot of dark amber is hidden underground. This vine is sensitive to light. If I were it, I would hide the most important part of it underground. You all experience the harshness of the sunlight in the apocalypse. But how do we find where it's buried underground? Ma Jing looked up. The ruins of District 5 stretched endlessly. They couldn't possibly dig up the entire area. Yes, District 5 is quite large. Lu Yifan echoed repeatedly. Including the unconscious Feng Jiejun, there were only 5 of them. 5 people searching for the core of the vines in Area 5 was like looking for a needle in a haystack. I remember the spider's lair you went to. Wasn't it near the commercial district? The outer wall of the commercial district was the most vine-filled place she had ever seen. The main stem must be hidden somewhere in the commercial district. That damn place is bottomless. From the depth we've gone so far, there are no living things like vines. And circumventing it to find the main stem is simply impossible. Did you find any mutated spiders in the spider's lair? Not really. But there are so many spiders in there. I never seen so many spiders in my life. They're so densely packed together, more than the rice in my bowl. There's no way to kill them all, and there's no way to find the bottom. How can there be a bottomless place in a commercial district? That defies common sense. Jianlai immediately took over. I remember saying before that spider nests appear in commercial districts because before the apocalypse, there was an artificial cavern with a cyberpunk feel, attracting tourists to take photos and check in. After being abandoned, it became dark and claustrophobic, naturally becoming a habitat for spiders. But the underground structures in commercial districts are often pre-planned parking lots, pipelines, or subway stations. Their depth is limited, so how can they be bottomless? So you're saying that vines dig holes, spiders occupy them, and they're good neighbors who love each other? LV Yifan had just finished speaking when he felt Feng Jiejun on his back slowly awaken. He struggled to get off, but Ma Jing held him down. Hold still. Give it a rest before I put you down. How do you feel? Feng Jiejun coughed twice, his eyes still a little hazy, but his words were firm. Don't worry, you won't die. Before he finished speaking, he took a few deep breaths, tilted his head, and spat out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva. Jianlai, Alright, 1 or 2, both talented. After the dizziness wore off, Feng Jiejun still insisted on getting off Lu Yifan. This time, no one tried to stop him. He stumbled a little after landing, but Ma Jing quickly steadied him. His eyes swept over the burning vines and Jianlai, finally landing on Fu Sungwen's face. Captain Fu, I think Jianlai's theory makes sense. Let's enter the spider cave again and destroy the vine's nest. Maybe we can follow the clues and find our target. Of the 3 people present, besides Fu Kanwen, only Feng Jiejun was aware that Jianlai hadn't been present when he and Fu Kanwen fled in their car, as the incident had taken place so suddenly. But moments later, she reappeared in Fu Sungwen's car. And now, there was no sign of Snow Leopard in the rubble. Jianlai and Snow Leopard. He silently suppressed his shock and followed the team back to the last remaining car to continue discussing tactics for dealing with the vines. The narrow car suddenly became overcrowded, filled with smoke and damp air. Ma Jing sat in the driver's seat, Jianlai held Bubu in the passenger seat, and the other 3 men crammed into the back seat. When Lu Yifan heard they had to return to the spider's lair, his eyes widened in disbelief. Hey, are you kidding me? We just escaped death. Why don't we go back to District 13 to rest, get some support, and restock our ammunition before we consider it? Going in now is like giving ourselves away. Even if we don't go in, do you think it let us go? Jianlai pointed overhead. Look up. The rain has subsided, so why isn't it still daybreak? Nonsense. Lu Yifan replied without thinking. It's already past 6 in the evening and the sky. His voice trailed off, and his face paled. It was getting dark. From the previous battle, they had learned that vines were nocturnal. With darkness, wouldn't that mean they were entering their home turf? When it's completely dark, the next vines might be even more difficult to deal with. Jianlai finished what Lu Yifan hadn't finished, adding, if I'm right, this vine has a strong vengeful instinct. Feng Jiejun had previously helped her, and Fu Kan went escape, and the vines had harbored a grudge against him. They were willing to give up pursuing Fu Kan Wen, the holder of the Dark Amber, to eliminate Feng Jiejun first. Now, even if they voluntarily surrendered the Dark Amber, the vines would not let them go. We severed so many of its branches and roots, and burned a large portion of its rhizomes. It's impossible for it to let us leave Area 5. So, fighting is our only option. Fu Kan Wen nodded, confirming Jianlai's point, and added, instead of worrying about getting killed if we rush in, we should think carefully about how to successfully capture the vines. He's not worried about getting killed. He's not the only one who's killed aliens 10 times more dangerous than this. I don't think he can get past the spiders. Feng Jiejun, still a little pale, bluntly said, in my opinion, we should leave him outside. He can stay and take care of Bubu, so he can be of some use. Hearing that he would be left alone, Lu Yifan was unhappy again. No! Wouldn't that make me, Lu Yifan, a coward and a coward? You scoundrel. Where's my reputation going? How am I supposed to survive in District 13? Ma Jing looked at him through the rearview mirror and scoffed coldly. A soldier so terrified of spiders that his legs weaken, his reputation isn't going to be very good. Why can't soldiers be afraid of spiders? There are also those who are afraid of snakes, rats, cockroaches, and bugs. Alright, stop it. Fu Kan Wen rubbed his brows wearily, and leaned back in the back seat. The situation inside the nest is unknown, and we don't have enough incendiary ammunition. The cave is cramped and dark, so we can't use guns or electricity to deal with spiders. Everyone should think carefully about how to deal with it. It's injured and dormant now, but it won't give us a break. Once it's completely dark, it will definitely attack again. Jianlai was more worried about Fu Sungwen's condition than anything else. She turned and looked at the back seat. You used a lot of your abilities earlier in the fight against the vines. How are you feeling now? Do you need a break? If we start fighting the vines later, and Fu Kan Wen suddenly goes dormant from overuse, it would be bad. In this situation, no one can be without him. Chapter 23. Don't worry, it's not needed for now. Don't worry, Jianlai. Captain Fu is more capable than most, one of the best in District 13. He's a human powerhouse. During previous missions, a wave of alien species was a pack of mutated wild dogs. Captain Fu fought for 3 days and 3 nights without a problem, chopping an entire forest of wild dogs into charcoal. It's a shame the meat was wasted. It's just that he slept for 3 days and 3 nights back home. That's good. Jianlai breathed a sigh of relief. Remember, our target is the main vine, not the spiders. Fu Kan Wen emphasized again, although there are many spiders, they haven't mutated. Don't be afraid of them. We went into the cave once before, and nothing happened, didn't we? Yes. Why hadn't she thought of that? If the dark amber was buried beneath the spider's nest, why didn't the spiders mutate? There was only one reason. The dark amber wasn't directly below the spider's nest. Or perhaps there's some kind of barrier between the spider's nest and the vine's nest, and they haven't been broken through. Are you sure there aren't any vines in the spider's nest? Of course we are. We went there on a mission, and we searched very carefully. There's everything in there, except for no living things. Lu Yifan patted his chest and assured. Ma Jing nodded affirmatively. It's just as Yifan said. Fu Sungwen's eyes gleamed, and he looked at Jianlai with admiration. You're right. There should be a barrier between the spider's nest and the main stem of the vine. And this barrier is very likely the laboratory we're looking for. But if the laboratory is underneath the spider's nest, why didn't we find it before? I think there's something that supports this point. Jianlai pointed at the communicator. After you entered the spider's lair, I tried to communicate with you through it, but received no response. You didn't hear my voice during your mission, did you? No. Absolutely not. Lu Yifan, Ma Jing, and Feng Jiejun looked at each other and shook their heads almost simultaneously. When? After Fu Kan Wen asked, he realized something and his face changed slightly. Jianlai must have encountered danger outside, and after calling for support to no avail, he was forced to transform into a snow leopard to escape. When he spoke again, his voice was much deeper. It was when we encountered the pseudo-humans. About that, Jianlai replied softly, not elaborating on the danger. At the time, I was worried you encounter pseudo-humans underground, so I wanted to warn you. I didn't expect there to be any signal down there. So, the possibility of a laboratory down there is even greater. To prevent detection, it's installed with some kind of shielding device. So, after entering the nest, the communicator failed. Jianlai, I suggest that LV-Yifan stay outside the spider's nest. Ah, why do you want me to stay outside too? Jianlai, are you secretly laughing at my fear of spiders? LV-Yifan's face, which had just been excited about the lab clue, instantly fell when he was named. Fu Kanwen, he wants you to attack the vines from outside. Jianlai nodded, yes. The vines have limited ability to manipulate their branches. If we attack them simultaneously from above and below, their reaction will be much slower. Yifan's ability is wind, and his agility makes him inaccessible to the vines, making him a perfect distraction. Fu Kanwen then laid out the entire plan. The rest of you, prepare flammable materials and throw them into the nest, the more the better. Then, throw in the incendiary bombs. After the fire breaks out, the spiders will pour out like they did last time. Once inside, they use fire or venom to destroy the entire nest. The spiders, having lost their nest, will move on to their next location. The vines are underground. To obtain the amber, she must have broken through the soil everywhere. Once the spiders start moving, they head either towards the laboratory or the main stem of the vine. Come to think of it, the last time I entered the spider's nest, I saw some spiders fleeing towards the cracks, Feng Jiejun lamented. At the time, he mocked spiders for being spiders. They were courting death by running inside during an earthquake. I didn't expect to miss such important information. But that was just speculation. They must find more evidence, time is running out. What if the dark amber is included? The vines will undoubtedly break through the wall to obtain the dark amber. The next question is how to ensure the vines will use their main stems to obtain the dark amber, unless they are already overwhelmed. Fu Kanwen pondered for a moment and reorganized the situation. Everyone, except me, stay on the ground and fight the vines. Use guns, fire, whatever means at your disposal. Hit them hard. Do your best to eliminate all exposed branches of the vines. Drain their energy, the more the better. You want to enter the spider's lair alone? I take the dark amber in. As long as you entangle the vines outside, the dark amber will be attracted to them, and they have to use their main stems to retrieve it. If the direction it breaks through the wall matches the spider's migration path, then this path has long existed and is likely the path to its main stem. I be responsible for severing the main stem. Ma Jing frowned, his face filled with disapproval. But Captain Fu, isn't it too dangerous for you to go in alone? After all these years of sharing life and death, don't you still trust me? Fu Kanwen. He grinned, his face barely concealing fatigue, but his eyes sparkled, compelling one to accept his words. Of course, his voice remained deep and powerful, leaving no room for refusal. Ma Jing, use your abilities and micro-explosives to dig a hole in the commercial district, avoiding the spider burrows. Once you find the rhizome underground, Feng Jiejun will immediately roast it with fire. This will leave it surrounded and vulnerable, with nowhere to escape. Only Jianlai, who wasn't under Fu Songwen's control, frowned, met his gaze, and said coldly, I go with you. It wasn't a request, it was a declaration. As soon as he finished speaking, Bubu slowly woke up in her arms, his long eyelashes fluttering. With the naivete of a newly awakened child, he declared in a remarkably clear, childish voice, I want to go with Jianlai. Why did this little wake up at this very moment? His words sounded a lot like Jianlai. From the moment he spoke, it was a declaration, without a hint of a request. The two of them pretended to be mother and son, and it didn't seem out of place at all. No! Before Jianlai could object, the remaining four rejected Bubu's request in unison. Bubu, stay on the ground with Uncle Lu Yifan. Letting a 5-year-old go deep into the lair, no one with a conscience would do it. Bubu shook his head. I just had a long sleep. I'm full of energy. Bubu wants to come with Jianlai. His tone was a mixture of a child's stubbornness and an adult's unquestionable determination. Jianlai understood that the childish tone was just a disguise. This little robot's mission was to protect itself, and he didn't care to listen to anyone else. She had missed the agreed 30 minutes, and now, pressed by the crowd, it was difficult to make up another excuse to fool him. Things were getting a little tricky. After a moment's hesitation, she reluctantly nodded. "Bubu, come with me. I be responsible for him, and won't interfere with your operations." Ma Jing was a little puzzled. "Are you also awakened?" Otherwise, how could an ordinary survivor whose marksmanship had only improved today's actual combat dare to bring a 5-year-old child down into the spider's lair? Even the gifted youngsters, who awakened their abilities in District 13, were so eager to keep their children on their toes, that they nagged them for 3 days even about a trip to the plantation. The carriage fell silent, leaving only the pitter-patter of rain. At this point, there was no point in hiding something that couldn't be hidden any longer. Lu Yifan and Ma Jing were still okay, but Feng Jiajun had witnessed the snow leopard's sudden disappearance. Even if he didn't mention it now, that didn't mean he wouldn't tell the other two later. So, in response to Ma Jing's question, she gave an ambiguous answer. "Actually, the snow leopard you saw earlier was me. As for Bubu, he has a photographic memory. If we find the spider's lair, and can't take the information with us for unknown reasons, we can try to get him to memorize it instantly, and then copy it down from memory." Both of them truly possess extraordinary abilities. As for whether these abilities were the result of awakening, she never mentioned them. Lu Yifan was the first to exclaim, his movements so abrupt that he nearly hit his head on the car roof. "Holy crap! Bestiality, so cool." Ma Jing, on the other hand, was incredulous. There were many people with special abilities in District 13, each with their own unique abilities, but this was the first time he had seen a person fully transformed. But thinking back to the clothes left by the river when the others had been looking for Jian Lai, and Fu Songwen's sudden reassurance about Jian Lai's safety and insistence on bringing Snow Leopard aboard, everything seemed to fall into place. But would Fu Kanwen agree? After all, this was related to the confidentiality of the mission and Jian Lai's safety. Fu Kanwen sat up, his eyes blazing as he looked at Jian Lai, his expression extremely serious. "Jian Lai, this mission can only be carried out by members of the Dawn Special Operations Team. I now formally invite you to become a member of the Dawn Special Operations Team. A temporary member of the Special Operations Team, would you accept?" The sudden, formal invitation left Jian Lai slightly startled. This was not only a recognition of her abilities, but also a legitimate position. Becoming a member of the Special Operations Team would give her a foothold in District 13, making it easier for her to investigate her own secrets. Not a bad idea. Thinking of this, she didn't hesitate, a smile playing on her lips. "Thank you for your continued care." "Welcome, welcome." Fu Kanwen glanced outside the car. The rainstorm had subsided, and the sky was dark. Although it was already night, the faint light still outlined the grim outline of the ruins. "Get ready. Don't wait for the vines to rest. Let's strike first, and catch them off guard." "Understood." After getting out of the car, Fu Kanwen looked at Bubu, his tone slow but commanding. "Bubu, when you go down with Mom, your job is to follow Mom closely, and do what she says. If you see any strange-looking writing or patterns on the walls, or the ground, take note of them." "Okay." Upon hearing that he could follow Jian Lai, Bubu's icy blue eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. "Bubu can remember. Bubu will protect Jian Lai." Jian Lai gently patted Bubu's head, and said to Fu Kanwen, "I take care of his safety. Just do your own thing. Everything goes according to plan." "Okay." "Not only Bubu, but you too. Remember to keep an eye out for the brown bear totem. It's the mark of the lab's owner. If his lab is inside, there's no doubt it's there." The brown bear totem looked so familiar. She seemed to have seen it somewhere before. But she couldn't quite place it, and her current situation didn't allow her to dwell on it. The counterattack has begun. Chapter 24. Alcohol, cloth, and various rags and discarded plastic bags scavenged from the mall were mixed together and bundled into several simple incendiary packs. "Throw." Fu Kanwen gave the command, and the first incendiary pack was accurately dropped deep into the cave entrance, followed by the second, the third, and all the flammable materials that could be collected. The incendiary packs converged inside the cave, and flames erupted. The acrid smell of burning plastic mixed with the stench of burnt protein gushed out. Hiss. Rustle. A chilling sound echoed, and then countless fist-sized spiders swarmed frantically from the cave, scrambling to escape the sea of fire behind them. The first step of the plan, a success. After waiting for the flames in the cave to burn out and the spiders to flee frantically, the 3 ground-based personnel launched the first attack. In the darkness, the vines on the outer walls of the commercial district resembled long dormant venomous snakes. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yifan launched a fierce wind, sweeping across the commercial district's outer walls. The force of the wind nearly blew away the remaining water stains on the vines. "Feng Jiajun!" Lu Yifan roared, his machine gun firing without pause. A barrage of bullets pierced the vine branches, sending shattered fragments flying. "Here they come!" Feng Jiajun immediately followed, a fiery flame rising from his palm. He aimed his aim at the wind and swung his hand to strike the dry vines. The dry vines instantly ignited, and the flame spread upward, following the wind's direction, greedily licking everything around them, illuminating the night sky in a crimson red. The intense heat dried out the remaining water stains on the vines, and the flames licked across, expanding the burning area once again. The perimeter of the commercial district instantly became a battlefield of wind and fire. "This isn't enough," Ma Jing growled, his hands bulging with muscles, coated in a hard layer invisible to the naked eye. With each blow, he hammered the outer wall to which the vines had clung. Many vines that hadn't managed to escape were buried in the gravel. Ma Jing's eyes were cold, and his movements were unwavering. He quickly placed small bombs among the bricks and rubble entangled by the vines. "Retreat!" With a roar, the three of them simultaneously fled. The first vine stronghold collapsed with a bang, tearing a huge gap in the ground. "Not here, next!" Meanwhile, Fu Conwen, Jian Lai, and Bubu, fully armed, headed deeper into the spider's nest. The flames had completely died out, leaving the cave pitch black. The air was filled with the stench of burning plastic and spiders. Even though the three men were wearing decontamination masks, the smell seemed to seep in, causing them to frown. "Watch your feet and your head." Fu Songwen's voice, distorted through the masks, was slightly distorted. He led the charge, a powerful flashlight in hand, illuminating the path ahead, while carefully clearing the debris beneath his feet. Bubu walked in the middle, Jian Lai brought up the rear. The three of them quickly descended along the explored route. After 2 fires, the walls were almost completely devoid of intact spiderwebs. Only a few remained, clinging to the wall, precariously crumbling. Fu Conwen tried to call out to the surface, but all he heard was a cacophony of electrical noise. Communications are down, indeed. The deeper they went into the nest, the more debris they discovered. As they expected, the spiders scattered, most heading for the surface, but a few still fled and panicked deeper into the tunnel. They split up. Jian Lai's sharp eyes pointed a beam at one of the separated spider groups, which were desperately fleeing towards a mostly collapsed corridor. "There's a lot of debris piled up at the entrance to the right corridor, like something is there." Fu Conwen immediately focused his beam on the debris at the end of the corridor. "I don't think I've seen this path before." Following the spiders all the way to the end of the corridor, they had already burrowed into the ground. Fu Conwen squatted down, his fingertips skimming over the piles of rubble and twisted metal frames on the ground. The debris before him was messy, covered in dust and cobwebs, indicating that it had been there for a long time. But how did it get there? Shining his flashlight upward, Fu Conwen noticed obvious signs of fragmentation. He instantly understood. These debris appeared to have fallen from above. Perhaps the shockwaves from the previous battle with the vines caused the upper structure to collapse. That further confirms our theory. Jian Lai's voice tinged with subtle excitement. "The vines are behind this." "That's right." The two of them worked together to drag out some relatively stable metal frames and concrete blocks, creating a staircase barely wide enough for one person to climb. Fu Conwen steadied himself and cautiously stepped onto the makeshift staircase, focusing his powerful flashlight on the wall above, carefully examining it inch by inch. It looked normal. But he was experienced, and wouldn't be easily fooled by a disguise. Fu Songwen's eyes hardened. He drew the dagger from his waist and tentatively scraped against the wall. The outer layer of powder fell away, revealing the metallic texture beneath. "It's the lab." Fu Songwen's voice was filled with suppressed excitement. They had previously delved into the spider's lair, but hadn't found it for a long time. Unexpectedly, the lab wasn't down there at all, but hidden among a pile of debris. After the debris fell, they had to scrape off the camouflage wall to reveal the lab's outer wall. So where was the lab door? Fu Conwen held a flashlight in one hand and a dagger in the other, gently scraping the wall with it, searching for the lab door. Suddenly, Jian Lai grasped his wrist and whispered, "Don't move. There seems to be a sound." A subtle, eerie rustling sound came from the depths of the passage. It wasn't the sound of a fleeing spider, but more like the slithering of a python across the ground. "Back off." Fu Conwen leaped from the pile of debris and pulled the two men back. Almost instantly, a vine as thick as Bubu's thigh shot out from the depths of the passage like an arrow, piercing the wall where they had been. With a violent tremor, the powder on the entire wall fell away, revealing a smooth, seamless metal exterior. "It's following the amber scent." Jian Lai quickly transformed into a snow leopard, crouching low to block Bubu. "Get rid of it first, or we won't be able to find the lab door properly." The bright flashlight shone on the vines, and the bullets in his hand kept firing, piercing the vines one by one. More vine roots, like enraged venomous snakes, burst forth from all directions, from the walls, even from the rubble beneath their feet, pouncing at them with bared fangs and claws. Even in the cramped space, the snow leopard displayed astonishing agility. Its sharp claws swung through the air, breaking the tough vines and sending a splatter of fishy green juice. He dodged and dodged, each strike precisely ripping through the approaching vines, forcibly carving out a safe zone amid the vine's fury. The sneak attack had failed, and with the loss of many branches, the vines began to retreat. Follow it. Its direction mirrors the spider's. It must be towards its main stem, where the amber is hidden. The snow leopard lunged forward, grappling with the vine's retracting roots. Its sharp claws dug deep into the vine, causing it to retract in pain, attempting to drag the snow leopard along with it into the dark tunnel. Boom! Another loud bang echoed overhead, and the entire underground shook violently. It was Ma Jing and his men using explosives. The vines, frantically counterattacking, froze. Now is the time. Fu Kanwen dodged forward, wielding his dagger to knock down the vine's entangled branches. Jianlai then dealt a heavy blow to the vine, and quickly retreated. You want to run? It won't be that easy. A fierce look flashed across Fu Sungwen's eyes. His muscles tensed, blue arcs of electricity gathered at his fingertips. He struck out with such swift force that the powerful energy wave distorted the air. Jianlai, take Bubu and retreat behind me. The farther the better. Without hesitation, the snow leopard grabbed Bubu by the back of her collar and leaped, putting distance between them and Fu Kanwen. The moment she landed, Fu Kanwen suddenly thrust out the arc of electricity, which had condensed into a sphere. With terrifying, all-removing force, it roared and slammed into the main stem of the vine. Boom! An indescribable roar erupted in the underground tunnel. A violent blue-white light engulfed everything, illuminating the entire spider's lair as bright as day. The snow leopard instinctively squeezed its eyes shut, raising its paw to block the incoming debris. Under the immense force of the impact, Bubu stumbled and nearly fell. He quickly buried his face in the snow leopard's thick fur, clinging tightly to its neck. The main stem of the vine, struck by the lightning ball, fell to the ground, twitching and slowly retreating. Ahem. Fu Kanwen half knelt on the ground, panting heavily, his face pale as paper. The previous powerful strike had consumed him considerably, and a wound on his arm had opened, blood slowly seeping through the sleeve of his combat uniform. Are you okay? I'm fine. Fu Kanwen struggled to his feet, trying to finish off the vine. His overdrawn body caused him to stumble and nearly fall. It's not completely dead yet. Why don't you come over? Don't cut the main stem. Jianlai hurriedly stopped him. Let it go back. Follow its path. Let it lead us to its lair. Maybe the door to the lab is right there. Fu Kanwen was anxious to finish off the vine, because the previous attack had severely strained him. But Jianlai's explanation made sense. He forced down the sweet taste in his throat, and the protests of his body. He quickly gathered up Jianlai's falling clothes, and followed the retreating vines with the snow leopard. Perhaps the lightning ball had severely damaged the vines, or perhaps the ground battle was beginning to show results. The vines retreated very slowly, like the slow crawling of an aging giant worm, giving them plenty of time to catch up. As they advanced, the passage narrowed, but they encountered more and more fleeing spiders. The sight before them forced the two of them to exchange glances, further convincing them that there was even more space ahead. Finally, after passing through a hole in the wall barely wide enough for one person, the view opened up. The sight that greeted them instantly made the two present hold their breath, a chill running from their feet to their skulls. This space was much more spacious than they had imagined. In its center, the main stem of the vine nestled. The stem was so thick it was breathtaking, requiring two adults to barely hold it. The branches surrounding the main stem were few, meaning that the closer one got to the core, the weaker its fighting power. Fu Kanwen took a deep breath, gathering his strength again, and attempted to deliver a final blow to the monster, but Jianlai stopped him, saying, "No need. You exerted considerable effort just now. I handle the rest." Placing Bubu beside Fu Kanwen, the snow leopard leaped high. With astonishing speed and strength, its massive, sharp front claws quickly slashed through the branches surrounding the main stem. Finally, its claws pierced the thick vine. With a mournful wail from the vine, the main stem split open, revealing the dark amber within. So many! The vine struggled unwillingly in its final, dying struggle, but the snow leopard held it down firmly. Another crack appeared on the main stem, and dense amber clumps of leaves cascaded down. Even Bubu exclaimed, "Wow, even more than what was in the tiger's head before. The massive dark green main stem shrank and withered at a visible speed, as if drained of all life force. Finally, it lay motionless, reduced to a lifeless pile of rotten wood. Chapter 25. A deathly silence fell around them, broken only by the heavy breathing of the snow leopard. Fu Kanwen placed Jiang Lai's clothes on the ground, then picked up Boo Boo and quickly stepped forward, pocketing the fallen amber one by one. 1 by 1, 2 by 2, each the size of an egg, a total of 10. Giving all this amber to District 13 would cause a huge stir. Fu Kanwen, is that the end? Looking at the withered main stem before him, he still felt a little unreal. The state of a dead vine is different from that of a tiger. It's like it's prematurely overdrawn. This is truly worthy of study. Jiang Lai circled behind the two men, transformed back into human form, and put on his clothes. Looking at Fu Kanwen, who struggled to stand up on his knees, he looked thoughtfully. What are you going to do with this amber? Hand it over to your superiors, or keep it for research. The Dawn team came to Districts 4 and 5. Their goal was to find the Brown Bear Totem Laboratory, not to collect amber. Jiang Lai remembered Fu Songwen's previous comments about dark amber being extremely valuable, something they didn't have. If they wanted to study it, now would be the perfect opportunity. If he handed it over, it would be in keeping with military standards. But if he kept it, while it wouldn't be considered disobedience, Jiang Lai couldn't help but wonder if something was amiss within District 13. After all, it didn't seem like Fu Songwen's team was selfish. Fu Kanwen let out a long sigh, a hint of relief finally appearing on his weary face. We have exactly 10 pieces of dark amber. Let's split them up. As for the smallest piece extracted from the tiger's skull, we use it for research. How do you think? Even though the subtle rustling of clothes behind him had ceased, he still held Boo Boo in his arms, not turning back. He simply asked, "Are you done?" Jiang Lai paused for a moment, then understood what he meant. "Okay, turn around." The vine crisis resolved, and soon the three people on the ground came down. With powerful flashlights, they slowly explored the cave. But they found nothing. Besides the newly arrived spiders, and the vines that Jiang Lai had previously cut down, now reduced to dead wood, there was nothing else. No door, no entrance. Even the sleek metal exterior of the laboratory seemed like a phantom, a shadow after a battle with the vines. Where exactly was the laboratory door? I really want to blow it up with a dynamite. Lu Yifan kicked the broken vine branches on the ground in a vent of anger, stirring up a cloud of dust. Feng Jiajun carefully scanned the cave with his flashlight, rubbing his hand against the wall. His attitude was much more relaxed than Lu Yifan's, even joking. If it were so easy to blow up, it would have collapsed during an earthquake. Even if it were blown up, would the information inside still be preserved? You've been fooling around again. Beware of Captain Fu punishing you. Lu Yifan scratched his head sheepishly. I'm just anxious. I was just kidding. Don't tell the captain, he probably didn't hear. But seriously, we searched this damn place 3 times, even the floor. If there was a door, we would have found it long ago. No, there must be something we overlooked. Jiang Lai frowned, but continued rubbing, unwilling to give up. Everyone think carefully. What's the one thing we haven't noticed? A vine isn't like a tiger. Before it acquires the dark amber mutation, its range of activity is limited. So, there's only one way to obtain dark amber, accidentally touching the dark amber left in the laboratory. The entrance to the laboratory must be near the main stem of the vine. Didn't I just tell you? We searched every nook and cranny 3 times, but we can't find it. The tree. A childish voice followed Lu Yifan's complaint. What? Everyone was stunned, looking towards the source of the voice. I mean the tree. Buba looked at everyone, then suddenly trotted over to the dead main stem of the vine and poked it. Didn't we search under this tree? Buba noticed, no one has gone under it. Swallowed by this, a surge of electricity ran through his body. Jiang Lai finally realized what it meant to be blinded by the light. All their eyes were drawn to the wall, the ground, and the cracks, subconsciously ignoring the vine in the center. The vine took root in the ground, beneath a commercial district, thick with steel and concrete. Where had it come from? Could it have been born from the laboratory from the very beginning? Hurry, dig up the soil beneath its roots. As the men dug out more soil, a stronger earthy odor and an indescribable strange smell filled the air. As the covering soil was cleared away layer by layer, 3 curled and twisted human skeletons were revealed beneath. The bones lay bare, and only a few scraps of fabric remained, barely draping over the skeletal remains. These 3 people have been dead for at least 3 years, Fu Kanwen said, his expression grave. He squatted down and carefully examined the bones and the torn clothing. Holy crap! This vine can eat people. Although there have been an increasing number of mutated plants in recent years, incidents of human-eating alien species have primarily focused on mutated animals. There are almost no documented cases of mutated plants feeding on humans, or having previously fed on humans. With Fu Songwen's explanation, Jianlai gained some information about alien species. Alien species, as the name suggests, refers to a mutated species, a general term for all mutated animals and plants. Of all the information currently collected on combating alien species, the most formidable are herds of mutants that act in clusters. Similar to wolf packs, rat swarms, and snake dens, they are organized and highly destructive. They appear as large groups, and may even actively prey on humans, posing a significant threat. Next in line are large plant mutants, like the vines we encountered today. They are often enormous, not only squeezing out human living space, but also robbing ordinary plants of nutrients, causing the yields of human crops to decline. Sometimes, they die before the harvest season even arrives. Large plant mutants are the plantation's #1 enemy. The final, and most simplest, alien species is similar to the giant tiger chasing after District 4. Although powerful, they tend to fight alone and lack teamwork. As long as they don't fight individual aliens alone, their chances of victory are high. Jianlai didn't respond, but stood quietly by, trying to absorb information. So, the plantation in District 13 isn't as terrifying as the pseudo-humans described it to be. With concerted efforts, difficulties can always be overcome. After all, he's a pseudo-human, and he underestimated humans. His words probably don't count. Ma Jing said coldly, "The world is vast, full of wonders. Maybe one day, we see a man-eating plant." Fu Songwen's eyes glared. It's not necessarily the vines that eat people, it could be something else we don't know about. After these 3 people died here, their bodies became sustenance for the vines. Haven't you heard that humans are the best sustenance? The trees beneath which bodies are buried bloom the most beautiful and vibrant flowers. Stop, stop! Lu Yifan waved his hands repeatedly, a look of disgust on his face. Captain Fu, this image is too vivid. Please don't mention it. I don't want to see that day come. As the soil around the roots was thoroughly cleared, the heavy metal door beneath was revealed. In the center of the door was a huge, violently stretched hole, its edges slightly raised. Perhaps the vines had grown larger, emerging from the laboratory and becoming lodged in this hole, causing the metal door, which had been unable to close, to burst open. The vines then took root in the lab, tightly blocking the entrance. By some strange coincidence, the entire laboratory disappeared from view. My goodness! The lab we couldn't pry open was blown apart by them. Don't underestimate the power of life. Seeds sown in cement cracks can sprout, let alone 10 dark, mutated vines. Working together, they pulled out the withered main stem of the vine and brushed away the accumulated dust, finally revealing the dark doorway beneath. Peering the flashlight into the doorway, they could see various dusty, rusty machines inside. It's a door! It's really a door! Holy crap! We finally found it. Lu Yifan sighed. It's fate. If I hadn't dealt with the tiger, how would I have found the dark amber? If I hadn't found the dark amber, I wouldn't have been attacked by the vines. If I hadn't been attacked by the vines, who would have found this experimental door? Jianlai, you're truly our team's lucky star. Little bear. Bubo lay on the ground, his stubby fingers slowly picking at the raised marks on the metal door. Jianlai followed his movements and saw the brown bear totem emblazoned on the door. She finally understood why the brown bear totem sounded so familiar. Bubu also had an identical totem, emblazoned on his charging belly. But Bubu had always called it Little Bear, thinking it was just a cute charging symbol, so she didn't react when Fu Kanwen said brown bear. The thing Fu Kanwen and the others were looking for actually had this mark on it. Could it be that what he was looking for was related to what she was looking for? Jianlai's heart was beating uncontrollably. Jianlai, it's the bear. Bubu. Bubu excitedly looked up and pointed at the totem on the door, subconsciously wanting to point to his stomach to remind her. Jianlai's heart was alarmed. She reacted quickly, reaching out to cover his mouth, making him swallow the rest of his words. Yes, it's the bear totem the uncles were looking for. Jianlai tried to maintain her composure and shouted, "Thanks to Bubu, we found it. Bubu, you're awesome. From now on, Bubu, don't disturb the uncles. Just watch quietly from the side, okay?" Bubu didn't understand what Jianlai meant, but thankfully, he was obedient enough to nod. Oh. Then he stood quietly by, close to Jianlai, and said nothing more. Fu Songwen's gaze darted between Jianlai and Bubu, a hint of inquiry flashing in his deep eyes, but he ultimately said nothing. At his signal, Feng Jiejun activated his power to ignite a small burning branch and threw it down. The flame burned steadily in the lab, finally extinguishing after a minute. After ensuring sufficient oxygen, Fu Kanwen led the way into the lab, followed closely by Ma Jing. Jian Lai, holding Bubu, carefully descended the rusted metal steps beside the doorway and entered the long sealed chamber below. Lu Yifan and Feng Jiejun remained at the door, keeping a flexible watch. Chapter 26. A beam of light flickered in the darkness, illuminating the first room of the devastated laboratory. It was a fairly large lab, cluttered with all sorts of debris. Broken cables, shattered utensils, and some rusted scrap metal. It looked like a pile of useless junk, uninteresting even for the survivors of the apocalypse, let alone Fu Songwen's team, who had a clear goal. Ma Jing kicked aside a warped metal panel with his toe, revealing the charred black ash beneath. Only a scrap of unburned paper remained at the edge, but it was blank and empty. He shook his head, disappointed, and said, "Captain Fu, it looks like the information here has been deliberately burned. It's completely destroyed." Fu Kanwen squatted down and picked up a bit of the charred ash. Black powder fell from his fingertips. After so much effort finding this place, only to find nothing, it was a bittersweet experience for anyone. Search separately, and don't miss any clues. Jian Lai's gaze swept across the ruins, a strong, indescribable sense of familiarity lingering in her. A half-man-high metal cabinet in the corner, a dented lab table, and an inexplicably protruding geometric pattern on the wall. Why, from the moment she entered the lab, had she subconsciously assumed this was the first room? Could there be a second room? And why did she know there was more than one room? Acting on pure instinct, almost like a sleepwalker, she walked to the inner wall, her fingers tracing the abrupt geometric pattern, her heart pounding. She remembered. The layout of this lab was exactly the same as the one she woken from hibernation. Project Spark? She nearly cried out in surprise. Could there be another hibernation chamber hidden inside, housing a human like her, dormant there? The thought made Jian Lai's blood boil, and even her breathing became heavier. So, this geometric pattern must be the key to the second room. Her fingers trembled slightly as she touched the wall. She took a deep breath, finally making up her mind, and pulled hard. A dull mechanical sound rang out, and then the entire wall began to tremble, and dust fell. "Be careful." Fu Kanwen rushed forward, protecting Jian Lai and Bubu behind him. The wall slowly sank, revealing the second, larger and darker laboratory. "This is..." Ma Jing's eyes widened in surprise. "How big is this lab down there?" After ensuring there was no danger, Fu Kanwen slowly lowered his arm, which had been protecting the two men, one large and one small. "It seems we found the right place. But Jian Lai, how do you know that the metal geometric pattern on the wall is the switch?" He faced the second lab, his back to Jian Lai, and spoke calmly, as if asking casually. Jian Lai's heart leaped into her throat, and she tried to sound natural. "It was just a coincidence. I was just groping around here, and I accidentally triggered a mechanism." Fu Songwen's face remained calm, but his doubts remained. He tilted his head and gave Jian Lai a deep look, his eyes penetrating, as if he could see into people's hearts. He didn't press the issue, but Jian Lai could sense that he wasn't buying her excuses. He continued his search in silence, his doubts growing. Bubu's lack of curiosity was easy to explain. It was just a pile of junk inside, and the child, finding nothing interesting, didn't bother to touch it. However, Jian Lai's reaction caught his attention. He saw that Jian Lai had simply walked up to the wall and reached out to press the geometric switch. It wasn't, as she claimed, a matter of chance. As for Ma Jing, he'd been searching diligently, only not noticing Jian Lai until the wall shook. Naturally, he believed her story, and said nothing more. He simply, flashlight in hand, entered the inner room and continued searching. The room inside was equally chaotic, except that there was neither the hibernation chamber nor the dormant humans that Jian Lai had imagined. Not only was there no hibernation chamber, but the layout was completely different. Scattered on the table were broken test tubes and flasks, along with some dusty cardboard, the paper beneath it having long since rotted away. Jian Lai crouched down, carefully scanning every corner under the table, and finally found a tin box in an unassuming drawer. The box wasn't large, about the size of an old-fashioned mooncake box. Jian Lai brushed aside the thick dust on the rusty iron box, which was tightly locked. It took considerable effort for the box to be opened. Inside was a single work ID. Encased in a hard plastic shell, the text and photo inside were still perfectly preserved. The photo on the ID showed a middle-aged woman with a cool and elegant demeanor, her features bearing a striking resemblance to hers. Clad in a clean, simple suit, she offered the camera a gentle smile, her eyes sharp. More importantly, the name on the ID was clearly visible, Professor Tan Qiuyue. Mom, Jiang Lai's heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, and her breathing momentarily stopped. The hand gripping her heart cruelly tightened, slowly choking her breath. 10 years of slumber had left her memory blank. She could no longer recall what her mother looked like. But both her father and mother's names could be retrieved from Bubu's database. Father, Jiang Xuezhen. Mother, Tan Qiuyue. Professor Tan Qiuyue. Is this studio her mother's? Or someone her mother knows? Was her mother involved in the Spark Project research? Was the information Fu Conwen and his team were looking for related to her mother? And who were the 3 bodies at the door? Countless questions instantly filled Jiang Lai's mind. What did you find? Fu Songwen's voice came from behind. Jiang Lai shuddered, subconsciously pulling out the photo of her ID from her work permit and clutching it in her hand. She then placed the ID in the box and stood up, her tone barely perceptible with tension. Nothing, I found a work permit for a research institute. Handing the box over, Jiang Lai stared intently into Fu Songwen's eyes and smiled. But it doesn't seem to be related to the information you're looking for. Would you like to take a look? Fu Conwen, hidden in the shadows with his back to the light, a subtle flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. He smiled, his gaze glancing over the box she held out. The ribbon of the ID still dangled from its exterior. He didn't take it, nor did he question her. He simply nodded. It's not what we're looking for, so we won't look at it. Jiang Lai, she remembers this, right? Every time she lies, she stares intently into the other person's eyes, a smile on her face. If she says that, her words will be more credible. Fu Songwen's gaze lingered for a moment on Jiang Lai's right hand, tucked behind her back, then averted as if nothing had happened. He turned and walked toward the metal cabinet on the other side of the lab. His voice was calm, as if he hadn't noticed anything. Ma Jing, check not only the cabinet, but the walls as well. Don't miss any abnormalities. There might be other mechanisms. Understood. Jiang Lai breathed a sigh of relief. The old photo had softened slightly, feeling nothing in her palm. Yet, the thin piece of paper felt faintly warm, making her unable to ignore it. In an unnoticed corner, she pulled out the photo again and looked at the woman in it. Clean short hair, silver-rimmed glasses, wrists and neck clean without a trace of superfluous adornment. Poor professor, died before the project was completed. Professor Jiang, don't you feel regretful? Whose voice? A dark figure, a fallen woman, a pool of blood on the ground, and the back of a man in a white coat. All sorts of images flashed through Jiang Lai's mind, and her head throbbed with an unbearable pain. She tried hard not to make a sound, but the pain forced her to squat. Jiang Lai, what's wrong with you? Bubu immediately threw himself on her back, his small hands frantically grasping her arms. Jiang Lai? Fu Conwen whipped around and saw her crouched in pain. He quickly walked over and half knelt before her. What's wrong? Are you injured? Nothing, just an old ailment. Don't worry, it'll be fine in a moment. Jiang Lai spoke through the pain. Really? Fu Conwen clearly didn't believe it. He raised his hand, trying to recall if Jiang Lai had been injured in the previous battle. Finally, his hands froze in the air before silently withdrawing. If you're injured, don't bear it. There's medicine in the car. The medicine isn't expensive, and the special operations team can get it for free. You're a temporary member of the team, and as the captain, I'm supposed to be concerned about the physical condition of every member. Don't hide it from me. Don't worry, it's really okay. As long as she couldn't think about that memory, her headache wouldn't go away. After a few deep breaths, Jiang Lai had recovered. Fu Conwen stared at her intently, not forcing a smile, not staring into her eyes without blinking. She wasn't lying. His frayed nerves finally relaxed slightly. There's something to tell you. We are a team. Captain Fu, there's a secret compartment here, Ma Jing exclaimed. Fu Conwen wanted to go over immediately, but he hesitated, looking at Jiang Lai with concern. Go ahead. Maybe that's what we're looking for. Jiang Lai held onto the lab table with one hand and Fu Conwen with the other, using the support to slowly rise to her feet. Although her voice was still a little weak, her eyes had regained clarity. She didn't say you, but we? Fu Conwen felt a little more at ease. After all, she considered him part of the team. After a few more instructions, he hurried to Ma Jing's side. Inlaid in the wall was a square brick, its color and texture identical to the wall itself. The naked eye couldn't tell the difference, only by running a hand along it, one could feel the uneven joints. It won't open. Ma Jing looked at Fu Conwen. Press it in, it won't pop out. There must be a special mechanism. Could it be those geometrically patterned bumps from before? Let's look. No. Bubu, standing beside Jian Lai, suddenly spoke with a childlike air. Bubu, what are you talking about? Jian Lai stared at him in surprise. Could he possibly know where the contents of this lab were hidden? Knock on the bricks. First, knock 9 times in a row, then pause, then knock 8 more times. That open it. Don't mess around. Before he finished speaking, Ma Jing, half believing and half believing, had already begun tapping. To everyone's astonishment, with a beep, the tightly fitting brick silently popped outward, revealing a hidden compartment. How did you know the password? Bubu, tell your uncle, okay? Fu Conwen squatted down, looking Bubu straight in the eye. Bubu tilted his head and pointed at Jian Lai. I just guessed. 9 and 8 are Jian Lai's birthday numbers, and Bubu likes to use 2 numbers to make passwords. Jian Lai gasped. She didn't believe this reason at all. And she knew Fu Conwen and Ma Jing wouldn't believe it either. Chapter 27. Bubu. She struggled to speak, trying to explain, but no words came out. Any words seemed so pale and powerless at this moment. Captain Fu. Ma Jing's voice broke the silence. He reached out and pulled out the metal box from the secret compartment. There's only a small box inside. Putting aside his doubts for the moment, Fu Conwen stood up and his gaze fell on Ma Jing's hand. It was a black metal box, engraved with a familiar brown bear totem. It must be what they were looking for. Slightly larger than an adult's palm, it couldn't hold much, at most a hard drive. As for what was inside the hard drive, they would have to return to District 13 to find out. Jian Lai's eyes were fixed on the black box, his heart pounding. If the contents were information related to the Spark Project, wouldn't that mean her life story, her parents, and even the truth behind her 10 years of slumber? All the answers lay within this tiny box. Password. Fu Conwen muttered to himself, then he and Ma Jing simultaneously glanced at Bubu beside him. Bubu, do you know the password to this little box? Bubu, the little robot, seemed to sense the tense atmosphere and Jian Lai's frayed nerves. He reached out and grasped Jian Lai's trouser leg tightly, burying his face in her thigh, shaking his little head like a rattle, but refusing to respond. Fu Conwen continued his gentle persuasion. Bubu, do you want to guess the password again? Uncle will give it a try. If you guess correctly, go back to District 13, and I take Bubu out for ice cream, okay? Ice cream is a luxury in the apocalypse. A small stick costs the same as a filling bowl of braised pork rice. Even in District 13, few people can afford it. Jian Lai had never been to District 13, but she knew it wouldn't be cheap. Has Fu Conwen really decided that Bubu knows the password? She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Captain Fu, he's just a 5-year-old. What happened just now was just a lucky coincidence. Once we get back to District 13, there will be experts to crack the password. Let's not waste our time here, right? Fu Conwen stared silently at the 2 men, one large and one small. Each of them had secrets, Jian Lai, the other team members, and himself. So often, he chose to turn a blind eye and not pursue the matter. But this time, he refused to compromise. Once they returned to District 13 and handed over the black box, the secrets within might no longer concern him. The origins of zombies, the origins of people with special abilities, and the future of humanity. But could Bubu and Jian Lai be connected to the lab? It's my fault. I was desperate and tried everything. Finally, he averted his gaze, carefully placing the metal box in its protective pouch and keeping it close to his body. Check carefully to see if there's any other important information. If not, prepare to evacuate. Professor Tan Qiuyue's work ID photo was still tucked away in her shirt pocket. Jian Lai's gaze involuntarily flicked toward the outside of the lab. A thought raced through her mind. Could those 3 skeletons at the door be her mother, Professor Tan Qiuyue? As soon as this thought came to her, she could no longer restrain herself, even slowing down her search. She couldn't wait any longer, or else the search would be complete and the entire team would withdraw, leaving her with even less chance. She abruptly stood up, not even having time to explain to Fu Conwen, nor paying any attention to Bubu, who was tugging at her sleeve, as she practically stumbled towards the cave entrance. Bubu was dragged to the ground by her, lying there, bewildered, staring at her figure. Jian Lai? Fu Conwen turned around, only to catch a glimpse of her distraught back. His brow furrowed as he picked Bubu up, and said hurriedly to Ma Jing, "You continue to search here. I go out and take a look." At the cave entrance, Feng Jiejun was on guard. Seeing Jianlai rush out, her face pale, he was startled. Jianlai? What's wrong? What happened down there? But she ran straight towards the three skeletons without a word. He breathed a sigh of relief, yet was filled with questions. Are there any issues with these three people? Jianlai still didn't answer. She knelt beside the skeleton, suppressing her fear and nausea as she lifted the remaining rags from the bones and examined them carefully. First, the skeleton closest to her could be ruled out. It was large and robust, clearly that of an adult male. The other two skeletons were relatively slender, neither tall nor short, approximately 1.6 to 1.7 meters tall, consistent with female characteristics. The pelvis was wide and flat, and the pubic arch angle was clearly less than 90 degrees. Huh? Jianlai sighed with relief and slumped to the ground, her forehead covered in sweat. The remaining two researchers, although both female, were clearly childless. It wasn't Tan Qiuyue. After surviving the ordeal, Jianlai felt as if all her strength had been drained away, a wave of exhaustion washing over her. She sat blankly on the ground, staring at the three corpses before her, her heart filled with hatred. So, it was still that scene from her fragmented memory. That scene was likely the scene of her mother, Tan Qiuyue's final murder. Jianlai, what happened? Fu Kanwen had already rushed over. Seeing her sitting on the ground in a daze, his anxiety and confusion reached a peak. He glanced at the three bodies before Jianlai, his doubts growing even stronger. The work permits he had found in the lab must have belonged to someone Jianlai knew. Her father, mother, or other relatives. Nothing. Jianlai managed to calm herself, her voice still a little hazy, but she feigned composure. I want to confirm whether these people are male or female. Perhaps it will help with future research. Unable to explain her sudden action, she could only speak vaguely. Her lips were tense, and after straining for a long time, she couldn't force a smile, which looked uglier than crying. I'm glad you're okay. Get up first. Fu Kanwen reached out to help her. Before she finished speaking, the underground space began to shake violently, followed by a faint, muffled roar. Oh no! Lu Yifan rushed in. Too much water. District 5 is flooding. We need to evacuate. Hasn't the rain stopped? Why the sudden flood? Feng Jiajun asked. Tsunami. Fu Kanwen and Jianlai exchanged glances, each seeing fear on the other's face. The tsunami in District 4 is coming. The impact was so severe that it had already spread to the 5th district. Everyone, evacuate the cave immediately. Quick! Fu Kanwen shouted sharply. At the same time, he grabbed Bubu and tossed him to Feng Jiajun, who was closest. Jiajun, take Bubu upstairs. I go inform Ma Jing. Without his command, everyone sprang into action. They moved swiftly, and in just 2 or 3 minutes, they were back on the surface. The scene outside made everyone gasp. The wind whipped up raindrops, like a flurry of uncontrolled fists, swinging through the air with random movements, always striking painfully in the face. It was pitch black, and it was difficult to see clearly. In the distance, a line of murky black water slowly approached. Before anyone could react, it had already reached an adult's ankles. Then came a second line of water. Fu Kanwen felt a chill in his heart, yet he felt incredibly relieved. Fortunately, it was only a wave, not a wall, that was pouring into Area 5. Otherwise, none of the 6 present will be able to escape. Where is the SUV parked? To avoid attracting the Vine's attention, we parked at the Eastern Highland entrance, about a kilometer from here. Lu Yifan wiped the rain from his face, and pointed into the distance. With the current rate of water rising, we better get to the car, start it, and escape Area 5 within 10 minutes. Otherwise, the floodwaters will submerge the engine, and the last SUV will be ruined. The people present were all elite. Normally, a kilometer wouldn't be much, just a simple sprint, finished in 3 or 4 minutes. But today, after the battle, they were all exhausted. The flood was so fierce that in a blink of an eye, half of their calves were gone. 1 kilometer, almost an insurmountable barrier, but the car is the team's only escape route. If they abandon it and walk, not only will they reach District 13, they might not even make it out of District 5. Everyone, use your abilities relentlessly to get to the off-road vehicle. Lu Yifan uses wind power to clear a path ahead, pushing the water away. Ma Jing hardens his body to protect against waves and debris from the side. Feng Jiajun holds Bubu tightly, while keeping an eye out for debris in other directions. Jianlai adapts flexibly, transforming into a snow leopard if necessary. Give me all the other items. I cover your retreat. Got it. I'm a member of the team too. I don't need your special care. Give me half of the backpack. Jianlai finished, and without waiting for Fu Songwen's reply, he snatched several packages from him and shouldered them. Let's go! The flood waits for no one. Inside them were important supplies, like alcohol and ammunition left over from burning the spider's nest. They would be needed later, and couldn't be discarded carelessly. Fu Conwen said nothing more. With a single command, several men plunged headfirst into the raging floodwaters. The icy cold water instantly enveloped their bodies. The immense force made it difficult to even maintain their footing, let alone accelerate forward. Even more terrifying was the manhole cover, which had been flipped over, turning into a whirlpool that could suck anyone in if they weren't careful. I can only hold out for 3 minutes. Get ready, run as fast as you can. Lu Yifan roared, thrusting his hands forward. A violent blast of air instantly rose from the ground, forcibly displacing the water that had already reached above his knees. A survival tunnel, less than half a meter wide, with the water level plummeting to ankles, appeared before them. But for the few soldiers, it was more than enough. The men worked in perfect harmony, deftly dodging undercurrents and obstacles, forging ahead at full speed. A kilometer, a distance that normally takes only a few minutes, now felt like a century. No one knew where the flood would end, only that the accessible passageway was narrowing, becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. "We seen the car!" Jianlai's low cry, like a shot of adrenaline, energized the team. She was a beast transformer, with night vision several times greater than that of an average person. Everyone believed her words, and rushed forward with unwavering confidence. "Ha!" Lu Yifan roared again, exerting his strength, and the trembling passage widened again. In the darkness, the blood at the corner of his mouth glared against his pale face. But no one paid much attention, for they all knew that this was the hope of life he had fought tooth and nail to secure for everyone. Everyone was working hard, clearing obstacles, sprinting with all their might. We couldn't stop. Any hesitation, any slowdown, would be a blasphemy to Lu Yifan's abilities. Fortunately, the higher we went, the less water there was, and the less resistance there was. Everyone almost held their breath as they accelerated again. Finally, the SUV, battered by the vines, appeared before their eyes. They arrived 4 minutes earlier than Lu Yifan's agreed 10 minutes. "Leave the driver's seat to me. Get in." At Fu Songwen's command, the team members moved swiftly, quickly taking the seats they had taken before confronting the vines. Just as Fu Songwen's fingertips were about to touch the driver's door, a massive torrent of water rushed towards him like a giant beast, knocking him away. Captain Fu. Fu Conwen. Chapter 28. At the critical moment, Fu Conwen twisted his body in midair and leaped onto the car, clinging tightly to the metal railing outside the off-road vehicle, barely stabilizing himself. After the terrifying flood crest had passed, he opened the car door and jumped into the driver's seat. Without even taking a breath, he started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed out of the water. "Now, take turns to rest." Fu Songwen's voice was hoarse, and his body was soaking wet. From the beginning until now, he was the only one in the team who had not rested. Thinking of Lu Yifan's story of 3 days and 3 nights, Jianlai felt a little more at ease. If it had been left to someone else, they would have run out of energy and fallen asleep halfway through the drive, and that would have been the end. Without waiting for Fu Songwen's command, Lu Yifan fell into a doze the moment he sat down and took a few deep breaths. Jianlai's feet were piled high with backpacks. He turned and looked towards the back seat. "Would you like to hand Bubu to me, so you can get some rest?" Bubu was being held in the back seat by Feng Jiejun, and she was worried about slowing his recovery. "No need. You should rest first. You must have spent quite a bit of energy battling the vine's main stem underground today. I take over after you wake up." He adjusted his position, so the little one would be more comfortable lying down. But Jianlai felt bitter. She was different from them. She wasn't a psychic. Even if her powers were exhausted, she wouldn't be forced into hibernation. She didn't know how to tell them this. They were teammates who had been through thick and thin together, but she held so many secrets that even if she didn't want to hide them, she didn't know where to begin. "Feng Jiejun and Ma Jing, you two should discuss this. One of them will immediately enter dormancy and regain his strength before taking my place later. The other person will close their eyes and take a nap, but don't actually fall asleep, just in case." "Got it." Feng Jiejun responded immediately, closing his eyes and adjusting his breathing. Ma Jing had already dormant and adjusted before the battle with the vines, so now it was his turn to remain alert. Thanks to Fu Songwen's order, Jianlai was finally able to hold Bubu in his arms. The little guy had been held by various people along the way, barely taking a single step. He was incredibly energetic. But at Jianglai's request, he also closed his eyes and rested. Outside the car window, the endless expanse of black water swallowed up everything in District 5. Jianglai held Bubu, her heart pounding. Just now, Fu Kanwen had come to her rescue. Even knowing that there were so many unexplained doubts about her, he had once again chosen to be tolerant without hesitation. He didn't inquire about the abnormalities in the laboratory, nor did he delve into the mystery of Bubu's knowledge of the password. Even when she lost her composure and rushed to check on the skeleton, he had only chased her out of fear for her safety. He had already given her the utmost trust and tolerance he could offer. She, on the other hand, had been inconsolable from the very beginning. Through Buba's hair, she saw Fu Sungwon's soaked combat uniform clinging to his tense muscles in the driver's seat, but he seemed oblivious. His face was etched with fatigue, but he remained upright, leading them out of District 5. Perhaps it was the life or death battle tonight, or perhaps it was the photograph of Tan Qiuyue and the pile of bones, but the continuous shock had cracked the heart that had remained frozen since the amnesia. Complex emotions surged through Jianglai's heart, making it difficult for her to speak. "Don't you have any questions about the lab?" Fu Kanwen didn't even turn, still staring intently ahead. "You're the only one on the team who's ever faced off against a pseudo-human alone. In your opinion, are the 3 bodies in the lab related to them?" he asked directly, without probing or beating around the bush. He avoided her difficult secrets, and instead earnestly sought her advice. This inquiry was an equal one, a recognition of her abilities, and a trust in her character, which touched Jianglai more deeply than any consolation could. This man was muscular, handsome, and most importantly, thoughtful and considerate. Jianglai thought she had a glimmer of understanding as to why she had ended up with him. She gathered herself, trying to focus on the problem, and analyzed, "It's unlikely." The 3 bodies' skulls showed no signs of damage, which at least guarantees one thing. The researcher wasn't parasitic before his death. "I once saw a pseudo-human kill another pseudo-human in a residential area in District 5. He simply cracked open their heads and ate the parasites. There were no signs of a struggle at the scene, and the damage to the clothing seemed more like natural decay and degradation. Furthermore, I had previously seen a severed human arm downstairs from the pseudo-human. Therefore, it's reasonable to speculate that if the pseudo-human had cannibalized a human, such a complete skeleton wouldn't have been preserved. Unless, this pseudo-human is more intelligent than the middle-aged man, and is no longer satisfied with ordinary eating. He cultivates etiquette, much like human dining etiquette." She paused, remembering the strange withered state of the vines after the amber was dug out, and continued, "The vine's strength surged after absorbing the amber, but they instantly withered and died when it lost the amber, as if their life force had been overdrawn. It's quite strange. Is it possible that several people were killed by the unleashed power of the vines?" Fu Kanwen listened intently, his fingers tapping lightly on the steering wheel. Thanks to his efforts, the car had escaped the flood zone and was now driving on the wide asphalt road. Even soaked and exhausted, his figure remained as straight as a pine tree. The lines of his profile appeared particularly sharp under the dim headlights, and his voice had a reassuring calmness and strength. "The Dark Amber's abilities are strange, and it's an energy stone brought back from space. Is it possible that it comes from the same source as the pseudo-humans? What do you know?" Jianglai's heart tightened. Could the pseudo-humans also be related to the Dark Amber? "I don't know anything. It's just a hunch." Fu Kanwen shook his head. "Think about it. The pseudo-humans have never appeared before, right? How come we get so many Dark Ambers as soon as they appear? It looks like a crystal stone exploded in a game." "That's far-fetched." Jianglai couldn't help but object. If Fu Kanwen said what she was saying, the Dark Amber she hunted from the main stem of the vine would turn into a parasite. The mere thought gave her goosebumps. This Dark Amber is dropped by the alien species. The pseudo-humans only drop disgusting fleshworms. Completely different. That's why I said it's like playing a game. It all depends on luck. If you're lucky, you get Dark Amber. If you're unlucky, you get parasites. There's bound to be more alien species on the road soon. Kill them, and see if they drop Dark Amber or parasites. That way, we won't be regular soldiers anymore. We'd be mercenaries hunting alien species and selling Dark Amber, becoming rich and reaching the pinnacle of life." Fu Kanwen quipped. "You're overthinking." Jianglai laughed. Outside the car window, darkness stretched endlessly. The road ahead was uncertain, fraught with danger. But listening to Fu Sungwon's incoherent words, Jianglai's chaotic mind calmed down. "Finally, you're laughing." Fu Kanwen chuckled softly. "Your sense of humor is much higher now than before. Back then, any joke I told could keep you laughing for ages. Was he deliberately trying to amuse her? This sudden thought stunned her for a moment. She quickly looked away, hugging Buba tighter. She unconsciously curled her fingers, feeling the sudden acceleration of her heartbeat against her chest. She pressed her face against Buba's damp, silver-white curls, masking her momentary incompetence. In her breast pocket, still bulging with the photo of Tan Qiuyue she found underground and the dark amber she shared. The mystery surrounding this dark amber was no less shrouded than her own. Was the dark amber in the lab stored as an energy stone? Or was it related to her Spark project? The SUV drove through the night, its interior incredibly quiet. In the back seat, 3 people, 2 asleep and 1 taking a nap, neither snoring. The only sound in the car was the roar of the engine. Jianlai sat in the passenger seat, Buba's small face resting against her. She silently watched the silhouette speeding by outside the window. Bubu had been resting more and more recently, and she suspected that he'd been out for so long, without recharging, that he was hesitant to use his energy recklessly. Driving at night was a huge drain on energy, and it was easier to get tired than during the day. Even after the battle with the vines, everyone in the car was exhausted. Jianlai vaguely remembered that before the apocalypse, many nighttime drivers would use nicotine to stay awake. But now, in the apocalypse, it's unclear whether cigarettes have become a precious resource or Fu Kanwen simply dislikes smoking. To keep him awake, Jianlai decided to chat with him casually. The two of them chatted about everything from the approaching apocalypse to the various regions they passed along the way, and finally about the current situation in District 13. District 13 is the largest known human survivor base, governed by the federal government and garrisoned by the Red Turban Army. Its strict management and laws ensured a safe haven for the elderly, the weak, and the disabled, but this strictness also drew criticism. Many believed that the government was wasting taxpayer money to curry favor with the public, believing that the elderly, the weak, and the disabled, unable to perform security work or go out for exploration, should have been eliminated naturally long ago. Later, to ease public hostility, the federal government implemented a work point system. Working on the plantations allowed workers to earn points and exchange them for supplies. First, it solved the problem of the elderly, the sick, and the idle, who were enjoying unearned gains. Second, it alleviated the food shortage in District 13. Third, it freed up more soldiers to defend against alien invasions. It was a 3-pronged strategy. No matter what policy is enacted, it will never please everyone. However, after this one, opposition has generally subsided considerably, and the government has profited handsomely, so it has continued in this way. TSK. Fu Kanwen frowned at the fuel gauge on the dashboard and slammed on the brakes. Ma Jing, who was trying to stay awake, immediately became alert. "What's wrong, Captain Fu?" His hand had already reached the handle of the gun at his waist, and he squinted his eyes to observe the surrounding situation. Low fuel. Fu Kanwen pushed open the car door, walked around to the back, and opened the trunk. Only the last can of gasoline remained. Unscrewing the lid, a pungent smell of gasoline emanated. He poured the contents of the can into the SUV's tank, leaving not a drop behind. When he returned to the driver's seat, his face was tired and his voice was hoarse. "The last tank of gas? I don't think we make it to District 13. Chapter 29. Ma Jing's heart sank. Without their means of transportation, they would have no choice but to hike to District 13 through the dangerous wilderness. The risk factor would be greatly increased, both for travel and rest. "Captain Fu, why not consider detouring to District 9 first? Captain, she should have extra gas in their car." He paused before continuing. "It's just that District 9 is a mixed bag. I wonder what toll they charge for entering this time." Fu Kanwen nodded. "Their mission is less dangerous, so we shouldn't lose any supplies. It's okay. We still have plenty of guns and ammunition in the car, which is hard currency. Even if we can't find Captain Shi in District 9, we can still get gas on the black market. Let's go to District 9 and rest for a while." District 9. Jianlai had a vague impression of the name. It had been mentioned in her earlier conversation with Fu Kanwen. The currently known human surviving bases are divided into 3 major districts. The first district, District 13, where Fu Kanwen and his team were stationed, was governed by the federal government, much like a country. The second district, District 19, mentioned earlier by the pseudo-person from District 5, also had its own armed forces and administrative system. It traded with District 13, but was governed separately, like a separate country. District 19 was now completely closed off, admitting only the powerful and the elite. The third district, District 9, was unlike the other two. It had no military or official presence. It was a free land formed spontaneously by survivors, who distrusted the administrators of Districts 13 and 19. Here, there were no laws or moral constraints. The law of the jungle prevailed. Survival here depends on both strength and luck, neither is indispensable. The darkness stretched endlessly, seemingly endless. The car persevered on the dilapidated road for nearly an hour. Finally, a towering wall of barbed wire and crude concrete walls came into view. A searchlight mounted atop the wall, like the eyes of a giant beast, scanning everything beyond. The wall itself wasn't completely empty. Occasionally, a dark shadow would flit by. Jianlai stared intently at the fleeting shadows, certain they were human. Didn't you say there were no troops here? Why did I just see people stationed on the wall? Those aren't troops, they're guard dogs. The car slowed down, and Fu Sungwen's voice grew colder. Where there's no army, no order, a new hegemony will inevitably emerge. So-called civil self-government is nothing more than a few factions separatist and jointly governed. Without law, the fist is the law. In a free land, anyone can speak freely. But conversely, if someone disagrees with your opinion, they can challenge you. If you lose, all your proposals will have no further impact, as if they never existed. The weak are silenced, deprived of their voices, and the rest are free. The guard dogs are one of these factions, affiliated with the Iron Fist faction of District 9. Everyone entering or leaving District 9 must pay them a toll, or they will attack them, no matter who enters. Not far ahead, a crew checkpoint made of sandbags, discarded tires, and vehicle wreckage was where the guard dogs collected the toll. Ma Jing leaned forward slightly and quickly warned, Jianlai, don't be fooled by the fact that they're not wearing uniforms and their weapons are ordinary. They're all powerful and desperate, with countless blood on their hands. Don't provoke them unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, you get yourself into trouble and never be able to wash it off. Okay. Jianlai agreed softly. The car slowly stopped in front of the checkpoint. Fu Conwen kept the engine running, the windows lowered, and a stench of smoke and sweat filled the air. A man in a stained jacket, an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips, his teeth blackened by smoke, approached. In one hand he held a curved machete, in the other a small flashlight, which he unceremoniously shone through the window into the car. Though the flashlight was small, its beam was substantial. The glaring light swept across every face in the car like a searchlight, finally settling on Jianlai's. The bright light was unpleasant, causing Jianlai to subconsciously turn away and squint. Hey, Captain Fu. What a rare visitor. What brings you to District 9 at this hour? He turned, and Jianlai noticed a deep scar on his left cheek, running from the corner of his mouth to his ear, resembling a twisted centipede, a truly creepy sight. He carefully examined everyone in the car, with undisguised scrutiny. What's going on? Are all the guys in here exhausted? Have you had some intimate moments with the aliens? His accomplices immediately erupted in malicious laughter. Fu Sungwen's face remained expressionless, his eyes as calm as a bottomless lake. He remained unmoved by the scarred man's malicious insults. Just passing through, resting for the night. Spending the night outdoors in the apocalypse is extremely dangerous. Therefore, unless there's absolutely no other option, people would rather be ripped off by District 9 than spend the night inside. Captain Fu, you know the rules, right? The scarred man scoffed, deliberately tapping the hood of the off-road vehicle with his machete. The sharp, grinding metal sound was quite unpleasant. I know. Name your price. Since we're old friends, I give you a discount. The scarred man chuckled and licked his chapped lips, as if assessing a lamb to be slaughtered. Captain Fu is still straightforward. You're District 13, rich and powerful, with so many good things. I wouldn't even bother with ordinary peanuts. How about this, based on your heads? A spray gun per head, 3 cartons of cigarettes, 2 boxes of wine, and a barrel of medical alcohol. Isn't that decent? Ma Jing couldn't help but exclaim, Scar, don't go too far. Each of these things, taken individually, would be enough for a toll. Scar is just raising the price, taking advantage of the situation. This is the price I'm offering for Captain Fu's sake. Am I asking too much? The scarred man spread his hands, turned, and asked his companions behind him, Brothers, am I asking too much? No. Brother Dao is very righteous. It's the same rule. If you can't afford the toll, don't come to District 9, okay? Scar turned with a sinister grin and looked at Fu Conwen. Captain Fu, please judge. Am I asking too much? Fu Sungwen's expression remained calm, but his voice deepened. Brother Dao, we don't have some of the things you mentioned. How about we take inventory of the supplies in the trunk, and you pick out some you like to pay for the bill? It has to be Captain Fu. Otherwise, He's the leader, right, brothers? Scar, incredibly proud of having made Fu Kanwen bow his head, immediately boasted. That's right. No wonder he's a leader. He's got good judgment. Captain Fu is so generous. Ma Jing's arms tensed instantly, his knuckles cracking, but he ultimately said nothing more. He followed Fu Kanwen out of the car, and together they shared the supplies in the trunk with Scar. One car had been completely destroyed during the Vine battle, and the supplies inside hadn't been salvaged. The remaining car, after having experienced the spider nest fire, had very little left. Several boxes of ammunition, some tools, a few packets of compressed biscuits, and a few packets of nutrient solution were laid out for Scar to choose from. Captain Fu, where was your mission this time? Why is there so little in the car? Not even cigarettes or alcohol. That's too shabby, isn't it? Our team's poor, we don't have these luxuries. These machine guns are nice, keep them. The rest? He rummaged through the car with disdain, peering into the car with ill intent, and happened to meet Jian Lai's face. Under the dim headlights, Jian Lai's fair skin and delicate features stood out. He suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow, black, and rotten teeth. Is this guy your new recruit? He's delicate and adorable, looking attractive. Keep him here to entertain the brothers, as if it were a way to replenish their cigarettes and alcohol. Before he finished speaking, Fu Kanwen immediately blocked Jian Lai's car window, gazing at the scarred man with murderous intent. Brother Dao, it's the middle of the night, and everyone's not very sober and impulsive. It's best not to joke around. Oh, you're protecting your child. Fu Kanwen was furious, but the scarred man didn't mind. He waved his hand and ordered his accomplices to empty the car of guns and ammunition. So, what are you going to use to make up for the little you're missing? Here's some nutrient solution. Who wants that? Take it. Jian Lai, unwilling to cause trouble, silently handed the package at her feet to Fu Kanwen. It contained some medical supplies, and asked him to count them to see if they could cover the toll. At this moment, behind the scarred man, a single-eyed man who had been glaring at Jian Lai with a shifty look suddenly leaned close to Scar's ear. His low voice couldn't conceal his excitement. Brother Dao, you were wrong. This isn't a boy, it's a woman. No wonder she's holding a little kid. Scar took a sudden step forward. If Fu Kanwen hadn't blocked him, he would have stuffed his entire head into the car. Even being stopped didn't prevent him from clearly seeing the lines of Jian Lai's body, outlined by her wet clothes. Thinking of how she had just turned her head away, unwilling to look at him, revealing a proud personality, he became even more excited. Oh, what a woman! Our Captain Fu really knows how to enjoy himself, even bringing his mistress along to relieve his boredom while out on a mission. TSK, why is a woman out here showing off when she shouldn't stay home nursing the baby? Since the toll is already prepared, why is Captain Fu still hiding it? How rude. This kind of person, full of filth, pollutes the air even more every minute they remain in this world. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Jian Lai's eyes. Fu Kanwen was quicker than she was. His eyes glared, and in an instant, the pistol on his waist was loaded. The cold muzzle pressed firmly against Scar's forehead, forcing him back bit by bit. Scar, I respect you and call you Brother Dao. Isn't that giving you honor? You don't think I, Fu Kanwen, got my position as captain of the Special Operations Squad by being a gigolo, do you? Chapter 30. Scar's face darkened, frightened by Fu Kanwen, and he nearly begged for mercy. District 13's Fu Kanwen was renowned for his ability and protectiveness. If he hadn't lost face a few days ago by failing to gain favor with District 13's Shi Wenjing, he wouldn't have been so determined to get back at Fu Kanwen. But now, his men were watching. If he were scared off by Fu Someone's shot today, word would spread, and all the prestige he had worked so hard to build in District 9 would be shattered. By then, no one would dare to bargain with him, and this lucrative toll booth would be snatched away by others. Fu Kanwen, this is District 9, not District 13. Rules are rules. Even the most powerful person in District 9 must abide by its rules. Scar, ignoring the gun mark on his forehead, shouted boldly, even if you kill me today, I still have dozens of brothers behind me. The other forces in District 9 will never tolerate such provocation. You, a mere captain of an action team, are you worthy of provoking a conflict between two districts? Really? Fu Songwen's voice was low, but it carried an undeniable authority. Instead of putting away his gun, he pressed the muzzle even harder against Scar's brow, looking at him like trash. I wonder how far the news of you secretly raising tolls and pocketing the profits behind your boss Shin's back is spread. Your boss is a woman too. If she knew you were insulting women like this, do you think you'd still be able to hold on to your toll collecting job? Bah! What nonsense are you talking about? The scarred man's face darkened as he listened, and he could only retort louder, as if being loud enough wouldn't make him seem guilty. I'm innocent. I just like to smoke, drink, and sleep with women. Women are scarce in the apocalypse, so what's wrong with us telling dirty jokes to satisfy our cravings? What man doesn't find a way to vent his frustrations on such vile things? Boss is incredibly perceptive, so why would he fall for your provocation? Fu Conwen sneered. What's the usual toll rate? What's the toll rate today? Do you really think I'm a fool? How much did you collect from the caravan that came last month? And how much did you collect from the survivors who came the month before? Do you want to go and reconcile the accounts with Boss Shin? Fu, you're slandering me. You have no evidence. The scarred man's face darkened at the repercussions. He pointed at the pistol pressed against his brow. What? Captain Fu's slander isn't enough. Are you trying to step in and clean up the mess for me? I, Scar, am making this clear today. For District 9, for Boss Shin, even if I die, I will uphold the rules of District 9 for everyone. Without the toll, even the most powerful person can't enter District 9. He spoke with a steely tone, but his mind was calculating rapidly. He looked up at Fu Conwen. They had driven all night to reach District 9. They had been polite, and willing to pay the toll rather than cause trouble. They wanted to enter District 9 as quickly as possible, surely because they were unsure and feared a confrontation. Besides, despite the noise, 2 team members were still unconscious in the car, likely dormant from overuse of their abilities. As for the beautiful woman in the passenger seat, clutching a child, she was even less of a threat. Fu Sungwen's face was clearly fatigued, as was the other team member. Although he had heard of Fu Sungwen's strength, he was still human. Fu Conwen was clearly at the end of his rope. Including himself, he had 8 users with special abilities, all of whom were his trusted aides. As long as they struck first, captured Fu Conwen, stole his car and equipment, and silenced the rest, who would know District 9 had robbed District 13 of their belongings, even if they knew Scar had captured Fu Conwen. That reputation alone would be enough for him to boast about for a year. Who would dare to mess with him again? More importantly, no one would know about the supplies he secretly embezzled. Scar's excitement grew as he thought about it, as if he had already crushed Fu Conwen under his feet. He panted, a gleam in his eyes. He suddenly crouched down to avoid the gunfire and shouted, "Attack! They look down on us, the brothers from District 9. Kill them! Show these soldiers how powerful we are!" Scar's brothers behind him couldn't wait any longer. At the signal, like hungry wolves at the scent of blood, they pounced. Instantly, various abilities shone brightly in the dim light. Some clasped their hands together and fired jets of water. Others snapped their fingers to ignite flames. Some muscles swelled and hardened. Others squinted their eyes and aimed with short blades. A myriad of abilities descended upon Fu Conwen and Ma Jing like a torrential downpour, dazzling Jianlai. Where was Scar's man? What was his ability? Jianlai leaned against the car window, staring intently at Scar. He saw him, protected by his companions, quietly approach Fu Conwen and Ma Jing. He suddenly opened his mouth and breathed at them. It was poison gas. His ability was to release poison. Jianlai immediately warned, "Watch out for Scar's man. He can breathe out poison gas." But it was too late. Ma Jing was already exhausted, and having not rested properly during the entire journey, he had been forcing himself to stay alert. Now, just as Scar had predicted, he was barely holding on to his breath to intervene. His reaction was a few seconds slower than Fu Sungwen's. In a life-or-death battle, those few seconds of delay were enough to be fatal. Entangled in Scar's poisonous aura, his movements became noticeably slower. Even using his hardened arms to block the flying knife attacks became difficult. He barely had time to avoid a vital wound before being stabbed in the shoulder. The excruciating pain made him groan, and his movements became even slower. Luckily, Scar's aura was a hallucinogenic. Those who inhaled it could suffer paralysis at best, or shock and coma at worst. However, it could only cause sneak attacks and control the situation, not direct fatality. Furthermore, he couldn't control the direction of the enemy, making it easy to accidentally injure his teammates. Thus, although Ma Jing was injured, the enemy also lost a significant number of their teammates. Looking for death. Fu Conwen had been in the apocalypse for so many years that Scar's attack was nothing to him. His movements were lightning fast, showing no sign of fatigue. He narrowly avoided the stream of water aimed at his throat, but his left arm was grazed by the short blade swung by another man, instantly ripping his combat uniform and gushing blood. But he seemed oblivious to the pain. With a few leaps and digs, he distanced himself from Scar, dodging the poisonous gas and stabbing the man wielding the flying knife in the heart. The man's eyes bulged, and to his death, he never understood how Fu Kanwen could be so quick. He'd taken his life before he could even react. From start to finish, the battle lasted less than a minute, and a user with special abilities was dead. Fu Songwen's got some tricks. Kill that woman and brat in the car first. Scar, seeing one of his men being killed by Fu Kanwen in an instant, immediately changed his strategy, ducking in front of the SUV and slashing fiercely at the passenger window. In the car, Jianlai didn't know that she didn't get out immediately because she wanted to stuff Bubu, who was in her arms, into the back seat. Ever since Scar started spewing filth, she wanted to cut out his tongue to make an example of him. But she'd been holding back because of the situation, fearing it would cause trouble for Fu Kanwen. But now that the other party had taken the initiative, she had nothing to worry about. A sudden surge of rage rose within her. "You're looking for death," she shouted, and at the same time, a visible chill shot out from her hand, a sharp icy spike hurtling straight towards Scar's face. Feeling the deathly chill, his instinct for survival made Scar disregard his appearance and fall to the ground, then tumbled awkwardly to avoid Jianlai's attack. The icy spike grazed his cheek, drawing blood from an old scar, and finally stabbed fiercely into the concrete behind him. He underestimated her. This woman was surprisingly skilled. She nearly blinded him in one of his eyes. "Brother Dao. It's okay. Capture Fu Kanwen and avenge our fallen brothers. They're just struggling to survive. Don't be afraid, attack together." The remaining men's eyes burned red, and they didn't even care about their companions. They raised their guns and fired at Fu Kanwen and the SUV. Fu Kanwen dodged and used the SUV as cover, carrying the injured Ma Jing on his back. He attacked the enemy with electric arcs while forcing Ma Jing into the SUV under a hail of bullets. Without stopping, he quickly distanced himself from the SUV and flew behind the shooter, dispatching him. Due to the barrage of bullets, Jianlai's movements were restricted, and he couldn't get out of the SUV to help Fu Kanwen for a while. The SUV was specially modified, and ordinary bullets couldn't penetrate it. But this wasn't a solution. The longer the battle dragged on, the worse it became for them. To capture the thief, first capture the leader. Scar must be killed directly before there's a chance for further negotiation. If bullets don't work, then turn to superpowers. A man, hiding behind cover and secretly unleashing wind blades, raised his hand again, gathering air currents. But his movement suddenly froze, his arms suspended in midair, as if out of control. Then, a visible layer of white frost covered his entire arm in the blink of an eye, even spreading throughout his body. The chill instantly penetrated his bones, leaving the man unconscious. His entire arm was frozen purple. If the frost wasn't defrosted in time, it would die. But his body seemed to be controlled, unable to exert any strength, unable to even move a finger. He could only watch helplessly as the white frost of death continued to spread over his body, piercing his bones like hell. "Ah! It's so cold. Help me, I'm freezing to death." The sudden change stunned everyone on the scene. You know, while superpowers vary greatly, there are generally traceable patterns. For example, Fu Kanwen, a thunder type, can summon arcs of lightning. Feng Jiejun, a fire type, can summon flames. Lu Yifan, a wind type, can summon wind, and Ma Jing, a strengthening type, can instantly harden his muscles. Those with strong abilities can launch their powers through the air, while those with weaker abilities can only use their abilities on their opponents through physical contact. Many of the people present also possess these abilities. The man who cast the wind blade, like Lu Yifan, is a wind type. There's also the man who set fire, and the man who hardened his body. Fire types can ignite fire with their fingertips, but spark wouldn't last long without flammable materials. In other words, supernatural fire can't ignite non-flammable materials. Therefore, in the battle against the rain-soaked vines in Area 5, he had no chance of winning. Water types can manipulate nearby water sources, and even more powerful ones can transform air into water. Area 9 also has an ice-type user, but they can't freeze people directly. They have to first have a water-type user drench their opponent with water, allowing the ice-type user to freeze them. But now, this person was clearly dry, without a trace of moisture, yet he was frozen out of thin air. Chapter 31. Fu Kanwen seized this rare opportunity, his hand flashing with electricity, striking the scarred man directly. A powerful current instantly coursed through his body, knocking him to the ground. The scarred man foamed at the mouth and collapsed to the ground, wailing silently. After the current passed, he forced a breath, a flicker of madness in his eyes. A colorless, odorless poisonous gas continuously gushed out of his body, engulfing everyone present without distinguishing friend or foe. Fu Kanwen stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. He was close, and had inhaled a lot of it. His vision went black, and he could barely stand. At the last moment, he cushioned himself with his hands before falling to his knees. The rough sand and gravel instantly scraped his palms to a bloody mess, but the pain kept him conscious for a moment, preventing him from fainting like the others. The scarred man struggled to wipe the foam from his mouth. He looked at Fu Kanwen, kneeling on the ground in disarray, and forced a sinister, twisted smile. Fu Kanwen, ahem. You come to this. Scar himself had reached his limit after releasing so much poison gas all at once. His head was buzzing and his vision was blacking out. He knew he had to fight swiftly, to kill him while he was ill. If he delayed any longer, he would become dormant due to overdrawn energy. He struggled to his feet and reached the ground to pick up the shotgun he had seized nearby. However, as soon as his hand touched the cold barrel, a piercing chill shot through his palm, making him shiver and instinctively drop the gun to the ground. Why was it so cold? It was the woman in the car. It was her again. He turned sharply and saw the car door opened by Jian Lai. Her face was pale. She stood beside the SUV. Her breathing was slightly rapid, and her eyes were cold. Scar couldn't tell whether her trembling was due to the situation or exhaustion. He only knew the murderous intent in her eyes surged, completely engulfing him. Go to hell. Jian Lai looked at him coldly. Then, with a wave of her hand, a wave of cold air shot out again, enveloping Scar completely. This chill felt like it could freeze a person's bones, crumbling them to dust at the slightest touch. Scar's eyes were filled with fear and shock. How are you not poisoned? He barely managed the words, the cold trembling his teeth, unable to form a complete sentence. However, Jian Lai gave him no answer. The only response was her right hand, which swung again. Mercy, I was wrong. Scar's face was devoid of its previous arrogance. He didn't know why the woman before him was so unharmed, but he knew that if they didn't beg for mercy, they would all die here today. Go away. We don't want anything. Leave now. Just consider this tonight. Before he could finish his words, the cold air in Jian Lai's hand had enveloped him, freezing his last remaining life. His struggle ceased, leaving only a human-shaped ice sculpture covered in thick hoarfrost. Fu Kanwen, are you okay? Jian Lai's voice trembled, carrying a hint of anxiety she herself wasn't aware of. She knelt on one knee and tried to pull Fu Kanwen to his feet. His face was blue, his lips purple, and his hands, supported on the ground, trembled uncontrollably, clearly from the poison he had inhaled. Fu Kanwen was still conscious. He tried to use Jian Lai's strength to push himself up, but his paralyzed legs and arms proved powerless. Don't move. Jian Lai held him down, took a deep breath, and exerted all her strength to hoist him onto her shoulders. Then, she struggled to lift him up, allowing him to lean against her and barely stand. The height difference between them was significant, and Fu Sungwen's long legs dragged feebly along the ground. Only with Jian Lai's support did he manage to move to the front of the SUV. The two of them sat down beside the vehicle. Jian Lai glanced at his wounds, picked up the medical kit Scar had ignored, and pulled out iodine and gauze. With deft movements, she bandaged Fu Kanwen. Perhaps due to her previous use of her ability, her fingers were cold, and when they touched his burning skin, Fu Kanwen stiffened. Bear the pain for a while. Jian Lai's voice tightened, forcing himself to focus on tending to the wound. Should we kill the rest? No need. Scar is dead, and the remaining group is nothing. Leave some alive so they can report back to Boston, and she won't pursue the matter. Killing them all would only bring us trouble. Oh! Fu Kanwen looked at the woman who was so close, carefully tending to his wounds. She lowered her head, her thick eyelashes casting a small shadow under her eyes. Her skin was fair and delicate, her features delicate, and she looked completely inoffensive. But just now, with a single wave of her hand, she had frozen the enemy, killing them both without hesitation. This decisiveness and her ability to freeze them in thin air had left a profound shock on him. If it weren't for the apocalypse, she would be in the operating room, saving lives and being respected. Instead, she would be here, arguing with others, even killing with her own hands. What had she experienced in the 10 years since the apocalypse? It must have been very painful. A flicker of pity flashed across Fu Sungwen's eyes, but it vanished completely the moment Jian Lai looked up. Jian Lai, you want to ask why I wasn't poisoned? Jian Lai put away her medical kit. Because I held my breath. She had already tested it, and found her limit was an hour. The moment Scar fell, She chose to hold her breath just in case. Facts proved that her judgment was correct, and because of this action, their entire team had a chance of survival. Fu Kanwen was about to speak when she quickly replied, Ma Jing is fine. Bubu bandaged his wound. Take care of yourself first. You're fine too. The poison only has a paralyzing effect, not lethal. In the open field, the poison will dissipate in a short time. Try to slow your breathing to reduce the pain. You won't let me speak? Fu Kanwen suddenly laughed. Despite the dark circles under his eyes, his tattered combat uniform, and his arms and hands covered in bandages, despite looking as disheveled as if he just crawled out of a trash can, his weak, playful smile was strangely sexy. Jianlai was startled by her smile. She instinctively looked over, her voice lowered. No, tell me. Fu Kanwen held up her bandaged hands. Excuse me, Dr. Jiang, how can I drive with my hands like this? I remember you couldn't drive before. Have you learned now? Will you drive later? Now it was Jianlai's turn to be speechless. She stared at the two round, doryman-like hands before her, feeling incredibly embarrassed. This is a disgrace to the medical profession. But she's a clinical doctor. She can suture wounds, but bandaging and giving injections are beyond her ability. When I bandaged his wound just now, I didn't dare look at his face. My heart was pounding. I hadn't realized I over-bandaged it. But how could Jianlai admit to something like this? She cleared her throat. Lu Yifan and Feng Jiajun should be awake by now, right? Ever since reuniting with Jianlai, Fu Kanwen had been feeling a pang of nervous tension. Seeing her rare expression of embarrassment, he finally relaxed. Even in an inappropriate place, at an inappropriate time. His chest vibrated from his laughter, straining the wound. He couldn't help but cough twice, but he couldn't help but jokingly say, ahem, it's okay. It's nicely bandaged and warm. Jianlai's face flushed slightly, and she glared at him angrily. Since it's warm, then keep it on. With your condition, even if your hands weren't bandaged. Into balls, you couldn't drive. You're not going to die, but I am. I go see if Lu Yifan and Feng Jiajun are awake. Lu Yifan and Feng Jiajun woke up in the car at just that moment. Opening their eyes, the first thing they saw was Ma Jing, already in a coma, and Bubu, who had bandaged his wound and was taking a nap on him. Fuck, Jingji, how are you injured? Lu Yifan sat up abruptly, his jaw dropping, as he took in the devastated battlefield outside, and the body of the scarred man, frozen like an ice sculpture. Am I still dreaming? How did I wake up in District 9? What's going on out there? Where are Captain Fu and Jianlai? Something's happening. Feng Jiajun reacted immediately, reaching for his gun and preparing to get out of the car. Captain Fu? Jianlai? Jianlai came over and saw the scene. Are you awake? Great. Get Fu Kanwen in the car. We don't have enough gas to make it to District 13, so we need to stop in District 9 first. Lu Yifan immediately jumped out of the car. What he saw made him gasp. The battle was intense, even more brutal than what he witnessed from the car. He glanced around and finally found Fu Kanwen leaning against the other car door. Captain Fu, you're injured. It's okay, it's just a minor incident. Fu Kanwen waved his hand, his voice a little weak. Go wake up those thugs on the ground who were knocked unconscious by Scar's poison, and have them clean up the bodies. Tell them the rules still apply. The toll they already paid is still the toll, and we honor it. But let them explain to Bosch and what happened tonight. District 13 doesn't owe them any explanation. He then said to Feng Jiajun, who had gotten out of the car behind him, don't stay here for long. You drive later. Once you enter District 9, don't rush to contact Xi Wenjing. Find a safe place to rest first. Lu Yifan and Feng Jiajun immediately followed the instructions, and acted accordingly. They moved swiftly and quickly, completing Fu Sungwen's instructions. Fu Sungwen's strength had gradually returned, and he was helped into the back seat. The car door closed, blocking out the stench of blood and gunpowder. He leaned back, his eyes fixed on the back of Jianlai's head in the passenger seat. As if he knew his question, as if he could sense the intense gaze from the back seat, Jianlai spoke up, I don't know how I used that ability just now. This is my first time using it. She was able to transform into a snow leopard because she had undergone genetic modification. And this ability to freeze people with a wave of her hand was probably the awakened ability of the Esper that Fu Kanwen and the others had been talking about. Fu Kanwen didn't say anything, and the brief silence made Jianlai's heart sink. Yes, there were too many suspicious points about her, and she was full of lies. It was normal not to believe her. Forget it. Her tone was calm, as if the vibrant Jianlai, who had been embarrassed by his teasing while bandaging him, had been sealed away again. Fu Kanwen felt a pang of pain in his heart, and she was deliberately putting some distance between them. Jian Lai. What I want to say is thank you. You saved me, saved all of us. Jian Lai was stunned for a moment, her throat tightening. No need to thank me, they're the ones seeking death. Dawn broke, and a gray light shone into the car through the mud and blood-spattered windows. The SUV slowly started, rolling through the mud and blood, and drove away from the checkpoint. The atmosphere inside the car was terrifyingly oppressive. Feng Jiejun focused on driving, while Lu Yifan squeezed into the back seat, daring not to breathe, his eyes occasionally glancing at Jian Lai in the front seat and Fu Kanwen in the back. How did the atmosphere between them change like this after waking up? When Ma Jing woke up, he would definitely ask him about what happened during the battle with Scar that he didn't know about. Chapter 32. The interior of District 9 was different from what Jian Lai had imagined. It wasn't a dilapidated ruin, nor a meticulously planned bustling city. Rather, it was a vast, chaotic area where despair and vitality coexisted. After the vehicle passed the relatively wide main road, the scene on both sides took a sharp turn for the worse. The road became narrow and bumpy, barely wide enough for one car. On both sides of the road stood shacks, cobbled together from sheet metal, wood, and even scraps of cloth. They were crammed together crookedly, fragile, as if they would collapse at the slightest gust of wind. Sewage flowed freely through the narrow alleys, filling the air with a pungent stench of mold and excrement. Thankfully, it wasn't yet fully daylight, and there were few pedestrians outside, allowing the SUV to pass unimpeded. Any later, with more pedestrians, the streets and alleys would be clogged, making it difficult for even people, let alone cars, to pass. Every time I come here, it feels like I'm in the slums. Lu Yifan wrinkled his nose and complained quietly, as if he could already smell the stench outside the car. Bear with it, Feng Jiejun warned, slowing down to carefully avoid potholes and stray dogs. The slums are crowded, but that chaos also makes it easier to hide. It's also close to the black market, perfect for us to rest and recuperate. They were carrying dark amber and important information from the lab in District 5, so they couldn't show off too much, or they attract desperate criminals. I know, that's all I'm complaining about. Lu Yifan pouted. Even if Captain Fu scolded me, I still say it. The people here are so stupid. No matter what I say, they won't listen. If you work hard in District 13, you can always earn a living, and the living conditions are 100 times better than this rat's nest here. You insist on staying in this hellhole. You're not even living like a human being. After saying this, he closed his eyes and hunched his neck, expecting a slap from Fu Kanwen. However, the expected love education never came. He opened his eyes and glanced sideways, only to see Fu Kanwen, his neck tilted back, eyes closed, leaning against the back seat, already asleep. Holy crap! This time, Lu Yifan was truly shocked, his voice pitched high. How dangerous was that fight with Scar today? Even Captain Fu couldn't hold on, and he went into hibernation without warning. In his mind, Fu Songwen's power pool was like a bottomless lake, his strength monstrous. Even after the last 3-day, 3-night battle, he arranged the team's work before going into hibernation. This time, he went into hibernation without even a word of warning? This was shocking. Feng Jiejun heard his exclamation and immediately turned his head, catching a glimpse of Jian Lai, cuddling Bubu, soundly asleep. His heart sank, his face grim. Lu Yifan, the situation is worse than we thought. Come on, stop complaining. Jian Lai has also fallen into hibernation due to overexertion. Be alert. We're the only ones left now. The SUV slowly drove through the filthy alleys, winding its way through a maze of twists and turns before stopping in a relatively open area. Not far away were towering buildings, but closer were several old buildings of unknown age, barely clinging to life. On a rusted iron sheet, the words Xiaoyao Hotel were scrawled in crooked red paint. Let's get everyone settled first. Feng Jiejun turned off the engine and whispered, Yifan, stay in the car and keep watch. I go to the hotel and see if there's any room available. Okay. Brother Jun, be careful. If anything goes wrong, fire a warning shot. Feng Jiejun walked into the Xiaoyao Hotel. The receptionist was a bald man with a Mediterranean look. The dark circles under his eyes were very noticeable, but he didn't close his eyes to take a nap. Instead, he lay on a recliner, boredly flipping through a tattered storybook. We're full. The bald man didn't even look up. 5 adults and 1 child, we need a room, not a bed. Feng Jiejun said succinctly, placing a bag of compressed biscuits and a packet of braised pork rice on the counter. In the apocalypse, Currency is prone to inflation, and bartering is a common practice. The bald man glanced at the food on the counter, then looked up at the battle marks on Feng Jiejun's body, and the gear tied around his waist. He slowly extended 2 fingers and said, "Turn right after entering the room. At the end of the corridor, room 101 is what you want. Add 2 more nutrient solution bags for hot water." "Deal." Feng Jiejun didn't bargain. He went out and, along with Lu Yifan, carried the several comatose wounded into the hotel. Room 101 was cramped and Spartan, with only 2 single beds and a broken table. The walls were mottled, covered in endless mold and moss. The room stank of mildew, mingled with the stench of the previous guest successes. Jianlai and Bubu were placed on one bed, while Fu Kanwen and Ma Jing squeezed into the other. After settling everyone in, Feng Jiejun and Lu Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. "You stay in the room and watch over them. I get some hot water." Lu Yifan nodded and moved a chair to guard the door of room 101. A moment later, Feng Jiejun arrived with 2 buckets of hot water. Carefully avoiding Fu Kanwen and Ma Jing's wounds, they used hot towels to clean the dirt and blood from their bodies. He found another clean wet wipe and gently wiped the dust and blood off Jianlai and Bubu's faces and hands. Hot water relaxes the muscles. Hopefully, this will speed up recovery. After doing this, Feng Jiejun took out the few remaining compressed biscuits and nutrient solution and handed them to Lu Yifan. Biscuits were nutrient solution? Lu Yifan sighed. It makes no difference. One was so dry it was hard to swallow, and the other was as bland as water. It was as good as nothing. If he could, he would choose his braised pork rice. But he also knew that at this point, the braised pork rice was one of the few valuable things they had. If they couldn't find Captain Shi, they would have to rely on it to beg for gasoline. So, after thinking it over, he said nothing. He silently took the compressed biscuits and began to nibble. As the sun rose higher, the noise outside the window grew louder. The soundproofing of the shabby hotel was practically useless. The distant cries of children, the quarrels of adults, the clashing of pots and pans, and the barking of stray dogs all crowded into the room. The cacophony of sounds mingled, shaking the dust in the sun. "Can't we sleep anymore?" The occupants of the neighboring room were also awakened. A furious roar echoed, followed by the muffled thud of something heavy hitting the wall. Lu Yifan and Feng Jiejun, one sitting on a chair by the door, the other at the head of Buba's bed. Both had slept and were in good spirits. To conserve their energy, they squinted their eyes, resting. Only their ears were constantly alert to the sounds in the corridor and outside the window. Both men frowned slightly, clearly enduring the noise. The first thing to break the silence was a small figure on the bed. Bubu's long eyelashes fluttered a few times, and he slowly opened his eyes. He blinked dazedly at the unfamiliar scene before him, then immediately turned over to look for Jianlai. Seeing her lying next to him, he lay back down with peace of mind. "Bubu, you're awake. Are you hungry?" "No." He blinked and looked at Feng Jiejun beside him. "Brother Jiejun, where are we now?" "We're at a small hotel in District 9. Everyone fell asleep out of exhaustion and woke up a while ago. Bubu, eat something first, but we only have nutrient solution right now." Bubu's gaze followed Feng Jiejun's movements to the nutrient solution in his hand, then he looked away without hesitation, his little hand groping in his pocket. "Brother Jiejun, is there a charging port in the hotel?" "Yes." "What does Bubu want to do?" Bubu sat up and carefully pulled a cute-looking figurine from his pocket. The figurine was no bigger than an adult's palm, with a round head, big, watery eyes, and white hair, a miniature version of Bubu. A standard 2-pin plug connected to its feet folded up for storage, a truly exquisite sight. He clutched the figurine tightly in his small hands and looked at Feng Jiejun. "This is Bubu's toy. Can you charge it for Bubu?" "This is Bubu's toy?" The figurine looked exactly like Bubu, clearly custom-made. To be able to buy such exquisite custom toys in the apocalypse, Jianlai's background must be extraordinary. Bubu nodded, "Yes." Feng Jiejun suppressed his doubts and explained in a low voice, "Can we wait until we get back to District 13 to charge it? Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, we might not have time to remove it. Not only that, the hotel's outlet was locked, so charging would require a separate fee." Bubu blinked, as if seriously considering Feng Jiejun's words. After a few seconds, he seemed to accept the explanation and made no further demands. He simply lay down again, leaning against Jianlai, as if ready to go back to sleep. "Bubu, don't sleep yet. Eat something." For a child that young, not having eaten all night, waking up and then falling back asleep was unnatural. As long as Jianlai didn't wake up, they had to be responsible for Bubu's safety. Lu Yifan quickly pulled a packet of nutrient solution from his backpack, opened it, and fed it to Bubu. Bubu couldn't resist him, so he sat at the head of the bed and sipped it. After an unknown amount of time, Fu Sungwen's brows twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. He was a little distracted at first, but soon regained his usual sharpness and clarity. He leaned sideways, his eyes scanning everyone in the room with precision, finally settling on Jianlai. "Captain Fu, you're awake." Lu Yifan jumped up in surprise, a few scraps of paper in his hand. This was Feng Jiejin's way of coaxing Bubu, and he followed along, learning to fold stars with scraps of paper. He quickly pulled out a packet of nutrient solution and handed it to Fu Conwen. "Captain Fu, take some, it helped you recover faster." He was truly afraid that Fu Conwen would fall into a coma for 3 days and 3 nights like he had last time. He was the backbone of the team, and without Fu Sungwen's guidance, Lu Yifan felt uneasy. Fu Conwen silently downed the nutrient solution in his hand. He turned his head to continue watching Jianlai in the other bed. Before he could ask, Feng Jiejin hurriedly said, "Jianlai is fine. He must have fallen into dormancy after exhausting his energy. Logically, he should have woken up after sleeping for so long. I don't know why he hasn't woken up yet." Chapter 33. Fu Conwen, she's awakened a new ability. That's probably why she's overdrawn more than others. Yes, it's that magical freezing ability. Lu Yifan's eyes lit up. Jianlai is so cool. Every one of her abilities is so powerful. And she's beautiful too, with incredibly good skin, flawless. Logically, Jianlai was a few years older than Fu Conwen, so Lu Yifan should have called her sister. But Jianlai looked so young, like someone her own age, that he couldn't bring himself to call her sister. Since Jianlai didn't care, he simply kept calling her Jianlai, Jianlai. In fact, Fu Conwen was also puzzled by Jianlai's frozen age. 10 years in the apocalypse has accelerated aging. Even if the signs of aging for a person with abilities are subtle, they still change. It was as if time had stopped for her, and she was still the same person he remembered from 10 years ago. But among all her mysteries, her frozen age seemed the least striking. Not only does Jianlai have beautiful skin, but Bubu's skin is even better. I never seen such delicate skin in all my life. TSK, it's true, he's Jianlai's son. He really knows how to choose genes. If he had his father's genes, he might not be so beautiful and cute. Lu Yifan grew increasingly excited as he spoke. He leaned closer to Bubu and took a look. By the way, Bubu has white hair and eyelashes. His father must be a foreigner, or perhaps mixed race. At the word dad, Bubu's little hand paused. He glanced up at Lu Yifan quickly, his long eyelashes trembling. He lowered his head again and said nothing. Fu Sungwen's doubts grew even deeper. This wasn't just some random thought, and it certainly wasn't jealousy. Okay, he admitted, he really hoped the man was dead, as far away from Jianlai and her son as possible. He would take over his role, and take good care of them from now on. Although Jianlai had never been one to need care, it was he who always couldn't help but want to care for her. But, Bubu, don't you want to go find your dad? No. Why? No reason. This was so strange. If he and Jianlai didn't look so much alike, he almost wondered if he was Jianlai's son. Yes, could he be a relative of Jianlai's? Jianlai was an only child, sure, but this child could be her cousin's? Bubu. He was about to ask when Jianlai twitched violently in the bed next to him, catching everyone's attention. Thanks to her killer whale genes, Jianlai had the ability to sleep with only one side of her brain. She could regain her energy through frequent, small bursts of sleep. But this time, perhaps due to her awakened powers, her body felt heavy and she couldn't move. However, her mind remained clear, so she heard everything that had happened along the way. Seeing that Fu Conwen was already suspicious of Bubu, she couldn't help herself. With incredible willpower, she forced herself out of sleep and opened her eyes. "You're awake." Fu Sungwen's heart trembled, and he immediately suppressed all doubts. "How are you feeling? Are you feeling any discomfort?" Jianlai twitched her fingers, and an indescribable heaviness and soreness instantly washed over her body, as if every part of her body had been disassembled and reassembled, completely out of sync. "Water? The water is here." Lu Yifan had already prepared it, along with the water, and a packet of nutrient solution. Feng Jiejin carefully helped Jianlai sit up, and Lu Yifan immediately handed her the water and nutrient solution. Jianlai drank the water and nutrient solution in a few gulps. The warm water moistened her throat, and when she spoke again, her voice was no longer hoarse. Are we in District 9 now? Yes. How are you feeling now? Tired, muscle aches, and no strength, Jianlai said succinctly. Fu Kanwen nodded, with the understanding of someone who's experienced it. I felt the same way when I first awakened my abilities. The first use of a newly awakened ability is often very taxing, and the body needs time to adapt. It will gradually heal, and you won't have such a strong reaction. You awaken so quickly, which is already very impressive and powerful, stronger than many warriors. You're the first known user to awaken dual abilities. Get plenty of rest, and let me know if you feel any discomfort. Jianlai didn't respond to the other person's assessment of her strength. Her eyes flicked to Ma Jing. Feng Jiajun told her that Ma Jing's injury would take longer to heal. She nodded without saying anything else, turning to look at the little guy beside her, whose tiny hands were tightly clutching her clothes. Bubu? Yes. Bubu immediately responded, Jianlai, go to sleep. No need. I'm much more alert now. Oh. Bubu, go to sleep. At the mention of this, Lu Yifan's head was spinning, like he was complaining. Jianlai, I heard you were a medical student. Go check on Bubu. Why does he need to sleep all day? Is he feeling unwell? No, Bubu explained sternly, his face tense. Feng Jiajun, but Bubu's sleep time is definitely getting longer. Do we really need to check him out? Children may not be able to express themselves, so don't let us delay him. Maybe he's just bored. Jianlai thought for a moment and evaded the question. It's been such a long car ride, it's too boring for a child. Lu Yifan was about to say something, but Fu Kanwen interrupted him. I'm glad he's okay. Lu Yifan and I will go outside to check the gas and see if we can find Shi Wenjing. How's your recovery going? Do you want to go see her together? Let her rest in the room. She's a dual ability user, after all. That ice sculpture is so handsome, it must have taken a lot of work. Unexpectedly, Jianlai nodded without hesitation. Of course. She was definitely going. She hadn't even been to District 9 yet. However, taking Bubu with her wouldn't be convenient, and Bubu was clinging to her. She'd have to find a way to keep him in the hotel. After much thought, Jianlai spotted the locked outlet in the room and finally came up with a solution. She looked up at Feng Jiajun. Could you please tell me the price for charging here? If he charges his toys, he'd be less bored. Upon hearing that it could be charged, Bubu perked up, his eyes blinking as he looked at Jianlai. Jianlai, is Bubu really rechargeable? Okay. Jianlai nodded. But on one condition, Bubu has to stay at the hotel with Uncle Feng Jiajun. Uncle Fu Kanwen, and I will go out and run some errands, and then come back to pick you up. How's that? Not so good. His little head shook like a rattle. You promised me 30 minutes, but you didn't. This little robot really holds a grudge. Jianlai smiled sheepishly and continued to coax him. There was a little accident, and I was a few minutes late. If you hadn't run away, I would have found you long ago. Look at how much trouble you caused everyone. Everyone's been looking for you. Bubu couldn't argue with this. Although Jianlai had broken her promise, it was true that, without him, she was able to successfully transform into a snow leopard and escape. He thought for a moment, then pulled out the same cute figurine from his pocket. Uncle Fu Kanwen gave Bubu a bag of nutrient solution, but I haven't used it yet. Can I use it to charge it? Sure. Jianlai breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he agreed. We don't need Bubu's nutrient solution. It's worth very little. Don't save it, Bubu. Your health is most important. At Fu Sungwen's signal, Feng Jiajun took the toy from him and went to the hotel owner to discuss charging it. This cute little figurine was Bubu's charger. Once it was plugged in, Bubu could wirelessly charge from a distance of no more than 3 meters. Bubu watched the charger being carefully put away, the little figurine's blue eyes glowing softly. Only then did he relax and sit quietly beside the bed, watching Feng Jiajun continue folding paper stars. After checking her weapons, Jianlai left the musty hotel with Fu Kanwen and Lu Yifan. Only after leaving the hotel did she realize that compared to the makeshift tin shacks lining the roadside, the hotel's conditions were quite good. The three of them, rested and refreshed, were clearly different from the natives of District 9. Sewage and garbage filled the tin shacks. People sat on the ground, covering them with waterproof hardboard, doing nothing but staring blankly at the people passing by. Some of the more cheerful ones gathered in groups of 3 or 4, gossiping about other people's lives. Have you heard? The 3 members of Old Wang's family in the east are nowhere to be found. They haven't been seen for days. Old Wang's wife was such a tough cookie, constantly arguing over a place to set up her tent. Now she's gone, and the tent is now occupied by a new middle-aged man. Really? Old Wang's wife is such a hot-tempered woman. How could she make things easier for the newcomer when she returns? The gap-toothed man glanced eastward, as if expecting something exciting. However, being short, he didn't see anything. He could only pick his teeth with a piece of thin wire and smack his lips. What can they do? Even if Old Wang's wife is fierce, can she really chase off a person with special abilities? Old Wang is incompetent, only able to bully his family, and never dared to say a word to anyone outside. If it weren't for Old Wang's wife, the family would have fallen apart long ago. Oh my, that new guy is a person with special abilities. Aren't they said that people with special abilities are chosen by God? How did he end up in the slums fighting for territory? The gap-toothed man immediately lost his gloating expression. Forget Old Wang's wife. She only has a kitchen knife. Even if she had a gun, she wouldn't be able to defeat him. Yeah, what a sin. Having a husband like that, so incompetent. The old woman spat on the ground, not knowing if she was speaking up for the Old Wang wife they were talking about, or for herself. But seriously, could the Old Wang family have gone to District 13? Otherwise, why wouldn't they be back? A woman nearby, who had been silent until then, suddenly interrupted. Impossible. If you wanted to go to District 13, you would have gone long ago. Why bother fighting for space here to build a tent? That's true. The silent woman sighed, folded the rag covering her, and set it aside. Maybe he's dead. These days, death is better. Less suffering. I'm just an old woman. So what if he died? I pity my little grandson. His mother is a Esper. Logically, he should be able to awaken, right? The old woman wiped a tear from her eyes, casually wiping it on the rag at her waist. If his mother were still alive, she wouldn't have to suffer here with me. The gap-toothed man scoffed and rolled his eyes. What's so great about Esper users? We're all human. We're all the same. When we die, we're just a handful of dirt. What's the point of being so arrogant? Go tell them outside if you have the guts. The gap-toothed man pursed his lips, fell silent, and turned over, pretending to be sleepy. The other two ignored him, and returned to chatting about other families' interesting happenings. This kind of scene was commonplace in District 9. Aside from those who knew Old Wang's family, no one else paid any attention. Only Jiang Lai and the other two, passing by, paid a little more attention. Chapter 34. Lu Yifan saw Jiang Lai's good spirits, and couldn't help but admire her. Jiang Lai, you know what? I used to think Captain Fu was a freak. Others need to rest for hours after a fight, but he's fine after one, and can even fight another, only taking a long break when he's exhausted. I never expected that there are always better people and better things. Your recovery ability is so strong, and now you have a second ability. I'm afraid even Captain Fu can't beat you. Jiang Lai felt a little guilty after hearing this. Let's not talk about who would win in a fight between her and Fu Kanwen, but her ability to transform into a beast was due to genetic modification, not awakening her bestiality. So in fact, it wasn't until yesterday that she truly awakened her ability and became a user. She wasn't the only user to have awakened a second ability, as Lu Yifan said. She couldn't help but glance at Fu Kanwen from the corner of her eye. With her current abilities, as long as she gained experience, defeating him shouldn't be a problem. Follow me closely, Fu Kanwen whispered, continuing to lead them through the alleys, unconcerned with their discussion of who was stronger. Captain Fu, should we go find Captain Shi first, or try our luck at the black market? Lu Yifan immediately suppressed his curiosity, and followed Fu Kanwen closely. Let's try our luck at the black market first. If we're lucky, we won't have to bother them. Hopefully, the prices today are a little more gentle, and they won't bite. After passing through several crowded alleys, they arrived at a vast open-air plaza. This must have been a pre-apocalyptic park plaza, with several tall buildings behind them. This area was much cleaner than the tin shed area they'd been in. Although the air was still filled with a mixture of strange smells, the ground was less damp, and there was less garbage. There were no fixed stalls. People spread a few wares on rags on the ground, or hawked from creaking pushcarts, or sat in the crowd without even a rag, waiting for customers to come and inquire. Daggers, pistols, bullets, rubbing alcohol, painkillers, cigarettes, salt, sugar, compressed biscuits, canned food. Food, daily necessities, medical supplies, self-defense items, everything was available. There was nothing you couldn't imagine. After passing several stalls, I finally came upon a gasoline stall. The owner was a middle-aged man, blind in one eye. 3 or 2 oil drums of various sizes were neatly arranged in front of him. He didn't shout to attract customers like the others. Since the stall was empty, he simply sat on a small stool, his head bowed, reading an obscure book in his hands. He waited until Jian Lai and the other two reached his stall before he looked up, sizing them up. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. How much hard currency do you have? How much is your gasoline? 20 liters, enough for 4 machine guns with ammunition, or 3 50-liter barrels of high-proof liquor. Nothing more. Lu Yifan gasped. Boss, that's not how you raise prices. Aren't you being ridiculous? The one-eyed man remained unfazed, smiling. Since you're here to pick something up at the black market, you should be prepared with valuables. If the black market isn't shady, how can it still be called a black market? This isn't my first time here. Do you take me for a fool? Lu Yifan was about to argue, but Fu Kanwen stepped forward, gently pushing him aside, and said in a deep voice, Boss, I know your goods aren't easy to come by, and the taxes you have to pay for setting up a stall here are quite a lot. My brother is young and impulsive, so please don't argue with him. However, we do need gasoline urgently, and we're short on cash right now. Could you please be kind and see if there's any room for negotiation on the price? The one-eyed man's eyes flickered at Fu Kanwen, as if he recognized something, but he wasn't sure. He stared at the dried blood on his combat uniform for a long time, then spoke again, his tone softening. Everything you're wearing and everything else around your waist is fine stuff, and you're still saying you're strapped for cash. Are you kidding me? The price is non-negotiable. If you can't afford it, don't waste my time. I advise you, there's no need to browse this black market. You want something that's not available anywhere else except here. I just can't believe this is the only place selling gasoline in such a large black market. Leaving the gasoline stall, the three continued their search for other stalls. Lu Yifan, furious, rushed ahead, cursing. Jian Lai frowned. That boss had been so assertive, so the situation wasn't optimistic. Fu Kanwen also had a serious expression, clearly not believing he could successfully buy gasoline on the black market. If all else fails, we have to go find Shi Wenjing. Hopefully, they're still in District 9. Shi Wenjing? Yes, she's our Dawnbreakers deputy captain. Shi Wenjing, deputy captain of the Dawnbreaker Special Operations Team, shares Feng Jiejun's skill, fire control. Previously, during the mission, District 9 had seen a series of unexplained deaths or disappearances, but in the end, no one investigated and the case was left unresolved. The federal government in District 13 was worried about an unknown infectious disease outbreak or the resurgence of the zombie virus in District 9. So, Shi Wenjing led a team to District 9 to investigate the situation and conduct a thorough investigation. Captain Fu, I checked. As the one-eyed man said, he's the only one with gasoline. Fu Kanwen nodded. I guessed it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so brazen. Jian Lai? Is it really you? The three men, fresh out of the black market, immediately zeroed in on the source of the voice. The man who spoke was also fresh out of the black market, empty-handed, seemingly having bought nothing. He was tall and thin, wearing a worn, washed-out, pale yellow casual suit that stood out from the dingy surroundings. More striking than his clothes was his appearance. His light blonde curls fell slightly tousled across his forehead, his features three-dimensional and deep, like a sculpture. His pale blue eyes were wide, fixed on Jian Lai. He looked to be in his 30s, a mixed race. Although the dark circles under his eyes betrayed his weariness, his foundation was still there, giving him a touch of the melancholic, handsome aura popular before the apocalypse. Blue eyes? Mixed race? Knowing Jian Lai, each of these 3 points was enough to make Fu Kanwen wary. You got the wrong person. Jian Lai's voice was cold and calm, and she retorted without a second thought. How could I possibly be wrong? The man strode forward through the throng, completely ignoring Fu Kanwen and Lu Yifan beside him. Excitement welled up in his large, light blue eyes. Oh my God, I thought I'd never see you again. Thank goodness for letting me meet you again. Lu Yifan, hey, big brother, who are you? The blond man turned a deaf ear, his eyes still fixed on Jian Lai. He eagerly opened his arms for a hug, but when she dodged him, a hint of hurt flashed in his eyes. You haven't forgotten me, have you? I'm Daniel. Daniel Luo, do you remember me? Jian Lai, Daniel Luo, no memory at all. But she couldn't have been the type to hug anyone she met, right? She was skeptical about their relationship. Really, Jian Lai, you really don't remember me? Then you've forgotten our sweet, loving days? After hearing Daniel's words, Jian Lai remained silent. She didn't believe a word he said. However, the man beside her. Upon hearing such endearing remarks, Fu Sowen's blood instantly froze. Could he be Buba's biological father? That irresponsible scumbag. He might as well be dead, living so well in District 9, leaving Jianlai and Bubu to suffer in the barren 4th District. An uncontrollable rage surged through Fu Kanwen. He felt his temples throbbing and his fists itching. If he hadn't been concerned about Jianlai's attitude towards him, he would have beaten this man up long ago. Daniel felt uneasy at Fu Sungwen's gaze, and subconsciously moved closer to Jianlai, hiding behind her. It was as if she had only just noticed the tall, imposing man beside her. Jianlai, won't you introduce me? Who is this officer? It has nothing to do with you. Jianlai looked at Daniel, her tone cold. You're right, I don't remember you. Daniel was stunned, surprised by Jianlai's directness. Jianlai, what's wrong with you? You weren't like this before? You used to call me darling. I lost my memory. Lu Yifan looked at Daniel, pondering for a moment, before a look of sudden realization dawned on him. You're not Xiao Buba's biological father, are you? Daniel was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized that the Xiao Bubu the young boy was referring to must be Jianlai's child. Jianlai's amnesia meant she was searching for the child's father, and she didn't even know who he was. Heaven was helping him. Daniel grasped Jianlai's hands and said affectionately, I'm willing to be your child's father. We said that back when we were at the research institute. I never thought you actually give birth to the child. You suffered a lot all these years, haven't you? Fu Sungwen's face darkened, and his pressure plummeted. If looks could kill, Daniel's hands, holding Jianlai's, would have been severed by him. How could you lose your memory? What happened to you all these years? His eyes swept over the blood-stained combat uniforms of Fu Kanwen and Lu Yifan. They were District 13 uniforms. He couldn't mistake them. I've been looking for you since we got separated, but I didn't expect you to end up in District 13. It has nothing to do with you. Jianlai shook his hand away, her tone even colder than before. Daniel's touch made her feel uncomfortable. This person claimed to be her classmate, which might be true, but she had no way of verifying it. But the claim that she and he were once a couple, that they were even discussing marriage and having children, was pure nonsense. Bubu was a bionic robot, not her son. The look in his eyes when he looked at her was one of surprise, but it wasn't the surprise that she was alive, it was the surprise of meeting someone familiar. She had noticed the man's eyes light up when he saw Fu Sungwen's combat uniform. She just didn't know what was going on in his head. How is it none of my business? Daniel frantically defended himself, his eyes filled with hurt. Are you blaming me for not finding you sooner? I'm sorry, dear. This damn apocalypse is just too difficult. He tried to get closer, but Fu Kanwen stopped him. She already said she doesn't remember you. If you keep pestering, don't blame us for being rude. Okay, I won't say any more. Anyway, Jianlai, I'm glad you're okay. You should stay safe. District 9 has been a bit unstable lately. Especially at night. Stay in your room and don't come out. I'm already happy enough to see you before I die. Daniel looked deeply at Jianlai, tears welling up in his eyes, leaving Jianlai stunned. But Jianlai was more concerned with the injustice he was saying than why this man was pretending to be the father of her child. Don't go out at night? Before death? What was this man trying to say? Why before death? Chapter 35. Daniel was well versed in the art of leaving things half-said, leaving people on suspense. After dropping shocking words, like not peaceful, and before death, he stopped short, like dropping a stone into a calm lake. Ripples formed, attracting passers-by to see what was happening, while he calmly prepared to retreat. What do you mean? Why before death? Are you sick? Fu Sungwen's brow furrowed, his hawk-like eyes fixed on Daniel, capturing every subtle shift in his expression. If this man was deliberately being mysterious, it would be a poor attempt. Or perhaps, he was trying to attract Jianlai's attention, resorting to such shocking tactics, even stating that he would be the next to die, hoping to elicit Jianlai's sympathy. Or perhaps, this man truly knew some undisclosed information, perhaps related to what Shi Wenqing's team was investigating. Fu Sungwen's aura forced Daniel back half a step. He tried to hide behind Jianlai, but every time he got close, Jianlai easily dodged him. After several failed attempts, a flicker of irritation crossed his face. He gave up and, with all his might, met Fu Sungwen's gaze. I didn't say anything. In today's world, living one day at a time is the best it can be. Most people are prepared to not see the sun tomorrow. People die every day. Tomorrow it could be you, or it could be me. I just mean it. As he spoke, tears welled in Daniel's large blue eyes. He turned away, wiping the tears from his face with his still-clean sleeve. When he turned back, bloodshot eyes spread, and his nose was slightly red, giving him the pitiful look of someone being bullied. He looked at Jian Lai, wanting to speak but hesitant. His words finally dissolved into a long sigh, and he acted like he was being misunderstood and could only turn away. Fu Kanwen hesitated, but didn't stop him. Daniel kept looking back. Seeing Jian Lai's continued indifference, a subtle impatience flashed in his eyes. He hesitated again and again, as if making some kind of resolution. He took a deep breath and turned back, reaching out to grab Jian Lai's arm. Jian Lai, we're old classmates. Reuniting in this apocalypse is hard enough. You really won't even give me a hug? Just think of it as just a farewell to those days. Before his hand could even touch Jian Lai, it was gripped tightly by a large, veiny hand with distinct joints. The force was so strong that Daniel thought his wrist bones would be shattered, and he almost cried out in pain. If you don't want to leave, then explain it clearly. At some point, Fu Kanwen had stepped forward, placing himself between them. His massive frame completely shielded Jian Lai. Let go! Commander, you're hurting me. I'm just an unarmed ordinary person. Please don't abuse your authority against ordinary people. Daniel grimaced in pain, his face pale. He desperately tried to break free from Fu Kanwen's grip, but despite his might, the iron-like grip remained unmoved. Helpless, he could only continue his tear-throwing attack. Jian Lai, are you just going to watch your old classmate being bullied? Do you really not care about our past? I think I already told you that I have amnesia and don't recognize you. Since we don't know each other, how can we talk about old feelings? Daniel choked, his eyes turning to Jian Lai with a complex expression. How did you become like this? After all, we knew each other before. I called out your name on the street, wasn't it? I took good care of you during our residency together at the hospital. I didn't expect you to be like this now. Amnesia is just your excuse. I was wrong. How can someone who's survived the apocalypse 10 years from now talk about feelings? Honestly, tell me, what's wrong with District 9? Fu Kanwen tightened his grip, and Daniel finally couldn't hold it in any longer, letting out a suppressed cry of pain. Completely ignored by Jian Lai and threatened by Fu Kanwen, Daniel could no longer suppress the resentment in his eyes. He panted rapidly, trying to calm his emotions, as if grasping at the last straw. I'm telling you, can you take me to District 13? Fu Kanwen was stunned. He hadn't expected this to be the request. He turned to look at Jian Lai, subconsciously seeking her opinion. Lu Yifan blurted out, District 13 isn't blocked off. If you want to go, just go on your own. Why do you need us to lead you? That's you. Daniel, as if hearing a horrible joke, suppressed the sharp pain in his wrist and forced a twisted smile. Brother, you're so easy. Districts 9 and 13 are 100 kilometers apart. I don't have a car or weapons. How am I going to get there? With my legs? I'm afraid I'd be eaten by aliens the moment I leave District 9. Oh, I see. Lu Yifan suddenly realized he'd been too hasty and fell silent, looking at Jian Lai. Jian Lai was completely stunned. She hadn't expected her opinion on such a simple decision. She wasn't the captain of this special operations team. Or had Fu Kanwen and Lu Yifan both believed this man's lies, thinking he was Buba's father and therefore had to ask her before taking him to District 13, this old classmate who had suddenly appeared, speaking in a dazed manner, with flickering eyes and a constant stream of lies. Could anyone trust him? Whether he went to District 13 or not was none of her business, and she didn't care at all. Jian Lai simply instinctively didn't want to get too deeply involved with this person, didn't want to go with him. Besides, it's full. There's no room. Daniel's expression froze instantly, a crack in his carefully maintained, pitiful mask revealing a hint of anger and ferocity. He wanted to flip out right then and there, but looking at the ferocious Fu Kanwen, he restrained himself. The reminder to be careful in District 9, and not go out at night, was merely a kind reminder to gain Jian Lai's attention and concern. Who would have thought that this woman was completely different from their school days, so unresponsive, like an emotionless machine? Even though he kindly warned them about the dangers of District 9, even though he said he was about to die, she remained so indifferent. Good, now he didn't waste any more time. Daniel cursed fiercely in his heart. If that were the case, he would never tell them about the strange happenings in District 9. Once they discovered it themselves and suffered a great loss, they would naturally come back to him. By then, he would have the initiative, and he would want more than just taking him to District 13. I just can't make it in District 9 anymore, and I'm looking for an excuse to get you to take me to District 13. There's nothing else to it. Daniel's face was dead, like a zombie who had lost his job. No matter how Fu Kanwen pressed him, he wouldn't give in. Sir, even if you broke my hand, I wouldn't know anything. Fu Kanwen watched Daniel's dormant, unfazed demeanor, and knew he wouldn't speak again unless he resorted to some tactical tactics. But this wasn't his territory, and the man hadn't committed any crime, so he couldn't go too far. Glancing at the undisguised rejection and indifference in Jiang Lai's eyes, the inexplicable resentment in his heart miraculously dissipated considerably, and even a faint, inappropriate sense of joy rose. Go away. He snorted coldly, finally releasing his hand. Daniel, as if granted amnesty, clutched his red, swollen, and burning wrist, not daring to glance again. He stumbled into a dark, crowded alley nearby and quickly disappeared from Jiang Lai's sight. Captain Fu, what should we do now? As planned, we go to the core area to find Shi Wenjing. Okay. Lu Yifan replied. Seeing Jiang Lai's continued silence, he endured it again and again, but finally, unable to hold back, he cautiously said, But Jiang Lai, I didn't expect you to reject his request so decisively. Actually, if you're feeling embarrassed, you can have the blonde man return to District 13 with Captain Shi's car. After all, he's Buba's father. If he's not going too far, any help we can give is a plus. He's not. Jiang Lai denied without hesitation, his voice clear and his manner generous, dispelling Lu Yifan's last shred of doubt. Really? With his blonde hair and blue eyes, I thought he was Buba's father. After all, Buba looks like he's mixed race. As he spoke, he cautiously observed Fu Sungwen's reaction out of the corner of his eye. Fu Kanwen angrily slapped Lu Yifan on the back, so hard that he almost lost his balance. Jiang Lai says he's not, so he's not. What, you still don't believe me? I think you're itching for a training session. His tone was reprimanding, but the corners of his tense mouth curled up slightly, and he couldn't stop it. I didn't, Captain Fu. You can't take revenge. Lu Yifan reached behind him and scratched the spot where he'd been hit, looking utterly embarrassed. Isn't that what I'm asking you? Not only did you take advantage of me, but you didn't reward me, but you're bullying me. That's outrageous. Lu Yifan. I was wrong. Lu Yifan immediately said seriously, let's go. To save fuel, we have to walk to the core area. Hurry up. It'd be dark before we dawdle any longer. It was as if he hadn't been the one making such a joke. As they walked along, Jiang Lai pondered over it, determined to seriously clear up the misunderstanding, lest Fu Kanwen and Lu Yifan become paranoid every time they ran into an old acquaintance, thinking he was Buba's real father. Buba's hair and eyelashes are white because he's sick. Jiang Lai lied calmly, finding she was now unnatural at telling lies. Sure enough, some things only have 0 or countless times. He recognized me. He might have been a classmate of mine, or someone I know. That's not surprising. But don't you find his behavior suspicious? He's deliberately trying to elicit sympathy, just to get us to take him to District 13? I remember you said before that those who stayed in District 9 didn't trust the District 13 government. If they didn't trust it, why would they ask for District 13? Regardless, I don't trust him and refuse to go with him. Whether he's being subtle or not, it's always right for us to proceed with caution. Fu Kanwen said gravely, his gaze sweeping across the seemingly ordinary streets and alleys. Perhaps something happened in District 9 that we're unaware of, prompting him to despair and seek to escape. Chapter 36. The core area of District 9 is completely different from the surrounding slums. Once a bustling commercial center, it still retains its original towering office buildings and large shopping malls. It's just a bit more rundown and dirty than before, with the glass curtain walls mostly broken and shattered, and the remaining parts bear the stains of rain. But compared to the shantytown redevelopment housing in the slums, which can be knocked down with a single blow, it's still a completely different world. Due to years of disrepair and frequent small earthquakes, the upper floors of the skyscrapers are clearly no longer suitable for living. While the lower floors still have shops and businesses, their contents are very different from those before the apocalypse. After all, after the apocalypse, there are far fewer surviving humans, and the land suitable for survival is much smaller. Add to that the repeated extreme weather, and the constant invasion of mutant creatures, and the available resources are dwindling. Some even say that even if we survive the zombie apocalypse, what good will it do? The Earth can no longer sustain it. This is all retribution for humanity's previous waste of resources. The end of the world, destruction. Such things were often said before the apocalypse. Listening to Lu Yifan's description, Jiang Lai said coldly, what happens in the end? Look at those who said such things before. Were they desperately seeking a chance to survive after the disaster struck, wanting to live more than anyone else? Who knows, right now, these people are hiding somewhere, cursing the apocalypse. That's true. Lu Yifan scratched his head. Fu Conwen, if the apocalypse were just a moment, there would really be nothing to fear. It's a pity that the apocalypse lasts for years, a long tormenting time when one knows there's no hope, but refuses to sink into despair. In this kind of environment, the fact that people have managed to maintain their sanity and not go completely insane is a testament to their resilience. Haven't we been intensively rebuilding these past 2 years? Do you think it's true, as they say, that Earth is doomed? The topic was too heavy, and Lu Yifan tried to boost morale. His voice was extremely low, a hint of hidden excitement lingering in his voice. I heard that humanity's only chance of survival is to move to another planet. District 19 is already secretly researching interstellar migration. Interstellar migration. Jian Lai's heart skipped a beat. Isn't that related to Project Spark? She thought the closed-off District 19 was supposed to be staid and conservative. How could it be? Could Project Spark originate in District 19? She forced herself to suppress her shock, maintaining a calm demeanor, but secretly, she was already considering finding an opportunity to visit District 19 after her visit to District 13. That's not something we can accomplish in the next few years. Fu Conwen interrupted Lu Yifan's musings, saying gravely, if you have the time, why don't you focus on the present? We're still short of gas. The streets were filled with all sorts of vehicles, carts, electric bikes, and even rickshaws, which Jian Lai had only seen on TV. Because there were no lanes, anything with 2 wheels could ride on them. The streets were incredibly crowded, with horns honking and shouting incessantly. This damn place, District 9, I really don't know what's so good about it. The 3 men moved through the crowd as discreetly as possible. Jian Lai could feel the gazes of passers-by on them. Although their clothes were stained, they still stood out from the rags of others. Some were attracted by their valuable possessions, but were wary of their abilities. Although they attracted considerable attention along the way, no one dared to take direct action. According to Fu Conwen, Shi Wenjing's team was penetrating District 9 to gather information and investigate unusual incidents. Therefore, they would use the trade base between District 13 and District 9 as a base, keeping a low profile. District 13, thanks to its relatively stable environment, had a certain level of production capacity. District 13's residents were also very hardworking. Besides earning work points on the plantations, they also used their spare time to craft a number of in-demand supplies. For example, bacon strips made from mutant animals, candles made from exotic fats, and simple water purification devices. These seemingly insignificant items sold well in District 9. District 13's trading base was located on the ground floor of a half-collapsed bank building. The heavy blast-proof doors were tightly closed, leaving only a narrow observation port. Doing business with the door closed? Jian Lai couldn't help but mutter, looking at the closed blast-proof door before him. Fu Conwen sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. There's nothing we can do. Even in the core area, District 9 is still quite chaotic. If the gates are left open, looting will easily ensue. As he spoke, he stepped forward and pulled a thick rope of the observation port. A bell rang, and the port opened, revealing a pair of wary eyes behind the bulletproof glass. Seeing Fu Conwen, their vigilance instantly turned to surprise. Captain Fu, are you going to District 13? The heavy blast-proof door opened, and the 3 of them quickly slipped inside. The scene inside surprised Jian Lai slightly. The space was much larger than she had imagined. Rechargeable fluorescent lights were tied to the shelves, illuminating the dazzling array of handmade goods. Several shop assistants were busy sorting goods and counting accounts. Seeing Fu Conwen enter, they gathered around in surprise. Captain Fu! Yifan, why are you here? Who is this? At that moment, a short girl with neatly cropped hair and thick, black-framed glasses emerged from a hidden door at the back. She had a baby-like face and, at first glance, resembled a high school student. But judging by her calm demeanor and the capable aura she exuded, Jian Lai judged her to be around 25. Captain Fu, why are you in District 9? She glanced at the bandages wrapped around Fu Conwen and couldn't help but grumble, and he looked so messed up. Did Yifan bandage that wound? It's really ugly. Lu Yifan immediately retorted, clearly having argued with the woman before him many times. Li Qinghuan. Be careful when you talk, or you might accidentally lick your own lips and poison yourself. Jian Lai, She silently looked away, a flicker of relief in her heart. Luckily, Lu Yifan and Feng Jiejun had already opened and redressed Fu Songwen's wounds, otherwise the team member named Li Qinghuan would have seen Jian Lai's Doraemon baller. It's a long story. Fu Conwen waved his hand, unconcerned. First, let me introduce you, Jian Lai. This is Li Qinghuan, a member of the Dawn Special Operations Team. Li Qinghuan, this is our newest temporary member, Jian Lai. Jian Lai? Hearing this familiar name, Li Qinghuan paused. His gaze from behind his glasses lingered on Jian Lai's face for a moment, before returning to Fu Conwen. Is this the Jian Lai you've been desperately looking for? Fu Conwen, where's Captain Shi? A few days ago, several more people went missing in the slums. Captain Shi and Ling Wei went to investigate. Again? Yes. We've been in District 9 for so many days, and still nothing. The only thing we can be sure of is that it's not a zombie resurgence. Li Qinghuan pushed his glasses up, a little frustrated. You haven't told me why you're in District 9. What's going on? I heard yesterday that the guards at the checkpoint were replaced. Was it you? Yes. Lu Yifan raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride. How did you know? Did our Dawn Squad's reputation spread throughout District 9? News spreads fast. I heard they were dealt with by a tough guy from District 13. Captain Shi and I were wondering who it would be, but we didn't expect it to be you. Is Scar giving you a hard time? Did you? When we entered District 9, Scar hurled foul language at Ling Wei and was reprimanded by Captain Shi. He's been fuming. But I didn't expect him to act so recklessly even with Captain Fu around. No wonder he was killed. Well done. What a relief. Yes, he was rude and then tried to take advantage of us, demanding too much. At this point, Lu Yifan lit up, his face beaming with joy, as if he had witnessed it himself. But you're wrong about one thing. Captain Fu didn't kill Scar. Jian Lai killed him. You didn't see the scene. Scar was frozen to pieces with just a wave of his hand, without even needing to splash water. Really? Li Qinghuan piqued his interest and extended his hand. You're a rare person who can manipulate ice directly. I'm a member of the Dawn Special Operations Team. Those without abilities, please be kind. Her eyes blazed beneath her glasses, as if piercing Jian Lai. Jian Lai extended a hand to greet her, then stopped talking. Li Qinghuan's claim of being incompetent didn't bother Jian Lai, but instead drew her closer. The fact that someone without abilities joined the Special Operations Team meant she was exceptional in other areas. Alright. Fu Conwen took a half step forward, deftly separating the overly enthusiastic Li Qinghuan from the clearly uncomfortable Jian Lai. It's crowded outside, so let's talk in your lab. Okay. Li Qinghuan suddenly realized, but before leading the way, she tiptoed to Jian Lai's ear and whispered, You're truly Captain Fu's beloved White Moonlight. He's afraid revealing your abilities would put you in danger. I was careless just now. Sorry. Jian Lai pursed her lips, and didn't respond. There was no unnecessary expression on her face, but her nerves were a little more tense. She wasn't used to being friendly with strangers, and this Li Qinghuan was a bit of a noob, even more so than Lu Yifan. Her thoughts were so whimsical, and her tongue was so quick that she couldn't keep up. Fu Conwen, don't underestimate her lack of ability. Her brain is her greatest weapon. Just like Bubu's photographic memory, her brain is an indispensable core strength for us at Dawnbreaker. Oh! There's someone with a photographic memory. Where is he? I'm curious about this Bubu. Why didn't you bring him here? Bubu is Jian Lai's son. He's only 5 years old, with silver hair and blue eyes, and he's as pretty as a Barbie doll. I guarantee you love him if you met him. The group entered the innermost conference room, and Lu Yifan closed the door behind them. He's staying at the hotel with June and Jing. We're out here to buy gas. On a previous mission in District 5, we encountered a vine-species monster, which destroyed our car and used up our gas reserves. I can't afford gasoline on the black market, so I'm turning to you for help. Fu Conwen took over. I thought you completed your mission and returned to District 13, so I figured I'd try my luck on the black market first. Talking down to business, Li Qinghuan's expression grew more serious. More and more people are disappearing in District 9. Some people in the core area have heard the news, and are trying to flee to District 13 with their families. That's why gasoline prices have been skyrocketing lately. It's practically impossible to get gasoline, especially with a high price. Missing? Jian Lai suddenly remembered the gossip they heard on their way here. On our way here, we heard that a family of 3, surnamed Wang, had disappeared east of the tin shed. Is this connected to this incident? Chapter 37. They probably can't escape. Captain Shi and Ling Wei investigate the slums every day. The area is densely populated, and the number of missing and deceased people is high. When someone disappears, it's often an entire family, as if they vanished from the face of the earth. There's no place to report a crime here, so everyone they know assumes they're a missing family that's fled to District 13 or District 19. But you know, If they had access to District 19, how could they have ended up in the slums of District 9? District 13 has admitted quite a few new refugees recently, but the number pales in comparison to the number of missing people in District 9. So something strange is indeed happening in District 9. No wonder Daniel Luo tried so hard to get her to take him to District 13. Perhaps he truly knows the inside story? Lu Yifan. Could it be that he encountered an alien species on the way here? Or perhaps suffered an accident due to extreme weather? Extremely unlikely. Li Qinghuan shook his head, with reasoned reasoning. There are only a few roads between District 9 and District 13. Team, she has sent people to investigate along these roads several times, but there are no signs of casualties or abandoned vehicles. If it were an alien attack, there would have been some debris, bloodstains, or something. Could the alien species have taken the car as well? Hearing such a strange story, Fu Conwen didn't rush to get gas and immediately returned to District 13. He pulled over 2 chairs, handed one to Jiang Lai, and sat down himself before asking, so, after all this time investigating, you should have some clues, right? Xi Wenjing, Lu Lingwei, and Li Qinghuan were all elite members of the Dawn Special Operations team. It wasn't as they had claimed, that they had found nothing. At this moment, Jiang Lai, who had been silent to the side, suddenly interrupted, if the missing people are dead, there should be a body, right? The stench of a corpse can't be concealed. Even if sealed in a concrete wall, it will still evaporate. How could it disappear without a trace? Li Qinghuan nodded and gave Jiang Lai a thumbs up. You're much smarter than Yifan. When you officially enter Dawn, I'd be happy to go on missions with you. After this flurry of praise and criticism, she leaned forward slightly and lowered her voice, saying, Jiang Lai is right. The stench of a corpse can't be concealed. So Captain Shi and I have been investigating in this direction. Finally, we found several human limbs in the garbage dump, gnawed beyond recognition by stray dogs. Eaten by stray dogs? That's impossible. Lu Yifan's eyes widened. A mutated stray dog is considered an alien species, but it's not just any ordinary stray dog. No! Li Qinghuan emphatically denied Lu Yifan's theory of an alien species. They were killed and dismembered. Those severed limbs were stolen from somewhere by stray dogs and taken to the garbage dump. Because I found strange gnawing marks on them. They don't look like wild animal teeth, more like. Jiang Lai said firmly, human teeth. Seeing her confident expression, Li Qinghuan, like Lu Yifan, widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Lai in disbelief. Have you seen them? Yes. Jiang Lai nodded. In District 5. Fu Conwen immediately realized, is that the place you mentioned where the pseudo-humans eat pseudo-humans? Jiang Lai nodded again, yes. Wait. Li Qinghuan was getting confused. For the first time, he felt his brain wasn't working. She gestured to pause. What are you talking about? What are dummy humans? Can you please take care of the comrades who didn't go to District 5? What exactly did you encounter in District 5? Her barrage of questions left Jiang Lai speechless, unsure where to begin. However, at this point, Lu Yifan finally found his voice. He jumped in, vividly recounting their battle against the dummy humans in District 5. Especially the flesh worms that emerged from the human brain after the skull was cracked. There are flesh worms in the human brain. After burrowing into the human body, flesh worms can control the host's movements, speech, and even eat people? The more Li Qinghuan listened, the more she found it incredulous. Her brows knitted together, and she didn't respond for a long moment. She glanced at the 3 people in front of her. She naturally didn't believe Lu Yifan's story alone. But the 3 people before her were so calm. They couldn't possibly be colluding to deceive her. Whether it was Fu Conwen or her new acquaintance, Jiang Lai, neither of them seemed like the type to joke about such a thing. It's just, what they said was truly horrifying, beyond her comprehension. How do you know this isn't just an ordinary parasite? Parasites inhabit the human body and require humans to provide them with energy. Theoretically, they shouldn't be able to manipulate the human body. Li Qinghuan's eyes still held a glimmer of doubt, but it wasn't about the existence of parasites in the human brain. Unless it's a mutated new type of parasite, what we often call a xenomorph. Besides, we already found some clues. Captain Shi and Ling Wei secretly visited and discovered that several of the missing families had come into contact with a blind man who sold peace amulets and awakening talismans at a stall near the slums a few days before the incident. This incident must have been man-made. Selling talismans? Isn't this obviously a scam? Lu Yifan scoffed. Why are the people in District 9 getting stupider and stupider? They still believe in this? When people are completely hopeless, don't they believe in ghosts and gods? Believing in ghosts and gods is a kind of comfort for them. Li Qinghuan didn't believe it, and Jian Lai wasn't surprised. Things like this are hard to believe unless you see them with your own eyes. But she was certain of one thing, that flesh worm wasn't an alien species. Clearly, Fu Kanwen thought so too. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, reminding everyone to stay on topic. Continue with the news you found. An old man pretending to be a ghost. He set up a stall near the slums, selling crudely made yellow talisman paper. Without even cinnabar, he simply used some red fuel to draw stencils on it, claiming they could ward off evil spirits, bring good luck, and even awaken people into special abilities. Many people believed in him. Li Qinghuan's tone was tinged with disdain. Captain, she suspected something was wrong with this old man, so he took Ling Wei to investigate. I don't have any special abilities, so I stay here and see if I can find any new clues from the information we already have. Fu Kanwen pondered for a moment. It does sound strange. So far, there are two possibilities. 1. Someone is using some means to deliberately create panic in District 9 to achieve some purpose. 2. It's similar to the parasites encountered in District 5, attacking people and disguising themselves as humans to continue their hunt. Do you need help? If it's the second possibility, we dealt with fake humans before, so staying here to help you would increase your chances of success. Not yet. Right? Li Qinghuan glanced down at the bandages on Fu Sungwen's body. You should take care of yourselves first. Ma Jing and Feng Jiejun didn't come, so they must be injured, right? It seems this trip was quite dangerous, leaving our dawn-breaking elite team in such a state of disarray. Though it was dangerous, it was worth it. Fu Kanwen smiled. At least the mission was accomplished. Completed? Li Qinghuan's eyes lit up, and he almost jumped with excitement. But then the light quickly dimmed. Too bad, they won't give me the contents. Damn it. I really want to know what's inside. There's a code, but I can't crack it. It's useless even if I give it to you. Forget it. The more you know, the easier it is to silence you. Li Qinghuan waved his hand dejectedly, consoling himself. Don't you want gasoline? Come with me. 40 liters should be enough for you. Enough. Thank you. Don't be polite. Even though you and Captain Shi don't get along, we're still on the same team, right? Do I get along with her? You're overthinking it. Fu Kanwen twitched his lips helplessly, remaining noncommittal. Okay, whatever you say. It's already late, so you shouldn't be rushing back to District 13 overnight, right? Li Qinghuan pointed inside. There's plenty of room for you on the big bunk bed in the backyard. Stay here for the night. Looking at your disheveled appearances, I bet you don't have much of anything valuable left on you. You're probably staying in the cheapest hotel. Check out that place later, and when Captain Shi returns tonight, tell her about the parasites and pseudohumans. Although I find this kind of thing unbelievable, nothing is unusual in this apocalyptic world. It's best to be cautious. Okay. Fu Kanwen nodded. He also wanted to hear the results of Shi Wenjing's investigation into the disappearances in District 9. His intuition told him that things weren't that simple. When the rusted sign reading Xiaoyao Hotel reappeared in sight, it was already completely dark. In the dilapidated low-rise, a few lights flickered, but most of the windows were dark, like a monster lurking in the night to devour people. Everything seemed much the same as when they had left. It was just another ordinary night in the slums of District 9. But Jiang Lai couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but she could faintly smell the faint scent of blood in the air. Do you smell anything? Lu Yifan sniffed. What's that? Garbage or sweat? He couldn't finish his words when Fu Kanwen pressed his shoulder, stopping him from saying anything more. Seeing his stern look, Lu Yifan immediately understood. He tightened his grip on the pistol at his waist, and vigilantly observed his surroundings. Don't forget Jiang Lai's abilities. Her sense of smell is more acute than ours. It could be dangerous. The three of them tiptoed into the hotel, their nerves tense. The front desk was empty. The tattered storybook lay perfectly still on the counter. Only the sound of water dripping from the bathroom to the left could be heard. Fu Kanwen and Jiang Lai exchanged a glance. Lu Yifan remained at the front desk while Fu Kanwen and Jiang Lai approached the bathroom, their steps light and deliberate. The bathroom door was ajar, a dim yellow light filtering through the crack, illuminating a small patch of dirty floorboards. Fu Kanwen pressed his gun against the door and gently pushed it open. Inside was the bald boss, who had been sitting at the front desk. Chapter 38. He held a mop so grimy, it was hard to tell its original color, scrubbing the dirt from the floor. The faucet was left open, dripping water into the cistern. The entire bathroom was filled with a damp, dark, musty smell, mingled with a pungent scent of detergent. Jianlai shook his head slightly. The smell was too overpowering, the previous scent of blood was completely gone. Plop! The man inside was startled by the presence of someone at the door, dropping the mop. He looked up and angrily cursed. What are you doing? Getting some hot water? At least make a sound. You scare people to death, don't you know? Sorry. Fu Kanwen quickly scanned the small bathroom. The dirty floor was damp from the owner's mopping, and a pile of miscellaneous items and cleaning tools lay in the corner. Aside from the mess, there seemed to be nothing unusual. His expression relaxed slightly, and he asked nonchalantly, We heard the sound of running water, and were worried someone might be wasting water by leaving the tap on, so we came to check. Boss, did anyone else come in just now? No, it was just me. Business has been slow these past few days, don't mess with me. The boss muttered unhappily, bent down to pick up the mop, and continued cleaning. Are you staying here? If so, wait a minute. The water pressure here is spotty, and I have to clean up quickly while the water's still running. Jianlai, we're checking out. Bad luck. You have to wait until I'm done cleaning before checking out. Okay, we come back later. The two retreated to the front desk and returned to the room with Lu Yifan. Lu Yifan whispered, Captain Fu, could it be rust? Jianlai got so nervous that he strayed from the smell? Or maybe it's a rat, a stray dog, or something. Before Fu Kanwen could speak, Jianlai spoke first. That's possible. After all, I only smelled it for a moment. But don't forget, things haven't been peaceful in District 9 lately. We better be careful. Jianlai is right. Lu Yifan curled his lips and muttered, You always think whatever she says is right. Although he may be a bit slow, he has one strength. He listens to advice. Especially advice from smart people. Since two smart people on the team said so, he naturally wouldn't ignore them. He gripped his gun tightly and cautiously followed them, heading deeper into the hallway where their rooms were. We're back, Jiajun. Open the door. The door quickly opened a crack from the inside. Feng Jiajun peeked out and saw the three people. He breathed a sigh of relief and quickly opened the door to let them in. You're back. How's it going? Did you get the gas? Behind him, Ma Jing had woken up. Aside from the paleness of his lips, he looked in good spirits. He held Bubu in his arms, soothing him. The little one seemed to wake up, rubbing his eyes. Seeing Jianlai, he immediately reached out for a hug. Hey! Guess what the price of gasoline is on the black market now? Lu Yifan eagerly squeezed into the room and excitedly recounted to Feng Jiajun and Ma Jing everything they had encountered along the way. Luckily, Captain Shi and the others haven't left yet. I asked them for some gasoline and went to their base to sleep for the night. We leave directly from there tomorrow. Jianlai had to admire his energy, but having him around had one advantage. She didn't have to talk much, which was a lot less worrying. Feng Jiajun, so shall we leave now? Why haven't they completed their mission yet? Did they run into any trouble? Ma Jing's expression didn't change much, but he spoke so quickly that even Jianlai could tell he was anxious. Ma Jing was usually calm and composed, so why was he so nervous? The next second, she knew the answer. Lu Yifan was truly the team's biggest mouth. If he knew anything, the whole team had to know. He raised his eyebrows mischievously, deliberately lengthening his tone and teasing, Hey, Brother Jing. When we get to the base, you can ask her yourself. Ma Jing coughed suddenly, a faint, unnatural blush staining his pale face, almost irritating his wound. Ahem. Don't talk nonsense, I was just asking casually. Oh, just asking casually? Then why are you saying I'm talking nonsense? I was just kindly suggesting you go ask in person, not asking you to go and talk to Captain Shi. Lu Yifan. I know. Lu Yifan understood and raised his hand to his lips, zipping up his pants, but he couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. I was talking nonsense, Brother Jing, please be magnanimous. Don't bother with me. Jianlai didn't participate in this little incident. She quietly walked to the outlet, removed Buba's toy, and then sat quietly to the side to sort out her things. Fu Kanwen quickly packed up his gear and sat down beside Jianlai. His gaze flicked meaningfully over to Bubu, who was folding paper stars beside him. He casually said, Bubu, your toys are fully charged. Why don't you play with them for a while? Bubu paused, then continued his work. He didn't look up, didn't answer, as if he hadn't heard, simply continuing to fiddle with the scraps of paper in his hands. Jianlai's heart also suddenly tightened, but Bubu could pretend not to hear, but she couldn't. It seems Feng Jiajun is quite good with children. This star-making game is quite interesting, and Bubu folded it very well. Oh yes. Does Buba like Uncle Feng Jiajun? Jianglai asked quickly. Yes. The crisis averted, Buba nodded and continued folding stars. Fu Kanwen said nothing more, simply smiled and rubbed Buba's head. After that, he stood up and went to help the others check weapons and luggage. Jianglai suspected that he might have already known that Buba was not his child. He had suspected it since she had lost her memory, but firmly claimed that Daniel was not Buba's biological father. No, even earlier than that, but from this moment on, he finally confirmed it. It's just unclear how much he knew now. The others waited for a while, assuming that the bald hotel owner had finished cleaning, and then prepared to check out. At that moment, a dull thud, like the sound of something heavy falling, erupted from the tightly closed door next door, followed by a few incomprehensible grunts, and the harsh sound of nails scraping across a blackboard. Several people paused in their tracks. Thinking of Daniel's strange warning, and Shi Wenjing's team's investigation, Fu Songwen's eyes darkened. He exchanged a glance with Jianglai, walked to the door, and knocked. Who's inside? Are you all right? Do you need help? The room fell silent. After a few seconds, an impatient man's voice rang out. Stop meddling in my business. I have nothing to do with you. If you have nothing better to do, go out and kill aliens. What a mess all day long. The voice sounded normal, and the impatient tone was consistent with the character of those in the apocalypse. Nothing obvious was wrong. Feng Jiajun looked at Fu Kanwen and silently asked, Do we need to break down the door? Fu Kanwen shook his head. They had already killed Scar when they entered District 9. If they caused trouble in the hotel again, it would undoubtedly anger the District 9 boss, which would then affect normal trade with District 13. Forcibly breaking down the door for inspection would not only make too much noise, but this wasn't District 13, they had no right to inspect. Their priority now was to safely evacuate and bring the black box back to District 13. Weighing the pros and cons, Fu Kanwen suppressed his doubts and anxieties, and said solemnly to the closed door, Excuse me for interrupting. Then, with a decisive wave of his hand, he led the group away. Jianglai frowned, her lips set in a straight line. A sense of foreboding lingered in her heart, but she also understood that Fu Songwen's considerations were correct. They couldn't let unfounded speculations delay their important mission. The group moved swiftly and quietly through the corridor. The bald boss was already sitting at the front desk, still clutching the storybook. Checkout went incredibly smoothly. The boss, without even batting an eyelid, completed the formalities for them and gestured for them to leave. Exiting the hotel, the inky night instantly engulfed them. Several people quickly boarded the car and sat down one by one. Fu Kanwen started the car and slowly set off. The atmosphere inside the car was somewhat subdued. Feng Jiajun, watching the hotel sign gradually blur behind him, sighed, What a world this is. Back in the day, we could still play games on our phones. With reliable internet access now scarce, the slum dwellers have been forced to turn to books again to pass the time. It's unclear whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. I saw the shopkeeper flipping through that same tattered storybook over and over again. I'm afraid he knows all the stories by heart. At least he still has a small shop and some income, which is much better than those people sleeping on the streets. That's right. Feng Jiajun sighed. Speaking of the bald hotel owner, Jianglai still felt something was amiss, but she couldn't put her finger on it. If the bald owner was a pseudo-human, he shouldn't have let them go. The smell of humans is a fatal temptation for pseudo-humans, as evidenced by District 5. The first pseudo-human she encountered, the woman in the floral dress, couldn't even speak a complete sentence before chasing her. The middle-aged man did the same, wandering District 5, searching for her. Although pseudo-humans can manipulate human bodies, they can also be cunning. But the flaws were also obvious, their behavior was more like that of wild beasts. She better not worry too much. The heavy blast-proof door closed behind them, and Li Qinghuan led the group through the front hall to the backyard. The backyard had been converted into a living area, and the space was even larger than expected. The furnishings were simple, and a few fluorescent lights illuminated the entire space, a stark contrast to the dilapidated slums and the damp, dark hotel outside. Are you here? We got a room for you. Jianglai, come and squeeze in with us tonight. It's much cleaner than living with those stinky men. Glancing at Bubu at Jianglai's feet, she waved, Is this Bubu? Lu Yifan hadn't lied about that. The little one was indeed adorable. Haven't you eaten yet? I have some dried meat. Bubu timidly looked at the smoked meat strips Li Qinghuan offered him, and didn't take them. Thank you, but I'm not hungry. Li Qinghuan immediately beamed and reached out, but Bubu turned his head away. She wasn't annoyed, but rather amused. I have plenty of dried meat. No need to save it for me. He's only 5 years old. Aren't you afraid he'd break his teeth? Feng Jiejun, without even looking up, complained about Li Qinghuan's behavior as he packed his luggage. Alien meat is tough, especially smoked meat. Even an adult would chew it for a long time before swallowing it. That makes sense. Li Qinghuan awkwardly put the dried meat away, put it behind her back, and gave Jiang Lai a sheepish smile. I didn't mean to do that. Don't mind? I don't mind. Jiang Lai twitched the corners of her mouth helplessly. Her face was expressionless, just a normal expressionless one. She wasn't angry, nor was she looking down on anyone. She just had a naturally sour face. With time, she'd probably get used to it. After a while, Lu Yifan came over and whispered in Jiang Lai's ear, Captain, she will be back soon. She's known for her careless and outspoken nature, and she'd definitely attack Captain Fu. Because of your relationship with Captain Fu, you might get accidentally hurt by her. Please bear with her, and don't get angry with her. Jiang Lai couldn't help herself and asked, Really? What's my relationship with Captain Fu? I spoke too much. Please forgive me. After apologizing, Lu Yifan ran away, eager to use her abilities as quickly as possible. Jiang Lai was left standing there in a daze. She really was just asking casually. Chapter 39. Did you kill Scar? Shi Wenjing's voice boomed, like a boombox, and with undisguised admiration, she explained that Scar should have died long ago. She deftly unscrewed the cap of an enormous wine bottle, poured out a bowl of rice wine, and handed it to Jiang Lai. Sister, you're so cool, seriously. You don't know, I wanted to burn that Scar for a long time. Damn it, his mouth stinks worse than a dry toilet. His presence is a waste of resources. But Qinghuan insisted on considering the overall situation, and it made me so miserable I'm about to get breast nodules. Just for I, Shi Wenjing, have confirmed your killing of Scar. When you officially join the Special Operations team, don't hang out with Fu Kanwen and his gang of scoundrels, join us sisters. How about it? I guarantee you have plenty to eat and drink. After a pause, she waved her hand with the same unwavering generosity, though her words were a bit more restrained. Well, it might be a little hard to get enough, but there's plenty of ordinary millet wine. Although Jiang Lai had been prepared for their outgoing and forthright natures after meeting several members of the Dawn Breakers, she was still a little taken aback by Shi Wenjing's unguarded enthusiasm. From this perspective, Lu Yifan seemed more like a member of Shi Wenjing's team. More than that, he was like her long-lost brother. Jiang Lai picked up the bowl and drank it in one gulp. The rice wine was light and alcohol sweet, and had the aroma of fermented grains. She couldn't help but squint her eyes and nod. Honestly, I don't care. It doesn't matter who I go on the mission with. Also, this wine tastes really good. Did you brew it yourself? Great. Shi Wenjing slapped her thigh and filled Jiang Lai's glass again. See, this is the spirit we should have at dawn. Unlike Fu Kanwen, who acts like a captain all day long, isn't that tiring? Li Qinghuan pushed his glasses up, took a bite of dried meat, and teased with a smile, Captain Shi, you're right. You should be more self-disciplined when you talk bad about people behind their backs. Your voice is so loud. If it had been a few years earlier, it would have attracted a horde of zombies. Your voice is quite loud, isn't it? As they chatted and laughed, they had already unknowingly consumed several bowls of rice wine. Her skin was pale, and the slightest blush on her face was particularly noticeable. At another table, Fu Songwen's gaze fell on the wine bowl on the table, but his peripheral vision kept an eye on Jiang Lai. He remembered that Jiang Lai had said long ago that there were two things in her life that she absolutely could not live without, meat and wine. Now that both were before her, within reach, she felt a whole lot more alive. Unlike when they first met, she had been as cold as ice. Although she had become familiar with him again, she was still usually quiet. Jiang Lai now looked more like the Jiang Lai he remembered. Over there, the lively girls' chat continued. You can hear it if you want. Shi Wenjing waved her hand nonchalantly, then lowered her voice, and said to Jiang Lai with a mischievous smile, I thought Fu Kanwen would be so eager to tie you up to his belt, but I didn't expect him to squeeze over and insist on sitting at the same table with us. But if you go on missions with us next time, he'd probably be furious, haha. Is this what Lu Yifan was warning her about? Shi Wenjing might accidentally hurt her? Jiang Lai was a bit amused. At first, Jiang Lai was a bit concerned about this. Although Lu Yifan told her that Shi Wenjing was just like that, and if Jiang Lai was accidentally hurt, he hoped Jiang Lai would bear with her. But Jiang Lai was thinking about the score. If it wasn't a big deal, she wasn't one to be petty. If Shi Wenjing had gone too far, It was no wonder she retaliated. Jokes must be played together before you can laugh. However, what she didn't expect was that Xi Wenjing rushed back to the base, shouting as soon as she entered. I'd been investigating clues all day, and just as I was wrapping up, I ran into another scumbag. I'm exhausted and starving. Hurry and give me something to eat. She ate compressed biscuits and smoked meat jerky while listening to Li Qinghuan's introduction. When she heard that it was Jiang Lai who had killed Scar, her eyes lit up, and without a word, she started toasting, asking to be Jiang Lai's sister. It was completely different from what Li Yifan had said. And so the current situation unfolded. Jiang Lai took another swig of wine before slowly chewing the smoked, exotic meat. The meat was so hard that it wouldn't break down even after a long time. She chewed for a while longer, swallowing the dried meat slowly before speaking slowly. But someone else is truly furious. Before arriving at the base, someone injured, usually calm and cautious, couldn't help but ask why Captain Xi's mission hadn't been completed yet, and whether he encountered any difficulties. Ahem. Xi Wenjing's face flushed crimson. Who? I thought it was Ma Jing's unrequited love, but it turned out to be a mutual crush. Jiang Lai looked at Xi Wenjing's embarrassment, and a smile curled his lips. She seemed to finally understand the joy of teasing others. No wonder, even though she and Fu Kanwen had happened 10 years ago, they still teased her. The one with the most serious injuries. Jiang Lai. You're worthy of being Captain Fu's constant companion, ha ha. That's quite interesting, I love you so much. Li Qinghuan laughed so hard that she pounded the table. Her laughter was so contagious that even Lu Lingwei, who had been sitting relatively quietly nearby, couldn't help but join in the laughter. At this moment, the head of the outpost, Lao Wang, arrived carrying a heavy tray. The tray was piled high with chunks of dried meat, re-roasted with spices, exuding a rich, salty aroma of spices and smoke. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. This is our stockpile, smoke from mutant rabbits. It's a little tough, but it's definitely filling. The reheated meat was much more fragrant than the one Li Qinghuan had brought, instantly catching everyone's attention. Even the little girl, who had been sitting quietly in the shadows of a corner, hugging her knees, raised her head and stared timidly at the pile of dried meat. Here, don't be polite with us. Xi Wenjing picked up a few pieces of dried meat and handed them to the little girl. Take your time, it's all you can eat. The girl took the meat and lowered her head to eat it in small bites. She devoured the meat with astonishing speed. The meat that Jiang Lai had to chew with great effort seemed like a regular meat patty to her, chewing it a few times and swallowing it down. After finishing the few pieces of dried meat Xi Wenjing handed her, she returned to her previous quiet, curled-up posture, still tightly clutching a tattered, blood-stained yellow talisman paper. Lu Lingwei asked her if she wanted more, but she just shook her head timidly, not daring to ask for more. If it weren't for the untimely rumbling of her stomach, everyone present would have almost thought she was full. After all, this kind of mutant rabbit jerky is extremely high in protein and very filling. Even a strong young man like Lu Yifan would feel full after chewing a few more. This little girl was frail, and Jiang Lai had assumed she wouldn't be able to finish the few pieces Xi Wenjing handed her. Unexpectedly, she had a good tooth, and even after a few pieces of rabbit jerky, she still wasn't full. This was somewhat unexpected by Jiang Lai. She bit her lip silently, and the faint, almost imperceptible smell of blood gradually spread across the table. The girl frowned and glanced at Jiang Lai discreetly. If Jiang Lai hadn't been staring at her closely, he wouldn't have noticed her subtle movements. Jiang Lai's heart was at its peak, ready to explode. But the girl's action once again surprised her. She took the jerky Lu Lingwei handed her again, and continued to chew slowly, her head lowered. It was as if the previous glance at Jiang Lai had been just an illusion. Wow, Captain Xi, it's so great to be with you. Lu Yifan, from another table, also took a large piece of meat and chewed it, saying, You don't know, when we went on a mission in District 4, we were only given compressed biscuits and nutrient solution. I ate so much that I was practically dead. Xi Wenjing laughed. Then come with me next time. My team will have plenty of meat. Her father was an important official in the federal government, and her mother was the director of the factory responsible for producing smoked meat for the residents of District 13. Her family was quite wealthy, and this meat was distributed to everyone by her from home. Where did you say you met her? Jiang Lai put down his wine bowl, interrupting Xi Wenjing and Lu Yifan's conversation. Although Xi Wenjing and Lu Lingwei had made some progress in their investigation of the talisman seller, and had determined that the disappearances in District 9 were most likely the work of the talisman seller, Jiang Lai still felt a sense of unease. According to them, the flesh worms that feed on humans are likely mutations of common parasites. The several known parasites are primarily individual parasites, and are not social creatures. If it were a parasite, it wouldn't have been so clean and efficient in a densely populated slum, it would have left traces and been discovered. Jianlai had to admit that their considerations made sense. However, she also knew that without personally seeing a pseudo-human, it was difficult to take them seriously. As for whether the person behind this missing person case was a human or a ghost, she relied solely on her intuition. Right in the slums. Lu Lingwei sighed. This child, while not a Esper, is incredibly strong. A natural strongman. It's a pity. Yes, so pitiful. Shi Wenjing's voice also dropped. She glanced at the girl sitting in the corner, making sure she hadn't heard before continuing. When we found her, she was just sitting there, dumbfounded, in a pool of blood. Covered in it, it startled me. Huh? My earlier examination didn't seem to reveal any wounds on her body? Lu Lingwei seemed to recall something and took a closer look at the girl's exposed arms and neck. Maybe the scene was too shocking, and we were mistaken. The blood on her should be her parents. It turned out that Shi Wenjing and Lu Lingwei had followed the lead of the fraudulent old man selling talismans, and discovered that the person who had recently come to buy the talismans was a pale, thin woman. The woman was wearing old clothes that her husband no longer wanted. They were very loose, and she would be exposed if she moved at all. She couldn't even hide the dense bruises and scars on her body. This woman, who had endured years of domestic violence from her husband, gave away countless days' worth of food rations to an old talisman seller, simply to exchange them for an awakening talisman for her daughter, who had just turned 18. If her daughter could awaken and become a user with special abilities, she would have the power to control the rest of her life, and wouldn't be sold cheaply from one tin shack to another by her father. Just as the two men were about to tell the woman that the talisman seller was a fraud and that awakening talismans didn't exist, they received a report of another missing family, forcing them to investigate. After gathering information and returning to punish the domestic abuser, they stepped outside the tin shack when they were met with a nauseatingly strong smell of blood. Fearing something had happened to the woman, Shi Wenjing kicked open the rickety door, only to find the frail girl, covered in blood. She sat speechlessly, not crying, in a pool of blood, one hand tightly cradling her dead mother's body, the other clutching a yellow talisman paper. Not far from her lay the body of the domestic abuser Shi Wenjing had intended to teach a lesson. The man's death was horrific, his head and body separated. Beside him lay a blood-stained and rusted kitchen knife, its blade bent, revealing the murderer's fury. After the door was kicked open, the neighbors gathered around, chattering. From the neighbors, Shi Wenjing finally learned the girl's name, Chen Siki. Chen Siki and her daughter had endured years of brutal beatings at the hands of Chen's father. Now that he had met such a fate, no one was willing to speak up for him, saying that Chen Siki's resistance was too late, otherwise, she wouldn't have become an orphan. Lu Lingwei looked at Chen Siki's face, which bore a striking resemblance to her deceased sister, and couldn't bear to leave her alone in the cannibalistic slums of District 9. Chen Siki was now dazed, unable to speak. She dreaded the prospect of her remaining here. So, after discussing it with Shi Wenjing, Lu Lingwei decided to take her back to the relative safety of District 13. The three men worked together to bury the girl's mother before returning exhausted to the base. Killed someone, yet showed no desire to eat? This doesn't sound like a pseudo-human. Jianlai breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, seeing the girl's superior strength, muteness, and suspected self-healing wounds, every bit like the pseudo-human in the floral dress Jianlai encountered in District 5, she thought. Now, it seemed more like an ordinary person, having suffered a devastating trauma. The base's backyard was brightly lit, the aroma of food and the bustle of reuniting with teammates temporarily dispelling the tension of the mission. Shi Wenjing's personality was a stark contrast to her name. Wherever she was, there was a lively atmosphere, never a dull moment. Jianlai sat at the table, sipping bowl after bowl of rice wine, his frayed nerves rarely relaxing. Chapter 40. Ding-ling-ling. A crisp ring shattered the cozy atmosphere in the backyard. Why would anyone come to buy something at this hour? To ensure the safety of merchants in District 9, transactions at the outpost adhered to strict procedures. Customers rang the doorbell, communicated through the observation point, and finally completed the transaction through the observation point. But at this hour, the people in District 9 should have been asleep. The nights of the apocalypse weren't like the old days, when there was still nightlife. The later it got, the more dangerous it was. Even those with special abilities avoided traveling at night. At this hour, even ordinary people wouldn't be wandering around outside, even if they weren't sleeping at home. Xiao He, who usually took charge of counting the goods at the outpost, hurriedly stood up, a look of nervousness on his face. Uncle Wang, something seems amiss. Let's go check it out. The two men grabbed their guns and slowly, quietly, made their way to the front hall. The atmosphere in the backyard suddenly grew tense. Fu Kanwen gave a look, and Feng Jiajun and Lu Yifan immediately understood and stood up. They took the somewhat withdrawn Chen Siki and Bubu to the front hall, away from the conversation in the backyard. After making sure everyone was gone, Fu Kanwen pulled out the dark amber he had retrieved from the tiger's skull during the battle in Area 5 from his pocket and handed it to Li Qinghuan. Everyone here is someone I trust. We long speculated that dark amber might be related to the awakening of special abilities. Give this to Qinghuan. I believe that with Qinghuan's abilities, it's only a matter of time before she solves the mystery. Li Qinghuan held his breath, carefully taking the soybean-sized dark amber and quickly storing it in a small metal box. Then he asked, "Is this what you extracted from the mutant tiger?" "That's right." Fu Kanwen nodded, his expression softening slightly as he looked at Jiang Lai. Jiang Lai discovered it. In the future, when carrying out missions to hunt alien species, everyone must be vigilant, especially those with unusual body shapes and those adept at fighting alone. Remember to check their heads for dark amber. If they all had it, wouldn't District 13 be incredibly prosperous? A large part of District 13's technological development stems from a lack of resources. Dark amber could make up for this shortfall. It's not that simple. Li Qinghuan frowned. District 13 has already begun consuming alien flesh. If ordinary alien species possess dark amber, it wouldn't have been discovered until now. It's hard to say. In any case, everyone should be on the lookout. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the dark amber, a faint, unfriendly conversation drifted from the front hall. What nonsense! This is a legitimate business. I already told you 700 or 800 times. We don't have the person you're looking for here. Please go back. Even in District 9, you can't smear us. Then, bang, a dull thud echoed, the sound of a heavy object hitting the blast door. Is this, trying to force your way in? Fu Kanwen and Shi Wenjing's faces changed simultaneously. Let's go and take a look. Before he finished his words, another deafening bang erupted from the front hall. The noise was so loud that it shook the entire backyard, and the wine bowls swayed, nearly spilling. You're actually banging on the door? Are we vegetarians at dawn? Everyone quickly went on high alert, guns drawn, and hurried into the front hall. The atmosphere in the lobby was tense. Under the bright lights, Shinseki and Bubu were relegated to the back, huddled in a corner. Feng Jiajun attempted to negotiate through the observation port, while Lu Yifan, Lao Wang, and Xiao He stood in front of the blast-proof door to prevent the other party from breaking it down. Captain Fu, there's a lot of people outside. As soon as they heard we weren't going to open the door, they just banged on it. Hearing footsteps, Lu Yifan reported without turning back. Hey, don't talk nonsense. We rang the doorbell first, as per protocol. Who told you not to open the door? Jiang Lai peered out the observation port and saw a burly man, with a buzz cut and a black suit standing outside. A hideous scar ran across his brow, and his eyes were fierce. He was clearly not someone to be trifled with. We're here on Lord Zhao's orders to look for someone. He spoke slowly, taking a long time to get to the point. A pretty boy with blonde hair stole something he shouldn't have. Someone saw him sneaking around the black market today with 2 men and a woman from District 13. Tell me, did you hide him? A pretty boy with blonde hair? Daniel Luo. Jiang Lai's heart sank. Running into him was definitely not a good thing. The one you're looking for isn't here. Feng Jiajun patiently replied. Is there? The scarred, buzz-cut man suddenly raised his voice. We have to search it ourselves to find out. Will the door open? No, right? Brothers, give me a little more strength. Break this wrecked door open. Following this, several more heavy bangs followed, and the wall plaster around the door frame fell with their movements. Although the blast door remained motionless, spiderweb-like cracks began to appear on the glass of the observation port. I'm afraid I can't hold out much longer. Damn it, that's too much. Shi Wenjing cursed, shaking with rage. She rolled up her sleeves and rushed out. You're treating me like a pushover, aren't you? Let me go and meet them. Calm down, Captain Shi. Li Qinghuan hugged her waist, speaking quickly and clearly. They're well prepared and outnumbered. We have injured soldiers and children. We won't gain any advantage in a head-on fight. Fu Songwen's face darkened. Don't be impulsive. Xiao is Lei Hong's new chief. The golden-haired gigolo they're talking about is probably the lunatic we met at the black market today. Everyone, don't panic. I go out and talk to him. Let's talk it out. Lei Hong? Shi Wenjing gasped, suppressing the raging fury within her, calming down a bit. I think I heard that Lei Hong likes to keep gigolos. You said you did meet the golden-haired gigolo today, and had a run-in. If she believes we knew about it, or even covered it up, then we won't be able to explain ourselves. Lei Hong is not like Shenling before. Shenling oversees the safety of District 9, while Lei Hong handles all trade-related matters in District 9. She's treacherous and vindictive, so it's best not to cross her. This may not have been Lei Hong's instigation. Lei Hong is profit-driven, and she wouldn't turn against District 13 over a gigolo. Perhaps her subordinates couldn't handle her wrath, lost their composure, and dared to go on a rampage in District 13. Not necessarily. Perhaps they're trying to take advantage of this opportunity to plunder the base. Looking through the observation port at the man with the buzz cut and scar outside, Jiang Lai suddenly spoke coldly. Fu Kanwen was stunned for a moment. We can't rule out that possibility. No matter what, we can't let them break down the door. Old Wang and the others still have to do business. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he spoke. He walked to the door and said, "Open the door. I go talk. I go with you." Jiang Lai stepped forward. Today's incident started because of me. The source is me. Jiang Lai, you should stay with us and wait. Captain Fu can handle it himself. Li Qinghuan subconsciously tried to dissuade him, but a glance at Fu Kanwen revealed that, though a hint of worry flashed in his eyes, he didn't intend to dissuade her. She raised an eyebrow and swallowed back the next words. Yes, she had forgotten that Jiang Lai was someone who could transform her hands into ice. With her by his side, Captain Fu would have a good helper if a conflict arose. Shi Wenjing didn't clamor to go out and deal with the group of ignorant people outside. She stood still, her eyes flicking between Fu Kanwen and Jiang Lai, a hint of anticipation in her. It's good for Jiang Lai to go out. Lu Yifan said Jiang Lai is very capable. Maybe we can see for ourselves later? At some point, Ma Jing approached Li Qinghuan and Shi Wenjing. His voice was soft, but loud enough for the others to hear. Even if Jiang Lai wasn't that powerful, Captain Fu wouldn't stop her. Why? Isn't Fu Kanwen a male chauvinist? Shi Wenjing felt a little dissatisfied at this, curling her lips. Otherwise, I should have led the team to District 4. Every time a dangerous mission was assigned to Dawn Breaking, Fu Kanwen would always take the lead, arguing that as Dawn Breaking's captain, he should lead by example. As the deputy captain, she couldn't continue to risk her life. She had to stay behind and oversee the Dawn Breaking operations at all times. It was for this reason that she and Fu Kanwen had always been at odds. Although, it was only her unilateral conflict. Captain Fu has never been a male chauvinist. If he were, how could the team have so many female members? He personally recruited every single one of them. If you pay more attention, you notice. Never mind. That's fine. Sometimes being a little slow is a blessing. Ma Jing sighed. Captain Fu isn't always a male chauvinist. At least, Jiang Lai was different. The moment the blast door opened, a whiff of cheap tobacco mixed with the stench of sweat hit Jiang Lai, causing her to frown. Outside the door stood a crowd of more than 20 people. All of them were burly, armed with weapons, machetes, steel pipes, even guns. These were probably the ones who had just pounded on the door. There were no tools to break down the door. It was obvious that most of these people were skilled. The leader, a man with a crew cut and a scarred face, took the last puff of his cigarette, threw the butt on the ground, and exhaled a puff of smoke before saying, "Wow, you're finally willing to open the door? Who's in charge? Be quiet and hand over the people and things. We take them and leave. Otherwise, neither the person nor the things you're looking for are here. You come to the wrong place." Fu Kanwen stood in front of the door, stopping a subordinate from entering. Bullshit! The man with a crew cut and a scarred face spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm and immediately pointed his gun. Stop playing dumb. Someone saw that pretty boy arguing with your men on the street. It wasn't you who hit him. Where could he, a useless piece of shit with only his shoulders to carry but not his hands, get to? This is your last warning. Hand him over now. Otherwise, you be in trouble. The men behind him also started to clamor, waving their weapons like chickens, howling like wild beasts and hurling all sorts of foul, unbearable insults. Jiang Lai narrowed his eyes and made a judgment. This group of people before him wasn't a well-trained army, but merely thugs in the apocalypse, relying on brute force and brutality, clinging to the power of the powerful and acting with insolent authority. They were of low quality and had no rules. They were just the same low-level thugs from before the apocalypse, those uneducated, murderous thugs who worked for their bosses every day. Since someone saw it with their own eyes, he must have heard it. Daniel asked us to take him away, and we flatly refused. We have nothing to do with him, so there's no need to take him in. Bullshit! No one heard. A sly-looking fellow immediately retorted Jian Lai's words sharply. Boss, stop wasting time with them, and just go in and search. Once we find them, we see how they can argue. That's right. Several of the men in the front row could no longer contain themselves and, relying on their numbers, were about to charge into the stronghold. Jian Lai thought to herself that this was not good. If this group of unscrupulous thugs were allowed in, the stronghold would surely be looted. She no longer hesitated and waved her hand. Several icy spikes flashed by, carrying a blast of intense cold air, instantly freezing the restless thugs so cold that they shuddered and took a few steps back. Shit, it's cold. What the hell? The thugs in the front row gasped as they brushed against the cold air and icy spikes. They tumbled into a heap in a panic, their breath stagnating. If you don't understand, don't blame me for being rude. Jian Lai stopped in front of Fu Conwen and said in a cold voice, For the last time, the person you're looking for is not here. Go back to where you came from. Get lost. What a cold air. The man with the buzz cut and scarred face suddenly pointed at Jian Lai, his voice pitched high and distorted. It's you? The woman who killed the guard dog Scar? As soon as these words were spoken, there was another commotion behind them. Scar had long been a tyrant at the District 9 checkpoint, a notorious vicious dog under Shenling's command. Suddenly, he was killed by an ice-type user. If Boss Shen hadn't pursued the matter, the news would have spread. Unexpectedly, it was this seemingly frail woman before him. Chapter 41. Since you're the ice-type user who killed Scar, then he... The man with the buzz cut and scarred face's expression shifted again and again, a truly fascinating sight. He still held the gun pointed at Fu Conwen, but the muscles in his arm were noticeably relaxed, no longer a threat. No wonder this man had such an imposing presence. It turned out to be Fu Conwen from the Dawn Special Operations team. Fuck. The man with the buzz cut and scarred face cursed under his breath. Didn't they say this is just an ordinary shop in District 13? Why are there members of Dawn inside? If this were, as I said, just an ordinary cross-regional business, he'd be confident he could reap the benefits and escape unscathed. But Fu Conwen was different here. His reputation was well known even in District 9. It was he who led the team deep into the occupied area, retrieving the laboratory data that led to the development of the antidote to the zombie virus. This man was exceptionally capable, and more importantly, he was fearless. Only Scar, that idiot, would dare attack Fu Conwen. An ice-type user whose strength is unclear is already troublesome enough, and Fu Conwen, on top of that. He's faced two tough opponents at once. He miscalculated today. Though Lei Hong protects her subordinates, she also resents her subordinates' incompetence for causing her trouble. Even if he found Daniel inside, he couldn't have gotten him away from Fu Conwen and this woman unscathed. More importantly, even if he managed to bring Daniel back injured, Lei Hong couldn't openly antagonize District 13 over a gigolo. Wouldn't he still be the one to suffer then? Brother, Lord Xiao has passed down the message that Daniel is colluding with District 13 and trying to escape District 9. They're colluding with the people from District 13's Dawnbreak, and we didn't even know about it. You? The man with the buzz cut and scarred face grew increasingly furious. No matter how he looked at it, he was going to lose everything on this deal. His face twisted, and he suddenly swung the gun towards the sly-looking younger brother beside him, then smacked him in the face with the butt of his rifle. Because of your negligence, this nearly got you into trouble. Brother, I was wrong. The man with the buzz cut and scarred face lowered his gun and spat viciously on the ground again. He suppressed his rage, then adopted a calm, slightly flattering tone. He turned around and said, Since Captain Fu said that pretty boy Daniel isn't here, then he's not here. Today, I give Captain Fu a favor and not search inside. If you find any clues about that pretty boy, please come to the black market and let me know. Sister Hong won't treat you unfairly. With a wave of her hand, she led her instantly weakened men and vanished into the thick, inky darkness of District 9. The heavy blast-proof door closed again, sealing off all danger from the outside world, and everyone inside finally breathed a sigh of relief. TSK, I thought I could relax. A bunch of cowards, who bully the weak and fear the strong. Shi Wenjing curled her lips and rolled her eyes. Investigating all day, no fighting, I'm itching in my bones. I was so scared. I thought we were going to have a tough fight. Li Qinghuan patted his chest and angrily complained to the warmongerer Shi Wenjing, If a fight really happens, what will happen to our base? Are you going to clean it up? Well, it's because I can't stand these bullies who are bullying others and want to teach them a lesson. As she spoke, she walked over to Jian Lai, patted her shoulder, and said with a hint of annoyance, "Ah, Jian Lai, I never thought your name would become as effective as Captain Fu's. When will I, Shi Wenjing, get my name out there too?" Several people inside were having a great time discussing the way the scarred, shaved man, clearly terrified, was still forcing himself to say polite words. Jian Lai's brows remained furrowed, never relaxing. Beside her, Fu Conwen was like that too. The two exchanged glances. "Tell me, did Daniel Luo steal Lei Hong's things and rush to escape, or did he rush to escape and steal her things?" Fu Conwen pondered for a moment before saying, "I'm more inclined to the second scenario. Otherwise, why would he be so evasive and say those things at the entrance of the black market? I guess he really knows something. Looks like we have to leave later tomorrow. I also want to see what cards Daniel has in store." The night was peaceful, and Lei Hong's men didn't return. Peace had returned to the base, but the warm evening conversations of the past were hard to replicate. Jian Lai, a light sleeper, woke at dawn, when District 9 was still shrouded in a gray silence. As she sat up, she faintly heard rustling in the front hall. Without a second thought, not even bothering to grab the gun beside her pillow, she rushed barefoot and crouched down to the hall. "You're awake." Fu Conwen had just pushed open the blast door and entered, his body still damp with the crisp morning dew. "You're out?" "Yes." Fu Conwen replied briefly, closing the heavy blast door tightly. Jian Lai then noticed something was off about his expression. "Going to refuel the off-road vehicle?" Jian Lai asked subconsciously, then immediately denied it. No, Fu Conwen just said yesterday that there was no rush to return to District 13. How could he get up before dawn to refuel? His face looked so heavy, something bad must have happened. Before Jian Lai could inquire again, Fu Conwen took the initiative to explain, "I refueled and stopped by the Xiaoyao Hotel." Jian Lai immediately realized, something happened at the hotel? Remember the man next door when we checked out yesterday? He's dead. Was there a commotion at the hotel, or did you sneak in and find out? I wonder if you heard that people find sounds like nails scraping against a blackboard unpleasant because they're high-pitched, like the sound of gnawing on bones. Before going to bed last night, I kept thinking about the noise in the room next door, and the more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong. I happened to wake up early, so I decided to go back and take a look. Unexpectedly, that one look actually revealed the problem. As the others in the base gradually woke up, Fu Conwen immediately called an emergency meeting and shared with everyone the secrets he had uncovered this morning while sneaking into the Xiaoyao Hotel. When Fu Conwen arrived at the hotel early this morning, it was still dark, and the only sights on the road were a few stray dogs rummaging through the garbage. He circled around to the back of the hotel and slipped in through a window without alerting anyone. Pushing open the window, he was greeted by a stench so strong it was almost nauseating. The room was a shambles, the walls, floor, and ceiling splattered with black blood. A person, or rather a corpse, lay face down on the floor, his flesh gnawed away to the point of revealing the bare bones beneath. Only the faintest resemblance to a man could be made out. His. Lu Yifen's face suddenly turned pale, his hair standing on end. "He's been eaten. Is that the man who was cursing yesterday? Fuck. The noise we heard yesterday was someone eating someone." "Yes." Fu Conwen nodded affirmatively. "There's no sign of anyone else living in the room. The doors and windows are intact, and there's no sign of any aliens breaking in or fighting. I suspect it was someone I know." "Someone I know." Jian Lai paused for a moment, then confirmed, it was the owner. Staying alone in the hotel meant he had no close friends. The only person he could be vulnerable to was the hotel owner. Clearly, Fu Conwen shared this thought. "I think everyone has witnessed Jian Lai's abilities. There's no doubt about it. Why did that bloody smell she smelled disappear? Why did the innkeeper clean up so late at night? Was it really because there was water available at that time? Perhaps there was blood on the floor that needed to be dealt with quickly. The prompt cleaning of the bloodstains, coupled with the strong smell of disinfectant, suppressed the bloody odor and dispelled their suspicions. So, this isn't the boss's first crime. Is all the mysterious disappearances in District 9 the boss's fault? Fuck him." Shi Wenjing stood up suddenly, her eyes blazing with anger. "What are we waiting for? Let's just wipe out this shady shop and open the boss's skull. I want to see if he harbors those disgusting parasites you're talking about." "Calm down, Captain Shi." Li Qinghuan quickly restrained the impulsive Shi Wenjing. "I don't think your logic is cohering. Since the people in District 9 disappeared so completely, the killer must have an efficient, traceless method for disposing of the bodies. How could they just leave the bodies in the room overnight, so openly? They say they're parasites. How could a bug dispose of bodies? Fu Kanwen shook his head. That's what I find strange and puzzling. If the disappearances are all connected to the innkeeper, and everyone who stayed at the inn eventually disappeared, how could the people around him not have noticed? And there's another point that doesn't make sense. The District 9 disappearances involve families. If the owner alone could have done it, it's impossible for word to have leaked out. I don't want to alert the enemy without permission. I want to come back and get everyone's opinions. He looked at Jian Lai. Especially you, Jian Lai. Based on your experience, do you think the hotel murder and the other missing persons cases were committed by the same person? In other words, could a pseudo-human really be so flawless? Jian Lai was silent for a moment, his mind carefully recalling his battle with the pseudo-humans in District 5. The first pseudo-human was the woman in the floral dress. She couldn't even speak complete sentences, had a keen sense of smell, and was a mindless beast driven by her appetite, not even human. The second pseudo-human was the middle-aged man. He could already communicate normally with humans, even knowing how to lie and set traps to catch prey. He looked just like an ordinary human. If it weren't for his extraordinary healing ability, Jian Lai wouldn't have noticed he was no longer human. Based solely on these clues, it's impossible to be 100% certain. But one thing I know for sure, there are intelligent and foolish pseudo-humans. Intelligent pseudo-humans can speak, lie, and even upgrade their abilities by devouring other pseudo-humans. Ultimately, the most terrifying thing about pseudo-humans is that they parasitize human bodies, acting like ordinary humans. Unless you smash open their heads and see the worms wriggling inside, it's difficult to directly determine whether they are human or pseudo-human. No one can afford the consequences of arbitrarily declaring a human as pseudo-human and executing them. There's another possibility. Li Qinghuan took a glass's cloth and gently wiped the lenses, leaving them crystal clear. He casually raised another possibility. The murderer and the one who cleaned up the scene weren't the same person, so there was a time lag between them. Coincidentally, Captain Fu discovered the body, which hadn't been cleaned up yet, during this buffer period. You mean, there were two pseudo-humans working together? Jian Lai immediately shook her head. She didn't believe pseudo-humans understood cooperation. Equal cooperation rarely exists between pseudo-humans. On the contrary, they're more like primitive beasts, following the law of the jungle. You know, if a pseudo-human eats another pseudo-human, their abilities can be significantly enhanced, so I don't think they cooperate. Unless they evolved again. Anyway, we have to go there to find out. If nothing unexpected happens, that man-eating monster is likely still in the hotel. So Li Qinghuan, Ma Jing, and Shi Wenjing will stay at the base to ensure its safety and everyone's. Jian Lai and I will lead the remaining people in 2 teams to investigate the hotel. Remember this, if the man-eating creature is a pseudo-human, it possesses powerful healing abilities, far exceeding the strength and speed of ordinary people. Furthermore, it can mimic human speech. The more human-like the pseudo-human, the higher its abilities. From now on, trust no one. Maintain your highest vigilance. Chapter 42. Hey Fu Kanwen, are you out of your mind? You want me to stay in the base at this time? What if Lei Hong's men come back and take advantage of the situation? Or do you think your own enjoyment of the fight is more important than the safety of everyone else in the base? Captain Fu. Ma Jing, feeling somewhat reluctant, interrupted, Captain Fu simply thinks you're powerful, and staying in the base will better ensure everyone's safety. After all, Li Qinghuan isn't a power user and my injuries haven't fully healed yet. So Ma Jing? Shi Wenjing turned to him abruptly, her eyes filled with disbelief and disappointment. Even you think I should stay in the base? That's not what I meant. Let Lu Yifan and Lu Lingwei stay. Jian Lai's cold voice came from behind them, breaking the deadlock. The captain's ability is fire, and together with Feng Jiejun, it's perfect for use. As for Lu Yifan and Lu Lingwei, if anything happens to the base, their abilities are also suitable for leading the remaining troops to evacuate. Jian Lai is still the best. Shi Wenjing immediately beamed, glancing smugly at the sullen Fu Kanwen. Then, she winked at Jian Lai in a promotional way. A blockhead like Fu Kanwen will never learn to respect others. No wonder you dumped him, and had a child with someone else. If it were him, there wouldn't be a cute and tender little boy like Bubu. Captain Shi. Huh? Or? Jian Lai looked at her expressionlessly. You should stay at the base. I was wrong, Jian Lai. Shi Wenjing immediately gave in. She grabbed the weapon on the table and rushed out, fearing Jian Lai would change his mind the next moment. Let's go! I lead the charge. She had completely forgotten that she was only the deputy captain of the Dawn Special Operations Team, and Jiang Lai hadn't even officially joined. Jiang Lai looked at Fu Conwen, who met her gaze with a mixture of resignation and indulgence, and nodded. Let's go! Arriving at the Xiaoyao Hotel again, it was unusually quiet. The door was ajar, there was no one at the front desk, and the owner was nowhere to be seen. The storybook he had torn to pieces lay on the floor, like abandoned trash. What's going on? Did we guess wrong? Something's happened to the owner too? Fu Conwen gestured, and everyone immediately held their breath, moving silently from left to right along the dim corridor, toward the door of the room where the body had been found. Jiang Lai's ears twitched slightly, and listening carefully, she could hear suppressed sobs from the room inside. She immediately, using lip language, silently informed Fu Conwen, "There's someone inside. Someone alive." Without hesitation, Fu Conwen's eyes sharpened, and he kicked the door open. The hotel was already dilapidated, and with this powerful kick, the rotten wooden door flew away like cardboard, shattering into pieces, the fragments hitting the wall with a dull thud. The scene in the room startled even the battle-hardened, blood-soaked men. The hotel owner, a grumpy middle-aged man, knelt on the ground in a pool of blood like a broken doll, clutching a boy who looked about 10 years old. The boy's head was pinned to his chest, unable to move. The floor around them was covered in dried, dark blood, a thick layer of powder scattered across it. The body was gone. Jiang Lai's first reaction was that the powder on the ground might be the ashes of the body Fu Conwen had seen earlier. The hotel owner was no ordinary person. "Xiaoming, be good. Don't be afraid, don't move. I'm your dad." The boss's voice was hoarse and broken, tears streaming down his face, his former pride completely gone. At the sound of the door being broken open, the boy in his arms finally calmed down, but immediately began to struggle again. The boss's bloodshot eyes fixed on the 4 uninvited guests, who had burst in. "It's you, the previous guest here. Why did you suddenly come back? Where's the man who was in this room before? Was he eaten by this child in your arms?" Fu Conwen demanded loudly, his gun loaded and aimed at the boy in the boss's arms. The boss's entire body shuddered, and he tucked the boy's head deep into his arms, screaming hysterically, "Nonsense! Xiaoming isn't a zombie. Look at him, he's spotless, not a single wound. And his eyes are bright and full of life. He's human, how could he eat people? Oh, and there's that wound on my leg." He kicked his legs and folded his blood-soaked trousers, revealing a circle of teeth marks deep enough to see the bone, with a dark blue edge. "See? He bit me during a previous attack. People he bit won't transform. He's not a zombie, he can't infect people. He's just sick. He hasn't eaten meat in ages. But where can I find meat for him in this apocalypse? I thought about using wild dogs, but those beasts are too fast, I can't catch them." The man's speech was rambling and illogical, almost speaking whatever came to his mind. His tone was so sorrowful that people couldn't help but be drawn to his words. As he described, they lowered their heads to look at the boy in his arms. Pale skin, bright eyes, and delicate features, the face truly belonged to a human child, even tinged with a hint of childishness. If it weren't for the blood and flesh still lingering around his mouth, no one would have associated him with something as horrifying as cannibalism. "No one says your son is a zombie," Jiang Lai said coldly, dashing the innkeeper's hopes before he could even begin to rejoice. "But he's not sick. He's just a monster right now." Shi Wenjing glanced at the powder on the ground that looked like ashes and, suppressing her anger, demanded, "So many people have disappeared in District 9. Are you responsible? You're a psychic, aren't you? Instead of trying to improve your life, you're killing people here. Haha, improving your life? How could I possibly have that ability?" The man suddenly laughed, a sharp, piercing laugh. His red eyes fixed on the 4 people at the door. There was no fear in them, only deep sorrow and a shattered, twisted madness. If I had this ability, my wife wouldn't have been eaten by someone else. Ha ha ha. If I had known this would happen, I should have killed that man who was so desperate to die, chopped him up and fed him to the dogs. Otherwise, Xiaoming wouldn't have contracted this damn strange disease. Strange disease? You call that a disease? Shi Wenjing couldn't bear it any longer, and angrily interrupted the man's quibbling. He eats people, living people. You call that a disease? You've been helping him kill people. I told you, he's not sick, he's infested with parasites. He's no longer your son. Jiang Lai calmly looked at the nearly insane boss before him, and the motionless boy in his arms. Without warning, he raised his hand and fired. The bullet pierced the boy's thigh with uncanny precision. He arched his body, and immediately began to struggle, his voice rasping. It hurts. Dad? Dad? Xiao Ming, you can speak now. Xiao Ming. Dad's here, don't be afraid, Dad won't let anyone hurt you. The boss's face erupted with an almost morbid joy. He held the struggling child tightly, his entire body trembling with excitement. After comforting his son in his arms, he suddenly looked up and stared at Jiang Lai, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. Who are you? Why are you meddling in my business? Why are you hurting my son? He's only 11 years old. He hasn't even seen the ocean yet. Who are you to decide his life or death? Fu Kanwen stepped forward, standing in front of Jiang Lai. Take a closer look. Is your son's leg still bleeding? The boss instinctively lowered his head. Sure enough, Xiao Ming's continued struggles had dislodged the bullet from his thigh, and the wound was gradually healing, no longer bleeding. It was precisely because of this that he was able to calm down and stop struggling. This kind of healing ability is unheard of, absolutely unattainable by humans. The boss froze in place, as if struck by lightning. He stared intently at the slowly receding scar on his son's leg, his lips trembling violently, but no sound emanated. After a while, only dried blood remained at the wound. This is my son's awakened ability. Jiang Lai, this isn't your son's ability, it's a parasite. It's inhabiting your son's body, hiding in his head, and manipulating his body. Impossible. You're lying to me. You lunatics. I'm going to kill you. As he spoke, he suddenly broke into a terrifying grin. With so many of you, it's perfect for Xiao Ming to have a full meal. Ha ha. No. Everyone get out. But it was too late. The boss tightened his grip on his son, as if trying to pull him completely into his body. At the same time, a heart-pounding tremor rapidly spread, centered around the boss and his son. Boom! The entire room shook violently, spinning the ground. The floor, like a crispy soda cracker, cracked and sank in an instant. The cracks in the wall spread rapidly, like shattered explosion-proof glass, falling at the slightest touch. In the small, 15-square-meter room, it felt like a tornado had struck, its violent airstream carrying debris and dust as it barreled towards the 4 people at the door. Shi Wenjing, who was closest, was shaken by the sudden force, her blood boiling, and she retreated repeatedly. Fu Songwen's quick hands and eyes caught her, and she barely managed to steady herself, though her internal organs felt dislocated, and her face was a pale white. Cough. A trickle of blood trickled from the corner of Shi Wenjing's mouth. Fuck. I was careless. This was truly humiliating. She had insisted on arguing, and was nearly knocked out by this man's sudden outburst. His ability is explosive. This explosive power won't last long. If he can withstand it for more than a few minutes, he'd be ruined. Jiang Lai's eyes narrowed, and a stream of extremely cold white air roared out from his palms, instantly freezing the boss's hands. Xiao Ming! Xiao Ming! Run! With his hands frozen, the boss was no longer able to exert any strength, and the boy in his arms also benefited from this, breaking free. Be careful. However, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Ming, freed from his restraints, didn't lose his temper. Instead, he remained remarkably calm. He tilted his head, looked at the boss, whose hands were frozen, and muttered, Dad. Hey! The boss's smile was awful, tears and blood mingling as he streamed down his face. See? He still calls me Dad. He recognizes me. He's not some parasite you're talking about. He's Xiao Ming. Chapter 43. Don't even think about saying he's no longer Xiao Ming. Even if he is, his life is life, but others' lives aren't? Fu Kanwen remained silent, arcs of electricity flashing at his fingertips. Use fire to separate him and the boss. Otherwise, his lightning will strike, and both will die. Roger. Shi Wenjing and Feng Jiejun immediately took action. First, they threw a shattered door panel between them, followed by 2 raging flames, aimed at the door panel with incredible precision. Scorched by the flames, Xiao Ming flinched in fear and quickly hid in the corner of the room. The boss tried to shield him, but Jiang Lai again froze his feet with ice. He stumbled and fell to the ground, wriggling like a worm, crawling toward Xiao Ming. However, Fu Kanwen didn't give him a chance to approach. A series of arcs of electricity shot out from his fingertips, landing on Xiao Ming in the corner. Xiao Ming instantly convulsed and foamed at the mouth. Ah! You demons! You beasts! You shall not perish haplessly. Kill me if you dare, or I will exact revenge. The boss writhed on the ground, his cries deafening. The gruesome scene shook everyone's heart, and their movements froze. Captain Fu, Feng Jiejun said, his voice hoarse. Are we a little too aggressive? Perhaps he's not infected. Should we double-check? Even Shi Wenjing wavered, unable to bear to watch. In the moment everyone hesitated, the boy, having caught a breath, suddenly leaped up, pounced on the boss, and began to bite him. A complex expression flashed across Jiang Lai's eyes, but his movements remained unwavering. A wave of cold air shot out again, completely enveloping the boy's body. However, trapped and falling to the ground, the boy crawled prostrate, continuing to gnaw at the boss's arm. As the fresh flesh and blood flowed into his stomach, the ice on his body melted instantly, leaving only a puddle on the ground. Mixed with the previously dried black blood, it washed the floor bright red. Blood splattered the floor, the man's heart-wrenching screams, the son frantically devouring his father's flesh. A living hell. The boss, who had overused his abilities, was barely holding on, but the excruciating pain from the bite on his arm finally succumbed, and he passed out. Do you still think you've gone too far? Jiang Lai's voice was like an icy blade, grazing Shi Wenjing and Feng Jiejun's ears, shattering their naivete. Sorry, Captain Fu. Shi Wenjing regained consciousness, her eyes blazing with fury. She raised her gun and unleashed every bullet into the boy. Jiang Lai said coldly, hit his heart. If the heart is damaged, this body is ruined. No matter how powerful the parasite is, it's only capable of self-healing. The ability to resurrect the dead is unattainable by any living creature. As expected, after being struck in the heart, Xiao Ming couldn't struggle. After a few convulsions, he completely lost his life. This body is useless, but the parasite isn't dead yet. We have to smash his head open. Feng Jiejun pulled an awl and hammer from his bag. Don't worry, I got the weapons. He had also experienced the 5th District's dummy battle and witnessed the effort Jiang Lai, in his snow leopard form, expended to smash open the dummy's skull. This time, he would show no mercy. What should we do with this man? Fu Kanwen walked over to the unconscious boss and squatted down to examine him. Although his entire arm had been gnawed to a bloody mess, revealing the bone and with severe blood loss, he still had a faint pulse. Jiang Lai quickly sealed the boss's bleeding wound with ice. He's an insider. Take him back and interrogate him thoroughly. Elsewhere, after much effort by Feng Jiejun, the boy's skull was finally cracked open, and a sickening, fishy odor instantly filled the room. A pink-white fleshworm, exposed the moment it was revealed, suddenly shot out and scurried under the bed. Don't even think about running. Shi Wenjing reacted quickly, shooting a ball of fire from her hand, igniting the sheets, and the room was instantly engulfed in flames. The fleshworm, driven by the intense heat, screamed sharply and fled in panic. Jiang Lai, prepared, quickly pulled out a metal box and captured the fleshworm inside. Aren't you going to kill it? Shi Wenjing, still terrified, stared at the box containing the fleshworm. Fu Kanwen replied, take it back and give it to Li Qinghuan for research. The group quickly put out the fire. The room was a mess, the floor collapsed, the walls were cracked, and the air was filled with the smell of blood and burning. This hotel was uninhabitable. Let's go and see if anyone is still inside. If there is, notify them to move as soon as possible. This place is in danger of collapse at any time. Search carefully. After what had just happened, the others no longer doubted that the missing persons case in District 9 was related to the hotel owner. However, since everything depends on evidence, it would be helpful to check again. Perhaps it was because of the previous commotion, or perhaps it was because the hotel was already empty. In any case, after checking, they found no one inside and prepared to evacuate. As she passed the front desk, Jiang Lai caught sight of the battered storybook on the floor. She paused for a moment, then bent down to pick it up. Some areas of the cover had been rubbed black, the inside pages were creased, and some paragraphs were marked with wavy lines drawn with a colored pencil. It was clearly a children's book. Unable to articulate her feelings, she silently stuffed the book into her backpack and followed the group out of the hotel. The sky over District 9 was now bright, though still gray, casting an even more desolate light on the underground ruins. How long has it been since you've seen blue skies? The lack of blue skies now is a good thing. Whenever the sky turns blue, it means extreme weather is coming, either a blizzard or a scorching sun, and a large number of people will die. Jiang Lai listened silently, her heart heavy. Extreme weather is even more terrifying than parasites. Is Earth truly destined to exterminate humanity? Is space migration truly humanity's last hope? To avoid alerting the enemy and conserve already limited gasoline, the four had opted not to drive when they arrived, so naturally, they could only walk back to their base. The group walked along the road, carrying the severely injured and unconscious innkeeper. What had happened in the inn shocked everyone, weighing heavily on their hearts. Even the usually outgoing Shi Wenjing pursed her lips and remained silent, a rare occurrence. It was still early, and many of the apocalyptic people, accustomed to going to bed early, had already begun to awaken. Many people gathered on both sides of the already crowded slum streets, gathered in groups of 3 or 4, their faces etched with fear, not shying away from others, their voices so loud they could be heard from afar. Have you heard? Old Lee's family's gone too. Oh, Old Lee's family. They're right next door to me. When did they leave? I didn't hear a sound. Who knows? When I went over this morning, the door was locked and everything was in the house, but he was gone. If I hadn't had his key and he asked me to check on him regularly, fearing someone might have died and rotted in the house, I wouldn't have noticed. You said everything was still there, so they couldn't have moved. Hearing the woman's words, the unshaven man finally took notice. Yeah, even if he's leaving, he should at least say hello. Old Lee is usually the most polite person. This is bizarre. Which month did it happen? A thin young man squeezed in between the two of them, his face frightened and unable to conceal his fear. How could a perfectly healthy person just vanish? It's haunted. A mystical old woman clasped her hands together, muttering to herself, I advise you to go to the Brahma heart sect and ask for the god's blessing as soon as possible. Otherwise, no one can escape. Pooh, 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 this is unlucky. I think a new monster might have appeared. In this world, enough people die every day. Every day people die. But I never seen an entire family disappear without a trace. Where's Lord Lei Hong? Lord Shenling? Lord Chen Yuxiu? Didn't they say they're in charge of District 9, so there won't be any problems? Rely on them? I rather hope for Buddha's blessing. You're throwing your life away. Old Zhang, you're so bold. That's what you said, not what I meant. If I known, I should have gone to District 13. Pa, is that how people live in District 13? So many rules, you might die even faster if you go. Fear, suspicion, panic, and excuses spread through the alley, quickly taking over the slums like a plague. The atmosphere was so oppressive that even passers-by frowned. Captain Fu, this seems to be causing panic. Hurry back to base. They needed to interrogate the boss immediately and consolidate all the information. The impact of this incident was probably greater than they had imagined. Only after we have all the information can we judge the severity of the situation. The group practically trotted through the increasingly dense crowd. Fortunately, they had wrapped the boss's body in a hotel sheet before leaving, otherwise, passers-by would have seen the boss's bloody, gnawed arm and would have caused even greater panic. What's going on? Isn't this the boss? Isn't he a fake? As the stronghold's door was ajar, Lu Yifan rushed over, helping Feng Jiejun unload the boss from his back while eagerly asking. The others hurriedly placed the hotel owner in the stronghold's backyard and began emergency treatment. A few surrounded the injured, treating them, while others gathered around Shi Wenjing, listening to her recount the shattering experience in the hotel. Only Fu Kanwen sat alone in a corner, his back straight, like a silent statue. He stared at the busy people in the stronghold, his face expressionless, not a word spoken. Jiang Lai hesitated for a moment, but finally quietly walked over to him and settled down. In the past, Fu Kanwen would have spoken to Jiang Lai from the moment she sat down. Although he wasn't a talkative person, he cared deeply about Jiang Lai and never embarrassed her or let her words fall to the ground. However, with a short distance between them, he remained silent. It was Jiang Lai who spoke first, her voice very soft. What are you thinking about? Do you believe what the boss said? Fu Kanwen didn't answer immediately, but after a moment, he asked in a low voice. I don't think the boss is lying. He truly doesn't know why the others are missing. Jiang Lai nodded, indeed. I think his ability is strength-based, and his method of disposing of corpses is simple and crude, pulverizing human bones. While powerful, this ability requires a great deal of energy. After unleashing his ability, he'd likely be dormant for a long time. Plus, he needs to manage the hotel business at other times. It's impossible for him to accomplish so much in such a short period of time alone. So, this is the worst-case scenario. Chapter 44. Jiang Lai's expression was solemn as she gazed at Bubu, who was folding stars in the distance, lost in thought. Bubu was now very obedient to her and familiar with the people in the base, so he was more relaxed and didn't cling to her all the time. She continued, picking up Fu Songwen's unfinished words. I was wrong when I said the pseudo-humans didn't understand cooperation. Now that they're so large, I'm afraid they not only learned to cooperate, but also formed an organization. I underestimated the pseudo-humans' level of evolution. If they can learn human language, They can learn other things. Don't even mention you. I didn't expect anyone would keep pseudo-humans. I should have thought of it earlier. Thinking of the parasitic middle-aged man in District 5, Jiang Lai had to admit that she was too slow. When the middle-aged man's claim that District 19 had been sealed off corroborated Fu Sungwen's information, she should have noticed. In the previous conversation in District 5, the pseudo-human wasn't just talking nonsense, nor was he just a temporary pseudo-human with a lingering human consciousness. It's very possible he came from District 9, heading to District 5 alone solely for the treasures buried beneath it. The pseudo-humans in District 9 have already begun to form a large force, definitely more than just one or two. Perhaps quite a few pseudo-humans have already infiltrated District 9. We even dealt with them before. Fu Kanwen lowered his head, looking at his hands, resting casually on his knees. He was surprised to find that they were trembling. I'm worried that pseudo-humans have already infiltrated District 13. It's very possible. After all, District 13 isn't a closed-off area like District 19. If someone comes to seek refuge, there's no reason to refuse. An open door. If someone entered, there must be someone else inside. Jiang Lai's heart sank. Thinking of this, she hesitated for a moment, and had to turn her gaze back to Bubu beside her. I can't wait for him to wake up naturally. Fu Kanwen looked up at Jiang Lai. The confusion he had felt earlier had completely dissipated, replaced by sharpness and determination. Use some tricks. I want this person to wake up early. Jiang Lai, you lost your memory, but you shouldn't have forgotten the medical knowledge you learned earlier, right? You don't need to ask me about that. Bubu knows it. It turned out that Bubu had already been beside them for some time. He hadn't noticed. Fu Kanwen was startled, and his gaze towards Bubu was filled with scrutiny. He subconsciously glanced at Jiang Lai again. Seeing her expression of indifference, he knew the time had come. Over the past few days, her trust in him had grown considerably, enough for her to reveal Bubu's secret. So he leaned over and asked reassuringly, Bubu, what do you know? The man lost a lot of blood, but Jiang Lai has already stopped the bleeding, and Sister Ling Wei has also cleaned the wound and fed him nutrient solution. He's not in danger of death. We just need to stimulate his cerebral cortex with low-frequency electrical stimulation to wake him up early. How does Bubu know so much? Did he learn this from movies? When asked the crucial question, Bubu pretended not to hear. But unlike before, this time Jiang Lai didn't avoid the topic. Instead, he said calmly, you can see that Bubu's abnormal. I just always felt he was different from other kids. Fu Kanwen hesitated for a moment, using a more euphemistic term. Bubu is a bionic robot. Jiang Lai calmly dropped the bombshell. In short, it's an active AI. However, the information it obtains comes from mixed sources, some true, some false. You need to discern it yourself. I had expected Fu Kanwen to be amazed at the advancement of modern technology, but he looked at Jiang Lai and asked, why are you telling me this now? Jiang Lai smiled. This little guy has revealed too many flaws. You must have suspected it a long time ago. Of course, there was more to it than that. If her suspicions were correct, the pseudo-humans would threaten the survival of all humanity. At this point, there was no need to hide any further. She had to cooperate with Fu Kanwen. Yeah. Fu Kanwen took Bubu's hand, looking at the skin so realistic it looked real, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. After all, he doesn't eat much. Another thing, do you remember the fake human from District 5? He never targeted Bubu, always going after stronger adults. This goes against the rules of predation. It seems they can automatically identify whether someone is truly human or not. You've been suspicious since so long. Jiang Lai looked at Bubu. With resources scarce now, everyone was willing to share the good stuff with Bubu, genuinely caring for him. It was precisely because of this that she couldn't let Bubu waste food. Unexpectedly, this fact became Fu Songwen's confirmation. Let's go! Qinghuan and Jiajun are researching parasites. Let's go interrogate the boss. You're not going to ask about Bubu anymore? It's your choice whether to tell me or not. Right now, we have more important things to do, don't we? In the backyard of the stronghold, the innkeeper slowly woke up from the stimulation of a low-frequency electric current. The little hair he had left tumbled to one side, his cloudy eyes shrouded in bloodshot blood. Seeing the unfamiliar scene around him, fear and despair instantly overwhelmed him. Where's Xiaoming? Where's Xiaoming? Did you kill Xiaoming? He growled softly, struggling to get up, but fell back onto the couch from exhaustion. The wound opened again with his movement, blood seeping across half his shoulder. Tell me, how did your son become infected with the parasite? And what about that man you mentioned earlier, who was determined to die? The innkeeper lay dazed on the makeshift bed, tears streaming down his face. Only then did he realize that his son, Zhou Xiaoming, was truly gone. It was as if someone had drained all his energy and spirit from him, making him look 10 years older. He lay motionless, eyes closed, refusing to communicate. "This storybook is for your son, right?" Jianlai pulled the storybook from his backpack and threw it at the boss. Without waiting for him to open his eyes to examine it, he poked the man's wound with a wooden stick to prevent him from falling unconscious again. "Don't you want to avenge him?" The boss's eyes flickered, and his good hand instinctively clutched the book against his chest. The book was stained with his blood. After glancing at it with his cloudy eyes, he stared at the book in his hands, still stubbornly saying, "I avenge Xiaoming. When I recover. Ahem. I won't let you go. Hey! If it weren't for us, your son would have eaten you long ago." Shi Wenjing couldn't help but sneer at his attitude. No point in saying more. Fu Kanwen raised his hand, signaling for the parasites being researched. "Show him the worms you dug out of his son's brain." Jianlai understood, and when Li Qinghuan brought the box over to show the hotel owner, he gave him another dose of strong medicine. "Your son's body is still in the hotel. If you want to go back alive to collect his body, I advise you to tell him everything you know, honestly and without missing a word." Watching the metal box lid open, revealing the bloated, curled-up flesh worms within, Zhou Qiang suddenly let out a shrill, inhuman scream. "Ah!" He clutched the storybook tightly to his chest with his good arm, as if rubbing it into his very bones. The once relentless, unrepentant man suddenly huddled in a heap, like a helpless child, oblivious to the pain of his wounds, weeping uncontrollably. Amid the innkeeper's heartbreaking wails, and through his fragmented, rambling narration, Jianlai and the others finally learned the story of the tragedy that began on a rainy night. The innkeeper's name was Zhou Qiang. When the apocalypse struck, his wife, Zhu Xiu, had just given birth to their son, Xiaoming. The family of 3 was once a happy family. While not wealthy, they lived a fulfilling life. Zhu Xiu was a frugal householder and a keen stockpiler. Every shopping festival brought a constant stream of deliveries to their home. She even set aside a room to store the discounted rice, flour, grains, oils, snacks, and other daily necessities she had purchased in advance. Thanks to this, the family of 3 lived peacefully in their home for the first few years after the apocalypse. When their supplies ran out, Zhou Qiang was forced to leave home. He helped transport goods and hunted zombies, living on the edge of a knife, just to earn enough food to feed his family of 3. In a way, this family could be considered blessed by heaven. Soon after, Zhou Qiang awakened as a psychic, enabling him to do more faster and more safely. When news arrived that the antidote to the zombie virus had been successfully developed, Zhou Qiang decided he had enough of this life of living on the leash. Full of hope, he took his wife and children to District 19. However, District 19 stated that only Zhou Qiang could become a resident, and if he wanted to bring his wife and children, he would need to pay sufficient supplies, either gold or amber. The admission fee for families of psychics was already 50% off, but it was still an astronomical sum for Zhou Qiang and his family of 3. In desperation, Zhou Qiang retreated to District 9 with his wife and children, occupying a secluded corner not far from the slums and opening the small Xiaoyao Inn. In District 9, regardless of the business, half of the profits went to Lei Hong, euphemistically called protection money, similar to black market taxes. Zhou Qiang toiled day and night, like a hamster hoarding food for the winter, gradually amassing the unattainable entry fee, dreaming of one day being able to take Zhu Xiu and Xiaoming into the safety and comfort of District 19. Until one night, a heavy rain fell in District 9, and a strange man appeared at the hotel. Alone, drenched from the rain, he entered the hotel and sat at the front desk, without a single valuable possession. He refused to answer questions, staring intently at Zhu Xiu, the wife of the front desk owner, as if he had lost his soul. Zhu Xiu saw the cut still on his wrists, and thought he was a pathetic man, desperate and tempted to slash his wrists. Because he was afraid of the pain, the cut wasn't too deep, and he wasn't seriously injured. And driven by a desire to survive, he sought the only lighted room nearby. Zhu Xiu feared his husband might become depressed and commit suicide again, and since the hotel was busy and had many vacancies, she made an exception and booked him a room. Who knew, this momentary weakness would only lead to a wolf entering the house. Chapter 45. By the time Zhou Qiang discovered his wife, she had already been mauled to death by the man who had been distraught. Zhu Xiu's death was horrific. A huge gash had been torn open at her neck, her head barely detached, held to her body by a thin layer of skin. Her eyes widened in horror, meeting Zhou Chang's gaze at the door. The man, who had barely survived when he entered, now lay on top of her, devouring her flesh again and again. Zhou Chang's eyes were bloodshot, and he'd lost his mind. He grabbed the iron bar used to hold the door open and lunged at him. Chopping off the man's head wasn't enough. With his eyes wide open, he pounded the bar again and again, smashing it with all his might until his head was reduced to a pulp. He then collapsed, exhausted, into a pool of blood and flesh. It was during this moment of emotional unrest that the flesh worm slipped from the man's skull, slithering along the cold, damp ground, and stealthily infiltrated Zhou Xiaoming's body. By the time Zhou Qiang regained consciousness, it was too late. Zhou Xiaoming had changed. He couldn't speak, couldn't read, and no longer ate foods like compressed biscuits or nutritional supplements. Even when he saw Zhou Qiang, his eyes were no longer filled with dependence, but with a chilling thirst for blood, like a starving wolf seeing fresh flesh. As a user with special abilities, Zhou Qiang easily subdued his dangerous son and imprisoned him. But he refused to eat foods like compressed biscuits, and his body grew weaker, his eyes growing more hollow. With no other options, Zhou Qiang decided to go out and hunt rabbits, wild dogs, or anything else to find some meat. But he didn't expect that upon returning to the hotel, another nightmare awaited him. The door of a room stood open, and the nauseatingly strong smell of blood filled the air. The room was in a shambles. One of the guests had been devoured by Zhou Xiaoming. After devouring one person, Xiaoming's condition stabilized considerably, and he sat contentedly on the floor, watching Zhou Qiang deal with the situation. However, beyond Zhou Chang's expectations, Xiaoming's appetite grew even greater, and 2 days alone was no longer enough to satisfy him. What happened next was known to Jiang Lai and the others. When Fu Kanwen sneaked into the hotel, he didn't see Xiaoming. It was Xiaoming who had been taken away by Zhou Qiang. After eating the man in the bathroom, he should have been able to hold out for another day. I didn't expect him to break free from my restraints and attack that man again. I tried to control his appetite, but there was no way. As long as he wasn't full, he wouldn't listen to me. I already lost Xiuxiu. I can't lose Xiaoming again. So, you're targeting those guests staying alone? Jiang Lai looked at him coldly. Other lives are lives too. How do you know there's no one waiting for them at home? In this apocalypse, there's no hope of survival. Even if they don't die today, they won't live much longer. Since they're going to die sooner or later, what's wrong with me sending them off sooner rather than later to spare them some suffering? Who are you to decide the fate of others? Xi Wenjing trembled with anger. So many people have disappeared in District 9. So many families have been torn apart. So many loved ones are losing sleep. And all this is because of you? No. It wasn't me. Zhou Qiang had closed his eyes in resignation, but after hearing Xi Wenjing's words, he suddenly opened them and defended himself. I only killed a few guests staying at the hotel, I swear. It wasn't me who killed the others. We agreed that if I tell you everything, you let me go back to collect Xiaoming's body. What's going on with the massive disappearances in District 9? Do you really know nothing about them? Zhou Chang's eyes were blank, not pretending. I don't know. I'm only focused on my own little hotel. I rarely inquire about what's going on outside, and I don't have the heart to. Fu Kanwen and Jiang Lai exchanged glances, each reading the words as expected in the other's solemn gaze. There are far more fake people in District 9 than just Zhou Xiaoming. Lu Yifan, Xi Wenjing, take Zhou Qiang to the hotel to collect his son's body, and then hand him over to Lei Hong. In District 9, there is no government, no court, no law that can judge Zhou Chang's guilt. However, all businesses within the district are under the supervision of Lei Hong's forces. Handing Zhou Qiang over to her is in accordance with the rules and doesn't constitute an overstepping of boundaries. This is also a good opportunity to remind them that there's another threat to human survival. Pseudo-human. After resolving Zhou Chang's matter, Feng Jiejun and Ma Jing, you two must return to District 13 immediately with the necessary information for the mission. Fu Kanwen continued to arrange the work methodically. District 9 has likely been heavily infiltrated by pseudo-humans. District 13 isn't a monolithic entity either. Upon return, immediately remind everyone to strictly investigate any newly admitted refugees and thoroughly investigate all caravans traveling between districts. We must catch all of these imposters without exception. Captain Fu, is the situation already that serious? Doesn't that mean District 13 isn't safe either? It's hard to say, but we must prepare for the best and worst. After you return, be sure to alert everyone and initiate internal investigations, screening all recent inbound and outbound personnel. There's currently no need to operate this commercial base in District 9. To avoid accidental injury, Old He, Little He, you two, retreat to District 13 with Feng Jiejun and Ma Jing. Yes. Mission accomplished. Wait a moment. A flicker of unease crossed Jiang Lai's heart. Before we return, I suggest everyone here confirm and eliminate any suspicion of imposters. It's mainly Shinseki. She still had a vague feeling that something was amiss with this girl. She couldn't pinpoint the reason, just a simple intuition. To avoid appearing overly critical and potentially making the girl overly sensitive, she suggested having everyone checked out. Ah, Jiang Lai, is this necessary? Shi Wenjing scratched her head. Haven't we been on missions together before? A pseudo-human wouldn't be able to do this, right? Fu Kanwen glanced at Jiang Lai, not missing the hint of hesitation as her eyes flickered over Shinseki. He immediately supported her in a deep voice, do as Jiang Lai asks. At this juncture, it's never too much to be cautious. This is for all of us, and it's a responsibility to the people of District 13. Meanwhile, in Li Qinghuan's laboratory. To prevent parasites from entering their bodies, she and Lu Lingwei were fully armored, clad in protective suits, goggles, and thick gloves, leaving no skin exposed. With Lu Lingwei's help, Li Qinghuan carefully opened the box. She had initially expected the parasite to leap out and attack, but unexpectedly, without its host, it had become somewhat sluggish. It had been plump when she showed it to Zhou Qiang, but now it had shrunk considerably. But its body remained bloated and swollen, and its movements were extremely slow, completely unlike the swiftness it had experienced when it had just emerged from the human brain. She then used tweezers to pick up a mouse, and gently placed it in front of the parasite. Surprisingly, the parasite showed no signs of aggression. Instead, it retreated awkwardly and feebly as the mouse approached. Had Li Qinghuan not quickly removed the mouse, the parasite would have been devoured by the mouse. As time passed, the fleshworm's reactions grew increasingly sluggish, its body becoming shriveled and gray. Like a balloon filled with water and then punctured, only a layer of skin remained, clinging tightly to the cold metal box. Li Qinghuan patiently observed the body for several more hours, confirming the parasite showed no signs of life. Only then did she gently move the corpse with tweezers. The corpse was as thin as a snake's skin, and once dried, it crumbled at the slightest touch. After confirming the result, she used a high-temperature torch to completely incinerate the remaining carcass, leaving no trace of any hidden danger. After completing all this, she removed her protective gear and left the lab with a report filled with data and observations. Preliminary results are in. Based on experiments and observations, the parasite itself is extremely fragile. Once separated from its host, its vitality rapidly depletes, making it unable to even defeat a mouse and essentially incapable of independent attack. This discovery brought a sigh of relief to everyone. In other words, they can't survive in a normal environment like ordinary organisms, and can't remain dormant for long periods until they find a new host, Jiang Lai confirmed. Yes. Li Qinghuan nodded affirmatively. Otherwise, it would have attacked me or Lu Lingwei. As for the method of transmission, it hasn't been tested. Based on Zhou Chang's previous testimony, I'm more inclined to believe the parasites invade through wounds or are accidentally ingested in food. Of course, all this remains to be confirmed, and more experiments are needed to deduce the true method of transmission. After all, I'm not an expert in this field, so I can only offer preliminary conclusions based on my current observations. Fu Kanwen, this is good news. At least it shows that the spread of the pseudo-human is controllable. As long as the host is identified and eliminated, it will have little offensive power. Jiang Lai, at the same time, there's also bad news. Precisely because the original body is so fragile for survival. To survive, they must be doing their utmost to learn from humans, imitating them, blending into the crowd until we can't easily tell them apart. That's easy to tell. Shi Wenjing looked at the heavy expressions on everyone's faces, puzzled. Aren't pseudo-humans incredibly capable of self-healing? Humans don't have that ability. Captain Shi. Li Qinghuan sighed helplessly. We can't just go up to anyone we see on the street and slash them to see if their wound heals. Don't forget, there's Daniel. He might know something. Find a way to find him. And there's that swindling old man selling talismans. Isn't he deeply involved in the District 9 disappearances? We use these two as a starting point to investigate. During the process, you must be extremely careful and trust no one except your own people. Even with your own people, it's best to develop a special code. Safety first. Before departure, everyone present, including myself, will conduct a quick check to ensure there are no fake people among us. A relatively closed, easily cleaned storage room was quickly cleared and converted into a temporary quarantine area. The goal was to isolate anyone who was infected with parasites before killing them, ensuring they wouldn't spread to others. The method was simple and crude, but effective. A sterilized blade was used to incise the inside of each person's arm. The wound wasn't deep, just enough to draw blood. The main goal was to observe everyone's healing speed. The astonishing healing abilities of the pseudo-humans at the hotel were evident to everyone, far exceeding those of ordinary people and those with special abilities. Everyone had to participate, including Jian Lai and Fu Conwen. Only the little guy, Bubu, was exempt. With Fu Conwen and Jian Lai's guarantees, no one else would say anything. They hadn't believed there were any pseudo-humans among them in the first place. Shinseki's face was pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably. A slight tremor. Her eyes were tightly shut, afraid to look. She extended her hand, letting Jian Lai slash the inside of her arm. Blood oozed out, and she bit her lower lip, silent. Though speechless, she didn't flinch. Jian Lai stared calmly at the wound on her hand. Time ticked by in the oppressive atmosphere, everyone tensely focused on their own wounds. Several awakened individuals healed slightly faster, followed by the others. After the blood seeped out, the wound slowly healed. They didn't heal at the astonishing speed of the pseudo-humans, and Shinseki was no exception. Perhaps she had really overestimated this. Jian Lai breathed a sigh of relief. Fu Songwen's tense nerves also relaxed slightly, and he continued to arrange the next tasks in a steady voice. Okay, now that we confirmed everyone's okay, let's begin immediately and proceed as planned. Chapter 46. The slums of District 9 aren't square blocks, but rather a long corridor-like connection that completely encloses the core area. The Xiaoyao Hotel is located in the northern part of the slums, while the place where the old man selling talismans was found is in the southern part. Shi Wenjing, Lu Yifan, and Lu Lingwei are responsible for handling the Zhou Qiang incident. Feng Jiajun, Ma Jing, and Li Qinghuan returned to District 13, carrying all the supplies from the base and Zhou Chang's confession transcript. The base is deserted, and Jian Lai can't leave Bubu alone there. She has no choice but to take him and Fu Conwen to the slums. Bubu, you must stay close to Jian Lai and me. Call us if you notice anything unusual. After learning that Jian Lai had a son, Fu Conwen vowed to treat him as his own. Now, even after learning that Bubu is a robot, looking at his face, which resembles Jian Lai's, he can't help but feel a surge of tenderness and responsibility, and softens his voice to give instructions. Bubu knows. The little creature nodded vigorously, like a well-behaved human cub. Watching the two, one large and one small, conversing earnestly, Jian Lai suddenly had an idea. A plan that would better conceal and blend in with the crowd took shape in his mind. When confronted by an imposing officer, civilians inevitably become more reserved, but when faced with a family of three fleeing in panic, the situation was different. Bubu, outside, you must call me Mom and him Dad. We are a family of three. Remember that? Fu Songwen's body visibly stiffened. His Adam's apple rolled before he looked up at Jian Lai, his heart filled with an indescribable joy. But seeing the calmness in Jian Lai's eyes, his rationality quickly sobered him up. Her action had no hidden agenda. Not to mention that Bubu wasn't her real child. Even if it was, she didn't have any feelings for him right now. This was just a commonplace disguise. If it hadn't been him with her today, Jian Lai would have asked Bubu to call someone else Dad. But having earned her trust, he was content. After all, she was still alive. Everything else could take its course. He waited 10 years. He wasn't in a rush. Fu Conwen suppressed the churning emotions within him and whispered, "Are you trying to pretend to be a family of three and blend in with the slums?" "Yes." It's said that talking to intelligent people is comforting. She didn't even need to explain. Fu Conwen understood her intention. Jian Lai nodded. "Let's find a place first, change our clothes, and pretend we just escaped from District 13. This will make it easier to lower the guard of the people here and pry them open. To track down a fake person, one must not arouse suspicion." A family of three, who had just escaped from District 13, with a 5-year-old child, was relatively vulnerable and posed no threat, making them a perfect disguise. Even with Lei Hong's extensive reach and influence in District 9, they couldn't find Daniel's whereabouts. There were only two possibilities. 1. Daniel had taken the opportunity to escape outside District 9, or 2. Daniel had taken the opportunity to infiltrate the slums. The slums were crowded and conspicuous, but conversely, the most dangerous place was also the safest place. The more people there were, the easier it was to hide. Alternatively, they could disguise themselves as an ordinary couple, desperate to obtain the awakening talisman because their son hadn't awakened. That way, even if they couldn't find Daniel, they could continue to investigate the disappearances in District 9, following the old man selling talismans. This would make their motive for fleeing from District 13 to District 9 more believable. If the people in the northern slums still clung to a tinge of a numb desire for survival, the southern slums were filled with utter despair. A dense network of shacks stretched across the ruins, and behind them lay neat, square vegetable plots. However, the plots were a mess, the earth swirling so violently that not a trace of green remained, only potholes and scattered garbage. Jianlai, Fu Conwen, and Bubu had already changed into patched, old clothes. Besides that, they deliberately rolled in the mud a few times and smeared dust on their faces, disguising themselves as refugees who had traveled a long distance. Bubu, holding Jianlai's hand tightly, had his delicate face stained with mud, and his silver-white hair was a mat of gray, looking like a little cat. Several people, their clothes tattered and, to put it bluntly, naked, huddled in the doorway of a ramshackle shack, their eyes fixed on the front, vacant and unfocused. They showed no reaction to the three men's arrival, not even bothering to lift an eyelid. Jianlai handed Bubu to Fu Conwen and cautiously approached a middle-aged man huddled in a corner, unshaven and reeking of foul air. "Brother." She crouched down, trying to soften her voice and sound non-threatening. "We just escaped from District 13. There are too many rules there, and life is uncomfortable. I'd like to ask if there's any place to stay in District 9? The unshaven man tilted his head to glance at Jianlai, his cloudy eyes slowly scanning the three people before him. A numbness filled his eyes, no curiosity, no sympathy, only indifference. After staring at each other for 2 seconds, he slowly turned his head back, his gaze still blank, without answering. "Brother?" Jianlai called again, but the man before him remained indifferent. Just then, a woman carrying a hoe, plowing the soil, suddenly spoke up. "Don't bother. That bearded man is a lunatic. Even if you ask him 10,000 times, he won't answer you. What do you want to know? Ask me if you have anything to ask." "Thank you, sister." Fu Conwen immediately stepped forward, holding Bubu's hand, and repeated Jianlai's words. The old woman paused, her gaze sweeping over the handsome family of three before her. Though they appeared somewhat disheveled, they were not missing any limbs, nor were they gaunt and emaciated with sunken eyes. It was clear they hadn't endured much hardship. Jianlai found their behavior utterly absurd. "Escaped from District 13? "Yes," Jianlai interjected, a hint of disdain flickering across her face at the mention of District 13. "I heard District 9 isn't as restrictive, it's more free, and people aren't forced to work, so I brought my child here. Otherwise, we both have to work, and the child's still young, with no one to look after him. I'd be worried." "Free? Ha ha. Ha ha ha." The woman let out a strange, low laugh. "It's indeed free. But there's nowhere freer than District 9. Sister, from what you're saying, District 9 isn't peaceful either?" The woman paused plowing the soil, leaning on her hoe, her back hunched as she scoffed. "Where is peace in this world? District 13 doesn't have peace, but how can District 9 have it? They say they're free and don't have to work in the fields, but look at me, an old man, I still have to work in the fields. How else can I survive? Where can I earn food? Is food supposed to fall from the sky? At least in District 13, you can grow crops. Unlike me, I finally managed to grow some potatoes, but who knows which grandson will steal them." She grew increasingly excited, spit flying everywhere, and her voice grew louder. "A place that's open and uncontrolled, isn't that freedom? Freedom, freedom, and you're free to die." "Dead?" Jianlai echoed the woman's words, a hint of panic on his face, and he threw the cloth around him. After a moment of searching, she finally pulled out a half-shriveled compressed biscuit and handed it to the woman. "What do you mean by dead?" "Sister, I'm a coward and can't handle your scares. Take this little bit of food, don't be disgusted. Could you please explain to me what dead means? But what infectious diseases are there in District 9? The woman looked around cautiously, making sure no one was observing the conversation. She quickly took the compressed biscuit and put it in her pocket. She then pointed at a few leaning shacks nearby. "See those shabby shacks over there?" Jianlai nodded. "What's wrong?" "The person who lives over there is surnamed Gua. The family of 4 was extremely poor and couldn't find work. They relied on their son and daughter-in-law to sell blood at the blood bank to keep them afloat. A while ago, it all suddenly disappeared." At this point, the woman was clearly lost in her memories. "That night, I could still hear their child crying for meat, but the next morning, the door was open, but no one was inside. The Wu family next door to the Guas is also like that. They rely entirely on their wives selling blood to earn food. A few days ago, the Wu's wife must have had all her blood drained out. Her face turned frighteningly pale. She said she felt dizzy and needed a nap, and then she never opened her eyes again. Selling blood? Jianlai was a little shocked and quickly asked, "Are there places selling blood in District 9? More than that?" "Of course not. Human body parts are worth a lot of money." The woman rolled her eyes at Jianlai's fuss, her tone disdainful. "I just told you two were stupid. You chose District 13 instead of staying here, to suffer in this hell of District 9. I think I heard vaguely about selling blood." Fu Kanwen took over the woman's conversation. "Both Districts 13 and 19 have officially managed plantations, but District 9 doesn't. Generally, people like Big Sister find their own way to cultivate wasteland, but they're also responsible for whether the vegetables in their gardens grow and reach maturity. In addition, the rest of the people either transport goods, sell their labor to District 19 for wages, or, as Big Sister said, sell their blood for supplies. But this organ trading, I never heard of it." "That's understandable. Otherwise, how could you be so foolish as to jump into a pit of fire, knowing it's a pit of fire?" "Okay, we talked, we got the cakes, so don't say Big Sister doesn't care about you. If it doesn't bother you, then Old Gu's shabby shed is empty now. You can just move in and save yourself the trouble of building a new one." After she finished speaking, she bent down to continue her work, not wanting to talk to Jianlai and Fu Kanwen anymore. "Big Sister, I have one more question. You said the Wu family's wife died from selling too much blood. What about the Gua family? It's impossible for all four of them to sell blood, right?" The woman paused, but stiffened her neck. "I don't know. They disappeared." This behavior was not right. Jianlai and Fu Kanwen exchanged glances. The woman was hiding something. From what she said, she must know something about the disappearance of the Gua family of four. Chapter 47. "Sister, to be honest, it wasn't easy for us to escape all the way to District 9. Fu Kanwen pulled another packet of nutrient solution from his bag and secretly slipped it to the woman. "We don't have any more. Please give us a heads up. If it doesn't work out, we can save up some money and go back to District 13. We have a little kid with us. We really can't risk our lives." The woman gripped the hoe tightly, her mud-filled nails digging into the stick. She looked down at Bubu, who was clinging to Jianlai. As if moved by the child's innocent eyes, she choked her throat and quickly swallowed the nutrient solution. She tucked the liquid into her clothes and lowered her voice, almost whispering, "I tell you this once. After you heard it, keep it to yourself and don't go around shouting about it. As for the content, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. Don't worry, sister. We're well-behaved people. My husband has some skills, some basic martial arts, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get us out of District 13. If we really can't stay in District 9 anymore, we figure it out. If you're willing, you can come with us to District 13. Go to District 13. The woman's eyes lit up, then quickly dimmed. Forget it. I'm an old man, half buried in the ground. Why should I bother? I don't have the ability or the luck. I just start over somewhere else. My husband and daughter are buried here anyway, and I'm going to die with them. She sighed deeply, licked her lips, which were cracked and flaky with white flakes, and then mustered up the courage to continue. Old Gua's family disappeared in the middle of the night. My shed is right across from Old Gua's. That night, I heard some noises from their house, but I didn't think much of it. After all, each shed is separate from the other, and there's no soundproofing here. If a couple can't sleep at night and find something to do, everyone can hear it clearly. But the next morning, Old Gua was the only one left in the house. He was acting mad and telling everyone that his son was a cannibal, devouring the entire family, leaving nothing behind. Jianlai pressed on, and then what? Didn't you say that all 4 members of Old Gua's family disappeared? Yes. Old Gua went crazy, yelling all day. Everyone else just assumed his son and daughter-in-law, disliking his age and not wanting to take him to a better life, had run off with their daughter. Old Gua couldn't handle the shock, and he went mad. But the next day, Old Gua also disappeared. Just disappeared so suddenly, and no one's looking for him. No explanation? Who's going to look for him? The woman looked as if she heard a ridiculous joke. They say having no government is good, and District 9 is the freest paradise. But the result is that even if something happens, no one can intervene. The 3 bigwigs up there are busy making money and fighting for territory. Who cares if a few ants from the slums die? Besides, the body can't be found. The house is spotless, Not even a trace of blood or signs of a fight. Where can we find him? Either he escaped District 9 or was eaten by ghosts. Thank you, sister. Thank you so much. Jianlai bowed sincerely to the woman. The information she had provided was crucial. Before leaving, she paused and asked seemingly casually, I have one last thing I'd like to ask you. I heard there's a demigod selling talismans in District 9. They say his talismans can awaken people. Have you heard of him? Do you know where I can find him? Hearing the words demigod selling talismans, the woman's expression suddenly changed. As if burned by Jianlai's words, she waved her hand sharply, distanced herself from him, and her tone became extremely impatient. How can you young people believe in such things? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Come on, I need to plow the soil. Don't stand here and delay my work. If we don't finish this little patch, it'd be my turn to sell blood soon. After that, no matter how many questions they asked, the woman stopped responding, silently sending them packing. After passing through the group of people huddled at the doorway, Jianlai and the other two finally arrived at the old Gua's house the woman had mentioned. Old Gua's shack was even more dilapidated than the surrounding shacks, with a hole in the roof letting in daylight. One supporting wall was severely tilted, as if on the verge of collapse, held together by a few crooked steel pipes. The shack's door panel was ajar, tilted and slanted, leaving only a tiny gap through which a strong smell of dust and dirt leaked. Mom. Buba called softly, hugging one of Jianlai's legs. Is this our new home? This was what the two had agreed upon before coming here, and now it was Bubu who spoke up, outlining what they were about to do next. Fu Kanwen patted Buba's head and soothed him. Don't be afraid, sweetie. Dad will go in first. You and Mom will wait outside. His voice was deep, and he pronounced the word dad with remarkable naturalness, as if it were just two ordinary words. However, only he knew the weight these two words held in his heart, requiring him to rehearse them thousands of times in his mind before he could utter them so nonchalantly. After saying this, he released her hand, stepped lightly, and approached the door. Fu Kanwen didn't go in directly. Instead, he stood sideways at the doorway, listening intently for half a minute. Once he was sure there was no movement inside, he cautiously pushed the wooden door open. How is it? Empty, just a little dirty. Fu Kanwen frowned. It's completely bare inside, with few decent pieces of furniture. No place to hide anyone. Come in together. Okay. Jianlai responded, following him inside with Bubu. The shed was cramped, with two rooms barely separated by a rag. There was no bed. A blackened, hard mattress was spread on the floor, serving as a makeshift bed. At the head of the bed sat a tattered little cardboard box, its opening open. Inside was a few equally worn-out changes of clothes. In the corner on the other side of the door, a few broken pieces of wood had been piled together to form a makeshift stove, covered in a thick layer of dust. Jianlai coughed uncontrollably after just 2 steps in the room. She frowned, suppressed the discomfort, released Bubu's small hand, and began searching the room for clues. Considering what the woman had said before, this family made a living by selling blood, so they weren't exactly hard-working. The filth and mess in the room were understandable. What was strange was that while everything was there, and there were no signs of a struggle, the people who lived there had vanished without a sound. And they didn't disappear all at once. 3 people vanished first, leaving behind an old man who made some rather alarmist statements. Something about being gnawed on by humans, eaten by ghosts. Naturally, no one would believe such talk. Even after saying these words, the last old man disappeared. It's so clean. Clean here, of course, doesn't mean the room is perfectly hygienic, but rather that there's no sign of struggle. Even an adult attack would inevitably leave signs of resistance. But here were 4 people in a family. How could there not be even a trace of resistance? Here. Bubu squatted down, pointing his little finger at a faint water mark on the edge of the bed. Here, it looks like a slug has crawled over. Where? The parasite itself looked very much like a slug. If it crawled across the ground, it would definitely leave a mark. Jianlai quickly walked over to Bubu and saw a faint, slightly whitish, irregular mark on the ground, about the thickness of a finger, winding its way until it disappeared under the covers. She ran her finger over the whitish mark, then brought it close to her nose and sniffed it, her expression instantly darkening. In direct sunlight, or a well-ventilated area, the slug's mark would disappear completely within a few hours. But the rainy season and damp corners were different. Jianlai tilted her head to glance at the water cup on the bedside table. The water inside hadn't dried up yet, and the evaporation had given the insect the opportunity to continue absorbing moisture. Not only had the mark not disappeared, but white patches had begun to form on it. This was why it was now white. It really looks like the traces of mold growing after a slug crawled over it. Fu Kanwen, puzzled, quickly squatted beside Jian Lai and whispered, after a parasite leaves the human body, it can only survive for no more than 24 hours. How did it get into Old Gua's house? And how did it manage to devour the entire family of 4 without making any noise? Not even a bone was left behind? I don't understand that either. If the previous innkeeper used his own abilities to pulverize the bones for easier disposal, could it be that in the current missing person's case, someone with special abilities is also helping clean up the scene? It seems that if we want to know the secret, we have to wait until they target us. Jian Lai and Fu Kanwen deftly cleared a barely sizable area, spread out their own clean mats, and the dilapidated Gua family shack became their temporary home. We make do here tonight. Fu Kanwen went outside to fetch a bucket of water, filtered it through a water purifier, and then offered it to Jian Lai. Drink some to replenish your energy. Wash your face with the rest. Don't save it. I get more water when it runs out. Okay. You're a master of many abilities. With you, I never go hungry anywhere. The two spoke in high voices, so that everyone in the neighboring shacks could hear. This also saved them from having to gossip with the neighbors one by one about how the family of 3 had made the long journey to move here. Sometimes, even if you tell someone something directly, they might not believe you. But if you say something behind closed doors, and he secretly overhears it, even if you're making it up, he'd likely believe it. Bubu, come here, let mommy wash your face. Look at your little face, it's so dirty. Oh! Bubu nodded emphatically, and leaned forward for Jian Lai to wash his face. After washing his face, he curiously turned his head, examining his new home, paying particular attention to the walls and floor. Just now, he found what looked like slug-like traces, and Jian Lai had praised him profusely, so he was excited to help her find more clues. Hubby, do you think we can find that half-immortal? A sudden shout nearly tore the handkerchief in his hand. Of course. Since we're here, as long as the half-immortal is still in District 9, I definitely find him. Don't worry. Wife. Speaking of his wife, a faint blush crossed his face. He concealed it by clearing his throat before continuing in a raspy voice, our son is a lucky star. As long as he buys the awakening talisman from the half-immortal, he'd definitely become a user with special abilities. Then let's see who dares to look down on us. Hey! No matter how much it costs, even if I have to sell everything I have, even if I risk my life, we must get that talisman back for our son. You and your son have been through a long journey. You two rest for a while. I go find something to patch up the leaking roof. Fu Kanwen went out, searched the ruins for a few broken boards, then approached various neighbors. Finally, he borrowed some tools and began clacking at the door of the shed, repairing the roof. His movements were quite noisy, quickly attracting quite a crowd. A toothless old man sauntered over, observing Fu Kanwen's movements. He narrowed his eyes and asked, Isn't this Old Gua's house? Where are you from? Hello, sir. Fu Kanwen wiped the sweat from his face, dusting it off with a simple smile. I heard there's a demigod in District 9 who's incredibly good at fortune-telling. The awakening talismans he sells can transform ordinary people into people with special abilities. So, I brought my wife and kids here to try my luck. I'm unfamiliar with District 9, and since I heard the family had moved away, I took the liberty of moving in. Old Gua's. The old man smacked his lips, a gloomy look crossing his eyes. He didn't follow Fu Kanwen's lead, and continued discussing Old Gua's family. Instead, he tapped the broken wooden planks on the ground with his cane. Is this shabby shack worth your trouble? It has to be fixed up. Otherwise, it leaks in at night. Adults can handle it, but children can't stand it. Uncle, I just happen to have some handy tools and some extra planks. If there's a leak in your house, I can come and fix it for you. A neighbor is worse than a distant relative. It's just a matter of convenience. The old man's dry lips moved. He didn't say yes or no, but simply gave a vague response. Then, leaning on his cane, he slowly walked back to his own shack. Chapter 48. Young man. The old man left, and a thin, middle-aged man reappeared from nowhere, looking at Fu Kanwen with a dark, gloomy look. The old man is old, his mind isn't clear, just ignore him. There's a hole in my door panel. A rat nodded. I think your handiwork is pretty good, so why don't you help me fix it? Without waiting for Fu Kanwen to reply, he leaned closer and whispered, I know when the old man selling talismans will open his stall. I can tell you. Really? Big brother, thank you so much. Like a drowning man finally finding driftwood, Fu Kanwen's face lit up with surprise. He made a move to put down his work. Come on, big brother, lead the way. Let's go fix your door panel first. Don't worry, fix yours first. It's okay. My situation is more troublesome than yours. If you can help me find that half-immortal, you be my family's benefactor. How can I keep him waiting? Leaving that hole open, not only will the cold wind blow in at night, but rats and snakes will be able to come and go freely. Better patch it up soon. Otherwise, I'm afraid the kids at my eldest brother's house will be scared. You look like a simple and honest man, but I didn't expect you to be quite capable. However, this is something I can handle in 2 quick steps. There's no rush. Besides, I'm the only one in my family, a bachelor, with no children. The middle-aged man was so pleased with Fu Sungwen's coaxing that he smiled broadly. Although he tried to refuse, he honestly stepped aside to make way for Fu Conwen and led him towards his shed. He even struck up a conversation. You look unfamiliar, bro. New to District 9, right? Of course you are. You got a family, and you just came from District 13. Isn't it just that I heard there's a demigod in District 9 who's as good as a god? He's willing to risk his life to get an awakening talisman for his child. TSK, how pitiful are the parents' hearts. The middle-aged man smacked his lips, his eyes glancing over Fu Sungwen's muscular body. Brother, you look like a martial artist with your physique. And since you're good at repairing things, you got a skill. Providing for your wife and children shouldn't be a problem. It's just that awakening talisman TSK, it's a little hard to get. Fu Conwen was wearing old clothes, deliberately a size larger to hide his muscular features. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man, despite his small frame, had sharp eyes. Even after he had relaxed his muscles, he was still able to see through him. Brother, do you know a way? Fu Conwen hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't help but grab the middle-aged man's arm, his eyes filled with just the right amount of desire. Brother, if you can get the awakening talisman, you be my real brother. Don't worry, I, Fu Lao-san, may not possess any other qualities, but I know how to repay a favor. Even if I have to sell everything I have, I definitely repay you. The middle-aged man was caught off guard and stumbled, only to find his balance with Fu Sungwen's help. As if startled by Fu Sungwen's enthusiasm, he gave a subtle laugh, his eyes flickering. If I had that kind of ability, would I still be living here with this garbage? As they spoke, the 2 men had reached the middle-aged man's shack. There was indeed a large, irregular hole in the door panel, but it didn't look like it had been gnawed by rats, more like it had been kicked. Fu Conwen noticed this, but he didn't comment on it. Without a word, he put down the board and began to gesture, his movements swift and dexterous. Before actually repairing the door, he slowed his movements and casually asked, Brother, I see you look kind and open-minded, so I'm sure you wouldn't lie to me. Can you give me a precise estimate of when and where the half-immortal usually sets up shop? That way, I have something to look forward to. After asking, he didn't wait for a reply, turning back and swinging his hammer back to resume his work. It was as if the previous question had been merely a casual remark. Whether the man revealed the half-immortal's whereabouts or not, he would help him fix the door panel, not as a threat. It was this unselfish, selfless spirit that was able to loosen the old man's composure and pry the middle-aged man's lips. It had to be said that Fu Conwen was a very accurate judge of character. The thin, middle-aged man watched Fu Sungwen's skillful work, his eyes shifting. After hesitating for a moment, he finally couldn't help himself. He squatted down and whispered in Fu Sungwen's ear. A few days ago, people in District 13 were harassing that old man, saying that people who bought talismans from him had family disasters. The old man has become more reserved and has been selling blood less often. However, he has no source of income and can't sell blood at his age. He'd definitely have to go back to his old ways soon. You can stake out the blood station entrance every day. You might run into him. Okay, thank you for your advice, big brother. Thanking the middle-aged man's help, Fu Conwen worked even harder. In less than 5 minutes, he had repaired the middle-aged man's broken door. Before leaving, he took 2 steps with the tools in his hand, then turned back. A perfect look of suspicion and fear appeared on his face, and his voice was so low that it trembled when you listened carefully. Brother, you just said that everyone who bought talismans from Bansian had something bad happen to them. Is that true? Don't scare me, brother. I have a family to support. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered, and he sneered, patting Fu Conwen on the shoulder. Brother, what are you thinking? Don't you believe in the effectiveness of the awakening talisman? Is it possible that after receiving the awakening talisman, someone became a special ability user and moved away with their family? Anyone with a bit of ability wouldn't stay in these slums forever, right? Who doesn't want a good life? He deliberately emphasized the word good life, and Fu Sungwen's eyes lit up as he wished. You mean, the awakening talisman is indeed effective, and everyone who uses it awakens? That's not what I said. I haven't used it, so I can't say anything. But if it doesn't work, someone will definitely cause trouble at his stall, saying his talisman is useless, right? The middle-aged man said vaguely. Anyway, I haven't seen anyone causing trouble. Thank you so much, big brother. You helped my family so much. You're a great benefactor to us three. When my son awakens, I definitely treat you to a meal. He wore a look of gratitude, but inwardly he silently complained. Of course, no one would cause trouble at his stall, because the people who bought the talismans had all disappeared. Now only Shinseki was left, but she was so traumatized that she couldn't even speak, let alone explain what happened at home. Shinseki had already moved with the team to District 13, so they had to attack from another direction. Back at the Gua family shack, Jianlai immediately came forward. How's it going? Fu Kanwen slammed the door shut, his innocent smile instantly fading. He lowered his voice, and quickly repeated the information he and the middle-aged man had gathered. This person's statement is completely different from the attitude of the older sister just now. Jianlai narrowed her eyes. Before, when the topic of the half-immortal and the awakening talisman came up, the older sister had instantly turned hostile. She had assumed that most people here didn't like this half-immortal. Now it seemed that wasn't entirely true. This middle-aged man, with gentle persuasion, hinted to the old man selling the talisman that his awakening talisman was effective. In his view, the people in the slums hadn't disappeared, but had chosen to leave on their own initiative. This man was promoting an awakening talisman. Too deliberate? Fu Kanwen nodded. However, we're not afraid of him spreading bait, we're afraid of him not spreading it. Any movement will always leave a trace. Is the roof repaired? Why did you come in to rest? Jianlai asked, his voice rising, then lowered again. We need to find a way to inform Shi Wenjing and Lu Yifan of our plan. I know. Don't worry, I have a plan. Fu Kanwen paused for a moment, then raised his voice again. What's wrong with taking a break? I just helped a kind man fix a door panel. Don't worry, our roof will be fixed in no time. You and your son should take a break. We go for a walk as a family of three. Get acquainted with the surroundings. After all, this is where we be living from now on. He quickly nailed the last board in place, and found a piece of waterproof tarpaulin to it. He carefully checked it, making sure there were no immediate risks of leaks. Then he dusted his hands, and returned the tools to the neighbors. It's okay. We can make do. Let's pack up and get acquainted with the surroundings. We also try our luck at the blood station. Maybe we run into that half-immortal today. The family of three walked out along the narrow alley. Fu Kanwen led Bubu in front, while Jianlai deliberately slowed down his pace and walked last, keeping an eye out for anyone peeking around. After walking for about 20 minutes, a relatively open space appeared ahead. In the center, a blood bank, renovated from abandoned buildings, stood before them. In front of the containers, a tattered plastic shed stood, beneath which stood a sparse crowd of people. I hadn't expected so many people selling blood. Although I already knew that many people here made a living by selling blood, I was still shocked when I saw it in person. I guess they'd gotten used to being lazy, used to this kind of life of getting something for nothing. Draining too much blood has damaged their stamina, making it impossible for them to work hard. It's a vicious cycle. Indeed, if these people had been more diligent from the beginning, they wouldn't have stayed in District 9. In District 13, they could work on the plantations to support themselves. Now, even if they regretted it, it was too late. Under the plastic tent, through the throng of people, only vaguely visible figures in white coats bustling about. The blood-drawing equipment, however, was incongruous with the surroundings. It was fully equipped with disposable sterile needles, brand new blood collection tubes, and refrigerators for storing blood bags. Jianlai's heart sank. What are the medical conditions like in this apocalyptic world? Fu Kanwen paused. It depends on the region. District 9 is probably average. District 13 has decent medical conditions. Generally, unless it's a difficult or complicated case, the hospital can handle it. Relatively speaking, District 19 has the best medical conditions. They poached most of the medical professors with high salaries. If you have a serious illness, you have to go to District 19 for treatment. The blood-drawing equipment in District 9 is quite good. It's all standard disposable supplies. She had originally thought that in the apocalypse, it would be easy to mix up needles and cause infection. If there's a place selling blood, there must be a place buying it. As long as the area buying blood is wealthy, how could such a small matter pollute the blood supply? Jianlai was stunned, then couldn't help but chuckle. She was being naive again. So, the people buying blood here are from District 19? Not just that. Some of the blood here is sold to District 13. Does District 13 also support this kind of blood selling? District 13 can only guarantee the residents of District 13, not others. District 9 operates in the free market. What a free market! Chapter 49. Time slipped by, and the heavy clouds gradually parted, revealing the sky's base color. The blood-red sunset painted half the sky red, and sparse clouds, tinged with a crimson glow, hung on the horizon like festering wounds. Wow, so beautiful! Jianlai followed Bubu's astonished gaze, and was stunned by the scene, as beautiful as a painting. He nodded silently. Only Fu Kanwen frowned. Morning glow, don't go out. Evening glow, travel 1,000 miles. Have you heard of this saying? Bubu nodded. It's a folk meteorological proverb. I have it in my database. It means that if a red glow appears in the morning, it's likely to rain that day, so it's not advisable to go out. If a red glow appears in the evening, it means the next day will be sunny, perfect for traveling. The sky in District 9 had been overcast for the past few days. Jianlai remembered that Fu Kanwen had once said that blue skies were not a good sign for the end of the world, usually indicating the arrival of extreme weather. It looks like the situation isn't good. Fu Kanwen nodded. Hope everything goes smoothly, so we can return to District 13 as soon as possible. However, the three of them waited for a long time, but the old man selling talismans didn't show up. It seemed that, as the middle-aged man had said, the old man had become frightened by Shi Wenjing's questions, and hadn't dared to come out lately. Looks like I won't be able to stay here today. Jianlai was a little annoyed. That laboratory underground in District 5, and those researchers who died in unknown circumstances. She had a strong feeling that unlocking the secrets of the pseudo-humans would bring her one step closer to the secrets of the laboratory, and the secrets of Spark. It doesn't matter. As long as you're sincere, you can always wait for the half-immortal. Noticing the glances around him, Fu Kanwen reached out and gently brushed the hair off Jianlai's face. Let's go somewhere, the three of us. See if there's any odd jobs around here that can help us make ends meet. Okay. Jianlai responded, and just as she turned, she heard a dull sound from behind her. It was a skinny young woman. She had just had her blood drawn, her skin as pale as flour, and her lips were completely bloodless. She was still clutching the food she'd been given for the blood draw, but before she could even leave the group, she collapsed to the ground. She was so thin, she couldn't possibly weigh more than 90 kilograms. In the apocalypse, having a stutter was a blessing, expecting a balanced diet was simply unrealistic. In Jianlai's mind, such a frail adult wouldn't be allowed to donate blood. Times have changed, nothing is impossible now. In District 9, as long as you voluntarily sign a guarantee, even if your blood is completely drained, you can do it. Next to the blood drawing line, a burly man in charge of maintaining order let out an impatient TSK and rolled his eyes. He strode forward, without hesitation, and dragged the woman, skillfully and roughly, like throwing away garbage, to the open space outside the shed. Another one fainted. What a nuisance! If you ask me, this little girl should find a man to marry. Although she's skinny, she's got a pretty face. If she just called me brother a few times and made me happy, she wouldn't have to sell blood. A middle-aged man who had been standing guard nearby for who knows how long came forward to greet the burly man. A filthy, obscene glint in his green eyes flickered past the unconscious woman. Come on! Bragging is free money, so you're just talking nonsense, right? I seen this girl before. She's got a strong temper. Old Zhao tried to keep her before, but he got beaten so hard his front teeth fell out. I advise you to put away all that dirty crap in your head. So what if it's even more intense? The man with green eyes sneered indifferently. Even if a horse is more intense, wouldn't it be obedient if it weren't? I wouldn't even like it if it wasn't. And now you're lying here like a dead fish, letting me do whatever I want. Don't mention we're brothers. I didn't warn you. Boss Lei and Boss Shen won't tolerate this kind of dirty stuff. If you still want to survive in District 9, put away those dirty thoughts. The burly man reached out to dislodge the man's eager, dirty hands and gave him a stern warning. The man with green eyes retorted impatiently, I'm just touching her. It's just to satisfy my urge to touch her, nothing more. Is that okay? The bosses are so busy with so much every day, managing everything, how can they let me touch a half-dead woman? I'm warning you, don't get into trouble. After his final warning, the burly man ignored the man with green eyes, and returned to his duty. Although he had issued an ultimatum, it was only to exonerate himself. The man with green eyes naturally understood his subtext. He chuckled and began to drag the woman from the ground. Let her go. Jian Lai's voice was quiet, but loud enough for everyone present to hear. At the same time, Fu Kanwen had already stopped the burly man, his large hands clamping around his arms, immobilizing him. Because they were so close, Fu Kanwen couldn't help but frown and turn away, avoiding the man's foul odor. The sturdy man was startled by being stopped. He saw that they were a boy and a girl with a baby. They were wearing very ordinary clothes that were almost torn from being washed. His brows furrowed even more tightly. Who are you? What kind of world are we in? You still want to show off and act like a hero? Stay out of your grandfather's business. She just had her blood drawn, and is extremely weak. If you drag her so roughly, she might die soon. Jian Lai, holding Bubu, quickly approached. She squatted down and quickly checked the woman. Her vital signs were stable, confirming that she was fainting from weakness. If she hadn't wanted to hide her identity, she would have frozen this beast-like thing into a popsicle. You come here to sell blood, and you're still afraid of death? The man scoffed, trying to bypass Fu Kanwen to pull the woman off the ground. Dying from blood loss in your own bed after selling blood is different from dying directly at the blood station. If someone died while selling blood, even the most indifferent person would be terrified. Have you considered the consequences if this woman dies in the blood station? The man with green eyes looked at the gathering gazes and, remembering what the sturdy man who had been maintaining order had said, finally let go of his hand in frustration, spat. Okay, everyone saw it. I didn't even touch this woman. If she dies, it has nothing to do with me. If the woman hadn't fainted, he wouldn't have had the chance to touch her. Now, having lost face in front of so many people, the man with green eyes felt even more upset. But the man accompanying the fierce woman looked like a martial artist. If he forced his way, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. He could only mutter a few indignant curses as he left. What bad luck. Women these days are so vicious and difficult. Jian Lai ignored him. Vicious and difficult weren't derogatory terms to her. She carefully helped the woman to her feet. During the argument with the man with green eyes, she had gradually regained some consciousness. With Jian Lai's help, she leaned against the stone. Her blurry vision focused on Jian Lai's face. Her eyes suddenly widened, and she trembled in disbelief, staring intently at him. Jian Lai's heart fluttered. She knew him? You know me? The woman seemed to realize her predicament only then. She struggled to stand, but her limbs gave way, and she fell to the ground again. Jian Lai tried to help her, but she pushed him away. Her obvious resistance only confirmed to Jian Lai that she did know him. It was just that their relationship wasn't friendly. Why didn't you dare look at me? If it weren't for me, you would have been dragged away by that smelly, ugly old man to a deserted place. Do I need to tell you what happened next? The woman's body trembled violently, but she clenched her teeth and didn't answer. Jian Lai pressed on. I don't remember you, but you know me. Do you know Daniel? Daniel Luo, a man with blonde hair and blue eyes. At the word Daniel, the woman twitched violently, her eyes growing even more panicked, and she struggled even more fiercely. I'm fine, thank you, Jian Lai. Wait. Jian Lai tried to hold her back, but the woman flung her hand away as if burned. Stretching her weak body, she stumbled deeper into the alley. She didn't even look back, as if Jian Lai were a monster. She knows you and Daniel. Judging from her age, perhaps she was a classmate? But why is she so resistant to you? I don't know. Jian Lai stood there, her brow furrowed. For some reason, she had a vague feeling that the girl was resisting her precisely because of Daniel. Although she hadn't wanted to meet his gaze earlier, her reaction intensified after the mention of Daniel. She didn't even care about her own health, and she managed to force herself to flee. This was so wrong. She definitely knew Daniel's whereabouts. Watching the woman flee, Fu Kanwen pondered, remember what I heard earlier? Someone tried to insult her, and she beat them so hard their front teeth fell out. She sounds like she's got a strong personality. Why would she be selling blood? And most importantly, this was the second person she met besides Fu Kanwen and Daniel who knew her. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. She looked at Fu Kanwen. There's a change of plan. Take Bubu to Shi Wenjing to arrange a mission. Tell them to be vigilant and focus on investigating the slums. As for me, I have to go with her. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. You alone? Too dangerous. Don't you trust my abilities? That's not the case. Fu Kanwen looked at Jian Lai's determined gaze, knowing she was determined. There was no point in saying more. Furthermore, in the current situation, it would indeed be more efficient for the two of them to act separately. Her abilities were not inferior to his. In fact, According to his observations, her first ability, Beast Transformation, could last for an extremely long time, and she didn't need to enter a dormant state to replenish her energy after returning to human form. In some ways, she was stronger than him, though she lacked some practical experience. Given the passage of time, Jianlai's abilities would become even more immeasurable. He squeezed her arm firmly and nodded. Okay. Be careful. Jianlai nodded, quickly turned, and silently merged into the alleyway where the woman had disappeared. Chapter 50. The sky was gradually darkening. The slums lacked streetlights, shrouding everything in darkness. Behind her was a long line of struggling slum dwellers selling their blood. In front of her was a woman nervously walking through the alley, carrying food. Jianlai walked softly, keeping a respectable distance from her. The woman was clearly familiar with the area, twisting and turning, choosing dark, narrow paths. If Jianlai hadn't been physically fit, she would have been lost to her as she slithered through the darkness. However, the more cautious she became, the more Jianlai became certain she was hiding something. Finally, the woman stopped in front of a small, unassuming shack. The shack was wedged between two dilapidated buildings, a separate, isolated shack, not tightly packed with other shacks. This didn't make sense. For a young woman like her, staying away from the crowd would only increase her risk. District 9 wasn't just any other place, security was terrible. However, this made it easier for her to eavesdrop. After waiting for several minutes, with no sign of anyone emerging, Jianlai cautiously approached, lurking behind a pile of abandoned, rotten wooden boxes outside. Her hearing was superior to that of an average person, and the shed wasn't soundproof. Even with concentrated concentration, she could hear everything going on inside. A hushed male voice echoed from the shed. Why are you back so late? Are the people outside still looking for me? It was Daniel. Jianlai's eyes froze. No. The woman paused. At least not yet. There were too many people at the blood bank, so we were delayed. That's good. Daniel's voice sounded a little more relaxed. Xiaojun, thank you for your hard work. Next week, when the storm is over, I take you out of District 9. You said you were about to awaken, but after all these days, why haven't you responded at all? The woman's voice was a little weak. I've seen a lot of people looking for the half-immortal at the blood station entrance. Should we go ask for an awakening talisman? What do you know? Daniel shouted angrily, then realized his voice was too loud and might arouse suspicion, so he quickly whispered soothingly that awakening talisman is a scam, designed to trick those desperate fools out there. How do you know? How could I not know? Didn't I tell you before that I worked for Lei Hong? Daniel hesitated, as if he'd been cornered. Even his tone tinged with impatience, but for some reason, he suppressed his impatience and continued to explain to the woman named Xiaojun in a gentle voice, for your own good, I can't tell you too much. The less you know, the safer you are. But let me tell you, that old man selling talismans isn't blind at all. He's not even an old man at all. He's Lei Hong's henchman. They have a very dirty scheme. If you pay close attention, you notice that all those who bought talismans before are gone. Don't ask about anything else. In short, trust me. Once I made all the arrangements, I take you away. It's 10,000 times better than that unreliable, broken talisman. Okay. If you don't say anything, I won't ask any more. After a long moment, the woman sighed. Then a rustling sound came from the shed. Jianlai deduced that the two men were probably sharing food. Considering the blood bartering scene she witnessed at the blood station, she concluded the two of them only had enough food to last until next week. If, as Daniel had said, they were leaving District 9 next week, then she didn't have much time left. Even if Daniel was delayed, the weather wouldn't allow her and Fu Kanwen to dawdle any longer. Tracking this woman named Xiaojun had yielded a lot of results. Not only did she learn Daniel's whereabouts, but she also had a surprise. She learned the talisman seller was actually Lei Hong's underling in disguise. What exactly was Lei Hong up to? The parasite in District 9. Was Lei Hong an insider, or was she the mastermind? What had Daniel stolen from Lei Hong? How could he be so sure he could awaken as a special ability user next week and escape District 9? There were so many questions, intertwined like a tangled mess, impossible to unravel. If Lei Hong was behind the fake person, wouldn't Shi Wenjing and the others be in danger? She had to hurry and rejoin them. However, before Jianlai could leave, Daniel's voice echoed from inside the shed. Xiaojun, I can't show up right now, so there's something else you must do. What is it? Shijun's voice was soft, a hint of fatigue lingering. Go to the black market and find a caravan heading to District 13 soon. We go with them. District 13? Xiaojun raised his voice in disbelief. Why District 13? Aren't we going to District 19? District 19 only accepts people with special abilities. When I awaken, going to District 19 will be no problem. The problem is you. What if District 9 rejects you? I'm doing this for you. Don't you want to be with me? But no one wants to go to District 13. No matter how bad District 13 is, it's still better than District 9. District 9 is rotten to the core. Anyone who stays here is doomed. Daniel paused, hesitating for a moment before continuing. Listen to me, District 13 is really good. I ran into Jian Lai at the black market earlier. Do you remember Jian Lai? She hasn't aged at all. She looks as young as she did in medical school. She's hooking up with an officer from District 13. I can tell right away that she's living a comfortable life. Jian Lai. Xu Juan's voice suddenly became shrill. You met her before? Daniel, tell me the truth. Are you still thinking about Jian Lai? Did Jian Lai reject you, so you came to me as a last resort? Chen Jun, what nonsense are you talking about? Daniel, struck at his core, raised his voice, retorting loudly over Chen Jun. But he quickly suppressed his irritation, forcing down his impatience as he continued to coax her. Silly girl, if you think that of me, where do you want me to stand? And where do we stand with our relationship of all these years? I was just mentioning her to tell you that District 13 has decent resources. Think about it, if Jian Lai can thrive in District 13 thanks to men, then surely we can too. Daniel took advantage of Chen Jun's hesitation and immediately threw out a bait. By then, when I awaken my abilities, I'd be put to good use by District 13. Once I'm established, will we still be interested in Jian Lai? In the darkness, Jian Lai silently rolled her eyes. She could almost imagine Daniel's disgusting feigned affection. This scumbag, once supported by Lei Hong, and now by this woman named Xiaojun, truly has no backbone. She narrowed her eyes, took a deep breath, and barely suppressed the urge to rush in and tear his mouth apart. Because of his own shortcomings and low self-esteem, he tried to divert attention by slandering others. Because he had fallen, he assumed everyone else was just as depraved. Daniel shifting the blame was despicable, but it was effective. She had thought Chen Jun would be quickly convinced. After all, she had previously acted as if she had some grievance against Jian Lai. Jian Lai consoled herself with the fact that such slander was insignificant and could not hurt her. The most important thing now was to reunite with Fu Kanwen and the others, and share the news she had gathered tonight. Unexpectedly, Chen Jun's tone suddenly turned cold. If you say so, then I'm also relying on men? Xiaojun, how could you possibly think that? Daniel panicked, fumbling to explain. How can they be the same? She's being kept by an older man. How can that compare to us? We support each other, we rely on each other. Besides, whether I can leave District 9 alive depends on you. I don't know if Chen Jun was soothed by his words, but her tone softened considerably. Actually, I just ran into Jian Lai at the blood station. The officer with her was young and handsome, not the old man you're talking about. What? Why didn't you tell me when you first came back? Daniel, furious, paced in circles in the shed, making excuses. I didn't realize Jian Lai was so capable. It's only been a few days, and she's already switched partners again. Is this important? Of course it is. Tell me, how did you meet Jian Lai? Did anything happen between you? No, Jian Lai has lost her memory now. She probably wouldn't recognize you. Is this important? Chen Jun asked softly again. Of course it is. Another uncontrollable roar, Daniel's voice shrill and distorted, carrying a near hysterical tension. Jian Lai retracted his leg and continued to listen silently. It was probably inside the house when Daniel finally couldn't help himself and moved. A faint, painful sound came from inside, and Daniel quickly apologized. Xiaojun, I'm sorry, I hurt you. I didn't mean to. Daniel, are you still not letting go of Jian Lai? Chen Jun, Daniel snapped. Be reasonable. It's been 10 years. How could I still be obsessed with someone from 10 years ago? Chen Jun's voice, slightly tired, was soft but powerful. Daniel, if you hadn't found me a while ago, I would have been living well in District 9. I worked for others. While not rich, I wasn't starving. If it weren't for you, would I have been reduced to selling blood? We're both medical students. Taking so much blood at once would have a negative impact on the body. Do I need to warn you? After a few seconds, Daniel moved. He reached out, pulled the girl across from him into his arms, and gently patted her back. It's my fault, Xiaojun. I'm sorry. I promise this is the last time. From now on, I make sure you live a good life. Chen Jun stiffened in his arms, neither returning the hug nor answering. Daniel thought for a moment, then let go of Chen Jun, raising his hand in a gesture of vow. If a conflict arises between lovers, it must never linger overnight. So, Xiao Jun, are you willing to listen to my explanation? I promise everything I say is true. If it's not, I'd be stuck in District 9 for the rest of my life, forever locked up. You tell me, the girl sniffed. Didn't I tell you before? Jian Lai is in a relationship with an officer from District 13. Recently, District 13 has been investigating the missing persons case in District 9. I'm sure Jian Lai's lover is also here for this. Now you run into Jian Lai again at the blood station. Doesn't that mean they already tracked down the blood station? This matter concerns District 13. I have to be more concerned. Really? Chen Jun was clearly unconvinced. But Jian Lai's clothes seem ordinary to me. The man she's with is tall and handsome, and their child is adorable. But she doesn't look like she's married to an officer from District 13, as you said. Daniel recalled being. The scene of Fu Sungwen's threat still haunted him. His face was a bit grim, but he could only suppress the panic deep within him. He pulled Chen Jun into his arms, gently patting her back. In a gentler, more undeniable tone, he soothed her. That was definitely a disguise. Secret investigation. How could we fool the veterans of District 9 if we didn't act convincingly? Don't overthink it. You worked hard today. Get some rest. We both have better days ahead of us. His remaining words became a vague murmur of comfort. Jian Lai didn't want to look any further. She turned and quietly retreated from the shadows of the shack, blending into the night, and sprinting towards the stronghold. Chapter 51. When Jian Lai arrived at the base, the expressions of the 5 people inside were extremely serious. Palace Jade Wine. 40 for 80. Yes, it's Jian Lai, Fu Kanwen said softly. This was the code they had agreed upon earlier, so that even if a parasite had infiltrated their ranks, they could immediately identify the imposter. Although Fu Kanwen believed he could tell at a glance that it was the real Jian Lai, he still had to go through the necessary procedures. Lei Hong shot Zhou Qiang dead right in front of us. After confirming Jian Lai's identity, Shi Wenjing repeated the news she had previously shared with Fu Kanwen. Her expression was extremely grim, and even her interest in joking disappeared after she finished speaking. It turned out that after they took Zhou Qiang back to the hotel, they buried their son Zhou Xiaoming and his wife Zhu Xiu together, and then Zhou Qiang set the hotel on fire. At the time, Shi Wenjing was puzzled. After all, this place held memories for the 3 of them, so how could it be burned down so easily? Now she understood. Zhou Qiang understood the rules of District 9 better than they did. He knew he'd be dead after being handed over to Lei Hong, so burning the hotel was a way of burying the 3 of them together. Speaking of this, even Lu Yifan sighed. Although Zhou Qiang is indeed a despicable murderer, and he deserves his life, you weren't there. When Lei Hong heard about it, she shot you in the head without a word. I was so frightened I couldn't breathe for a long time. Jian Lai, and then what happened? Lu Lingwei added, in the end, Captain, she pleaded for mercy, saying that death is the end of all deaths. So we brought Zhou Qiang's body back, and buried the 3 of them together. Jian Lai couldn't help but frown and explain, that's not what I'm asking. In her opinion, a life for a life is a life, and Zhou Qiang deserved it. As one of the 3 major forces in District 9, how could Lei Hong convince the public if she didn't kill Zhou Qiang? However, thinking back to what Daniel had said earlier, Jian Lai began to wonder, was Lei Hong's haste to execute Zhou Qiang really just to make an example of him? Or was she hiding something? Ah! Lu Yifan was stunned for a moment, then chuckled dryly. Hee Jian Lai, you're not a leader, but you're better than one. I just don't have your courage. In District 13, even when we punish criminals, we still have to gather evidence before determining the crime and sentencing. Seeing Lei Hong's actions, I was momentarily taken aback. I don't mean to speak up for Zhou Qiang. Fu Kanwen frowned, looking at Jian Lai with a dark, unclear gaze, his thoughts unclear. He patted Lu Yifan's arm and said, this guy and Captain Shi are both straightforward and sentimental, but sometimes they're not very good at understanding those intricate thoughts. Don't bother with them. Speak directly to them, otherwise they might not understand what you're asking. Did you discover anything while following that woman? Hey, Captain Fu, you're looking for revenge, aren't you? Aren't you just calling Lu Yifan and me stupid? Jian Lai frowned, ignoring their banter. Fu Kanwen was right. There were some things only she saw, and if she didn't explain it clearly, how would anyone else know what she was asking about? She nodded, confirming Fu Songwen's final question. I found Daniel. Where is he? Didn't you capture him? Jianglai shook his head. I overheard him say that the old man selling talismans was one of Lei Hong's men in disguise, and that the District 9 missing persons case was also linked to Lei Hong. I thought about you three going to look for Lei Hong, and I was worried something might have happened to you, so I rushed over. What did you say? Lei Hong is the one behind the fake people? The impact of this inference was far greater than if Lei Hong had just shot him in the head without a word. Not necessarily. Daniel's story is one thing to one person, another to another. He's full of nonsense, and he's not necessarily trustworthy. What good would it do Lei Hong to create a fake person? But the old man selling the talisman is Lei Hong's man, so that's probably true. Besides that, Jianglai noticed something else. Daniel was absolutely certain the awakening talisman was a scam, yet he was certain he could become an Esper. Considering how he had previously stolen something from Lei Hong and had Lei Hong search the city for him, and how Fu Kanwen had speculated before coming to District 9 that the awakening of humans into Esper beings might be related to Dark Amber, Jianglai reasonably speculated that what Daniel Luo had stolen from Lei Hong was most likely Dark Amber. Lei Hong didn't know, or perhaps she didn't care, that Daniel was aware of the talisman scam. What concerned her was that Daniel had stolen something from her. But she couldn't claim Daniel had stolen anything from her, or else he would die outside, and her lost items would never be returned to her. The next day, as the first ray of sunlight filtered through the crack in the door, Jianglai woke up. To be precise, she wasn't completely asleep in the first place. Half-brain sleep was a practically unstoppable skill. As long as she didn't overuse her abilities or fall into a coma, she could constantly recover through short periods of sleep. She didn't hide this from Fu Kanwen. As always, Fu Kanwen didn't ask further questions, simply saying that it might be because of her animalistic ability that she was better suited to surviving in the wild than ordinary humans. But they both knew that even a real snow leopard couldn't possess the ability to sleep halfway through its brain. When Jianglai opened her eyes again, she heard a faint smell of rust, like blood. When she concentrated and sniffed again, it vanished completely, as if everything had just been an illusion. She sat up suddenly and looked around, only to realize that Fu Kanwen was no longer in the room. In the corner of the small shed, a toiletry bag and filtered water were placed. From outside came a rhythmic sound, the steady tapping of hard objects, like white noise lulling one to sleep. If it weren't for the mission, it would have felt like a leisurely vacation. Jianglai cleaned herself and Bubu up, and pushed open the door. Not far from the shed, Fu Kanwen was tinkering with some abandoned wardrobes and benches, making the clanking noises that could be heard from the shed. His sleeves were rolled up, revealing his muscular forearms. A few beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, making him look like a carpenter who supported his family with his craft. Even though he was dressed casually and deliberately suppressed his aura, his handsome features were undeniable. Even an honest carpenter who supported his family with his craft still looked strikingly handsome. Jianglai was stunned for a moment, but Fu Kanwen noticed her. Without looking up, his voice was low, a faint, hoarse voice, a hint of morning waking. Are you up? Yeah. Jianglai responded, calmly and naturally. The two chatted like a normal couple. While Fu Kanwen was working, she decided to take Bubu for a stroll. Bubu, like all children his age, displayed a voracious curiosity about everything around him, touching and looking around. In reality, he was secretly following Jianglai's instructions, memorizing the entire layout of the area. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could completely map out the slum's layout. This thought had suddenly occurred to him last night, while they were discussing their plans. Last night, after reuniting at the base to share information, they still decided to split into two teams. At first, Bubu sat idly by, folding stars. Until he heard Jianglai describing Chen Jun's appearance to Shi Wenjing and the others, he suddenly stepped forward, unfolded a piece of scrap paper, and quickly drew a portrait of Chen Jun, handing it to Jianglai. Jianglai looked down and saw the portrait in his hand, which was comparable to a photograph. It was Chen Jun's outfit at the blood-selling station. He couldn't help but ruffle Bubu's curly hair and praise him as a truly valuable helper. Bubu was delighted with the praise, and even folded paper stars with even more enthusiasm. Jianglai was also very pleased with Chen Jun's portrait. Now, he no longer had to worry about mistaking him for someone else. Shi Wenjing and Lu Lingwei were responsible for stalking the black market, using the guise of the 13th District Caravan to gain the trust of Chen Jun and Daniel. Lu Yifan had met Daniel before, but since it was inconvenient for him to come forward, he stayed in the shadows to provide support and ensure Daniel couldn't escape. Even on the other side. According to Jianglai's information, the talisman seller, who was neither old nor blind, must have memorized Shi Wenjing and Lu Lingwei's appearances. If the two of them showed up, it would only alert the enemy. Then the talisman seller would be dragged away, disguised, and blend into the crowds of District 9, making him even harder to find. So, the group finally decided that Jianlai and Fu Kanwen would continue to play the role of hopeful parents, using themselves as bait to lure out the cunning talisman seller. After Fu Kanwen finished his work, the family of three, as planned, headed towards the blood station again. At the entrance of the blood station, the medical staff had not yet arrived, and the crowd of people waiting to donate blood was sparse. At first glance, it didn't seem numerous, but upon closer inspection, it wasn't much fewer than last night. As time passed, the sun gradually rose higher, and the thick clouds gradually parted, revealing the underlying color of the sky. The vibrant, beautiful azure blue, the thick, bouncy white clouds, like cotton candy, were breathtakingly beautiful. It was breathtakingly beautiful. The whispers in the crowd grew louder, their increasingly uncontrollable panic spreading. TSK, how come the blue sky is back? What month is it now? The weather's all messed up. It doesn't even know spring, summer, autumn, or winter anymore, so why would it care what month it is? Anyway, once the blue sky appears, it means more suffering. I just don't know if it'd be scorching sun or freezing cold this time. Hey, there's this Andy over there who's clearing land in the garbage dump. Her family's all dead, and now she's all alone in this slum. Do you remember her? There aren't many people clearing land and farming here. I have some impression of her. What's wrong with her? She's still growing those crappy potatoes? That's right. I tried to persuade her 2 years ago. It's just a small, ugly melon. Crack dates, eat them now and forget it. She refused to listen, and even accused me of meddling. Now, looking at the weather, she's been so busy working on the new potatoes, but they're all gone. I wonder if she's secretly crying at home right now. If I'd known this would happen, I have eaten all those potatoes so they wouldn't have been wasted. Crying? She didn't even cry when the old man in her house died. I don't even know if she has tears. She has a very strange temper. You better stay out of her way. As the topic veered off, a faint voice suddenly rang out from the outside of the crowd. Half-immortal? The half-immortal is here. Chapter 52. Hearing the key words, not only Jianlai and Fu Kanwen, but also the others queuing nearby perked up, immediately craning their necks to peer deeper into the alley. Many of those struggling to survive at the blood station were potential customers for the talisman seller. Some were still waiting and watching, while others hadn't yet gathered enough money to buy the talismans. The more hopeless a person is, the more likely they are to seek solace or comfort in unfounded sources. Illusory hopes can provide a temporary escape from the harsh reality and bring happiness. For this reason, District 9 has a large number of followers of the Brahma Heart sect. They preach living freely every day, savoring the present moment. Even if tomorrow is your last day, you should still follow your heart today. At first, this statement sounds innocent enough, but as it spread, it eventually became understood as those who go to District 13 selling freedom, living a life of compromise, and living a life worse than death. You could also say that those in District 9 are those who can't enter District 19 and despise District 13. In the end, they could only justify their choice by claiming that District 9 is the freest area, even resorting to exaggerating and discrediting the unfree lifestyle in District 13. Living for the moment, intoxicating people. Those who didn't buy into this wouldn't have settled in District 9 in the first place. Those who did buy into it naturally believed it wholeheartedly and settled there. This old man selling talismans wasn't from the same faction as the Brahma Heart cult, and it was surprising how they could have so many followers in such a short time. Jianlai would be the first to doubt this if there wasn't someone behind the scenes. She followed the crowd's gaze. A hunched old man in a gray robe, leaning on a polished bamboo cane, trudged shakily as he slowly emerged from the shadows deep in the alley and approached the blood station. After her genetic modification, Jianlai was acutely sensitive to sounds and sights. She was certain that this demigod, wearing a small black fur cap and a pair of grimy sunglasses she found somewhere, had casually glanced at her, Fu Kanwen, and Bubu. Though he quickly looked away, she had still managed to catch his eye. The bait had been taken. This must be the demigod. Look at his impressive demeanor, boss. Go help him. Jianlai gently patted Fu Kanwen on the back. His face, a hint of servility tinged with anticipation, froze, and he, as if waking from a dream, hurried toward the trembling figure of the demigod. The old man selling talismans seemed accustomed to the commotion around him. He continued to move slowly, his bamboo staff tapping the ground. He allowed Fu Kanwen to step forward and support his arm, while he slowly advanced, avoiding obstacles with his help. After the two of them had exited the alley, a meaningful smile played across his wrinkled lips, and he slowly began to speak. "Thank you for your help, young man. But I can walk on my own? Just help me clear those abandoned stone blocks on the right." "Okay, all right." By the time Fu Kanwen had cleared the blocks, the talisman seller had already sat down steadily beside him. His movements were smooth and natural, without any detours, stumbling, or the slightest hesitation or groping that a blind person would have expected. The crowd gathered near the blood station, unaware that he was feigning blindness, assumed he had calculated the route with incredible precision, and their faces filled with awe and amazement. Bansian rested his bamboo staff at his feet and rummaged through his arms for a long moment, pulling out a dusty, old cloth bag. Before untying it, he paused, listened carefully, and whispered, "Those two girls from District 13 haven't come to see me these past couple of days, have they?" No. I've been hanging around here every day, and I haven't seen them." Bansian nodded thoughtfully, and placed the bag on the stone block Fu Kanwen had cleared. Jian Lai immediately seized the opportunity, and spoke eagerly before anyone else. "Half immortal. My family of 3, having heard of your renown, has come all the way to District 9, just to ask for an awakening talisman. Please, sir, have mercy and grant my son one." The old man raised his head slightly, his face largely obscured by sunglasses, and turned toward Jiang Lai. His voice was hoarse and dry. "Awakening talisman? I don't have one. To defy fate and forcefully open spiritual orifices for someone else will shorten one's lifespan. At my age, how can I bear the punishment bestowed by the Bodhisattva? Besides, if I sell it off, those two girls from District 13 will be entangled again." He spoke so seriously that it was hard to find an excuse to refute. A sudden silence fell upon the scene. "If you're not selling talismans, then what's that cloth wrapping in your arms?" "Oh, you're wrong. I'm only saying I'm not selling the awakening talisman anymore, but I didn't say I'm not selling the good luck talisman either. Good luck talismans are different from awakening talismans. Sincerity is key. If you believe in it, I guarantee your bad luck will be banished within the next week." "Only for 1 week?" The old man selling talismans nodded. "A week of good luck isn't as good as an awakening talisman. It can't change your destiny, so its appeal to ordinary people is greatly reduced." Even the onlookers stopped talking to him. Another silence fell. The old man selling talismans glanced in Jiang Lai's direction, as if hinting for her to continue questioning. However, ever since they learned he was Lei Hong's man, Jiang Lai and Fu Kanwen calmed down. Her face remained gloomy, as if she didn't know what to do, but she said nothing more, like an honest but tongue-tied young couple. The old man tapped his fingers helplessly on the stone pillar, his thoughts unclear. Jiang Lai and Fu Kanwen remained silent. Soon, someone from the blood bank arrived. A commotion broke out below the shed, and many of the people who had gathered dispersed, scrambling to line up to sell blood and receive supplies. No one offered Fu Kanwen and Jian Lai any words of advice. Everyone had their own worries. Sympathy was a superfluous emotion in the apocalypse. The old man sighed helplessly and broke the silence. "Alas, to be honest, this talisman of mine doesn't work for everyone, you know? Many of the people who bought it before are no longer in District 9. I wanted to ask a few former customers about their experiences and inquire about the success rate, but it's impossible. I advise you two to give up on this idea. Everyone has their own destiny, it can't be forced. Everyone has their own destiny." This would be hard for ordinary people to hear, let alone a pair of parents who are so devoted to their children. How many parents in the world can so openly accept their child's mediocrity? The next second, Jian Lai's voice trembled and tinged with tears. She wasn't very good at acting, so she clasped her hands together above her head and lowered her head to hide her expression. "Please, immortal, have a kind heart and save my child. Look, the blue sky is out again today. I'm afraid the days ahead won't be easy. He still has me and the child's father to support him. If we were gone, how would he survive in this world of cannibalism without his awakening abilities?" Little Bubu was becoming increasingly adept at his acting. He cooperated, clutching the hem of Jian Lai's clothes with his tiny hands. He looked both adorable and pitiful, his lips puckered and his big, watery eyes blinking, yet he fought back tears. A sallow-faced woman nearby, who had just had her blood drawn, had thought her heart had long since become numb, unmoved by anything. But looking at Bubu's pitiful yet understanding appearance, and thinking of her own grandson, who had died young, she finally couldn't bear it. "I see you sold a lot of people before. This little kid is so adorable, so endearing. Why don't you sell one to them? Half immortal. I know the awakening talisman doesn't work for everyone, but how can we, as parents, accept this without trying? Don't worry, whether it works or not, we can accept it. Fu Kanwen stepped forward, offering the old man a way out. Furthermore, I see that everyone who bought talismans from you has already left District 9. Doesn't that mean they all awakened? Maybe. Maybe they're enjoying themselves in District 19 right now. This resonated with the old man. He smiled and nodded, his bony fingers twirling the edge of the dusty cloth bag as he spoke with a touch of pride. You're a wise man. But this talisman paper took a lot of my time and effort, and it's not something you can just buy with ordinary materials. So the price? The price is negotiable. No matter how high it is, my wife and I will raise the money. It's because this child is so smart and catches my eye. Otherwise, I have to reconsider. The old man's gaze from behind his sunglasses swept between Fu Kanwen and Jian Lai, finally stopping at Bubu. He slowly extended a finger. How about this? I give you a discount. A barrel of high-proof Baijiu. Baijiu? Fu Kanwen exclaimed. In this world, fruit is hard to come by, and sorghum is hard to grow. Even if I mastered the art of brewing, it would be useless without the ingredients. Immortal, please give me some time. Can you think of something else? Even the crowd, listening intently, gasped. A barrel of high-proof Baijiu, at this price in the apocalypse, could sustain an average family of 3 for 6 months. In the slums, it's a fortune many people would work their lives to save. Making it themselves would be difficult too. As Fu Kanwen said, the raw materials are hard to come by. Otherwise, there would surely be plenty of artisans making a living from this. There aren't many places selling high-proof liquor these days. Fu Kanwen rubbed his hands, his handsome face filled with embarrassment and anxiety. Master, my wife and I have been fleeing all the way here, and we simply can't afford so much all at once. Can you make it cheaper? By the time I earn enough to buy the liquor, I'm afraid your talisman will have already been sold to someone else. Or we can work for you to pay off the debt. Look at my strength, I can do anything. As he spoke, as if grasping at a last straw, he suddenly rolled up his sleeves, revealing his sturdy arms. Seeing the old man's indifference, Fu Kanwen realized that the half-immortal was blind. He gasped, panicking and at a loss. His Adam's apple rolled, and with a steely determination, he bravely grasped the old man's wrist and pressed it against his hard biceps. Don't worry, I'm young and can handle hardship. I can carry heavy loads, dig dirt, build houses. I can do anything. Jian Lai's mouth twitched. She hadn't expected Captain Fu, who usually had an enigmatic image, to be so adept at acting. His acting skills truly impressed her. They were worthy of an Oscar. Chapter 53. Fu Kanwen had many sides, like an endlessly fascinating book. When they first met, he was a sharp, unsheathed blade, domineering, naturally majestic, and thorny, making her reluctant to interact with him. At that time, Jian Lai only wanted to hitch a ride with Fu Sowen's team and part ways once they reached District 13. Otherwise, she'd make more mistakes and be easily caught by him. The longer they spent together, the more she realized he was an excellent leader. He was independent and decisive in his decisions, and swift and resolute in his actions. He possessed unquestionable courage without being stubborn. He listened, pondered, and weighed the pros and cons. He understood human nature and worldly wisdom without being emotionally driven. Even more remarkable was that, regardless of whose ideas he ultimately adopted, he was willing to take the risks and bear the consequences. Underneath his powerful exterior, he possessed a caring and considerate demeanor, a true heartthrob with a soft side. After searching for her for so many years with no success, he stubbornly clung to a glimmer of hope, unwilling to give up. He was stubborn, persevering, yet deeply loyal. After finally finding her, and learning she had lost her memory, and had no recollection of their past, he again displayed restraint and measured attitude. That respect, though not excessive, left Jian Lai feeling strangely bewildered. The two of them had tacitly put the past behind them, leading to their current bond of fighting side by side, sharing life and death. But what Jian Lai hadn't expected was that he would portray a humble and needy man with such eloquence. This impeccable acting skill truly astounded her. It seemed she didn't fully understand Fu Kanwen. Although it was Jian Lai's idea for the family of 3 to infiltrate the slums and use themselves as bait to lure out the enemy, she honestly realized that her acting skills pale in comparison to Fu Sungwen's. Fortunately, she had already nurtured a little drama queen. Jian Lai gently nudged Bubu, who immediately understood. With a pout, he rushed forward and hugged Fu Sungwen's thighs, crying, "Wow, Daddy!" Not a single tear fell, just dry howling, but it still attracted quite a bit of attention. High-concentration liquor is available on the black market. If you really want it, you can go and have a look. The prices on the black market are unlimited and change daily. Can ordinary people like us afford it? Of course. I'd probably have to find a job and sell blood, and the three of us would have to live frugally for 2 or 3 months to scrape together enough money for a barrel of liquor. I wonder if the price will still be the same by then. Selling blood? Jian Lai's mind flickered. So this old man had his mind. First, he asked for too much, making it impossible for people to buy his talismans, forcing them to sell blood to survive. After selling blood, his body collapsed, making him unable to do other physical labor, so he had to continue selling blood, a vicious cycle. What exactly was Lei Hong doing, and why did he need so much blood? Ah! Just as everyone was speculating, and the old man was about to take advantage of the situation and offer a special price to secure Jian Lai and Fu Sungwen's deal, a shrill, distorted scream rang out from the depths of the alley. The sound was filled with indescribable fear and terror, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Even the numb faces of those lining up at the blood station twitched, turning to look further into the alley. Who's that screaming? Something's happened. It's definitely happened. That scream is terrifying. Everyone present was filled with panic, their feet stuck as if with super glue, and no one dared to step forward to investigate. Is it an alien invasion? Isn't Shenling in charge of the entrance to District 9? How did the aliens get in? Compared to that, why is that person silent? No. He's not dead, is he? Many people were getting their blood drawn in front of the blood station, and the stench of blood hung heavy everywhere. Jian Lai couldn't tell by the scent whether there were any casualties further down the alley. But she and Fu Kan would exchange glances, and without needing to say a word, they both knew their chance had arrived. You watch the child. I go see what's happening up ahead. Before anyone could react, Fu Kan had already scurried out of sight. Jian Lai discreetly pulled Bubu close to her, shielding him from the crowd with her arm. He was small, and the crowd's jostling made him vulnerable. Combined with the bloody odor she smelled that morning, Jian Lai was certain the scream had come from someone attacked by a pseudo-human. No one would believe such a thing unless they saw it with their own eyes. Now is the perfect time. Fu Kan will surely lure that fake person over. That's when the commotion truly begins. Jian Lai glanced at the old man selling talismans beside the stone pier. He was remarkably calm, still sitting firmly on the stone pier, his fingers trembling slightly as he, unnoticed, gathered up the dusty cloth bag and tucked it back into his arms. He was planning to escape in the chaos if a commotion broke out. Before Jian Lai could react, Fu Kan, who was at the end of the alley, had already burst out like an arrow from a bow. He was incredibly fast, his face etched with just the right amount of fear, clearly still immersed in the role of honest father. Beyond that, if Jian Lai wasn't mistaken, a hint of unconcealable solemnity flashed in his eyes. He dashed over to Jian Lai and Bubu, grabbed her wrist, and said in a hoarse voice, "Get out of here. Something's happened." He wasn't acting. Jian Lai immediately realized the gravity of the situation. What's wrong? It's that old woman who was tilling the soil earlier. She. Fu Kan glanced at the crowd, his voice neither loud nor soft enough for everyone to hear. She's gone. No wonder he looked like that. Before Jian Lai could respond, the crowd that had gathered secretly around her suddenly burst into action. Is it that potato-growing ant? Gone? Young man, explain clearly what you mean by gone. Fu Kan took a deep breath, his previous gaffe completely under control, and he regained his composure. As soon as I got there, I saw a young man on top of the ant, devouring her. Blood splattered all over him. The ant's throat had been bitten open, and she was already dead. What the hell? What do you mean by nibbling on her? Cannibalism? Not aliens, but cannibalism? Young man, you have to take responsibility for what you say. However, before the old man could finish his questioning, a figure suddenly leaped out from the shadows at the end of the alley. It was incredibly fast, its hem of clothing carrying a nauseatingly strong stench of blood, and it instantly knocked a bystander, who hadn't had time to react, to the ground. The man who had arrived was none other than the fake man Fu Kan had seen in the alley earlier. In a matter of seconds, he had devoured the ant. He was covered in blood, his face and hands were covered in sticky blood, and there were still pieces of flesh at the corners of his mouth that had not been wiped clean in time. He looked like a demon from hell. Are the zombies back? Someone screamed in despair. Not zombies. Fu Kan shouted, quickly stepping forward and kicking the blood-soaked young man away. See? He looks clear-headed, not a zombie. Eating people? You're crazy. No matter how hungry you are, you can't just pounce on a living person, right? What's the difference between that and a wild beast? Worse than an animal. The unfortunate man, who had been tackled to the ground, was covered in blood from the pseudo-man. He experienced life and death up close, and the bloody stench mixed with the stench of stench made everyone around him wrinkle their noses. There was no time to laugh at the unfortunate man, who had wet his pants. Everyone hurriedly moved away from the man-eating monster, fearing they would be the next unfortunate victim. Why don't you run? Are you just going to stay there and get eaten? Seeing the unfortunate man still frightened on the ground, Jianlai frowned and scolded. The man, scolded, frantically climbed to his feet. Fear weakened his limbs, and he trembled several times before finally crawling away. The pseudo-man was kicked away by Fu Kanwen, rolling on the ground. Then, unfazed, he stood up again. His eyes darted over Fu Kanwen, as if sensing he was a formidable opponent. He immediately shifted his focus to the next, more accessible target. The middle-aged woman closest to him, too frightened to flee, was too distracted to flee. At the critical moment, Fu Kanwen rushed forward and pulled the woman behind him. The pseudo-man now pounced directly on him. The man before him had repeatedly thwarted his pursuit, and the pseudo-man had long been vexed with hatred. Now that he had caught Fu Kanwen, he opened his bloody mouth without hesitation. However, he was half a head shorter than Fu Kanwen, unable to reach Fu Sungwen's neck, and could only angrily bite his arm. Fu Kanwen, however, was well prepared, his pace perfectly measured, his steps slightly misaligned, as smooth as a fish in water, each time just avoiding the puppet's attack. After being repeatedly teased by Fu Kanwen, the puppet was completely enraged, his eyes widening. Even when there were people fleeing nearby who would be easier targets, he ignored them, and stared fixedly at Fu Kanwen. Oh my god! Run! People are eating each other. The crowd completely collapsed. Screams, cries, shoving, and curses mingled in the chaos, completely out of control. The old man selling talismans had been waiting for this moment. But what he didn't know was that Fu Kanwen had been waiting for this very moment. He looked terrified by the fake person, seemingly fleeing in panic, but in reality, he was effortlessly attracting their attention and helping other ordinary people escape. He didn't kill them outright because he wanted to use this opportunity to expose them. Whatever Lei Hong's motivations for establishing the blood bank, it was indisputable that she deliberately concealed the existence of the fake person. Otherwise, after Zhou Chong's incident, she should have declared martial law in District 9. However, he hadn't seen any action taken so far. Furthermore, perhaps Lei Hong was also involved in the fake person's rampage in District 9. Once this feigned blindness was captured and interrogated, combined with Daniel's testimony, the truth would be revealed. Everyone in District 9 had the right to know. Fu Kanwen always kept a distance from the fake person, giving him hope and encouraging him to pursue him relentlessly. He didn't flee away from the blood station, but headed straight for the stone pier next to it, where the talisman seller sat. The talisman seller was about to take advantage of the chaos to blend in with the crowd and escape, but he didn't expect the seemingly honest carpenter to be as clueless as a pig, completely scatterbrained in his escape. Everyone else was running out, but he was the only one running back into the crowd, like a headless fly. He could no longer feign composure. If he didn't run, it would be too late. Fu Kanwen and the man-eating monster were already within reach. Idiot! Run outside. Your wife and children are still here. The old man, unable to pretend any longer, suddenly leaped up from the stone pier. His movements were swift and powerful, completely devoid of the hunched, frail figure he had been before. Wow! An immortal has appeared? Quick! Immortal, kill that man-eating monster! Amid the chaos, several residents, who hadn't yet gotten far, watched in astonishment at the scene before them, shouting in disbelief. Chapter 54. Someone had just had their blood drawn, and they didn't even bother to grab a cotton swab. Dark red blood snaked down the needle hole, covering an entire arm. The medical staff at the blood bank, who were responsible for drawing blood, were all ordinary people, and they were also terrified. In the panic, even the freshly drawn and sealed blood bag was left on the operating table, unattended. Jianlai took Bubu and carefully moved to hide, ensuring they were away from the crowd, but not too far from the old man selling talismans. If the talisman seller tried to escape while Fu Kanwen was dealing with the fake person, she would be able to catch him in time. The talisman seller stood tall and straight. At this moment, he didn't care about the possibility of his identity being exposed. In this life-or-death situation, he moved as fast as he could, and saving his life was the most important thing. However, Fu Kanwen, seemingly oblivious to his outbursts, ran straight towards him, screaming, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Damn it!" The con man's face paled, his mind already cursing Fu Sungwen's entire family. At this moment, His body reacted much faster than his mind. Almost on instinct, he dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the collision between Fu Kanwen and the fake person. "Fu San, you hopeless idiot." Escaped from the jaws of death, he cursed. However, his movements were so dramatic that the sunglasses, which didn't fit him to begin with, flew off his nose, tracing a parabola and landing hard on the ground a few steps away. Trampled by the fleeing crowd, they shattered into pieces. "You're not blind," Jianglai exclaimed, loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly, even as they hurried to escape. "What? This old man is a con man. Playing dirty tricks. Trying to cheat us out of our hard-earned money, right?" "I'm not." The truth was revealed, and the con man's face drained of all color. He defended himself in shock and anger. "Who said anyone wearing sunglasses is blind? I never said I was blind. If he's a con man, then why did all those people who bought the talismans disappear? How did they leave District 9? The chaos didn't stop just because the con man was exposed." At this point, both the con man and the onlookers were terrified. Whether he was truly a con man or not was completely unconcerned. They just wanted to escape this hellish scene as quickly as possible, or to have someone quickly subdue the man-eating monster before them. And the man-eating monster, or rather, the fake man, saw that Fu Kanwen was as slippery as a loach and impossible to catch, so they rolled their eyes and gave up on him. With a roar, they lunged at the old con man beside them. The con man, utterly terrified, hurried toward the blood station, shouting at the stunned men, "What are you still standing there for? Aren't you going to take action? If anything happens to the blood station, who among you will bear the responsibility? Don't you want to live?" At his furious outburst, the men maintaining order at the blood station finally awoke and took action. One of the men roared, his bulging arms instantly stiffening as he delivered a powerful punch to the mannequin's side. Bang! With a muffled thud, the mannequin staggered under the powerful blow, blood gushing from his mouth as he fell heavily to the ground, motionless. "Good. Kill him!" The crowd erupted in cheers of relief. "So weak." The burly man looked at his hardened, undamaged fist, then lowered his gaze to the unconscious dummy spewing blood on the ground. He sneered, a touch of pride in his response. He was the hero now. The burly man grinned, intending to deliver another blow to the man-eating monster's head, finishing it off once and for all. However, before the smug look could fully unfold, still enjoying the crowd's cheers, it froze completely. The dummy on the ground suddenly twitched, spat another mouthful of blood, and its sunken ribs crackled a few times before reinflating like a balloon. The burly man sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. The dummy shot up from the ground with incredible speed, its speed unaffected by its injuries. It clung to the burly man, its mouth full of flesh and bloody foam, and bit through his exposed neck. "Ah!" The burly man only managed a brief cry before scalding blood gushed out like a fountain, and he was dead in an instant. Only his eyes remained bulging, filled with the terror of death and the regret of underestimating his enemy. A person with special abilities, killed by a man-eating monster in the blink of an eye. The impact of this scene was so overwhelming that it completely shattered the last shred of hope in the crowd. The fear of death spread like a plague. Even the previously numb faces were filled with terror, and the situation was completely out of control. The old con man fell to the ground in fear and scrambled away. Jianglai knew that the opportunity was fleeting. Fu Kanwen would surely find a way to kill the fake man in public, so that everyone present would know that there was now a parasite that could inhabit the human body, and it was this one that was eating people. Aside from their strong self-healing abilities, the pseudo-human possessed no other abilities. Humans could exploit these other advantages and inflict fatal wounds to defeat them. The most important thing was to prevent the slug-like fleshworm inside their skull from escaping. Otherwise, even if they killed the human flesh it was parasitizing, it would still find its next victim and return. What she had to do was seize the opportunity to take the con man away. That way, not only would his identity as a con man be exposed, preventing him from scamming people again, but no one would notice who had taken him away, and even Lei Hong wouldn't be able to trouble them. Jianglai carried Buba like a kitten, and with lightning speed, she flashed to the con man's side and grabbed his wrist. The con man twitched in shock, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He didn't even have time to consider the woman's speed, he simply assumed she was seeking revenge after being scammed. Fu Laosan's wife, what do you want? Let me go! We haven't completed the transaction yet, so this isn't a scam. Shut up. Jianglai, too lazy to act, said perfunctorily, as long as your talisman works and can save my son, I don't care if you're feigning blindness and tricking others. Come with me, I know where it's safe. The con man's eyes lit up. He assumed Jiang Lai's cold voice was due to being deceived, and so she no longer respected him, even hated him. He had no idea that she and Fu Kanwen were just acting to lure him in, regardless of whether he was truly blind or not. As long as someone still believed in his talisman, he had value. The desire to survive overwhelmed everything, and the con man immediately gave up struggling and grasped Jiang Lai's arm tightly, like a lifeline. If you trust me, the talisman will definitely work. I'm pretending to be blind just to boost my credibility. Hurry, we're all going to die here if we don't leave. Jiang Lai sneered inwardly and stopped talking. He grabbed the con man and rushed against the crowd toward a relatively quiet alley. Not in the direction of the slums, but toward the District 13 stronghold. By the time the con man realized something was amiss, he had already run a long way. The screams and clamor behind him gradually faded. The fake man wasn't chasing him, but neither were the people fleeing with him. This isn't the way back to the shack. Where are you taking me? The threat to his life was lifted, and the con man regained some sanity in his panic and struggled. The deliberately applied old age makeup on his body fell off from the distance he had just run, revealing his skin, which was barely wrinkled. It was the thin, middle-aged man who had asked Fu Kanwen to help repair the door panel. Fu Kanwen had identified him, claiming it was this man. On the surface, he taught him how to ambush the talisman seller in exchange for his help repairing the door. In reality, this man had a sinister appearance, and was likely a scheming individual. Even Fu Kanwen wasn't sure what conspiracy this middle-aged man harbored. Unexpectedly, the thin, middle-aged man was the talisman seller himself. Before Jiang Lai could answer the swindler, she felt a sudden chill behind her. Someone was spying. Jiang Lai hadn't intended to stop there. She calmly led the swindler around until her peripheral vision caught sight of a sleazy man with black teeth and green eyes. It was the pervert who had previously attempted to molest Chenjun at the blood station entrance. She stopped abruptly, her gaze like two short arrows darting towards the trash can where the green-eyed man was. The man with green eyes had just left his mistress's house. His mistress was a middle-aged man 2 years older than him, but he was incredibly emotionally gifted, and in a wig and skirt, he looked quite attractive. He was a bit of a celebrity in District 9, and had recently moved out of the slums, using years of savings. After moving out of the slums, his mistress turned ruthless, and the man with green eyes had just been kicked out. Unexpectedly, just after being kicked out, he heard commotion outside. Fearing trouble, he hid behind a trash can. Seeing Jiang Lai and the other two, the man with green eyes was startled, then filled with incredible joy. He had previously learned from his mistress that the old man selling talismans in Jiang Lai's possession was an impostor. Whatever his purpose in disguising himself as an old man, he was undoubtedly Lei Hong's man. Otherwise, he would never have dared to set up a stall in front of the blood station. If he could rescue this man from Jiang Lai, wouldn't all this immense wealth be his? And as for this cold, beautiful young woman, of course she was his too. She clearly spotted him, yet still dared to stop, clearly not taking him seriously. The man with green eyes narrowed his already small eyes, narrowing them almost to slits. Jiang Lai's arrogance irritated the man. Before, at the blood station, he'd been restrained by her strong man and Lei Hong's territory. Now, truly, God has shown mercy, allowing him to find this orphan and widow. Come out on your own, or get out. Chapter 55. You may be a short girl, but you're quite arrogant. The green-eyed man chuckled, rubbed his hands, and swaggered out from behind an empty trash can. His cloudy eyes were fixed on Jiang Lai, a flicker of evil in them. His gaze swept over Jiang Lai, making her nauseous. The approach of others made the con man struggle even harder. He couldn't understand how a short girl could be so strong, barely less than a 5 feet 8 inches tall man. He, a grown man, struggled for a long time but couldn't escape. Lao Chao, help me. You old man, you actually. The green-eyed man, Lao Chao, stepped closer and saw that the man's disguise had completely fallen off. He paused for a moment before continuing, Goodness, it's not an old man, it's old Jean from the South District. You, a grown man, can't even get away from a little girl. Aren't you afraid of being laughed out loud if you tell others about this? Nonsense. She's like a monster, born with supernatural powers. Hurry and help me. Once I'm out of this, I ask Lord Xiao for a good job for you. Okay. Lao Chao grinned wildly, his teeth rotten. But this little girl is mine. The two men completely ignored Jiang Lai and openly discussed their trophies right under her nose. Jiang Lai was disgusted. She flipped her wrist, and a small cluster of ice crystal shot out from her fingertips, hitting Lao Chao's knee with incredible precision. His legs gave way, and he fell to the ground in disarray, nearly eating a mouthful of mud. This move was so ruthless and precise that it frightened Lao Chao and Lao Jin. Crucially, she was an Ice-type user. Newly arrived from District 13, an Ice-type user, settled in the slums, looking for the talisman seller. Piecing the clues together, old Jin finally understood. It had been a trap from the start. He thought he was the hunter, but he'd been the prey. A chill instantly shot through his spine, nearly giving way to his legs and causing him to collapse. Furthermore, an Ice-type user, and a woman. So she must have been the one who killed Scar, the watchdog, and the tall, handsome man accompanying her was none other than Fu Conwen, the captain of District 13's Dawn Special Operations Squad. Old Jin's heart sank, a wave of fear washed over him, and sweat instantly soaked the back of his shirt. The dusty clothes clung to his body, making it hard to breathe. "You're from Dawn? The one who killed Scar? What? She's capable of that?" Old Chow, with his green eyes, was no match for old Jin. He was out of touch with the news, and even heard about the District 13 killing Scar from his mistress. He had heard about Dawn, though. If he spread the word that Dawn was hunting old Jin, perhaps Lei Hong would give him a favor. Wouldn't that make him rich? He'd have everything he wanted to eat, and every woman he wanted to sleep with. He wouldn't have to live a lowly life in the slums anymore, and even those who were kicked out would become his mistresses. After the utter terror, a surge of ecstasy washed over him, overwhelming him and nearly making him laugh. Old Chow, with all his strength, suppressed his excitement. He prostrated himself on the ground, his mouth emitting a foul odor. "It's my fault. I absolutely won't. It reveal your secrets." Before he could finish the rest of the sentence, an ice crystal burst forth from the air again. Old Chow felt a sudden chill in his mouth, followed by intense pain and a frantic, unstoppable rush of warm blood. A sweet, fishy chokehold choked him, and the blood continued to pour out. All his sounds were choked in his throat. Even in the pain, he could only utter meaningless, short "ah." He stared down with wide eyes in horror, only to see half his tongue, mixed with blood, frozen into a block of ice. It fell to the ground, rolled twice, and became stained with dirt and filth. That was his tongue. Old Chow could no longer hold on, and collapsed to the ground, uttering only desperate, painful sobs. Old Jin, terrified by Jiang Lai's sudden attack, dared not utter another word. His face was ashen, and he followed the directions he was told to go, fearing that if he was even slightly slower, he would suffer the same fate as Old Chow. As he ran, he glanced back in horror, watching Old Chow writhing on the ground. He swallowed hard, as if it were his own tongue that had just been cut off. However, the last time he looked back, he saw something that made his scalp tingle. Old Chow struggled to his feet, his pea-sized eyes filled with venom. He pulled a rusty short blade from his pocket, and silently pursued them. Jiang Lai showed no sign of slowing down. Without even turning back, he raised his hand, sending countless icy blades soaring from the air towards Old Chow. Puff! A few icy blades pierced Old Chow's body, 1,000 times sharper than the short blade in his hand. This time, Lao Chow fell face down to the ground, unable to move. "Is Lao Chow dead?" Jiang Lai glanced at him coldly. "Do you want to try?" "I dare not." Lao Jin, frightened out of his wits by her glance, retorted in a muffled voice. After dealing with Lao Chow, the road was smooth and smooth, finally reaching the base. Shi Wenjing and Lu Yifan had been waiting for a long time. "Wine! 80! Is this the charlatan swindler?" A middle-aged man. After a brief exchange of secret codes, Shi Wenjing immediately recognized Lao Jin's signature attire. "Where's Captain Fu?" A fake person appeared at the blood station entrance. "He's covering the rear. He'd be back once we've dealt with everything." "All right. We invited Daniel and Chen Jun here. They're being held in separate rooms. We see how to question them when you return." Fu Conwen was capable, so Shi Wenjing wasn't worried. It was just a casual question. Jiang Lai nodded at her response, her gaze drawn to Bubu at her feet. The tense expression on her face instantly melted. She trotted over, picked Bubu up, and affectionately rubbed his cheek against his curly fur. "Little Bubu, sweet little Bubu, did you miss your sister? Were you scared?" The little guy was beloved by the Dawn team members, and he was used to this kind of nudging. He reached out his little hand and gently patted Shi Wenjing's cheek, his voice soft and sweet. Bubu completed the mission. "Really? That's great." The gloom on Shi Wenjing's face instantly dissipated. She pouted and kissed Bubu's little face twice. Then, holding him in her arms, she led Jiang Lai and the dejected Old Jin inside. Old Jin was roughly shoved into an empty room by Lu Yifan, stumbling and nearly falling flat on his face. The stronghold had few empty rooms, most of them small and windowless. With the exterior locks down, there was no need to worry about old Jean trying to escape. Jian Lai, who should we interrogate first? Lu Yif unlocked the door, dusted off his hands, and looked at Jian Lai. Or should we wait for Captain Fu to come back and interrogate them together? I want to see Chen Jun first. Currently, Daniel seemed like a potential breakthrough, but he lied without thinking and was cunning, making him easily misled. So Jian Lai chose to talk to Chen Jun first. Chen Jun was rather resistant to her, but precisely because of this, her emotions were unconcealed, written all over her face, making them easier to understand. To prevent collusion between the two, Chen Jun and Daniel were housed separately. Jian Lai pushed open the door and saw her curled up on her makeshift bed, her face flushed unnaturally, her eyes closed, beads of sweat covering her forehead. Jian Lai quickly walked to the bedside and reached out to touch Chen Jun's forehead. It felt scorching hot, unbearably scorching. Lu Yifan raised his hands in surrender. It wasn't me. She'd been feeling unwell since we found her, half asleep and half awake. Captain, she gave her fever-reducing medicine, but it wouldn't go away. I asked Daniel, and he knew there were signs before we even got back. Shi Wenjing followed in, Bubu in her arms. Daniel was making a fuss all the way, saying Chen Jun fell ill from fear and malnutrition, and that I was the one who knocked him out and brought him back safely. When we returned, we could faintly hear a commotion coming from the blood bank, but we didn't check for any further complications. I didn't expect another fake person to appear. Jian Lai frowned. So far, they hadn't seen how the parasite's true form invaded the human body, and they didn't know if it would cause any rejection or other reactions the first time it took over. For example, a fever? Although she had lost her memory, she vaguely remembered that in the apocalyptic novel she had read, many people infected with the zombie virus had a fever as a prominent symptom. Could it be? Have you tested Chen Jun's healing ability? What do you mean? Shi Wenjing was startled. She might have been possessed by the parasite? This speculation made Shi Wenjing's scalp tingled instantly. Chen Jun looked exactly like a normal person, not a pseudo-human at all, and she had never considered that. The only pseudo-human she had ever seen was the innkeeper's son, Zhou Xiaoming. But Zhou Xiaoming was slightly different from a normal person, like his speech and reactions. But Chen Jun wasn't like that. Aside from a slight weakness, her speech and actions were perfectly normal. She had even communicated with Chen Jun and hadn't noticed anything wrong. If she were a pseudo-human. Shi Wenjing's skin was crawling with goosebumps. Be careful. Besides her, Daniel needs to be monitored as well. Old Jean shouldn't be affected. He had several scrapes on the way here. I checked, and there's no sign of healing. You're so careful. Lu Yifan immediately pulled a small knife from his waist and, with deft movements, made a shallow cut on Chen Jun's fingertip. Chen Jun twitched in pain in his unconscious state, then quickly fell back into a deep sleep. The remaining people in the room stared intently at the wound on Chen Jun's fingertip. Blood oozed for a moment, then ceased. But if squeezed again, blood could ooze out again. This is the platelet clotting function taking effect, not the wound healing. I'm glad it's not a fake. Shi Wenjing breathed a sigh of relief. It's probably just that her immunity is too low, and she fell ill all of a sudden. I get her something cooler to put on her forehead to cool her down. Okay. Jian Lai replied. Chen Jun's high fever was too coincidental. Jian Lai's intuition told her that it wasn't that simple. But Chen Jun's temperature and condition couldn't be faked, so she couldn't provide any useful information. Captain Shi, please keep an eye on her. If anything seems unusual, let me know immediately. I go see Daniel first. Okay. Shi Wenjing answered instinctively. She paused as she watched Jian Lai leave. She nuzzled Bubu's cheek and whispered to Lu Yifan, Hey, don't you feel that Jian Lai's tone, that aura, is even more like a captain than Captain Fu's? Lu Yifan reached out and gently rubbed Bubu's head, nodding in agreement. You feel it too? Jian Lai has such a strong aura. She's not tall, but her aura is as strong as if she were 2 meters too. Sometimes I feel like Captain Fu is dictating my actions. Captain Shi, you're being outdone. Go away, so you're saying I don't have aura? That's unfair, Captain Shi. You're unique, and you're always down to earth. Lu Yifan quickly smiled apologetically and scurried off. Chapter 56. Daniel's room was at the deepest part of the base, even smaller than Chen Jun's. It didn't even have a bed, it was just a storage room. When Jian Lai entered, Daniel was dozing against the wall, his light blonde hair disheveled, covering most of his face. At the noise, he sprang up from his chair, his blue eyes bloodshot as he opened them. Seeing it was Jiang Lai, Daniel's face quickly filled with grievance and anger. Jiang Lai, what on earth are you trying to do? This is illegal detention. This is District 9. Jiang Lai slammed the door shut and replied coldly. In District 9, there are no laws, let alone illegal detention. Daniel was stunned, unsure how to respond. Jiang Lai continued, or would you rather I hand you over to Lei Hong? No. At the mention of Lei Hong's name, Daniel shuddered violently, a flicker of fear in his eyes. He instinctively wanted to throw himself forward, clinging to Jiang Lai's arms and begging for mercy, but Jiang Lai deftly dodged him. Daniel's pounce missed, and he froze in place, his face turning pale. He took a deep breath, as if deeply humiliated, and said gently, You can't hand me over to Lei Hong. If you do, I'd be dead. Sit down. Jiang Lai, seemingly oblivious to his pleas, pulled a chair over to the door and pointed. Daniel felt uncomfortable under her gaze, and after a long hesitation, he didn't dare sit down. It didn't matter if he didn't sit down, it wouldn't stop Jiang Lai from asking, What did you steal from Lei Hong? I didn't. Think carefully before answering. You only have one chance. Jiang Lai sat down calmly, her posture casual, even crossing her legs. She looked at Daniel coldly and cut to the chase. After we met you at the black market that day, Lei Hong's people came to see me, so we all know your relationship with Lei Hong. Daniel's face paled and bruised at her words. He paced around the room, seemingly exhausted, before finally settling down in the chair across from Jiang Lai. I'm just forced to live under someone else's roof, by circumstances. How else could I, an ordinary person without any abilities, survive in this world? He sat in his chair, growing increasingly agitated as he spoke, half leaning forward, almost deceiving himself. Yes, everything I did was just to survive. You have no right to blame me. Stop. Jiang Lai bluntly reached out to stop Daniel from complaining. I'm not interested in the melodramatic story of how you hooked up with Lei Hong and how you fell from grace. Tell me, what was it that you stole from Lei Hong? What made you so certain that with it, you could awaken and become a user with abilities? Jiang Lai knew more than he imagined. Daniel's head shot up, the color draining from his face. His eyes were wide, filled with fear and the rage of being seen through. He practically choked out the words, Did Xiao Jun tell you? But he quickly dismissed them. No, she couldn't have known. She had no idea what I took. Chen Jun was delirious from the fever, and hasn't woken up yet. How could she have told me? You know Chen Jun's name. You haven't lost your memory. You were just lying to me. You were just acting. From the moment I walked in until now, you asked me why I came looking for you, begged me not to hand you over to Lei Hong, and questioned why I knew Chen Jun's name. But the only thing you haven't asked is Chen Jun's current condition. Has her fever subsided? How's her health? Is she in danger? If I remember correctly, she seemed to be selling blood to support you. Aren't you a couple? Why can't I see your feelings for her, your dedication? Daniel was speechless. He bit his lower lip so hard he could practically taste the sweet, fishy taste of blood. What are you trying to say? Jiang Lai curled her lips. Leaning back against the chair, she asked, Didn't I ask you right from the start? What was that thing you took from Lei Hong that could awaken ordinary people? To have caused Lei Hong such a fuss, it must be either of great significance or priceless. Let me guess. She paused, looking into Daniel's wide eyes, and said word by word, Is it dark amber? Daniel's pupils trembled violently, and he stared at Jiang Lai in disbelief. Impossible. How did you know? Jiang Lai ignored Daniel's question and pressed on. How did you know dark amber could help humans awaken? I overheard it. Daniel, unable to withstand Jiang Lai's questioning, collapsed at his chair, as if drained of all his energy. Recalling the night he stole the dark amber, he shrank back in fear. Didn't I ask you to take me away from District 9, but you refused, Lei Hong. Lei Hong has a new love. Daniel struggled to bring himself to speak, but Jiang Lai spoke for him coldly. Yes, Lei Hong gets bored easily. Her new love is younger and more flirtatious than me, and she's always targeting me. I was worried about my life in District 9, so I wanted someone to take me away. But you refused, so I had no choice but to steal some property and run away. Who would have thought I overhear a conversation between Lei Hong and Xiao? They said District 19 was recently researching ways to enhance the abilities of people with special abilities, possibly related to dark amber. I took advantage of their inattention and stole a piece of dark amber. Who would have thought the caravan we agreed to on the black market would suddenly cancel, leaving me stranded at Chen Jun's house, waiting for an opportunity? Daniel, seemingly resigned to a broken jar, spoke faster and faster, finishing his story in a few sentences. So when you said earlier that District 9 was unsafe and staying here was a dead end, what did you discover? Jianlai pressed. Daniel was stunned for a moment, a bit frightened. His eyes evaded him, and he hesitated, refusing to speak. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. How much do you know about the blood bank? Jianlai asked in a different way. I don't know. Lei Hong won't let me know about business matters. So, parasites that eat humans, manipulate them, and impersonate them, do they have anything to do with the blood bank? Parasites? Are you talking about red dragonflies? Daniel's face was clearly confused, but then, as if remembering something, his pupils trembled, and his body began to shake. If you're talking about red dragonflies, then I've seen them. They were only the size of an egg, but they disappeared in a flash. Red dragonfly. This parasite even has a scientific name. I'm afraid the administrators of District 9 have known about its existence for a long time, long before she did. The pseudo-human in District 5, aside from its self-healing ability, is practically indistinguishable from a human. How long have these pseudo-humans been infiltrating the human population? A chill ran down Jianlai's back. Are you saying that Lei Hong not only knew about the existence of red dragonflies, but also deliberately concealed their existence? Fu Sungwen's deep, cold voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. He strode into the room, his tall figure blocking the entrance, and demanded, with an oppressive tone, "Then when have you ever seen a red dragonfly eat a human?" Daniel, seeing Fu Sungwen, shuddered like a mouse at the sight of a cat, nearly falling off his chair. He forced himself to sit still, taking a moment to recover, before answering Fu Sungwen's question. His voice was trembling. I only saw it once, about a month ago, at an underground casino owned by Lei Hong. She was in a good mood that day, and took me along. She said she wouldn't charge any money, but if I won, I could keep everything I won. But my luck was really bad that day, and I kept losing, so I thought I'd wash my hands to change my luck. Unexpectedly, I heard a strange swallowing sound coming from the hallway next to the restroom. I was so curious, I snuck over to check it out. At this point, Daniel's face paled. He took a deep breath before continuing. I saw a man lying on top of another, tearing at his flesh like a wild animal, literally ripping off a piece of flesh. His voice shifted in pitch, sometimes high, sometimes low, sometimes shrill, as if returning to that terrifying night. Then I saw the cannibal's head suddenly split open, and a bright red flesh worm emerged from his skull and quickly burrowed into the body of the unconscious person next to him. Where did it get in? Jianlai and Fu Sungwen asked in unison. Previous attacks by pseudo-humans occurred after the red dragonfly had successfully taken over a human body. And according to Li Qinghuan's research, the red dragonfly itself is not aggressive. Where could it possibly get into a human body? Mouth? Nose? Or ear? Daniel's answer, however, gave Jianlai an inexplicable jolt of fear. A wound. He pointed to his arm. A fainted person nearby was bitten. Luckily, the red dragonfly, controlling the body, was full after devouring the previous person. So, the fainted person next to him escaped. He had seen with his own eyes that the flesh worm had entered through a wound in the human body. But he didn't know that being eaten by the red dragonfly meant death, and having it enter and take over a person's body also meant death. He was terrified by the scene before him, believing a new alien species had invaded. He dared not look any further, and scrambled back to the casino. Did you tell Lei Hong? Of course. If an alien species appeared in her place, and I didn't warn her, and something happened, she'd find out I kept it a secret, and would definitely come after me. But Daniel was cautious. He simply said he heard unusual noises in the hallway behind the restroom, and didn't dare to investigate. Thankfully, this caution saved him from being silenced. Daniel discovered that Lei Hong had dispatched someone to deal with the incident in the hallway that night, and not a single word of it had leaked out. So, he could only keep everything he had seen to himself, not daring to ask a single question. Where did the bloody fleshworm come from, and how could it enter a human body and continue to devour them? Daniel didn't know. He only knew that Lei Hong and Xiao were already accustomed to this. They called this insect red dragonfly because it was bright red and would burrow into human wounds. A blood-red insect. This was different from what Jianlai had seen. Most of the ones she had seen before were pink and white. Could this be a different color? Was it a different species, or a different stage of growth? Jianlai, did you later see the person whose body was possessed by the red dragonfly? Huh? Fu Sungwen further explained, the person who fainted nearby and was eventually burrowed into by the red dragonfly. Daniel shook his head like a rattle. No. I only know that the body of the person who was eaten was dragged away and disposed of. Lei Hong told the public that someone died in a drunken brawl and asked us to keep it to ourselves and not spread rumors to prevent it from affecting business. If Lei Hong had continued to dote on him, he could have continued to thrive in District 9 and wouldn't have had to worry about what happened that night. But it didn't take long for Lei Hong to find a new love. He knew better than anyone what it meant to fall from grace. Abandoned, Daniel, a man who couldn't carry anything and relied on his looks for survival, couldn't possibly survive in District 9. Especially with the Red Dragon already infiltrating District 9. So you stole the Dark Amber. It was your last straw. At the mention of the Dark Amber, Daniel's face suddenly darkened. He didn't know how Jiang Lai knew he had stolen the Dark Amber from Lei Hong. His first reaction was that Jiang Lai had taken the Dark Amber from him. He abruptly stood up and began to search his body. The more he searched, the more impatient he became, and he roughly stripped off his coat. "Where are my things?" Jiang Lai sat firmly in her chair, watching him whirling around like a headless chicken, without trying to stop him. "It was you." Daniel turned abruptly towards Jiang Lai. He was practically going mad. The Dark Amber was his only hope. If he lost it, how could he escape District 9? Is he asking Jiang Lai again? Seeing her disregard for their past relationship, I knew it wasn't going to work. Chen Jun wasn't very capable, he couldn't even protect himself. Daniel frantically tore at his underwear, even trying to remove his pants to check. If Fu Kanwen hadn't stopped him in time, he'd have finished in less than half a minute. Could it be Xiao Jun? Daniel jolted awake. Of all the people he shared these days, the only one he'd been able to let down was Chen Jun. Could it be her? Just then, the door to the storage room was pushed open from the outside. Shi Wenjing stood at the door, her face grim. "Jiang Lai, Chen Jun's awake, but he's not feeling well. Do you want to go check on him?" Chapter 57. A strange atmosphere filled Chen Jun's room. Lu Lingwei stood bewildered by the bed, while Lu Yifan stood quietly in the corner, holding Bubu. Both of them stared at the person in the bed, motionless and silent. The person in the bed had indeed woken up. She sat half leaning against the headboard, her face no longer flushed with sickness, but with the paleness of someone recovering from a serious illness. The most surprising thing was the change in Chen Jun's appearance. In the few hours since being invited to the base by Shi Wenjing and the others, Chen Jun's once long, smooth, black hair had turned gray and dry, like dead grass. A few wrinkles now covered her once youthful, firm face, making her look more than 10 years older. Although she had grown older, her eyes had become more determined, and her overall demeanor had become much more robust. "What's going on?" Jiang Lai quickly walked to the bedside and reached out to Chen Jun's forehead, wanting to test her temperature again, but she turned her head away. Lu Lingwei looked at Jiang Lai. "I was just going to change her towel, but who knew she'd suddenly become like this the moment I walked in? I don't know what happened." Jiang Lai glanced at Chen Jun's slightly open collar, revealing a slackened, darkened skin. She lashed out, catching her off guard by the wrist. The wound from their fingertips had already scabbed over. Without hesitation, Jiang Lai's other hand swiftly formed a tiny ice blade, slicing Chen Jun's hand again before anyone could react. "Hiss! It hurts!" Chen Jun cried out in pain and tried to break free from Jiang Lai's grasp, but Fu Kanwen held her down, preventing her from moving an inch. She could only watch the blood flow from her wound. "Jiang Lai, what are you doing?" "Let me go!" They say the fingers are connected to the heart. The wound on his hand wasn't big, but the pain was no less. Chen Jun's forehead throbbed with pain, and he looked at Jiang Lai with anger in his eyes. Jiang Lai ignored Chen Jun's anger and stared intently at the new wound on his hand. The healing rate was normal, not exceeding the human healing rate. At most, it was slightly faster than an ordinary person, about the same speed as a psychic. The ice blade on her hand slowly melted, and cold water droplets dripped, but she seemed unaware. Only after she wiped it clean with the tissue Fu Kanwen handed her did Jiang Lai turn to Chen Jun and ask, "Do you have Daniel's things?" "I don't." Chen Jun quickly denied, his eyes frantic, not daring to look Jiang Lai in the eye. "Do you want me to go and call Daniel over now to confront you?" He wasn't a pseudo-human, but his body had undergone such a bizarre transformation in such a short period of time. There was only one possibility left. Chen Jun used the Dark Amber to awaken and become a psychic. The Dark Amber belonged to Lei Hong, not Jiang Lai, so Jiang Lai didn't care who took it and became a psychic. What mattered to her was whether Chen Jun had truly awakened and become a psychic, and how she had achieved this through the Dark Amber. Why, unlike other awakeners, did she experience such horrific side effects, Under the pressure of the crowd, Jun finally gave up her struggle. She relaxed, leaning against the headboard, her long, gray, dry hair cascading over her shoulders. She stared at the wound on her hand, which had slowly stopped bleeding, her chest heaving. I took it. It's the end of the world. Does anyone still believe in love? She raised a hand to stroke the dry ends of her hair across her shoulders, her eyes vacant as she gazed up at the ceiling. She resigned herself to her fate, saying, Jianlai, I'm not as lucky as you are. When you were in school, you were beloved by your classmates and teachers, even the school hunk. If it were before, perhaps I could find a job in a small hospital after graduation. But in this apocalypse, I can only work as an assistant in a black market clinic, barely making ends meet, while you can. At this point, Jun paused. She turned her head to look at Jianlai, Fu Kanwen, and the others before her, then suddenly realized something and stopped talking. Jianlai could conjure a razor-sharp ice blade in the blink of an eye. She wasn't the daughter Daniel had described. She was a person with special abilities. And from what she could see, Jianlai wasn't just a mediocre person with limited abilities. Everyone here respected her opinions. That's right, she was Jianlai. She excelled at everything she did. How could she possibly live a life of dependence? At this thought, a relieved smile crossed Jun's face. I know Daniel has no talent, and he doesn't truly love me. He's just a pretty face, and now even that isn't what it used to be. How could I have been so foolish as to let him fool me? He wanted to use me, but little did he know that I was using him too. This morning, as previously agreed, Jun went to the black market to search for the caravan heading to District 13. Before setting off, Jun pretended to be affectionate with Daniel, but in reality, she secretly stole his most precious possession. When she touched the ember, Daniel suddenly woke up and dazedly asked why she hadn't left yet, asking if she was looking for something. Jun's mind went blank in a moment of nervousness, and she instinctively hid the soybean-sized amber in her mouth, hidden somewhere Daniel would never expect. Afterward, when Daniel spoke to her, she was distracted and guilty, so she shuddered and accidentally swallowed the dark amber. From the beginning, Jun knew Daniel didn't have much affection for her. He always loved only himself. Did he think he was still the same naive Jun from 10 years ago? She cared about Jianlai because, 10 years ago, he set her as a goal, determined to surpass her. Now, seeing her do better than him, while he fallen to such a low point, selling blood for a living, he simply didn't want her to see his current miserable state. What she truly longed for was to become stronger, to reach District 19. That night's conversation with Daniel further confirmed her judgment. If Daniel awakened and became a user of special abilities, he would definitely abandon her. Rather than dwelling on herself, it was better to seize the initiative, take control of her own destiny, and become the one to awaken. But Jun never expected she would accidentally swallow the dark amber. Even more unexpectedly, after swallowing it, she developed a fever and lost consciousness shortly after. Daniel, worried about the long night, could only search for the caravan heading to District 13 with the dazed Jun. Later, Jun's fever had disoriented him, and his memory was unclear. It was only now that he regained consciousness. Seeing Lu Lingwei, she knew the caravan was a sham, and she and Daniel had been tricked. But she hadn't expected that her body would also change. Not becoming a user with special abilities, but accelerating her aging. Jun covered his mouth with his hand, a dry, suppressed sob emanating from his throat. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She slammed her fist down on the bed. The bed couldn't withstand the force, and collapsed with a loud bang. I seem to have become much stronger. Jun muttered to himself, staring at his calloused hands in disbelief. Then, realizing something, he suddenly looked up at Jianlai, his eyes blazing with an almost frantic glint. Have I awakened? Congratulations on becoming a power-enhancing ability user. Jianlai looked at her, her expression impassive, a hint of congratulation missing. Although the price is high. Jun curled his lips indifferently. What price is that? District 9 is no longer a safe place. Without abilities, the future will only be worse than it is now. If others had the chance, I believe they would make the same choice as me. It seems you know quite a bit. Jianlai raised an eyebrow. Jun, how about a deal? Tell us everything you know, and we let you go. And Daniel? Jun asked subconsciously. Daniel is the thief who stole Lei Hong's secret treasure. Would bringing him along be a burden? Or are you willing to go against Lei Hong for him? Aren't you afraid he'd tell her you took it? What do you think Lei Hong will do? Jianlai, you're still so straightforward. That's what I hate most about you, but I have to admit, being straightforward is a blessing. Ask me. If I know, I'd tell you everything. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. What did Daniel tell you about the dangers of District 9? The bed collapsed, and Chenjun leaned against the wall, tucking his dangling hair behind his ear. His movements were casual, with a youthful abandon that belied his appearance. He? Chenjun thought carefully. He only said District 9 was dangerous, and he couldn't stay there for long. I guess he felt guilty because he stole Lei Hong's things. If he stayed in District 9, she would have dug him up sooner or later, so he felt guilty. Otherwise, how could he say such nonsense as District 13 being safer than District 19? Where does that come from? Fu Kanwen asked. You think that's bullshit, right? I don't believe it either. So I'm convinced that after he becomes a user, the first thing he'd do is get rid of me and go to District 19. Chenjun scoffed, his contempt undisguised. What can a man like Daniel do? But I'm not much better, so who am I to blame him? It seemed Chenjun couldn't get anything out of her. She didn't know much. Jianlai and Fu Kanwen discussed quietly and decided to check with the other two people. Since they knew the name of the red dragonfly, District 9 must know more about this parasite than they did. Jianlai. Seeing Jianlai and the others about to leave, Chenjun called out to her, There's one more thing, I'm not sure if it's the information you're looking for. Daniel once said that Xiao was unwilling to be inferior to Lei Hong and had ambitions to replace him, but he hadn't yet fully grasped Lei Hong's trade empire, so he kept it to himself. Okay, thank you for the reminder. Jianlai nodded. The people who had previously come to the stronghold to fight and kill seemed to be following Zhao's orders. Whether it was Lei Hong's orders or Zhao's hypocrisy was unclear. I told you everything I know. Deal done. When will you let me go? I suggest you stay here for a while. Chenjun's eyes sharpened, his bony fingers pressed to the ground, poised to strike. You want to go back on your word? No need. Jianlai shook her head, her voice steady, devoid of any emotion. It's just that you just recovered from your illness and awakened your powers, so you're a bit weak. I can keep you for one more night. It would be safer for you to leave tomorrow night. Chenjun's expression shifted again and again, until all her emotions dissolved into a complexity she was unwilling to acknowledge. She opened and closed her mouth for a long moment before finally uttering a stiff, unspoken word. I won't thank you. I don't care. Jianlai's answer was crisp and clear, her expression expressionless. Chenjun knew she truly didn't care. The corners of her mouth twitched uncontrollably, then she relaxed. Jianlai's personality had changed significantly, becoming more aloof and unpredictable. But that didn't stop her from being excellent. Just standing there, and casually speaking a few words made her jealous. Once, she also wanted to be someone like that, someone who was bold and responsible, and didn't fight back. Chapter 58. Dark amber can indeed awaken ordinary people, but the price is accelerated aging. Jianlai's voice was not quiet. After a while, Fu Kanwen didn't respond. She glanced over and found him unusually distracted. What do you think about this? Fu Kanwen was stunned for a moment before coming to his senses. That wasn't something I expected. Seeing his unusually absent-minded look, Jianlai couldn't help but frown. Did anything happen while we were finishing up at the blood station? Nothing. Fu Kanwen answered firmly. Jianlai narrowed her eyes. There was something off about Fu Songwen's reaction. She continued to probe calmly. Do you remember the vines beneath Area 5? They also show signs of accelerating life's burning. You said that dark amber can awaken people. Doesn't that mean it accelerates metabolism and consumes lifespan to forcibly enhance their abilities? Fu Kanwen frowned and said in a deep voice, This thing is truly bizarre. It's a space resource, and humans haven't yet figured out its structure. But it's possible that Chenjun accidentally swallowed it, leading to his aging. If it were guided for absorption, or if there were specific methods, perhaps the side effects wouldn't be so severe. Jianlai stared at Fu Kanwen, not missing a single subtle change on his face. Fu Kanwen was stunned by her serious expression, then smiled. What's wrong? Is there something dirty on my face? Now, he seemed to be back to his usual self, no signs of abnormality. What had happened to him just now? Captain Fu, you said Chenjun awakened to become an Esper after consuming dark amber. Is that true? Even though Lu Yifan had witnessed Chenjun's transformation firsthand, he still found himself in disbelief. He pulled out the 2 pieces of dark amber he obtained in the 5th zone from his pocket, his eyes sparkling. This thing is incredibly valuable. Although it comes at the cost of accelerated aging, it's a divine object that can awaken ordinary people into special abilities. In this end time of the survival of the fittest, It's enough to drive countless desperate people crazy. As an already scarce resource, the value of dark amber is likely to soar to unimaginable, astronomical figures. How much meat does one piece of dark amber buy? Have I struck it rich? Wow! Lu Yifan, you made it big. Where did you get this? Shi Wenjing strode forward, walked behind Lu Yifan, and slapped him on the back with such force that he almost stumbled and dropped the treasure in his hand. Captain Shi, don't you know how strong you are? Lu Yifan frantically protected the dark amber in his palm and put it away, complaining with lingering fear, we risked our lives to hunt a super-large alien species. Don't worry, your Ma Jing has some too. He might even bring these 2 stones to your house to propose marriage. Lu Yifan. What nonsense are you talking about? Shi Wenjing's face flushed crimson as she retorted, who cares about someone named Ma? I have nothing to do with him. If I hear you matchmaking again, I chop you up. Come on, who's afraid of who? It's a good time to stretch your legs. With the items put away, Lu Yifan's worries subsided. He set the cloth aside, squeezed his hands, and looked ready to fight. All you do is fight and quarrel all day. You know why I'm the vice captain, don't you? Because I know my limits, and how to consider the overall situation. Shi Wenjing ignored Lu Yifan, her face still flushed. She forced a serious expression and asked Jian Lai, who should we interrogate first? Old Jean, the talisman seller. Jian Lai didn't hesitate. He was the closest to the core of the 3, so it was his turn. Fu Kanwen nodded in agreement. Old Jean is slick, mercenary, and afraid of death. He's a typical fence-sitter. We can ask him. If we can pry him open, we might learn the inside story of the feud between Lei Hong and Xiao, and the conspiracy behind the blood station. The men arrived at the door of the room where Old Jean was being held. Lu Yifan took out his key and opened it. Inside the room, Old Jean huddled in the corner like a frightened pheasant, crouching on the floor. His carefully applied old-age makeup had smudged, revealing the mercenary, shrewd face of a middle-aged man. Seeing Jian Lai and Fu Kanwen enter, he shuddered and nearly collapsed to the ground. Name. Fu Kanwen wasted no time, pulling over 2 chairs, pushing one toward Jian Lai, then pulling the other back and sitting across from Old Jean. With 2 espers blocking the doorway, Old Jean knew he couldn't escape. A chill ran down his spine, and he trembled as he spoke. Jean Daniu. You acted well, you must have fooled quite a few people. Jian Lai didn't rush to sit down. Instead, he walked over to Jean Daniu and looked down at him. His voice was low, but intimidating. Jean Daniu's lips trembled, and he couldn't form a complete sentence for a long time. After a long pause, he said, I'm just showing off my skills. I wonder why you 2 gentlemen have brought me here. As he spoke, he pulled out the gray cloth bag from his arms and tremblingly handed it to Jian Lai. All my runes are here, all for you. But I can't guarantee they work on that little kid. Do you still think we went to all that trouble to get you here just for your awakening talisman? Jian Lai sneered, but didn't offer his hand. Jean Daniu's eyes flickered, and he didn't dare look Jian Lai in the eye. He could only awkwardly put the gray cloth bag back into his arms. Fu Kanwen pressed from the side. Jean Daniu, who are you working for? Lei Hong or Xiao? Jean Daniu frowned, stunned. He hadn't expected these people to have investigated so deeply, to even know about Xiao and Lei Hong's feud. He opened his mouth, his voice trembling. I don't know what you're talking about. I was just playing tricks to make a living. Please, gentlemen, let me go. Cheating money? Fu Kanwen sneered, his fingertips tapping on the chair armrests with a clear rhythm, each beat like a blow to Jean Daniu's heart. You swindled so much money, how come you're still living in the slums? In a shabby house with a hole in the door? Jian Lai kicked Jean Daniu at the right moment. Honestly, if I catch you cheating, beware of your fate. Thinking of Lao Chao, who died with his eyes wide open on the street, Jean Daniu's face drained of all color, and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. I really can't say it. If I do, they won't let me go. When that happens, I'm afraid I die even more miserably than Lao Chao. The cold air from Jian Lai's fingertips burst out like a sharp sword, making Jean Daniu shudder. So do you think we let you go if you don't tell us? Don't try to be cunning. Tell me, why did all those people who bought your talismans disappear? Is it you and the people behind you? Where did you take them? Jean Daniu was terrified by the repeated pressure. He sighed, if I tell you, will you take me back to District 13? Otherwise, Lord Xiao won't let me go. So the person behind you is Xiao? Jian Lai turned around and sat down next to Fu Kanwen. She sneered, and with a slight movement of her fingertips, A small cluster of ice crystals instantly formed, exactly like the one she had used to kill Lao Chao. The ice crystals hovered at her fingertips, slowly spinning, creating a chill so intense that even the temperature in the room dropped significantly. You have no right to negotiate terms with us. Before Bing Jing could even approach Jean Daniu, he had completely collapsed, crying out loudly, "It was Xiao. He told me to offer a high price to those who crave power, preferably those who are overconfident and want to rise to the top overnight. These kinds of people are the easiest to deceive, the most likely to take the bait. And then you fed them all to the Qilong." "Qilong? What is that?" The confusion in Jean Dania's eyes didn't seem fake. It looked like he genuinely didn't know anything about the Qilong. Thinking of how he'd been frightened to death by the fake person in front of the blood station, Jiang Lai understood. Jean Dania was just an ordinary subordinate, unaware of the entire process. His sole purpose was to trick people into buying the talismans. The people in the slums, fed up with their bleak existence, saw the awakening talisman, thinking their lives were finally turning around, and they were thinking of making a small investment for a big gain. But the awakening talismans are expensive. In order to earn enough money from selling the talismans, they have to sell blood in addition to the money they earn from their daily work. This will increase the number of people selling blood at the blood station. But what would require so much blood? The red dragonfly is a flesh-eating insect. Once it burrows into a person's body, they will completely control them and lose their sense of self. It feeds on humans and has a strong self-healing ability, just like the cannibalistic pseudo-human we encountered at the blood station entrance. And the family in the shack we stayed in also had signs of red dragonflies crawling around their home. They must have been eaten by them. Therefore, we have reason to suspect that Lei Hong and Xiao are the ones behind the red dragonflies. After all the clues about the missing people point to your stall. I don't know. I really don't know the insects you're talking about. Jean Dania was worried Jiang Lai wouldn't believe him. He was so worried that tears welled up, his face covered in snot and tears. I'm only responsible for locating the target in the slums and selling him the talisman. The rest? Naturally, someone else will take over. I'm just a small fry. How could Lord Xiao choose me and let me know the secrets behind it? Please believe me, I really know nothing. Then what benefits did they give you? Everything I earned from selling the talismans belongs to me. To keep it a secret, I hid it all. I didn't keep it in the shack in the slums. Jean Dania burst into tears, repeatedly emphasizing that he was just an insignificant figure, and knew nothing about the Qilong that Jiang Lai and Fu Kan were asking about. His cowardly demeanor didn't seem fake. Jiang Lai believed that at this point, there was no need for him to hide such a small matter. The secrets of District 9 were more complicated than she had imagined. After a moment's thought, she asked, "Do you work for Lei Hong or Xiao?" Jean Dania was stunned, his snot hanging in the air. No matter how they fight internally, a small-time thug like me has no right to side with either. Currently, Lord Xiao is Lord Lei Hong's subordinate, second in command. However, it's Lord Xiao who directly manages me. I heard it was he who suggested that Lord Lei Hong open a blood bank. My brothers often say that Lord Lei Hong's ability to firmly establish himself as one of the three major factions in District 9 is inseparable from Lord Zhao's support. What else have you heard? I just heard it. I can't guarantee it's true. You tell me. Jean Dania swallowed. Glancing nervously around, he lowered his voice. Don't tell me I said that. I heard District 19 needs a lot of blood, which is why we're doing this business. I used to think the missing people died suddenly from overdosing, and they were secretly disposing of them to avoid causing panic. As for why they need so much blood, I really don't know. Please, sirs, please forgive me. Fu Songwen's face was terribly gloomy. Veins bulged on the back of his hand resting on the armrest, nearly breaking it under his grip. What needs blood? How much blood is needed to justify sacrificing a living person? No wonder the Fanxin cult desperately promotes freedom in District 9. This isn't a free land, it's a carefully constructed slaughterhouse. The so-called freedom is the freedom granted by the collusion of their superiors. I'm afraid that while alive, they're just blood bags, and when dying, they become bait for the fake people. Jiang Lai looked at Fu Kanwen. We need to integrate this information before deciding what to do next. Chapter 59. Currently, the available intelligence. First, Lei Hong not only knows that dark amber can catalyze humans to awaken into special abilities, but also knows about the existence of red dragonflies and pseudo-humans. She is an insider, perhaps even a participant. Second, there are undercurrents between Lei Hong and Xiao, a power struggle, and they are far from harmonious. Third, District 19, for unknown reasons, needs a large amount of blood and is the largest customer at the blood bank. A region already researching interstellar migration should be relatively civilized and not have a large number of patients. Why would it need so much blood? Jian Lai's mind quickly deduced a possibility. Zhao's minions, such as Jean Dainu, use awakening talismans to target, extract their blood, and then feed the dying, valueless, red dragonflies. Red dragonflies parasitize and create pseudo-humans, who then continue to cannibalize humans to survive. Lei Hong and Zhao's men are responsible for cleaning up the scene, erasing any traces, and maintaining a semblance of balance. Thus, this industry chain that treats humans as dehumanized operates smoothly. At this point, one question remains. Why would Lei Hong and Zhao help the red dragonfly parasite? They're already at the top of the human camp, so it doesn't make sense. After all, the red dragonfly isn't our species, and poses a significant threat to humanity. What good would a runaway human do to them that would justify such actions? Shi Wenjing slammed her fist on the wooden table beside her, furious. What benefit did the people in District 19 give Lei Hong? Is this something a human could do? What shady research are District 19 conducting that would require so much human blood? It's pure bone draining. They're not using human blood to refine a formation, are they? Lu Yifun's scalp tingled at what he heard. This kind of crooked and evil practice is the stuff of animals. Trying to treat people like animals. From blood to flesh, every part of them must be maximized. What a free land, what a closed industrial chain. Lu Lingwei said little, but her face wasn't looking good either. She pursed her lips, frowned, and spoke in a tense voice. Captain Shi, Captain Fu, what should we do with these people? They couldn't keep these three locked up forever. Fu Kanwen pondered for a moment, then made a decision. Jiang Lai has already promised Chen Jun to keep her for one night, and let her go tomorrow night. As for the other two, we let them go soon. Daniel, wait a moment, I have something to ask him, Jiang Lai said. Okay, then, let's release Jean Dania first. Daniel, wait until Jiang Lai finishes questioning us. Jiang Lai let out a soft sigh, somewhat dissatisfied with Fu Songwen's decision. Just letting Jean Dania go like that? He's harmed so many people. Fu Kanwen was stunned, as if he hadn't expected Jiang Lai to say such a thing. He stared at Jiang Lai in disbelief, even his simple sentences struggling to flow. We promised him before that he would tell us everything he knew, and we let him go. Are you thinking of going back on your word? Promise? Why keep a promise with someone like that? When he was harming people, he didn't even consider that his promises were bullshit. Jiang Lai scoffed, clearly disagreeing with Fu Songwen's point. He can't make the final decision on this matter. If he hadn't committed the talisman scam, someone else would have. Jiang Lai, Jean Dania deserves death, but a promise is a promise. We can't lower our moral standards just because others can't. Fu Songwen's brows furrowed, his gaze at Jiang Lai cold for the first time, and his voice sharpened. Others are others, we are us. You taught me that before, have you forgotten? Jiang Lai twitched her lips, her eyes calm. Captain Fu, is your memory failing because of your age? I lost my memory. Please go find the Jiang Lai of the past. What does that have to do with the Jiang Lai of the present? Is this why you killed that man with green eyes on the way here? Fu Songwen's voice dropped, and after a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. Man with green eyes, he said, then he must be referring to Lao Chao, that creepy guy. I killed him, so what? Don't scum like him deserve to die? Jiang Lai was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized why Fu Kanwen had been distracted upon returning to the base. You were distracted when I was talking to you earlier. You were just trying to ask me why I killed that creepy guy, right? Then I tell you, he deserved to die. If it happens again, I still kill him. Don't use Jiang Lai's old tricks to pressure me. Fu Kanwen hadn't expected her to be so perceptive, even knowing what he was thinking. But Jiang Lai was wrong about one thing. He didn't blame Jiang Lai for killing the man with green eyes. For what he had done, he deserved death 1,000 times over. Besides, he died on the way back to the base. Jiang Lai might have chosen to silence him out of fear that he would leak the news. He was just still not used to Jiang Lai's drastic change. The decisive, cold-eyed Jiang Lai before him was a stark contrast to the meat-eating, drinking, and laughing girl Fu Kanwen remembered. It was so disjointed. How much pain must a person go through to lose all their memories and become a complete stranger? He had just spoken out of turn, speaking rashly and without meaning, seeming to question Jiang Lai's cold-bloodedness. But seeing her unflinching gaze, her deep, unwavering eyes, Fu Kanwen didn't know how to face her. In the end, he simply turned his head away, his Adam's apple rolling, unsure how to explain. After a long pause, Fu Kanwen found his voice and spoke with difficulty. Dawn operates according to its own principles. And Jean Daniel will have his due, but it shouldn't be our responsibility to bear the consequences of our betrayal. With his abilities, if he were released within 3 days, he'd either be devoured by the fakes or silenced by Lei Hong's men. Why dirty your hands? Jianlai didn't know what was wrong with her. She felt a vague anger bubbling in her chest, making her words unreasonably aggressive. She was certain she wouldn't have spoken so sarcastically if the person hadn't been Fu Kanwen. But now, her mouth seemed to have a will of its own, completely uncontrolled by her brain. Dirty hands? Captain Fu is truly a man of integrity. I only know that since ancient times, it's been those who betray their trust who have lived long lives. But you're the captain, you have the final say, I can't interfere. I'm going to find Daniel. Bubu, like Jianlai's little tail, immediately followed her closely in small, quick steps. Not long after, the door to Daniel's room opened again, and Jianlai threw the small figure out. Shi Wenjing, Lu Yifan, and Lu Lingwei froze in place, staring at each other, unable to breathe. Fu Kanwen spoke first, rubbing his brows. Go, release Jean Daniel. Yes. Lu Yifan responded immediately, as if pardoned. The other two followed him, quickly leaving the center of the low-pressure zone. Fu Kanwen stood alone, the dim light casting varying shades of shadow on his face, his tall figure showing a subtle hint of fatigue. A small hand gently tugged at his trouser leg. Fu Kanwen lowered his head to look at Bubu's upturned face, sighed, and bent down to pick him up. The little guy lay on Fu Songwen's shoulder, his big, round eyes glancing at Daniel's closed door, then at Fu Kanwen, before reaching out and patting his tense jawline soothingly. Fu Kanwen, you've been kicked out too. Come on, I take you for a walk. Bubu, sensing his downturn, nudged his cheek with his little head and muttered, stupid. Fu Kanwen was stunned, then smiled wryly. He pinched Bubu's cheek. Yeah, a little foolish. He was indeed foolish. So foolish that he tried to use past memories to kidnap her. The environment had changed, and everyone's behavior and approach would change to varying degrees. What he should do was understand and accept, not question or compare. He didn't understand this as well as Bubu, the little robot. Don't go outside. Wait for Jianlai. Bubu's little hand grasped his collar tightly, shaking her head still turned toward Jianlai. Okay. Fu Kanwen tightened his grip, curled his lips, and said in a low, firm voice, wait for Jianlai. Everyone in the stronghold was deliberately quieting down their movements. Even Jean Daniel, affected by the atmosphere, didn't dare to say a word when he was released. He didn't even look back, scurrying away in a hurry. Time passed slowly in silence. After a long while, Jianlai emerged from Daniel's room, her face still expressionless. She looked at Fu Kanwen and Bubu, who were waiting at the door, and without another word, she went straight to the backyard to rest. Fu Kanwen followed silently, holding Bubu. She paused, but ultimately didn't try to stop him. The next day, the sky was clear, another good day. Last night, Jianlai had spoken with Daniel and let him go. Now, besides the members of Dawn, only Chenjun remained in the base. She waited until dark before letting her escape under cover of darkness. After a quick meal, Chenjun had already packed up, his graying hair tied back in a simple bun, giving him a sharper look. I believe that if she were to encounter a sleazy man like Green Bean Eyes again, while walking alone on the night streets, she could easily teach him a lesson. Now that the matter of District 9 has been resolved, what happens next in District 9 is no longer the concern of the members of Dawn. When the pseudo-humans were rampaging at the blood station, Fu Kanwen had already informed the survivors of District 9 about the intrusion, how to identify them, and how to deal with them. What happened next was District 9's own business, and no one could interfere. More than that, they were more concerned about the current situation in District 13. After all, the families and friends of the Dawn Breakers were all in District 13. They had only promised Chenjun that they would release her at night, so they could only wait a little longer, packing up and setting off after Chenjun left. Jianlai sat at the table, gulping down the water in front of her. Her face was expressionless, and she looked at Fu Kanwen calmly, as if the argument from last night had never happened. I want to stay in District 9. At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from outside the stronghold, followed by a second, a third, terrified cries, crashes, and even gunshots. Something's happening. There seems to be a fight going on outside. It's not an alien invasion, but a human-on-human fight. Shi Wenjing was the first to rise from her chair. I go see what's going on. Lu Yifan, what's going on? Could the people in District 9 have awakened and are trying to overthrow Lei Hong? Thinking of a possibility, Fu Kanwen abruptly stood up, his face grim. Maybe a wave of pseudo-humans has erupted. The false peace between the pseudo-humans and humans was shattered. Now, everyone was completely uneasy. The survivors knew of the red dragonfly's existence, especially since it had been disguised as an ordinary person and secretly preying on humans. Naturally, they were terrified. That night, they returned home to get their own protective gear. Greetings changed from "Have you eaten yet?" to "My wound hasn't healed yet, how about yours?" From mutual suspicion to mutual accusations to mutual attacks. In just one night. Now, chaos was spreading from the slums to the core area. The survivors in District 9, using a crude wound healing classification method, had identified numerous pseudo-humans lurking in the slums. These pseudo-humans targeted singles without families, as this approach could avoid much trouble. If one member of a family of 3 was a pseudo-human, the remaining 2 were likely to be as well. Even more horrifyingly, they even found 2 people who had fainted and were being stored as food by the pseudo-humans. Rage ignited, and thus, war broke out between the pseudo-humans and humans. Among them, there were also many with ulterior motives, mingling with them, presumably to draw the angry crowd toward the core area where their stronghold was located. The core area was full of businesses, so they rushed into various shops and warehouses, even the black market. Years ago, when the zombie horde erupted, many people took advantage of the chaos to loot. Now, some survivors are following suit, euphemistically claiming to strike early and enjoy early. At this point, the 9th district of free land was completely out of control. It was happening 1,000 times faster than Jianlai and the others had anticipated. Chapter 60. The stronghold's gate was yanked open a crack. Despite their preparedness, the sight still made everyone gasp. Outside, on the once broad road, a dense crowd surged out like a flood, with no order at all. A few men wielding machetes were squeezed so tightly together, they could only hold their machetes, with arms outstretched, swept forward by the force behind them. The vast majority of the current survivors had experienced the battle of wits and courage with the zombies. With their previous victories, they initially had an advantage in capturing the puppets. However, as more and more puppets were exposed, the situation gradually degenerated into a chaotic melee. If the front line slowed even slightly, the rearguard puppets would overtake those behind, their sharp teeth tearing through flesh and sending blood spurting out in an instant. Panic once again spread through the crowd, and the previously high spirits vanished. Ah! They're eating people. They're eating people. Run! If we don't run, we all die. Didn't we say we strike first? Why do I feel like we're getting killed? A monster is a monster. Without some special abilities, how can we defeat it? Don't worry, Lord Shenling's men are on the way. We paid so much protection money, it's got to be put to good use. After hiding in a shop and secretly helping the residents of District 9 shoot and kill several fake people with a gun, Lu Yifan sighed. I wonder what's going on in District 13. Jianlai, didn't we agree to return to District 13 as soon as possible? Now that you packed your things, leave now. What about you? Fu Kanwen turned his head sharply, staring at her intently. I leave later. At least until night, after Qinjun has safely left. I close the base and take care of my own business before leaving. Are you crazy? Let's go together. There are so many fake people in District 9 right now. They don't even pretend anymore. If they stay, won't they just die? Shi Wenjing couldn't understand Jianlai's decision at all. Jianlai curled her lips. Why, you don't trust me, and dare not hand over the base to me? Fu Kanwen stepped in front of Jianlai, his tall figure completely eclipsing her. The important supplies in the base have been removed. It's just an empty building now. Even if it's invaded, it won't cause any harm. Besides, you're a member of my dawn-breaking team. Who would object to handing the base over to you? He took a deep breath, forcing down his irritation. But Jianlai, you have to give me a reason why you must stay here at this time. Otherwise, all members of dawn-breaking team must obey the captain's orders. Jianlai met his gaze, and shook her head. I'm just a temporary member, or maybe not. You? Fu Songwen's heart tightened, but he softened his voice, and asked gently, what's the reason? It's more important than your life? Is she still angry about what happened last night? No, he shouldn't think of her like that. Fu Kanwen immediately realized, did Daniel say something to you last night? Jianlai didn't answer. No answer is an answer. Fu Kanwen quickly calmed down and continued to arrange the task. Fortunately, we still have 2 vehicles. In that case, let's split up. Captain Shi will take Lu Yifan, and Lu Lingwei back to District 13 first. I stay and wait for Jian Lai to leave together. Now it was Jian Lai's turn to get upset, even somewhat resistant. You don't have to stay. This is my own business. It has nothing to do with Dawn or District 13. No matter what your reasons are, I can't let you stay here alone. Fu Kanwen looked at her. I can't do it, Jian Lai. It's too dangerous for you to be alone. I'm not alone. Jian Lai lowered her head and looked at Bubu, who sat quietly beside her. The little guy's hands were tightly clutching the corner of her clothes. She knew he was definitely going to follow her. Shi Wenjing stamped her feet anxiously. Jian Lai, you're in danger of death if you stay alone, and you still want to take Bubu with you? What are you thinking? I really don't understand. Lu Yifan also anxiously echoed. That's right, the base is just an empty shell now. Is she going to die here? Qin Jun said, just let her go on her own. Besides, it's a good idea to leave now. No one will notice her, and it might even be better than at night. Lu Lingwei nodded, but she wasn't very good at speaking. She simply looked at Jian Lai silently, then turned to look at Fu Kanwen, her eyes filled with worry. Fu Kanwen repeated firmly, leaving no room for doubt. I'm staying too. You don't have to stay. It's a burden to me. Besides, don't you want to go back and see your grandfather? There might be a fake person lurking around him. Are you worried? Jian Lai, when you make your decision, can you please consider me? Fu Kanwen suddenly grabbed Jian Lai's shoulders with such force that she frowned in pain and subconsciously swatted Fu Songwen's hands away. The sound of the slapping was so sharp and piercing that Fu Kanwen quickly released his grip as if burned. He lowered his head, his eyes unfocused as he stared at his hands, bending them, trying to grasp something. But he knew that some things, once held onto, were destined to remain. The harder you try, the easier it is to lose them. His voice trailed off. Do you think I'm using my position as captain to pressure you? I'm just afraid. Silence fell on the scene. Shi Wenjing, Lu Yifan, and Lu Lingwei froze in place. It was too late to avoid it now. They could only stare blankly at the captain, usually calm and composed, the unruly one who dared to contradict even a federal government official to his face, unleashing his emotions. 10 years, I've been looking for you for a whole 10 years. Everyone says you're dead, but I don't believe it. Even if you're dead, I find proof of your demise. What about you? 10 years ago, you unilaterally broke up with me, saying you were tired. 10 years later, you're trying to distance yourself from me again, saying it's your own business. Jian Lai, who do you think I am? Yes, you lost your memory. To you now, I'm just a friend you only known for a month. But I beg you, can you please put yourself in my shoes once in a while? I don't care what you think of me, I just hope you can live well. How many decades does a person have? I can't bear it. Another decade without you. Jian Lai's eyes widened, rarely revealing his emotions. Looking at the out-of-control Fu Kanwen before him, his eyes even reddened slightly, but he restrained himself from moving another step closer to her. He was afraid. Knowing this, Jian Lai's next words choked in her throat, unsure how to speak. She knew she had dated Fu Kanwen before she'd lost her memory. She also knew that Fu Kanwen hadn't forgotten her. But in her opinion, Fu Songwen's search for her was an obsession, irrelevant to her after she'd lost her memory. He still loved the kind and bright Jian Lai before she'd lost her memory. She, on the other hand, carried too much. Not only had her body been altered, but she also bore a deep blood feud. She was destined to be unable to reciprocate Fu Songwen's feelings, only to let him down. Given that, it would be better to not give him hope from the beginning. Jian Lai remained silent, and the remaining few dared not breathe. Fu Kanwen breathed a sigh of relief. Although disappointment flickered in his eyes, she hadn't mentioned leaving, so he took it as her consent. The screams of the crowd outside the door were like the beating of a drum. Fu Kanwen forced himself to suppress the emotion surging in his eyes. He turned to Lu Yifan, his voice returning to his usual calmness, as if the outpouring of sincerity had been an illusion. Lu Yifan, drive. Take Shi Wenjing and Lu Lingwei and evacuate immediately. How about Buba come back with us to District 13? That way, you two won't have to worry about anything and can focus on your work in District 9. Hearing his name, Bubu immediately shook his head. I want to stay with Jian Lai. Before Jian Lai could say anything, Fu Kanwen said, let Buba come with us. Captain Fu. Lu Yifan was about to say something else. Fu Kanwen interrupted him sharply. Now, immediately, pack your things and return to District 13. Move quickly. Yes. Take back all the intelligence we gathered in District 9. Fu Conwen grasped Lu Yifan's arm, more serious than ever. Finally, not as captain. Yifan, please take good care of Grandpa for me. Brother, don't worry. Grandpa's in good health, has seen a lot, and is much smarter than us. He be fine. I take care of him like my own grandfather. You and Jianlai take care. We have drinks together again when we get to District 13. The Stronghold's gate marked the dividing line between two worlds. Outside, a gruesome purgatory. Inside, absolute silence. Shi Wenjing, Lu Yifan, and Lu Lingwei had already driven back to District 13, and Chen Wan had also slipped into the crowd and left. Now, only Jianlai, Fu Conwen, and Bubu were left in the stronghold. Jianlai sat in the inner hall, turning over and over Chen Jun's words before she left. She said, 10 years ago, when graduation was approaching, everyone said something had happened at home, and that's why you suddenly left during the busiest time at the hospital. But I didn't believe it back then, and I even said some harsh words. Although you may not have heard it, I still want to apologize to you today. I'm sorry, Jianlai. We're even now. Chen Jun said something happened in her family 10 years ago. What happened? Could it be related to the genetic modification she undergone? She carefully pulled Tan Qiuyue's ID photo from her jacket pocket. The photo had been washed by the previous flood, blurring the edges and softening the image, and her mother's face was hazy. Lei Hong's people are here. What are her people doing here? Are they here to look for us? No. Fu Conwen carefully surveyed the situation outside the base through the observation port. It's likely one of their stores was damaged, so they sent someone to take care of it. The people in the slums aren't stupid. As long as the interests of the three major factions are harmed, someone will naturally step in to clean up the fake people. Let me see. Jianlai walked to the observation port and saw a pair of well-equipped men approaching against the crowd. The leader wasn't tall, looking no more than 1.73 meters tall. He wore a well-tailored navy blue combat uniform and looked energetic, but the wrinkles around his eyes and mouth betrayed his age. Jianlai stared intently at his mustache. This man looked so familiar. She must have seen him somewhere. Where? In the bright laboratory, a man in a white lab coat and a mustache bent over and smiled at her. A familiar female voice sounded somewhat helpless. Zhou Xiao, have you been staying up late again? You haven't shaved that beard in ages. Sister-in-law, you're here to bring Professor Jiang lunch again. You should be keeping an eye on him. He's completely settled in this lab now, and hasn't been home in ages. I'm only free for the next 2 days. My project starts next week, so I won't have time to cook either. I'm taking Lai Lai to say hello to her father today, and I'd be sending her to her grandmother's later. Alas, when things get busy, there's no one at home to take care of her. I can't believe how sorry I am for the child. Little Lai Lai is old enough now. She surely understands her parents' painstaking efforts. A memory flashed through Jiang Lai's mind, and she suddenly woke up. He's Zhou Xiao. Xiao? Fu Conwen was shocked. He's the second in command of District 9 Commerce? How do you know him? I don't know. Jiang Lai clutched her head in agony, pinching it with her fingertips, then loosening her fist and tapping it lightly, trying to make herself feel better. Zhou Xiao, a researcher in the same laboratory as her father Jiang Xuezhen, how could he become the Xiao in District 9 who raises fake people and forces the poor to sell their blood?